A spectacular meteor shower heralds both rebirth and calamity, while simultaneously nurturing boundless hope. Lu Feng, a fledgling university lecturer, serendipitously finds Shimzel Frintingrum in an ancient, quaint building. These experiences of securing accommodation leads to an unexpected encounter with the beautiful and gentle landlady, setting him in an extraordinary path of exorcising malevolent spirits. This landlady, alongside several other distinctive women, the mischievous and charming campus belle, Theophiat sagacious, theme-chanting gondoluring hospital director ghost, and Theramarca Bly skill-led femiliganti hosterinaton the formidable specters but also the bonded sisters. Throughout this interactions with them, Lu Feng sprout steadily amplifies, gradually transforming him into a powerful guardian capable of protecting Thindalafwasha. In this world, some individuals endure profound suffering in life, only to become vengeful spirits after death, their vision obscured by resentment, ensnared in a myriad of anguish. Lu Feng vows to yield this word to several shakalis and liberate them from theaterment. Maging Jia, are you certain you are not jesting? We unlimited yesterday. Lu Feng gazes south the stunning landlady, Hishiarta flutter with astonishment and excitement. Up in hearing this, Lin Meijing slips skirlin toe seductive smile, from thisment forth, you belong to him. Today, I shall claim you. Before your words full escape her lips, she press her mouth against Lu Feng's, her tongue playful ideasing. Is this the fervor of fater tie-year-old matron? Although I am no aspirate exorcist, my body has grown much stronger, but can literally withstand this? I hope I won't be completely exhausted. Lu Feng muses inwardly. Recalling the previous day, under the blazing sun, Lu Feng pedaled this bicycletothisic store ride of fislocate in the suburbs. A resplendent matron Cladina floral dress and sporting braided hairstyle humadatunius he tended to her flowers, her voluptuous figure quickening Lu Feng sharp beat. Summoning courage, he approached and inquired, Excuse him, is the restalarum available for rent? Excuse him? The matron lifted her gaze, her eyes seeming holding the cosmos within them. Are you certain you wish to rent? I am the landlady theory scenarum left in the 6th floor, beaut Maybertherworm, and the personality is soft heather tenant shaven not beyond particularly amiable, which is we I Tremenson occupied. Lu Feng glooped up towards the 6th floor, contemplating before responding, That's quite alrighty, worse a beautiful, cold thrent beaded lower? Her chicks flushed slightly. Would 1,500 per month be acceptable? Lu Feng was taken aback the apartment appeared to beat least 100 square meters. Even in the suburbs and on the top floor, it should not be affordable. Noticing his astonishment, the matron questioned whether she had set the price too high. Observing Lu Feng closely, she mused that the appeared to University, student money, held little value for her. Perhaps she should lower it further? Would 1,200 suffice? She inquired tentatively. Lu Feng hurriedly replied, No, landlady, 1,500 is already wonderful. Thank you so much. My name is Lu Feng. The matron smiled sweetly. I am Lin Meijing Yumi Cal Meijing ie. Lu Feng chuckled softly. You seem butier twilder than I. And you wear a quite lovely shokalu Meijing. Lin Meijing nodded with a smile, her fondness for Lu Feng growing exponentially. Subsequently, Lu Feng followed Lin Meijing to the 6th floor. The decor was exquisite, immaculate, and the furniture in impeccable condition. Lu Feng was immensely satisfied a Sainuli graduate university lecturer, securing such a splendid place at such a low price, along with a beautiful landlady, was a dream come true. Meijing Jia, let us sign the contract first. In need to move me belongings, Lu Feng suggested with asthma. Lin Meijing paused. A contract? None. I trust ya, Xiao Feng. A wavy of warmth surged through Lu Feng gather words to be trusted so readily upon their first meeting felt angelic. After bidding farewell to Lin Meijing, hesitated to collect his things. Watching Lu Feng ready away in his bull, Lin Meijing felt an inexplicable emotion stir within her. What is happening, Tome? Have I been devoid of my companionship for too long? At that moment, a stunning woman in a tailored suit with long hair cascading down her back approached, her cold demeanor perfectly accentuated by her alluring black stockings, an exquisite combination. Meijing, how could you allow a human military side here? What if something were to happen? Lin Meijing shook her head. Yalan, Xiao Feng does not seem like that kind of person. I can sense his sincerity and kindness. I believe his spring is arrived, and the female spirit sorry la flutter. You had best ensure as na crosses, Li Yalan sighed, then ascended thesters. Lin Meijing cheeks flushed crimson. What nonsense. I am already 34. How could that be possible? Astus descended. Lu Feng successfully complete his move. Observing his dampatire, hid des I dead to take a shower first. Before long, Lin Majin gentered with a platter of fruits, only to fin through empty. Where coldub? Did I forget him of isamething? Alright, he was sweating profusely earlier, he must be showering now. Thwater heater hasn't been used in ages, I wonder if it still works. Ish old check. She made hair way direct light a thebathroom. Open reaching the doorway, her sterned beatered. Lu Feng was stole drying his body, his muscular physique clear lit defined, and there was. Ah, I am so sorry, Lin Majing exclaimed, haste the litterning to flabut inadvertent lie slipping. Lu Feng, noticing Gerdistress, reached out to catch her, but they bothless their balancing till the ground. Lu Feng pulled hard, causing Lin Majing to land atop him. Xiao Feng, are you all right? Lin Majing gasped anxiously. Majing Jia, am fine. Beauty you should get a pan fix your clothes, Lu Feng replied, his face flushed. Lin Majing looked down to find her dress hiked up to her thighs, Dila Setramexpist, and Samething pressing against her. Ah, I am so sorry, Lin Majing exclaimed, quickly standing gone flaying the bathroom. Lu Feng slowly got to his feet, bewildered assurance off his body. This is a disaster. On me very first day her, sook an incident occurs. Surely, I want Becca Doubt tomorrow? Perhaps sis should just return to university staff dormitory. But why's Majing G's but a temperature solo? Cold it be because I just finished shedshering? Never mind, it probably wants sear again. He finally found such an excellent place to stay. At that moment, a voice resonated in Lu Feng's minding. Binding successful. Congratulations, host. You have equal spirit exorcism system. Ding! Engage in intimate contact with that Femileg host has made a wad level spirit exorcist. You have received 100 spirit coins, level weapon. Peachwood sword capable of sealing malevolent spirits, the stronger spirit, fellower the success rate. Ding! Body enhancement in progress. Lu Feng suddenly felt Agalacha throughout his body, as if bound less energy surged within him. Ding! Enhancement complete. Ding! Please swiftly establish a contract with that ghost with a compatibility of 60. You merendum ligan ability from the contracted host. Additionally, you will receive 500 spirit coins. Lu Feng was subtly astonished, hurriedly pinching himself. Did it truly acquire a system? Have I become a spirit exorcist? Is Majing Jiag host? Hasn't Sedenu found strength coursing through his body, indeed much greater than before. Spirit exorcist Lu Feng. Level D. Ability none. Contracted ghost none. Spirit coins 100. Shortly thereafter, Lu Feng glammed, staring at the system panel before him, scarcely able to belly eva theta low thighs was real. Majing Jahas treated Mazakind Lisha most notch wisham harm. After all, a lack the strength tourist him no to member off long national martial arts organization. System, what happens if I kusa to leave here? Lu Feng read, perplexed. On see the host become a spirit exorcist, the existence of vengeful spirits, burdened with heavy grievances, will sense your presence. Thus, you will bangrafter. Please enhance our strength swiftly. Lu Feng was left speechless. Was this not coercing him to contract with Lin Majing? If left, he would likely not survive a month. Never mind, tomorrow, is shall assess Majing's attitude. In her remun thesican floor, Lin Majing lay tossing and turning, her mind replaying theme counter with Lu Feng in Thebathroom. How embarrassing! Talivja chapter impression on the very first day. Surely, he will not wish Taliva tomorrow? Wait, why do I feel so reluctant Talathimgo? Could it bethetitra resemble what Yalan suggested? But I am a host. Speaking of which, when I was at Ophim today, did he perceive a thought my body temperature a sunajalilo? How vexing. Isho wait tan see how things unfold tomorrow. The following day, as Lu Feng descended Thesters, Hef fortuitously encountered Lin Majing, how a swatering her flowers. Lin Majing Blevel Ghost possesses the ability to see through disguise and charm, with exceptional sensing capabilities. Current fondness level 30. The system prompt a code in Lu Feng's mind. Hepramfly greeted her, Majing Jia, Eisenkurl Yapalages Faria Sturday. Ding, Lin Majing's fondness level 10. The system prompt sounded Dance Marie. Lin Majing, Herfus flushed, shook her head. It's alright, Xiao Feng. It weighs at fault for entering without knocking. Then she'll head to work first, Lu Feng remarked. Mounting is by cycling departing. It seems I can indeed remain. I will have a thorough discussion with Majing Gladder this evening. Chapter 2. The school bell is also a ghost as the sun reached its zenith. Lu Feng arrived at the school, having significantly enhanced his physical abilities. Despite the 5-kilometer distance from his rented apartment, he found himself merely slightly out of breath, much to his astonishment. After securing his bicycle, he made his way to the office to collect his teaching materials in the corridor of the administrative building. He encountered the director, Murong Shui, who had always been exceptionally attentive to him during his student days, and it was largely thanks to her that he could remain at the academy as an instructor. "Teacher Xiaofeng, you're quite early," Murong Shui greeted him with a smile, clad in a detective-style trench coat, her hair styled in large waves, holding a stack of reports. She exuded an aura of an impeccably polished urban beauty. Lu Feng nodded in acknowledgement. "Director, good day. Just call me Teacher Murong. Today marks your first class. I wish you great success. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave," she said with a smile before departing. Lu Feng watched her retreating figure with a faint smile, not lingering too long before entering the office. For some inexplicable reason, he sensed a slight change in Murong Shui's aura, though it did not seem ghostly. Otherwise, the system would have alerted him. Upon retrieving his textbooks, Lu Feng proceeded to the classroom. The class was modest in size, comprising just over 50 students. As he stepped inside, he immediately sensed the presence of a ghost. Turning towards the source of the aura, he noticed a female student in the corner, donning sunglasses and a mask, obscuring her features. Xia Yuyan, C-class female ghost abilities, unknown, to be revealed upon host contact, affection level. 5. Lu Feng shook his head, diverting his gaze from Xia Yuyan, and began his introduction. "Hello everyone, my name is Lu Feng, and I will be your calculus teacher from now on. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek my assistance." The students below began to murmur amongst themselves. "He's quite handsome. He seems to have a pleasant personality. Indeed, he looks to be around our age. He should be easy to get along with. Wonderful. I feel my calculus is saved. Oh no, the girls in our class have already been charmed by the teacher. It seems we are doomed to remain single. Whatever, there aren't any particularly beautiful girls anyway. I might as well return to my anime world." Original S activated. You don't know this, do you? The girl sitting at the back, Xia Yuyan, is the school belle. Really? She looks unrecognizable in that getup. But she's not to be trifled with. I heard that young Master Wang from the next class tried to pursue her and ended up with a broken leg for his trouble. How terrifying! Lu Feng listened to the students' whispers, smiling slightly as he began taking attendance. Yang Chao, Huang Jingguin, Li Jingjing, Xiu Tan, Chun Baoshan. Xia Yuyan.in class, Lu Feng elucidated on calculus, with some students paying keen attention while others discreetly played on their phones. He surveyed the room, choosing not to comment on the distractions. Instead, he would deliberately walk past those engrossed in their devices. Upon his approach, those caught would immediately feign seriousness, yet Xia Yuyan continued to play on her phone unabashedly. "Oh, this female ghost is quite bold. She shows no fear of my presence. Xia Yuyan, would you care to define calculus for us?" Xia Yuyan glanced at Lu Feng and shook her head dismissively. "Take a seat. Focus on the lecture. Otherwise, don't expect to earn high marks from me." With that, he returned to the podium. Ding. Xia Yuyan's affection level 5. What on earth? This can actually boost affection? Lu Feng pondered. Puzzled by the system's notification. 3 class periods flew by, and with no afternoon classes scheduled, Lu Feng resolved to have a serious conversation with Lin Meijing. After finishing his meal in the cafeteria, he mounted his bicycle and sped back along the path he had come to. As he passed through an old alley, he sensed a ghostly presence. Ding! C-class malevolent ghost detected nearby. The task to eliminate the malevolent ghost has been triggered. A first-time kill will reward 300 ghost coins. Should I investigate? Why not? After a moment's hesitation, Lu Feng hurried towards the source in a deserted alleyway. Xia Yuyan was engaged in a fierce battle with the malevolent ghost. Armed with a dagger, she launched relentless attacks, her mask slipping to reveal her stunning visage. "Ha ha ha! Once I absorb you, I shall become even more beautiful," the malevolent ghost cackled, brandishing its claws. Xia Yuyan parried the ghost's strikes with her dagger, retaliating with a surge of dark energy. "You think you can defeat me?" she exclaimed, her determination palpable. The dagger in her hand flashed like lightning, continuously stabbing at the ghost, though its sharp claws thwarted her efforts time and again. "Little girl, submit and become my nourishment." The ghost's attacks grew increasingly vicious, its claws seemingly capable of rending the very air. Xia Yuyan nimbly dodged, beads of sweat beginning to form on her forehead. She understood that any lapse in concentration could lead to dire consequences. Dio, you really think you can escape? The ghost sneered, lunging at Xia Yuyan once more. She sidestepped and managed to graze the ghost's arm with her dagger, leaving only a faint scratch. The ghost roared in fury, its malevolent energy intensifying. With a swift motion, it unleashed a wave of dark energy towards Xia Yuyan. She quickly raised her dagger to defend herself but was forced back by the overwhelming force. Her arm tingled painfully, nearly causing her to drop her weapon. At that moment, she bore multiple scratches from the ghost, blood seeping from her wounds. Yet, the ghost was not unscathed. Xia Yuyan's attacks had inflicted damage as well. With a fearsome roar, the ghost exhaled a torrent of black flames, aimed directly at Xia Yuyan. What? You've mutated. Xia Yuyan's eyes widened in realization of the immense power behind the impending strike, knowing she could scarcely withstand it. But escape was not an option. She gathered her dark energy, bracing herself for the lethal blow. Just as the black flames were about to engulf her, a figure darted in like a flash of lightning. Lu Feng had finally arrived. Wielding a peachwood sword, he radiated a formidable presence. With a single stroke, he cleaved through the flames, dispersing them instantaneously. The malevolent ghost, shocked by Lu Feng's arrival, had not anticipated the intervention of a human. Lu Feng wasted no time, launching a fierce offensive against the ghost with his sword. The weapon seemed to come alive in his hands, each strike imbued with tremendous strength. The ghost struggled to fend off his relentless assault, gradually succumbing to the pressure. Teacher, Xia Yuyan exclaimed, rejuvenated by Lu Feng's presence. Grasping her dagger once more, she rejoined the fray. The two fought in perfect harmony, flanking the ghost from both sides. Under their combined onslaught, the ghost faltered, its body marred by wounds, its malevolent energy waning. Seizing an opportunity, Lu Feng plunged his peachwood sword deep into the ghost's heart. With a piercing wail, the ghost dissipated into nothingness. Ding! 300 ghost coins acquired. Ding! Xia Yuyan's affection level 10. Thank you, teacher. Do you know that I am? Xia Yuyan's voice trembled as she took a few steps back, her anxiety palpable. Foolish girl, revealing your identity so soon? Lu Feng sheathed his sword and replied earnestly, rest assured. As long as you do not harm the innocent, I will not act against you. According to the system's assessment of ghosts, the malevolent ghost was the true target for elimination. Xia Yuyan and Lin Meijing were likely of the same ilk. Lu Feng draped his jacket over Xia Yuyan to conceal her wounds. Noticing the gentleness in his gaze, her cheeks flushed slightly. Ding! Xia Yuyan's affection level 20. Lu Feng chuckled. All right, let us head back. We wouldn't want your parents to worry. By the way, if she is a ghost, does she even have parents? I was raised by my older sister. Xia Yuyan replied, a hint of discontent in her tone. Realizing he had misspoken, Lu Feng found it challenging to comfort her. Conversing so calmly with the ghost already left him feeling somewhat uneasy. Actually, teacher, I live just below you. I saw you talking to Meijing Jie yesterday, Xia Yuyan confided. What? Lu Feng was taken aback, astonished to learn that he shared the same building with two female ghosts. He now had reason to suspect that the other two floors were also inhabited by ghosts. Whatever, since I have become a ghost master, as long as I don't reside with malevolent ghosts, everything should be fine. Moreover, the immediate concern is how to elevate Meijing Jie's affection level and forge a contract with her. Otherwise, encountering a ghost of such caliber again would be troublesome. Perhaps he could leverage Xia Yuyan to persuade Meijing Jie to comply. But would that not be too villainous? Moreover, there were affection level requirements to consider. Meijing Jie was a B-class ghost, capable of easily ending his life. Xia Yuyan tugged at Lu Feng, who had fallen into deep thought. Teacher, let us head home now. Otherwise, Meijing Jie will start to worry. All right, let us return. Upon reaching the roadside, Lu Feng steadied his bicycle before Xia Yuyan. Given her injured hand, he took the initiative to ride. Why did you venture into that alley? Isn't it more perilous there? Lu Feng inquired, puzzled. Xia Yuyan shook her head. If a fight broke out in the street, it would draw attention. You seem to have quite a bit of faith in me, Lu Feng remarked as he steered the bicycle. Because Meijing Jie trusts you, thus, I trust you too. Chapter 3. The Act of Beauty. Forming a contract soon after, the car came to a halt on the first floor. Yuyan, why are you so late today? The food has gone cold, Lin Meijing remarked as she approached, only to find Lu Feng and Xia Yuyan stepping out of the vehicle together. You know each other? Lin Meijing inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. Xiao Yin walked over to Lin Meijing's side and replied, Sister Meijing, Lu Fenggu is my teacher. Lu Feng nodded at Lin Meijing and said, Sister Meijing, I'll head up first with that. He hurried away, still unsure of how to confront Lin Meijing. Though Lin Meijing felt a twinge of confusion, her attention was suddenly drawn to the wound on Xiao Yan's arm, prompting her to ask what had happened. Let's go back first, Xiao Yan urged, pulling Lin Meijing back to the second floor. Once in the living room, Xiao Yan settled onto the sofa and recounted the events of the day. Meanwhile, Lin Meijing, her heart aching for Xiao Yan, carefully tended to her injury. Although they possessed remarkable self-healing abilities, serious wounds still required careful attention. Before long, Lin Meijing grasped the general situation and was taken aback to discover that Lu Feng was, in fact, a ghost hunter. They had interacted just yesterday, which meant Lu Feng was already aware of her ghostly nature. He knows I'm a ghost. Yet, why doesn't he flee? Why doesn't he try to capture me? Why is he helping Yu Yin? Lin Meijing pondered, filled with bewilderment. Sister Meijing, the teacher must surely recognize that we possess a distinction between good and evil, Xiao Yin asserted earnestly. Lin Meijing smiled and playfully pinched Xiao Yan's cheek. Indeed, I can sense his difference, but people can change. After all, he is still an outsider. Be cautious. Otherwise, I will have no way to explain to your sister. Suddenly, an idea struck Xiao Yin. She wrapped her arm around Lin Meijing's, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. Sister, why not try to seduce him? If we can make him one of us, wouldn't that solve everything? Lin Meijing's face flushed crimson at the suggestion. You little brat, do you even realize what you're saying? Xiao Yin teased, playfully ruffling Lin Meijing's hair. Hee, Sister Meijing. I can see that you have a bit of a crush on the teacher. You're in your 30s. It's time to find someone special. Lin Meijing quickly grasped Xiao Yan's hand, exclaiming, You little rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? I'm a ghost. He is a human. How could we possibly be together? Humph. Aside from being a bit stronger than humans, we really aren't that different. The teacher is just like us. We belong to the same category, so why can't we be together? Xiao Yin retorted dismissively. Lin Meijing shook her head vigorously and stood up. No. We've barely known each other for 2 days. Let us eat. Xiao Yin seized Lin Meijing's hand again, insisting, Sister Meijing, we need a human to assist us. What will we do if we face searches from others? You wouldn't want us to be wanted. Would you? You're so beautiful. With a little of your abilities, winning over the teacher should be easy. If we can make him one of us, many problems will be effortlessly resolved. If you want to do it, I will, because I quite like the teacher. Lin Meijing hastily interjected, You little rascal, let me first see what Xiao Feng's attitude is. Ding. Lin Meijing's affection level increased by 10. All afternoon, Lu Feng trained in his room, perplexed as to why Lin Meijing hadn't yet come to find him. It wasn't until evening, while he was preparing to cook, that a knock echoed through the door. Xiao Feng, are you there? Lu Feng took a deep breath and opened the door, only to be greeted by Lin Meijing, her hair styled in a bun, her cheeks flushed, and clad in a black lace nightgown that subtly revealed enticing glimpses of her form. She held a plate of fried chicken and a bottle of beer. Meijing Jia, do you need something? Lu Feng asked flatly, though his heart raced at the sight of the alluring B-level ghost before him. Lin Meijing lowered her gaze, then, after a pause, spoke. You haven't had dinner yet, have you? This fried chicken is my own making, and I wanted to thank you for saving Yu Yin today. So I thought we could share a drink. Lu Feng nodded, inviting Lin Meijing inside. They sat at the dining table in silence, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Meijing Jia, are you a ghost? Lu Feng finally blurted out, breaking the tension. Lin Meijing nervously nodded, blushing as she asked, Xiao Feng, what do you think of me now that you know I'm a ghost? Beautiful sister, enthusiastic landlord. Gentle ghost, Lu Feng replied without hesitation. Lin Meijing's cheeks burned even more at his words. Ding! Lin Meijing's affection level increased by 10, reaching the requirement to form a contract. At that moment, Lin Meijing's heart must be brimming with joy. Should I propose the contract now? But would she think I'm deceiving her? Yet, although Meijing Jia is a ghost, she fulfills all my fantasies about mature women. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Meijing finally mustered the courage to ask, So do you like me? Meijing Jia, you're very beautiful and treat me well, but we've only known each other for 2 days. I am still figuring out my own feelings. We can take our time, Lu Feng responded earnestly while gazing at Lin Meijing. You don't mind that I'm a ghost? Lin Meijing asked softly. Lu Feng shook his head, saying, a guy like me is incredibly fortunate to encounter an angel like Mei Jingjie. How could I possibly mind? I don't have that right, ding. Lin Meijing's affection increased by 10. Upon hearing this, Lin Meijing quickly grasped Lu Feng's hand, feeling the chill of his touch wash over her. Xiao Feng, don't say that. You're wonderful. Lu Feng felt a surge of happiness. Sensing Lin Meijing's sincerity, Mei Jingjie, would you like to form a contract with me? I want to give you a sense of security, Lu Feng declared seriously, tightening his grip on Lin Meijing's hand. Lin Meijing, taken aback, inquired about the nature of the contract. This is my special ability. Once we form a contract, our souls will be interconnected. We will be able to sense each other's emotions and enhance our powers. Lu Feng explained. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Meijing nodded. Mei Jingjie agreed so quickly. It seems she truly trusts me, Lu Feng thought as they began the process of forming a contract. A blood soul mark appeared in Lu Feng's hand, and they each dripped a drop of blood onto it. The blood soul mark absorbed their blood, splitting into two, which then entered their bodies. Ding! Contract successfully formed with Lin Meijing, gaining the ability of the heavenly eye, able to see through all disguises, and significantly enhancing sensing abilities. Ding! First contract formed. Reward. 500 ghost coins, 2 summoning talismans, can swiftly transport the contract holder to their side. Ding! Contract successfully formed with the fateful ghost Lin Meijing. Rewards. Binding ghost rope, can bind ghosts below a level, one-time use, 3 yang restoration pills, restore yang energy, Xiao Feng, let us eat something first. Lin Meijing offered, handing Lu Feng the fried chicken. Lu Feng nodded, putting on gloves and starting to eat. Lin Meijing then poured 2 cups of wine, saying, let us drink some water first. As Lu Feng gazed at Lin Meijing's face, he noticed she appeared even more beautiful than before. No, this must be Mei Jing's enchantment. Could it be that she dressed like this to seduce me? A 30-something ghost who has never dated Wu Ti want to drain my yang energy. Would she? Just then, Lin Meijing leaned in closer, shoving the wine glass towards Lu Feng's lips. The delightful scent of her body wafted into Lu Feng's nostrils, leaving him somewhat dazed. Mei Jingjie, it's late. You should head back. Lu Feng hastily removed his gloves and stood up, only to find his body ablaze with heat. Lin Meijing suddenly pounced on him, declaring, Xiao Feng, I'm sorry, but I had to drug you. Only by taking you down can I feel at ease. Lu Feng was taken aback. Mei Jingjie, didn't we agree to take things slow? Lin Meijing covered her mouth, smiling coyly as she replied, yes, we will take our time, but I prefer to ignite the fuse first. This is my first time doing something like this, so be gentle. Chapter 4. Deceived by the world. Annoying little sprite. The next day, Lu Feng slowly opened his eyes, feeling a profound ache throughout his body. I can't believe I actually spent the entire night battling with a female ghost. But I must say, it was quite exhilarating, a sensation akin to ice and fire clashing. Wait a minute. I really am. Xiao Feng, wake up and have breakfast, Lin Meijing's gentle voice called out, prompting Lu Feng to rise slowly. Upon opening the door, he was surprised to find Xia Yuyan in his home as well. Lin Meijing, donned in an apron, looked even more like a mature woman, and this time, it was not an enchantment. She genuinely appeared more beautiful. After washing up, Lu Feng sat beside Xia Yuyan, who was beaming with joy as she gazed at him. Teacher, Mei Jingjie is amazing, right? You should thank me. I played a pivotal role in this, Xia Yuyan whispered. Lu Feng was speechless, realizing that this little sprite had concocted the whole idea, which explained Lin Meijing's boldness. Lin Meijing handed Lu Feng a bowl of chicken soup, saying, Xiao Feng, eat up. You must be exhausted from work. Lu Feng felt like crying. He had no idea if work had been tiring, but he was undeniably worn out from the previous night. Xia Yuyan stifled a laugh. After breakfast, Lu Feng and Xia Yuyan headed to school together. Lu Feng, sporting dark circles under his eyes, arrived at the office where his colleagues cast curious glances his way. Teacher Lu, did you go steal a cow last night? Your dark circles are so pronounced, and you look utterly drained, one colleague remarked. Lu Feng awkwardly chuckled. No, it's just that I moved recently, so I spent last night organizing my room. The crowd did not harbor excessive doubts as Lu Feng settled into his office chair after preparing a cup of hot water and opened the system's marketplace. Spirit coins, 900, protective talisman, 50, capable of withstanding 1 instance of harm, dragon power talisman, 50, temporarily enhances strength upon use, acceleration talisman, 50. Increases speed for a duration of 3 minutes. Spirit Concealment Talisman. 50. Masks one's presence for 10 minutes. Flame Talisman. 50. Inflicts fire damage. Thunder Talisman. 80. Delivers potent lightning damage. Spirit Summoning Talisman. 200. Summons a contract partner. Binding Ghost Rope. 500. Healing Potion. 100. Rapidly restores health. Ghostly Arts. 5,000. Enhances strength through dual cultivation with a female ghost. Lu Feng perused the items, realizing their exorbitant prices. Nevertheless, he resolved to make the necessary purchases, for preserving his life was paramount. Ding! The host has purchased the Protective Talisman, Acceleration Talisman, Spirit Concealment Talisman, Flame Talisman X1, Healing Potion X1, expending 300 spirit coins. It seemed he had to seek out malevolent spirits. He could not remain passive. He needed to enhance his strength swiftly. After contemplating for a moment, Lu Feng addressed his colleagues. Recently, I've been hearing a lot about supernatural occurrences. Have any of you come across such tales? Supernatural occurrences? I've not heard of any, replied a female teacher while cradling a cup of coffee. However, I've heard a rumor about a haunted place called Bianhua Amusement Park in the Bright District, where a man reportedly died. The police investigated but found nothing, and it remains sealed off now. Another teacher commented. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lu Feng inquired, by the way, do you believe in the existence of ghosts? Such things are mere fabrications to frighten children. If they truly existed, how could I have never encountered one at my age? Those bizarre events must be orchestrated by humans, his colleagues chuckled in response. Rising from his seat, Lu Feng took up his textbook. All right, I must head to class now. I'll see you all later. As he walked toward the classroom, he pondered the earlier discussion. Indeed, it must be difficult for them to believe in ghosts, as they do not conform to our conventional perceptions of such entities. Lin Meijing and her companions, apart from having slightly lower body temperatures, bore no noticeable differences from ordinary humans. Even if someone witnessed a malevolent spirit committing an act of violence, unless the scene was exceedingly outrageous, they would likely attribute it to human involvement. Furthermore, it seemed plausible that governmental organizations were concealing matters related to these ghosts. With no classes scheduled for the afternoon, it appeared he would need to investigate Bianhua Amusement Park. Upon entering the classroom, Lu Feng was taken aback to find Xia Yuyan seated in the first row, engrossed in her studies. What was she up to? Upon noticing Lu Feng's arrival, Xia Yuyan winked at him. All right, class, please settle down. If anyone needs to use the restroom, do so quickly. We are about to begin. Throughout the lesson, Xia Yuyan seemed intent on teasing Lu Feng, demanding he explain each problem 2 or 3 times. Class, please attempt this question while I grab a sip of water. I will return shortly to continue the explanations. With that, Lu Feng stepped out. The others began to whisper among themselves. What is the school beauty up to? It feels like she is deliberately targeting the teacher. She must be seeking revenge for the embarrassment the teacher caused her last time. Always wearing that mask, as if afraid others might discover her beauty. How hypocritical. The teacher is quite unfortunate. Indeed. What a version T0. Look at the dark circles under the teacher's eyes. He must be staying up late preparing lessons. I am so touched. You infatuated girls, can you stop getting emotional over nothing? From my experience, the teacher is simply staying up late. What? You mustn't defame the teacher. I've inquired and found out he is single, just indulging in self-care. After school, Lu Feng found himself alone in the office. System, can I form a contract with a malevolent spirit? Ding. Yes, but the risks are substantial. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lu Feng was then surprised as Xia Yuyan entered, carrying a lunchbox and locking the door behind her. Hey, what are you doing? Xia Yuyan approached Lu Feng, grinning. I'm here to have lunch with you. This is made by Sister Meijing. Then why lock the door? Lu Feng queried, perplexed. Xia Yuyan perched herself on Lu Feng's lap, giggling, because I don't want anyone interrupting us. Lu Feng was speechless. This girl had an abundance of frivolous thoughts. Xia Yuyan opened the lunchbox, and the aroma of the food wafted through the air as she offered him a spoonful of meat and rice. Eat up. Lu Feng shook his head. I won't eat. I'm afraid you might have spiked it. Xia Yuyan gasped in shock. What? Is that how you see me? Without hesitation, Lu Feng nodded. Fuming, Xia Yuyan retorted, if you don't eat, I'll go outside and shout that you are molesting a student. Lu Feng, left with no choice, relented and took a bite. That's more like it, ding. Xia Yuyan's intimacy tin. After taking a mouthful herself, Xia Yuyan offered him another spoonful. Help me with my studies this afternoon. Xia Yuyan said. Munching on a chicken leg.as Lu Feng helped Xia Yuyan clean the rice off her skirt. He remarked, "What can a female ghost teach? You still teased me during class today. I truly didn't understand." Xia Yuyan pouted. "I have matters to attend to this afternoon," Lu Feng replied earnestly. Xia Yuyan linked her arms around Lu Feng's neck. Questioning, "What matters?" Lu Feng stood, placing Xia Yuyan back on the chair. "Adult matters.0. Are you going on a date with Sister Mei Jing?" Xia Yuyan inquired, placing the chicken bones in the lunchbox. Lu Feng nodded, hoping to rid himself of the clingy little ghost. "Very well. I'll let you off the hook today." Chapter 5. The vengeful spirit of bullying in the afternoon. The sun hid behind the clouds, alleviating the oppressive heat in the air. Lu Feng arrived at the entrance of Bianhua Amusement Park. Now festooned with numerous seals and surrounded by safety tape, he deftly climbed over, summoning his peachwood sword. "System, alert me immediately if you sense a malevolent spirit nearby." Suddenly, he felt someone approaching rapidly from behind. Gripping his peachwood sword, he spun around only to find it was Xia Yuyan, prompting him to halt abruptly. Xia Yuyan, startled, had intended to frighten Lu Feng. "How did you get here?" Lu Feng asked in astonishment, not expecting Xia Yuyan to follow him secretly. Xia Yuyan grinned. "Teacher, you can't even lie properly. I called Sister Mei Jing and discovered you were deceiving me. I figured you must be hunting ghosts. Return home." "It's very dangerous here," Lu Feng said, his expression filled with concern. Xia Yuyan shook her head and drew a dagger from her boot. "No, I'm here to assist you. Although I may not be as strong as Sister Mei Jing, I possess sea-level strength, and I want to enhance my abilities swiftly so as not to hold back my sister and the others. This way, you can feel more at ease with me. Can't you?" Xia Yuyan declared resolutely. Lu Feng, unsure of how to counter her, pondered briefly before nodding, instructing Xia Yuyan to stay close. She responded with a cheerful nod. Ding, Xia Yuyan's favorability 10. Glancing at Xia Yuyan, Lu Feng's system panel materialized. Xia Yuyan, sea-level female ghost, age 20, ability. Can summon a doppelganger with an opposing personality, favorability 60. Her abilities were astonishingly formidable. Perhaps he could persuade her to form a contract with him. Yet, he decided to defer that thought for later as they strolled through the amusement park. An eerie silence enveloped them, interrupted only by the occasional chirping of birds. Numerous amusement rides stood around, yet they had lost their former splendor, now resembling silent relics of rusted metal. By the way, where do ghosts typically prefer to hide? Lu Feng inquired of Xia Yuyan. Why would we need to hide? However, malevolent spirits often become consumed by deep resentment, which causes them to turn dark. Hence they tend to gravitate towards dimly lit places, Xia Yuyan explained. Lu Feng took out the amusement park map he had obtained from the security room, scanning its various attractions before fixing his gaze upon the haunted house. "This is likely the place. Let us go take a look," he declared, putting away the map. Xia Yuyan's face lit up with excitement as they approached the imposing haunted house, its foreboding structure seemingly exuding an unsettling aura. The entrance stood firmly shut, marred by weathered stains that hinted at the terrifying tales that had unfolded within its walls. The system responded instantly. Ding! Sea-level malevolent spirit detected. After glancing at the system notification, Lu Feng felt increasingly assured that this was indeed the hideout of the malevolent spirit. Xia Yuyan sensed an unusual energy as well. She summoned a doppelganger exuding an icy aura, which stood silently by her side, radiating an aura of terrifying power. Lu Feng tightened his grip on the peachwood sword, activating his celestial vision. His eyes shimmered with a golden light as he vigilantly observed the haunted house's entrance, prepared to confront any imminent danger. The trio cautiously stepped into the haunted house. Upon entry, a wave of oppressive negative energy assaulted them, sending chills down their spines. The interior was shrouded in darkness, with only a few feeble beams of light filtering through crevices, barely illuminating their surroundings. The haunted house was adorned with a menagerie of horrifying images hung upon the walls, while the floor was littered with dilapidated props, immersing them in a nightmarish realm. Lu Feng and Xia Yuyan treaded carefully, ever vigilant. Suddenly, a chilling laughter echoed from the darkness, sending tremors of anxiety through Lu Feng and Xia Yuyan. They halted in their tracks, scanning the surroundings. To their astonishment, someone had come to play with them. A shadow gradually emerged from the gloom, revealing a juvenile figure. The child's face was contorted with grotesque expressions, and their eyes flickered with a sinister red glow. instilling a sense of dread in those who beheld it. Then you need not leave. Stay here with me forever. The child gazed at Lu Feng and Xia Yuyan, unleashing a piercing shriek that reverberated throughout the haunted house, sending shivers down their spines. Unexpectedly, it was merely a little ghost. Lu Feng and Xia Yuyan gripped their weapons tightly, bracing themselves for the child's onslaught. Ding! Sea-level malevolent spirit, origin. An orphan, isolated by peers, deceived into the haunted house, ultimately scared to death. The child ghost suddenly lunged towards them with astonishing speed. Lu Feng swiftly swung his peachwood sword, aiming to cleave the child ghost. The sword shimmered with a golden light, possessing formidable restraining power against malevolent spirits. Sensing the potency of the peachwood sword, the child ghost hastily dodged. Xia Yuyan's doppelganger also sprang into action, charging at the child ghost, initiating a fierce battle. The doppelganger exuded immense strength, engaging the child ghost in a stalemate. He dares to appear so brazenly. He must have some tricks up his sleeve. Meanwhile, Lu Feng sought an opportunity, preparing to deliver a decisive blow to the child ghost. The battle within the haunted house intensified, the child ghost's destructive capabilities gradually revealing themselves. His attacks were ferocious, easily shattering nearby props. Watch out! Lu Feng and Xia Yuyan had to tread cautiously to avoid being struck by the child ghost's assaults. During the skirmish with Xia Yuyan's doppelganger, the child ghost revealed a vulnerability. Seizing the moment, Lu Feng thrust his peachwood sword towards the child's eye. The child ghost felt the impending danger and attempted to evade, but was nonetheless pierced in one eye by the sword. A wail of agony escaped his lips, and his offensive power diminished significantly. Lu Feng and Xia Yuyan seized the opportunity to unleash a barrage of attacks on the child ghost, just as they believed victory was within their grasp. The child ghost shrieked, "You will bully me! You will bully me!" Suddenly, the child ghost unleashed a powerful wave of energy. The force sent Lu Feng and Xia Yuyan staggering back several steps. The child ghost glared at Lu Feng and Xia Yuyan, his eyes ablaze with fury, his entire being radiating resentment. "I will take you down with me, and then you'll be able to stay with me forever." Ha 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 ha. The malevolent energy emanating from him caused the very walls of the haunted house to tremble. Your plight is indeed tragic, but duty is duty. Lu Feng retrieved a flame talisman from his pocket, hurling it at the child ghost. The talisman ignited mid-air, releasing a formidable blaze. The child ghost, preoccupied with unleashing his malevolence, was unable to evade, and the flame talisman struck him, eliciting a cry of anguish. Flames engulfed him, encasing him within their fiery embrace. The child struggled amid the flames, but ultimately could not escape their consuming grasp. Why is this world so unfair? His body gradually succumbed to the flames, reducing him to a pile of ashes, his power absorbed by Xia Yuyan. Ding! Sea-level vengeful spirit eliminated. Reward: 100 spirit coins. Ding! Spirit master experience increased. Lu Feng turned to Xia Yuyan. Will absorbing his power affect you? After all, his resentment runs deep. Xia Yuyan shook her head, indicating that she was fine. In truth, I can sense that his hatred towards us is not profound. He emerged today simply to seek the end of his own existence. He is so lonely here by himself. Lu Feng was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, malevolent spirits may also be victims of others' malice, their deep-seated resentments giving rise to their existence. Let us depart. Xia Yuyan nodded in agreement, following Lu Feng out. Today, it was the malevolent spirit that came forth, but not all spirits are like this. Consider it an introductory lesson. It seems I must intensify my training. Chapter 6. The 5 female ghosts of the small building. A simple transaction. The sunset continued to stain the sky a vivid red as Lu Feng drove along the road in his Volkswagen, while Xia Yuyan absorbed the power she had just acquired. By the way, how did you encounter Sister Mei Jing? Did you sense that she was a ghost? Lu Feng inquired. Xia Yuyan shook her head. My sister brought me to stay at Sister Mei Jing's building. They are good friends. What is your sister's strength? Is she kind? To be honest, I'm still a bit frightened living with you all, Lu Feng asked again. My sister has a very kind disposition and possesses nearly a level strength. She can already begin to form her own ghost domain, Xia Yuyan replied, her eyes opening. Ghost domain? Lu Feng parked the car by the roadside. Turning to Xia Yuyan looked at Lu Feng's bewildered expression. Aren't you a ghost hunter? You don't know this. Each level grants us special abilities. C level and B level each gain one ability, while A level specifically acquires their own ghost domain. I am unsure about the abilities beyond that. We reside in Sister Meijing's building without concern because of the existence of her ghost domain. Lu Feng nodded, feeling somewhat astonished. System, why didn't you inform me of any of this? Ding, you never asked. Lu Feng was rendered speechless. Aside from you and your sister, how many more individuals are there? Lu Feng restarted the car, speeding towards home point 2. They instructed me not to divulge their information to you. So you must discover it yourself. But I advise caution. They are not as naive as Sister Meijing, Xia Yuyan warned. Lu Feng nodded, realizing he was living with 5 female ghosts. Sister Meijing was already accounted for, and Xia Yuyan should be easily able to form a contract, but he was uncertain about the remaining 3 before long. They returned to the small building, where Sister Meijing had been waiting downstairs. Sister Meijing, we're back, Xia Yuyan exclaimed, throwing herself into Lin Meijing's embrace. The latter pinched Xia Yuyan's cheek, scolding, you little rascal, Xiaofeng has already told me everything. When your sister returns, I will definitely inform her about your reckless behavior. Xia Yuyan's face fell, burying her head in Lin Meijing's bosom. I just wanted to help the teacher. Lin Meijing looked up at Lu Feng, her eyes filled with reproach. You two, it's one thing for the child not to understand. But why are you following along with such nonsense? Ding, Lin Meijing's favorability increased by 5. Lu Feng scratched his head. Sister Meijing, I'm sorry. I promise to make sure she goes home next time. Lin Meijing sighed. Fine, let's head home now. I've prepared dinner for you both. At the dining table. Xia Yuyan recounted the events of the afternoon to Lin Meijing, who diligently served Lu Feng more food, casting sharp glances at him as if to say he must finish every bite. Lu Feng devoured his meal fervently, partly out of fear of Lin Meijing and partly because the food was truly delicious, and he was genuinely hungry. After Xia Yuyan finished her meal, she kissed Lin Meijing on the cheek and departed. Leaving Lu Feng alone with Lin Meijing in the future, you cannot involve Yuyan in such matters, understand? Lin Meijing admonished firmly. Lu Feng nodded vigorously. Lin Meijing then sat on Lu Feng's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. Speaking softly, don't hold it against me. Yuyan has a sister, and what if something happens to her? In the future, call me for such matters. I still possess some strength. Lu Feng embraced Lin Meijing's slender waist, his face reddening as he replied, Sister Meijing, I don't blame you. I just don't want anyone to get hurt. Lin Meijing smiled gently, kissing Lu Feng. Moments later, they parted. Lin Meijing got up from Lu Feng's lap. I'll clean up the dining table and take a shower first. I'll come find you upstairs later. Thus, Lu Feng ascended to the 6th floor, and as he passed the 5th floor, he knocked on the door. Xia Yuyan, wrapped in a bathrobe, opened the door. Upon seeing Lu Feng, she smiled slightly. Teacher, you're not planning to do something bad to me, are you? Sister Meijing is still downstairs. She whispered. Lu Feng flicked Xia Yuyan on the forehead. I have no interest in children. I came to discuss something else. The latter looked skeptical but pulled Lu Feng inside. The room was in utter disarray, littered with trash and undergarments carelessly draped over chairs, and the sofa, it was a complete mess. Xia Yuyan led Lu Feng to sit on the sofa and inquired about his reason for visiting. Lu Feng explained his desire to form a contract with her, revealing that he had already established a contract with Lin Meijing. Xia Yuyan smiled. It's not impossible to form a contract with me, but you must help me tidy up the house. I don't want to trouble Sister Meijing anymore. Also, you need to help me with my studies. Lu Feng nodded in agreement. These conditions were not difficult. Ding. Successfully formed a contract with C-level female ghost Xia Yuyan. Reward, 200 spirit coins. Contracting a female ghost will yield additional rewards upon level advancement. Ding. Acquired Shadow Doppelganger ability. Ding. Congratulations. Host has advanced to C-level Spirit Master. Power significantly enhanced. Reward, 300 spirit coins. Xia Yuyan experienced the contract, feeling an extraordinary sensation. Lu Feng began cleaning the house. After a considerable time, the house finally appeared somewhat tidy. Wiping his brow, Lu Feng addressed Xia Yuyan. Let us leave the rest for tomorrow. I'm heading back now. She pointed to a pile of undergarments nearby. The clothes haven't been washed yet. Lu Feng could no longer contain himself. He sat beside Xia Yuyan, pressing her onto his thigh and delivering 2 swift slaps to her pert posterior. You foolish girl, do you really expect me to assist you with such matters? What on earth are you thinking? Lu Feng exclaimed in exasperation. Teacher, I was merely joking. You should hurry back to accompany Sister Meijing, Xia Yuyan replied. Her cheeks flushed. Lu Feng released her and strode directly towards the door. Do keep your voice down today, teacher. You were far too loud yesterday, Xia Yuyan said, grinning mischievously. Lu Feng could only shake his head in resignation. That night, Lu Feng lay in bed, contemplating the system. Spirit Master, Lu Feng level. C abilities, Heavenly Eye. Shadow Clone Contracted Female Spirits. Lin Meijing, B. Xia Yuyan, C. Spirit Coins. 1100. It seems I need to save up 5,000 coins to purchase the Spirit Master technique. This would greatly benefit both Meijing and myself. However, relying solely on my own efforts to track malevolent spirits is proving to be exceedingly difficult. I must devise a solution to this predicament. Just then, a knock resonated at the door, prompting Lu Feng to open it promptly. Lin Meijing entered, adorned in a delicate purple slip dress. Sister Meijing, you've come. Is there something you need? Lu Feng inquired. Lin Meijing shyly fidgeted with her fingers. I just wanted to ask if you are free tomorrow night. I would like to invite you to a movie. Lu Feng responded with a smile. Of course. The weekend is approaching, and I would like to invite you out on a date as well. Lin Meijing nodded, her face aglow with bashfulness. Then you should rest well, she said, turning to leave, only to be halted by Lu Feng. He scooped her up in his arms, declaring, Sister Meijing, since you're here, why not stay and sleep with me? But you must behave, as I have classes tomorrow. Lin Meijing nodded, bashful and compliant like a small kitten. Chapter 7. The Hidden Perils of the Shangguan Family. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, bathing the room in warmth. Lu Feng slowly opened his eyes, gazing down at Lin Meijing, who lay in his embrace, as gentle as a kitten. His heart swelled with warmth. He had never anticipated finding himself in such an unusual predicament with a female spirit. Yet he bore no regrets about his arrival here. Living in this place had not only granted him a tender and beautiful female spirit, but also bestowed upon him extraordinary powers. Lin Meijing remained lost in slumber, her long lashes fluttering slightly, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Lu Feng gently pressed a kiss to her forehead before rising cautiously, mindful not to disturb her. After freshening up, he entered the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Soon, the enticing aroma wafted through the air, rousing Lin Meijing from her dreams. She opened her eyes to the unfamiliar yet comforting surroundings, a radiant smile blooming on her face. After adjusting her clothing and hair, she stepped out of the room and quietly approached Lu Feng, who was busy in the kitchen. Little Feng, I didn't expect you to be up so early. Lu Feng turned, smiling as he replied, You're awake? Go wash up. I'll call an IZ to join us for breakfast. Lin Meijing nodded and headed to the bathroom. By the time she returned to the living room, Lu Feng had laid out breakfast on the table. Fried eggs, bread, milk, and fruit. Simple yet nutritious. Xia Yuyan, clad in a fuzzy nightgown, had already taken a seat, her expression one of reluctance, clearly still in need of more sleep. Lin Meijing's heart swelled with joy. This was the life she had always desired, longing for someone like Lu Feng to lean on. She sat beside Lu Feng, offering him a piece of fried egg. You've worked hard. This should have been my responsibility. After taking a bite of the egg, Lu Feng shook his head. Sister Meijing, let me handle breakfast from now on. I don't want you to tire yourself out. Lin Meijing felt deeply touched. Had it not been for Xia Yuyan's presence, she might have thrown herself at him in gratitude. Xia Yuyan watched the two of them, utterly speechless. There's no saving her. Sister Meijing is completely smitten and utterly under teacher's spell. As Xia Yuyan had classes in the afternoon, Lu Feng set off for school alone. The morning classes concluded swiftly, and Lu Feng spent his time in the office investigating any recent supernatural occurrences. Yet he found nothing and decided to head to the cafeteria for a meal. While walking along the school path, he encountered an elderly man who appeared quite haggard, with pronounced dark circles under his eyes. Clearly suffering from a lack of young energy, Lu Feng recognized him as the esteemed Professor Shangguan, not only a revered scholar but also the head of the Shangguan family. Suddenly, Professor Shangguan stumbled, nearly falling forward, prompting Lu Feng to rush to his aid. Professor Shangguan, are you all right? Lu Feng asked urgently. The professor shook his head. I'm fine, thank you, young friend. May I ask your name? Lu Feng, the new teacher. Professor, you appear to be lacking in young energy, Lu Feng remarked earnestly. Lacking in young energy? Professor Shangguan was taken aback. Lu Feng nodded and assisted the professor to a nearby bench, as it was lunchtime and the area was relatively deserted. Regardless of whether you believe me, I can assure you that you are currently being drained of yang energy by a spirit, Lu Feng stated firmly. The professor's condition mirrored that of Lu Feng's intense battle with Lin Meijing, albeit more severe, likely the result of a prolonged issue. Professor Shangguan sighed, I must confess, I have sensed this for some time, but I have truly done nothing about it. My health declines day by day, and I cannot replenish my yang energy. Lu Feng produced a yang restoration pill and handed it to Professor Shangguan. If you trust me, please take this. It should alleviate your symptoms. After a moment of hesitation, Professor Shangguan accepted the pill and consumed it. Instantly, warmth flooded his body, and the fatigue began to dissipate. His expression turned to one of excitement as he grasped Lu Feng's hand. Young friend Lu, I had no idea you possessed such remarkable abilities. Lu Feng quickly shook his head. I cannot claim to be extraordinary. I have merely alleviated your symptoms. To achieve full recovery, we must uncover the source of your yang energy depletion. After a moment of contemplation, Professor Shangguan proposed, why not accompany me to my home? Perhaps there is an issue there that requires your insight. Rest assured, regardless of whether we uncover any problems, I will ensure you receive a generous reward. Lu Feng nodded, eager for any leads regarding malevolent spirits. Shortly thereafter, a Porsche pulled up before them, and a striking young woman in a white dress emerged. While she may not have been as beautiful as Xia Yuyan, her poise was far more refined. Grandfather, who is this? The woman inquired, eyeing Lu Feng with curiosity. Professor Shangguan smiled at Lu Feng. This is Lu Feng, the teacher who just assisted me. Without his help, you may not have seen me again. The young woman expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Teacher Lu. I am Shangguan Hanyue. I appreciate your assistance in saving my grandfather. Lu Feng nodded slightly. It is a pleasure to meet you, Shangguan classmate. Young friend Lu? Let us be on our way, Professor Shangguan urged. The three of them climbed into the Porsche, heading towards the Shangguan residence. Inside the car, Professor Shangguan sighed. I must confess to you, young friend, I am aware of the existence of spirits. Hanyue's father is a member of the Longya. Lu Feng was taken aback. He had not expected Professor Shangguan to have knowledge of such matters, and Shangguan Hanyue's nonchalance indicated she was also aware. Young friend, I cannot divulge much, but should you wish to learn more, I can recommend you for entry into Longya, Professor Shangguan offered. Lu Feng shook his head. I apologize, but I have no plans to do so at this time. Professor Shangguan chuckled. No worries. Should you wish to join in the future, simply let me know, and I will assist with your introduction. Lu Feng smiled, nodding in agreement. It seemed this world held many secrets yet to be discovered. After a moment's hesitation, Professor Shangguan asked, Young friend, do you have any remaining yang restoration pills? I am willing to pay a handsome price for them. Lu Feng shook his head apologetically. I'm afraid I do not have any more. I hope you won't hold it against me, Professor. Professor Shangguan hastily replied, Young friend, you jest? I am grateful to you. The pill you provided was clearly precious, and I am already deeply touched by your generosity. As Shangguan Hanyue listened to the exchange between Lu Feng and her grandfather, her curiosity about him grew. Soon, the Porsche stopped before an opulent villa, its grandeur immense, spanning the size of half a football field. Two maids emerged to greet them. Upon exiting the car, Lu Feng immediately activated his heavenly eye, scanning the surroundings. Chapter 8. The Malevolent Spirit Within the Jade. Can the abilities bind it? Professor, please have everyone in the villa step outside. Lu Feng instructed. The professor nodded and sent Shangguan Hanyue to relay the message. Shortly thereafter, Professor Shangguan's wife, Chunli, along with a butler and two maids, emerged from the villa. Old man, what's going on? Chunli inquired. Her tone one of impatience. I have invited a teacher to investigate whether there are any malevolent entities in our home, Professor Shangguan replied with a smile. Chunli scrutinized Lu Feng, noting his youth, and expressed her disdain. Him? So young? Old man, you can't possibly believe he can help. Shangguan Hanyue quickly interjected. Mom, please don't be rude. Lu Feng remained silent, using his heavenly eye to scan the group and finding no anomalies. He turned to Professor Shangguan and suggested, shall we proceed inside? Young friend Lu, my daughter-in-law can be rather abrasive. Please do not take offense. She has a sharp tongue but a kind heart, Professor Shangguan remarked. Leading Lu Feng into the villa, with Shangguan Hanyue following closely behind. The villa's interior was lavishly adorned, a clear testament to the wealth of the Shangguan family. Lu Feng meticulously observed his surroundings, searching for any suspicious items. After observing for a while without success, he turned to Professor Shangguan and said, Professor, would you kindly take me to your room? since everyone in your household is unharmed. It stands to reason that the issue lies within your quarters. Miss Hanyu need not accompany us. There may be potential dangers, and I cannot guarantee your safety. Shangguan Hanyu earnestly stated, I can be of assistance. Professor Shangguan smiled and replied, my young friend, my granddaughter possesses considerable strength. Let her accompany us. Lu Feng, after hearing this, could only nod in resignation. Upon their arrival at Professor Shangguan's room, Lu Feng's gaze was immediately drawn to a jade lion positioned on the bedside table. With the aid of his celestial vision, he discovered that it housed a B-grade malevolent spirit. Lu Feng pointed at the jade lion and stated earnestly, Professor, it must be that stone lion. Professor Shangguan was taken aback, exclaiming, Ah, this was a birthday gift from my brother. How could he wish to harm me? Shangguan Hanyu supported her grandfather, saying, Grandfather, this must be the object in question. Ever since you brought it home, your health has been deteriorating. Young friend, can you assist me in dealing with it? My son is currently not in Kyoto, Professor Shangguan inquired. Lu Feng nodded, I likely cannot handle this B-grade malevolent spirit just yet. We should take it back for now and enlist Sister Meijing's help. However, as Lu Feng reached out to touch the stone lion, a surge of malevolent energy erupted forth, prompting him to swiftly evade with his heightened senses. The malevolent energy surged directly toward Professor Shangguan, and Lu Feng immediately activated his shadow clone to intercept it. Ding! B-grade malevolent spirit detected. Host, please respond with caution. The shadow clone wielded a peachwood sword, cleaving through the malevolent energy, splitting it in two. Yet, the energy remained undeterred, continuing its advance toward Professor Shangguan. This is not good. Lu Feng swiftly employed a speed talisman, racing toward the Shangguan duo. In a critical moment, Shangguan Hanyu conjured an ice shield to defend against the malevolent energy. Albeit being pushed back several steps, as the malevolent energy realized its attack had failed, it retreated back to the jade lion, which shattered spontaneously, revealing the B-grade malevolent spirit within. As soon as the spirit emerged, it lunged at Lu Feng with claws bared, its ferocity suggesting it intended to tear him to shreds. Lu Feng evaded hastily, the spirit's assaults coming like a torrential storm, swift and powerful. Just as Shangguan Hanyu prepared to assist, Lu Feng shouted, Miss Hanyu, just protect the professor. Biting her lip in resignation, Shangguan Hanyu positioned herself in front of Professor Shangguan, vigilantly watching the malevolent spirit. Despite the ongoing effects of the speed talisman, both Lu Feng and his shadow clone struggled to inflict any significant damage on the spirit. In a moment of miscalculation, Lu Feng's main body was struck heavily by the spirit, causing excruciating pain in his chest. As if his bones were shattering with this blow, the shadow clone dissipated instantly. Seeing Lu Feng grievously injured, the malevolent spirit relaxed its guard, believing victory was assured. At that moment, Shangguan Hanyu seized the opportunity, summoning an ice spike and forcefully striking the ground, instantly releasing a wave of cold that immobilized the spirit's feet. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Lu Feng swiftly retrieved the binding rope. Muttering incantations under his breath, the binding rope, as if imbued with life, surged toward the spirit, ensnaring it tightly. The spirit struggled vehemently but was unable to break free from the binding rope's grasp. Lu Feng, refusing to delay, raised his peachwood sword, and with a flash of light, the spirit was captured within the sword. Releasing a sigh of relief, he felt his strength wane, nearly collapsing to the ground. Shangguan Hanyu hurried over to support Lu Feng, asking, Are you all right, teacher? Lu Feng shook his head. I am fine. I am grateful for your assistance. Professor Shangguan approached as well, expressing his gratitude. Young friend, I owe you my life today. Without your intervention, I would not have survived. Lu Feng drank a healing potion, managing a weak smile. Professor, there is no need for such formalities. Just keep this matter confidential. At that moment, Chun-Li and the others rushed in, inquiring about the commotion. It's nothing. My young friend discovered an issue with the jade lion on my bedside, but it has been resolved, Professor Shangguan explained with a smile. Lu Feng added, Since the matter is settled, I shall take my leave. After hearing this, Professor Shangguan exchanged glances with Shangguan Hanyu, who promptly produced a bank card. Teacher, here is 100,000. Please do not think poorly of it. It is all I have on hand. Lu Feng hesitated at the sight of the card, knowing that with his current salary, it would take him a decade to earn such an amount. With this money, at least his parents could cease their laborious farming. After a moment's contemplation, he accepted the card. I shall not refuse. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance, and I will lend my full support. With that, he departed. Professor Shangwan chuckled. Indeed, a commendable character. Hanyue, go and see our teacher off. Shangwan Hanyue hurriedly pursued Lu Feng. Old man, while 100,000 is not a significant sum for our family, that was rather casual. Chanli remarked, displeased. Professor Shangwan struck her lightly with his cane, admonishing her. You lack understanding of human emotions. Teacher Lu Feng provided me with a miraculous elixir today and faced the malevolent spirit without fear. He is destined to become a significant figure. To associate with such a person is worth even 10 million. Chapter 9. The ability user. Li Yalan's strength. Just as Lu Feng exited the villa, he felt a sweet taste in his throat and coughed up blood. Shangwan Hanyue, who had just caught up, quickly handed him a pink handkerchief, saying, Teacher, please wipe your mouth. Lu Feng accepted the handkerchief, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Miss Hanyue, as he dabbed at the blood on his lips. Allow me to take you home. I am quite worried about you in this state, Shangwan Hanyue said with concern. After a moment's thought, Lu Feng nodded in agreement. On the way, Lu Feng glanced at the focused Shangwan Hanyue driving and asked, What was that ice ability you used earlier? She glanced at him and replied slowly, I shall share a secret with you, but you must not disclose it to anyone else. It is my ability. Ability? Lu Feng was astonished. He had thought encountering malevolent spirits was extraordinary enough, yet there were also so-called ability users. How did you realize you had awakened this ability? Lu Feng inquired, puzzled. Shangwan Hanyue, with a look of regret, said, I am sorry, but I cannot disclose that. However, if you wish to learn more, you may consult Director Morong. Lu Feng nodded, piecing together the implications. The Longya organization was the state's force against malevolent spirits, primarily composed of ability users. They likely dispatched individuals like Morong Shui to identify potential ability users and invite them to join Longya, ultimately assisting them in awakening their powers. Not long after, Lu Feng alighted from a convenience store, and after exchanging phone numbers with Shangwan Hanyue, she urged him to take care before departing. Lu Feng headed home, transferring 500,000 to his parents as he passed a bank. As he reached his doorstep, his parents called him. Xiaofeng, why did you suddenly send us money and such a large sum? Please do not do anything reckless. Lu Feng smiled. Mom, this is money I earned with my classmates. You need not work anymore. Just stay home and enjoy yourselves. From now on, I will take care of you. At that moment, he felt immense joy. Declaring such words to his parents made him feel victorious in life. Xiaofeng, we trust you. We will accept the money for now. But if you need anything, please let us know. Take good care of yourself out there. All right. If you run short on funds, just tell us. Hearing this made Lu Feng's eyes misty. Understood. Please take care of yourselves too. By the way, Xiaofeng, do you have a girlfriend? If so, bring her home for us to meet. Lu Feng awkwardly chuckled. Just then, the suddenly appearing Xia Yuyan snatched his phone away. Hello, uncle and aunt. I am the teacher's girlfriend, Xia Yuyan, she sweetly announced. Lu Feng hastily reclaimed his phone, saying, Mom, don't listen to her nonsense. She is just one of my students. I have to hang up now. With that, he ended the call, glaring at Xia Yuyan in frustration. Seeing his expression, Xia Yuyan pouted and said, Don't be angry. Fengge, I just wanted to make your parents happy. Hearing this, Lu Feng's ire dissipated. I'll let this slide this time. Let us head home. If anything arises, I'll need your help and Sister Meijing's. Xia Yuyan smiled slightly, linking arms with Lu Feng as they walked home. Upon arriving at Meijing's residence, they settled on the sofa, where Li Yalan, donned in a black dress, cast a chilling gaze their way. Xia Yuyan quickly released her hold and ran to sit beside Li Yalan, clinging to her arm and pouting, Sister Yalan, you're back. I missed you so much during these few days. Li Yalan regarded Xia Yuyan coldly, stating, Is that so? You must have been quite content, considering your opportunities to seduce men. She exuded an aura of formidable power, resembling a queen. Xia Yuyan, hearing this, buried her face in Li Yalan's embrace. Sister Yalan, that's too much. I'm getting upset. Ding, a grade female ghost detected, with hostile intent toward the host. Please exercise caution. Lu Feng observed Li Yalan and introduced himself. Miss Li Yalan, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. My name is Lu Feng. Li Yalan glanced at him, her expression unwelcoming. I have no desire to know you. Please leave. Yalan, Lin Meijing, shaking her head in exasperation, stood up and pulled Lu Feng to sit down. Teacher Xiaofeng, do not take it to heart. Yalan's temperament is simply like that, Lin Meijing said gently. Lu Feng smiled. Meijing, I came to seek your assistance, and it would benefit all of you, Dao. What is it? Meijing inquired, puzzled. Lu Feng summoned a peachwood sword, within which was sealed an A-grade malevolent spirit. I implore you to assist me in vanquishing it. In doing so, you shall also be able to absorb its power. You must be nearing A-grade by now. Upon hearing this, Meijing turned to Li Yalan, who in turn looked at Lu Feng. Out of consideration for their sake, she agreed to help him and headed outside. Lin Meijing followed closely behind Lu Feng, while Xia Yuyan hurriedly grabbed a lollipop from the table and joined them. Upon reaching the basement, Li Yalan snapped her fingers, and a gravitational field materialized before them. Release it! Lu Feng nodded and unleashed the malevolent spirit from the sword. As soon as it appeared, it was forcefully suppressed by the gravitational field. Li Yalan conjured a crystal-clear ice spear in her hand and plunged it into the spirit's neck. Breaking through its defenses, she then turned to Lu Feng, stating, It's your turn now. Lu Feng wielded the peachwood sword and swiftly beheaded the spirit, which gradually dissipated, transforming into energy that Lin Meijing and Xia Yuyan absorbed. Ding! B-grade malevolent spirit slain. Reward, 300 soul coins. Ding! Detected A-grade female ghost affection towards the host. 10. Current level, 0. Please continue your efforts to win over Li Yalan. Lu Feng, upon hearing this, was at a loss for words. Li Yalan bore an expression that suggested she wished for his demise, and yet she expected him to pursue her. Utterly impossible. At that moment, Li Yalan placed her hand on Lu Feng's shoulder. Her voice icy as she warned, You better behaved. If Meijing suffers any grievances, you'll regret it. With that, she departed. Ding! Successful contact with Li Yalan, Li Yalan. A great ability. Ice, summoning domain. Gravitational space personality, cold, tough on the outside but soft-hearted. Highly capable, affection level, 0. Teacher, thank you for considering us, Xia Yuyan said as she pulled Lin Meijing over. Lu Feng smiled gently. Suddenly, Lin Meijing noticed a blood-stained handkerchief in Lu Feng's pocket and quickly pulled it out, discovering it had been thoroughly soaked in blood. Concerned, she asked, Did you get hurt while capturing the spirit? Why didn't you tell me? Xia Yuyan also tugged at Lu Feng's clothing, revealing bruises on his chest. Seeing the troubled expressions on the two women's faces, Lu Feng hurriedly reassured them, It's nothing serious, just a minor injury. Lin Meijing gazed at Lu Feng with a sorrowful expression, saying, Do you not consider me one of your own? You got hurt and didn't inform me. As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes. Lu Feng, witnessing her distress, quickly embraced her, insisting, I'm really fine. See, I'm okay. Xia Yuyan, sensing the moment, excused herself, leaving space for Lu Feng and Lin Meijing. Lu Feng held Lin Meijing tightly, feeling her slight tremors. After a while, her emotions gradually calmed. Lu Feng gazed at her tenderly and softly said, All right, don't worry anymore. I promise to be more careful in the future. Lin Meijing sniffled and nodded slightly. Lu Feng released her, extending his hand. Lin Meijing hesitated for a moment before placing her hand in his. Their hands intertwined tightly, as if a warm current flowed between them. Chapter 10. A date, ghosts on the screen. Before long, they found themselves on the bustling streets. This was their first date, an extraordinary rendezvous between a human and a ghost. The street was alive with activity. Shadows flitting past. The sunset cast a warm glow over them, enveloping them in a radiant light. Lu Feng turned to Lin Meijing, who radiated a blend of shyness and happiness. A wave of tenderness washed over Lu Feng. He silently vowed to protect this unique, ghostly landlord. The movie won't start for a while. Let us grab some hot pot first, Lu Feng suggested. Lin Meijing nodded, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. They strolled along the street, searching for a suitable hot pot restaurant. Soon, they discovered a cozy-looking establishment. Lu Feng led Lin Meijing inside, where the warmth and aroma enveloped them. They found a quiet corner to sit, and a cheerful server approached with the menu. Lu Feng handed the menu to Lin Meijing, allowing her to choose first. As they awaited their meal, Lu Feng and Lin Meijing engaged in soft conversation, sharing stories and feelings, as if time had come to a standstill. Lu Feng looked into Lin Meijing's eyes, which brimmed with kindness and warmth. He knew he had fallen deeply in love with this ghostly landlord. Finally, the hot pot arrived, bubbling and fragrant. Eagerly, Lu Feng and Lin Meijing began to prepare their meal. Laughing and chatting as they savored the food. In that moment, They forgot all their worries and dangers, lost in each other's company. After finishing their meal, Lu Feng and Lin Meijing stepped out of the restaurant, hand in hand, continuing their leisurely stroll down the street, cherishing this rare moment of tranquility. So, what movie are we going to watch? Lu Feng inquired. Lin Meijing promptly retrieved 2 tickets from her bag and handed them to Lu Feng. Upon examining the tickets, he noted the title, Midnight Terror. Lin Meijing shyly explained, Yuyan said it's better to watch a horror film on a first date, so I researched and found this one. They say it's the scariest, with some even having fainted from fright. Lu Feng cupped Lin Meijing's face and teased, Well then, Meijing, you must protect me. She shyly nodded, clenching her fists as she declared, Don't worry, Teacher Xiaofeng, even if ghosts appear, I'll send them packing. Lu Feng was taken aback. Lin Meijing embodied the perfect blend of a mature woman's sensuality and a youthful girl's innocence. He leaned in and kissed her, causing her to panic slightly, aware that they were in public with many eyes upon them. Lin Meijing, momentarily startled, forgot that she was a B-grade female ghost. She could easily push him away but instead clung tightly to him. After a long moment, their lips parted, a delicate thread connecting them. Lu Feng gazed at Lin Meijing, his eyes ablaze with intensity, making her feel overwhelmingly bashful as she lowered her gaze, unable to meet his. I thought we should hurry to the movie, Lin Meijing stammered nervously. Lu Feng smiled and nodded, taking her hand as they headed toward the cinema. Lin Meijing watched Lu Feng's back, her cheeks flushed. She never expected someone could enter her life so briefly yet cause her to fall so deeply in love. Following a tragic accident that claimed her parents, she had transformed into a ghost, living alone for a year until she met Xia Yin's sister and Li Yalan. The 4 of them established a home in the small building left by Lin Meijing's parents. And soon Li Yalan's friends joined, forming a family of 5 female ghosts. Lin Meijing took on the role of caretaker for the studying Xia Yuyan, while Li Yalan became the chairperson of a powerful corporation. And Xia Yuyan's sister served as director of a private hospital, with Li Yalan's friends ensuring their safety. Soon, they arrived at the cinema, the clock striking 10 in the evening. The lobby was dimly lit. Creating an air of mystery, hand in hand, they walked toward the screening room, with Lin Meijing's cheeks still flushed, her heart racing from the passionate kiss they had just shared. Upon entering the theater, they found it sparsely populated, with only a few couples scattered about, most likely seeking thrills. These couples whispered to one another or nestled close, eagerly anticipating the film's beginning. After finding their seats, Lu Feng and Lin Meijing settled in, the plush seats easing their tension. Lin Meijing clung tightly to Lu Feng's arm, seeking comfort. The horror film soon commenced, presented from a first-person perspective, immersing the audience in a world of terror and uncertainty. The screen depicted dark scenes and eerie sound effects, sending chills down spines. Initially, Lin Meijing felt a surge of anxiety, but she quickly became engrossed in the film's plot. At that moment, an alert sounded, ding. C-grade female ghost detected. Lu Feng's alertness surged. He glanced at Lin Meijing, who remained blissfully unaware, absorbed in the film. Intrigued, Lu Feng activated his celestial vision and discovered the female ghost manifesting on the screen. He pondered, Well then, let us see what you're up to. The ghost flickered in and out of view on the screen, her form occasionally obscured, at times becoming distinctly clear. Her long hair cascaded down, obscuring most of her face, revealing only a pair of hollow, lifeless eyes that seemed to brim with sorrow and anguish, evoking sympathy in those who beheld her. Lu Feng couldn't help but wonder why this ghost appeared here. Did she have a purpose? As the film progressed, the ghost's appearances grew more frequent. She would cackle ominously from dark corners and suddenly materialize behind the protagonist, eliciting screams from the audience. Lu Feng remained unperturbed, calmly analyzing the ghost's behavior. He noted that she did not seem intent on harming anyone. Rather, she appeared absorbed in her role, fascinating. He fixated on the screen, determined not to miss any of the ghost's movements. Lin Meijing soon sensed Lu Feng's unusual demeanor and gently tugged at his arm. Asking, Teacher Xiaofeng, what's wrong? Lu Feng smiled faintly, assuring her, It's nothing. Just keep watching the movie. Although Lin Meijing felt a hint of confusion, she nodded and tightened her grip on Lu Feng's arm, fully immersing herself in the film once more. As the movie approached its climax, the ghost's figure became increasingly distinct. She began to move slowly across the screen, as if searching for something. Lu Feng's heart stirred. He believed he understood the ghost's intent. As the film concluded, The lights illuminated the theater, prompting the audience to rise and depart. However, Lu Feng and Lin Meijing remained seated, quietly waiting for others to leave. When the screening room was left with just the two of them, Lu Feng finally stood up. He gazed at the spot on the screen where the female ghost had vanished, his heart brimming with perplexity. Lin Meijing followed suit, looking at Lu Feng and inquiring, "Xiao Feng, what have you discovered?" Lu Feng chuckled, exclaiming, "What a theatrical female ghost!" With that, he took Lin Meijing's hand and exited the cinema. After their departure, a female ghost peeked out, pondering, "Does he know of my existence?" Furthermore, he accompanied by a beautiful ghost sister. Can humans and ghosts truly coexist? Chapter 11. Exclusively for the 5 female ghosts, you seem quite joyful, Lin Meijing remarked, observing Lu Feng's beaming expression. Indeed, after watching today's film, I am more convinced than ever that we can find happiness together, Lu Feng reflected. A C-grade female ghost, amidst a throng of humans, narrating her new life in her own unique way, filled with hope for existence. Once, Lu Feng was merely a university student from a rural background, who, through sheer determination, attained the role of a university lecturer, yet his life remained chaotic. However, sunshine always follows the storm. To make a living, Lu Feng arrived at Lin Meijing's small building, courteously addressing her as sister, and from that moment, his life transformed. Had Lu Feng not chosen to utter that word sister, perhaps he would have led an ordinary life. Oblivious to the matters of Longya and ghosts, Lu Feng tightened his grip on Lin Meijing's hand, exclaiming, "Meijing Jie, it is time for our final destination." "Final destination?" Lin Meijing queried, puzzled. Lu Feng smiled subtly while gazing towards a distant hotel. Upon seeing this, Lin Meijing's cheeks flushed slightly. "Are we not returning?" "You were too loud. You might disturb their rest," Lu Feng chuckled. It's all your fault." The following day, Lu Feng yawned as he arrived at school. He noticed a significant enhancement in his physical prowess after his promotion. Last night, he had managed to gain a slight upper hand, and upon advancing to B-grade Ghost Master, he should be able to completely suppress Lin Meijing. Upon entering the office and settling down, a female teacher approached him. "Lu Laoshi, Director Morong wishes to see you after class." Lu Feng nodded in response, pondering, "What does Morong Shui want from me? I haven't made any mistakes recently." Nevertheless, he decided to find out after class. Soon after, he entered the classroom with his textbooks. Xia Yiyan sat in the front row as usual, but today, another girl accompanied her, Shangguan Hanyue, another campus belle. She was exquisitely dressed today, yet not ostentatious, accentuating her beauty and graceful demeanor. "Hello, teacher. I just transferred here today. I hope to receive your guidance in the future," Shangguan Hanyue smiled. The classmates immediately began to murmur amongst themselves, "The goddess Shangguan has joined our class. I didn't even notice while I was gaming. Indeed, the goddess is smiling. So beautiful. I'm so delighted. I must ask for her WeChat later. Shangguan, it's a pleasure to meet you. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I will do my utmost to assist you," Lu Feng said with a smile, secretly speculating on Shangguan Hanyue's intentions. Xia Yuyan, upon hearing this, wore a displeased expression and muttered angrily, "Vixen! How dare she openly flirt with the teacher?" After saying this, Xia Yuyan picked up her bag and left the classroom. Lu Feng looked at Xia Yuyan, bewildered. "Xia, class is about to start. Return quickly." Shortly after, Xia Yuyan returned, having not only shed her usual disguise but also applied makeup. Her striking beauty was almost unreal, and when she sat beside Shangguan Hanyue, she completely overshadowed the latter's allure. The classmates were once again unsettled. "Is this really Xia Yuyan? Although I've heard she's beautiful, I never imagined she would be this stunning." "Exactly. She's more beautiful than most female stars. Who cares about her temperament? From now on, I will be Xia Yuyan's loyal dog." "You bunch of creatures who think with your lower halves are truly disgusting. Just moments ago, you were praising Shangguan Hanyue as the top belle, and now you've switched sides." "Exactly. She's dressing up for the teacher, not for you. TCH, just admit you're envious and jealous." "Silence!" Lu Feng bellowed. Instantly, the room fell silent, and Xia Yuyan was slightly taken aback, witnessing Lu Feng's first display of anger. Lu Feng fixed his icy gaze on Xia Yuyan and said, "Xia Yuyan, how long has class been in session? You return now? If you are not interested in learning, you may leave. Please come to the office after class. Today, we shall discuss the definition of integrals." He picked up the chalk and began to teach, his tone returning to normal. After shooting a glare at Shangguan Hanyue, Xia Yuyan buried herself in her work. After class, Lu Feng left with his books in hand, prompting Shangguan Hanyue to hastily follow. However, she was seized by Xia Yuyin. Shangguan, let's have a chat. Though Shangguan Hanyue appeared somewhat puzzled, she nodded in agreement. Soon, they found themselves seated in an empty pavilion. Xia Yin spoke first, her voice cold. Vixen, the teacher is my brother-in-law. Please keep your distance, otherwise you'll regret it. Shangguan Hanyue, upon hearing this, wore a skeptical expression. How come I wasn't aware he had a girlfriend? Xia, if you are going to lie, at least come prepared. You're dressing up like this just to compete with me, aren't you? Xia Yuyin, upon hearing this, was infuriated, and their gazes clashed in the air, as if a battle was about to erupt. That I love you. I love you. I love you. At that moment, Xia Yuyin's phone rang, revealing Lu Feng's call. With a flash of inspiration, she answered. Teacher, what do you want with my sister-in-law? Xia Yuyin said, her face filled with triumph, anticipating Lu Feng's acknowledgement. What on earth are you talking about? Hurry to the office. I have matters to attend to after I finish with you. Lu Feng replied before abruptly hanging up. Shangguan Hanyue smiled slightly. Is this how you treat your sister-in-law? Xia, we can compete fairly. There's no need for such tactics. Xia Yuyin, rendered speechless, stomped her foot in frustration. I'll have him tell you. With that, she stormed off. Watching Xia Yuyin's retreating figure, Shangguan Hanyue murmured to herself, does the teacher truly have a girlfriend? She even has his phone number. In the office, Lu Feng was organizing some documents when Xia Yuyin entered, pouting. What do you want from me? She said impatiently. Lu Feng placed the files aside, seated himself, and sternly asked, do you know what you did wrong? Can't you manage a few minutes of punctuality? Such a miser. Xia Yuyin retorted with a serious expression. Lu Feng, upon hearing this, slammed his fist on the table. Am I blaming you for being late? I am concerned that you are competing with Shangguan Hanyue, altering yourself for attention. Your status is unique. Do you understand how dangerous this is? Xia Yuyin was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated Lu Feng would care so much, considering the implications of such trivial matters so keenly. Teacher, I apologize. I won't do this again, she said, directly sitting on Lu Feng's lap and wrapping her arms around his neck. Lu Feng, taken aback by Xia Yuyin's closeness, felt his cheeks flush slightly, for Xia Yuyin was undeniably beautiful. Get down. This is inappropriate. Xia Yuyin shook her head, shifting her legs to nestle closer against Lu Feng. Teacher, that Shangguan Hanyue is clearly trying to flirt with you. You are not to speak with her in the future. She is my student. How can I avoid speaking with her? Rest assured, she is not my type. Lu Feng replied earnestly. Xia Yuyin pouted, pinching Lu Feng's cheek. Big liar. Your face is flushed. You're reacting to me. Lu Feng glanced down, cleared his throat. That's a normal response. Please get down. Xia Yuyin shook her head, pulling Lu Feng's head against her chest. You must swear to only like those in our small building. Otherwise, I won't let go. Lu Feng, resigned, raised his hand in a vow. After Xia Yuyin released him, she declared, Teacher, all 5 of us in our small building are stunning beauties, so you must not entertain thoughts of anyone else, understood? Lu Feng lifted Xia Yuyin in his arms and placed her back in the chair. Silly girl, I must leave. The leadership is looking for me. I will help you with your studies tonight, remember. You belong to us 5 sisters, Xia Yuyin shouted. Chapter 12. Murong Shue's invitation, strength test. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Feng arrived at Murong Shue's office and rapped on the door. Come in, came Murong Shue's voice, and Lu Feng pushed the door open. The office was modest yet exquisitely decorated, adorned with calligraphy and paintings, while the bookshelf exuded an air of antiquity, with books meticulously arranged. Murong Shue was absorbed in her work, her soft hair cascading casually down her back. Today, she wore a simple casual outfit, a white t-shirt paired with snug jeans, adorned with a wolf tooth necklace. She extended her hand, signaling Lu Feng to take a seat. Lu Feng complied, settling at the desk. Murong Laosher, may I inquire what brings you to seek me? Xiao Feng, do you have some time? Murong Shue asked. Organizing her items, Lu Feng nodded in response. After tidying up, Murong Shue stood, then come with me. I will treat you to a meal afterward. After a while, Murong Shue escorted Lu Feng to a location resembling a combat arena. The atmosphere here was tense and filled with challenges, as if the air was saturated with the essence of battle. Lu Feng gazed at Murong Shue, a wave of uncertainty washing over him. She must have discerned my difference. Could it be that Professor Shangguan informed her? Just then, a burly man strode forth, each of his steps resonating with immense power, exuding an imposing aura. "Captain, you have arrived." Morong Shui acknowledged with a slight nod, her eyes reflecting a hint of authority. "Su Kai. This is Lu Feng. Please escort him to the simulation training room for a performance assessment." Su Kai nodded solemnly, his gaze scrutinizing Lu Feng from head to toe. "Brother Lu Feng, follow me." Though Lu Feng's mind was awash with questions, he had no choice but to follow Su Kai towards the simulation training room. As they walked, a sense of trepidation enveloped him. He was oblivious to the challenges that awaited him in this so-called training room. "Su Kai, what is the purpose of this simulation training room?" Lu Feng could not restrain his curiosity. Su Kai glanced at Lu Feng, a smile dancing in his eyes. "Oh, didn't the captain inform you? It simulates combat scenarios to evaluate your capabilities in a virtual space." Lu Feng nodded thoughtfully, realizing that Morong Shui likely intended to assess his strength to determine whether to invite him to join Longya. Shortly thereafter, Su Kai ushered Lu Feng into the training room. As the door creaked open, a wave of technological sophistication greeted him. The room was adorned with an array of advanced equipment that dazzled the eye. Su Kai handed Lu Feng a combat suit and a mechanical knife. "Brother Lu Feng, change into the suit in the dressing room, and we can commence. I have high hopes for you." "Understood, thank you, Su Kai," Lu Feng replied, taking the combat suit and mechanical knife before stepping into the dressing room. Once clad in the snug and comfortable attire, he gazed at his reflection in the mirror, brimming with newfound confidence. "I've longed to gauge my current strength." The suit fit him like a second skin, and the mechanical knife gleamed with a chilling brilliance. Taking a deep breath, he emerged from the dressing room, ready to confront the challenges ahead. As the training began in earnest, Lu Feng gripped the mechanical knife with determination. The surroundings gradually morphed, transforming the once bright training room into a foreboding realm. In the darkness, indistinct shadows flitted about. Lu Feng tightened his grip on the knife, vigilantly observing the movements around him. A piercing scream shattered the silence as numerous vengeful spirits began to materialize. These apparitions bore grotesque visages, radiating a menacing aura. They lunged at Lu Feng, intent on tearing him to shreds. His heart raced as he swung the mechanical knife at the foremost spirit. The blade sliced through the air, striking the apparition with force. Yet, the spirit remained undeterred, intensifying its assault. Lu Feng hastily retreated, striving to distance himself from the relentless foe. However, the spirit's speed was astonishing, swiftly closing the gap. He had no choice but to engage in close combat, wielding the mechanical knife against the onslaught of spirits. Although Lu Feng possessed considerable strength, his agility was lacking. In the scuffle, he appeared somewhat clumsy, frequently succumbing to the spirit strikes. As the battle raged on, more and more spirits joined the fray, and Lu Feng began to feel the strain, his stamina waning. Yet, he understood that retreat was not an option. To falter meant certain defeat. During the skirmish, Lu Feng discerned that although the spirits were fierce, their attack patterns were rather simplistic. After an intense exchange, he gradually found his rhythm in combat. His movements became increasingly nimble, shedding the clumsiness of his earlier attempts. Wielding the mechanical knife like a ferocious tiger, he charged through the horde of spirits. One by one, they fell, emitting wails as they dissipated into the ether. Suddenly, a colossal spirit appeared before him, far more formidable than its predecessors, exuding a powerful presence. Lu Feng's heart raced. He recognized this spirit as at least a B-grade entity. Though simulated, its strength was not to be underestimated. The gigantic apparition roared and lunged at Lu Feng, who swiftly raised his mechanical knife. Bracing for the impending attack, however, the spirit's might was overwhelming, sending Lu Feng crashing to the ground with a single blow. Pain surged through him, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as the training abruptly concluded. And the scene gradually faded. Morong Shui rushed over, assisting Lu Feng to his feet and presenting him with a vial of healing potion. "Are you all right, Teacher Lu Feng?" I increased the difficulty a bit at Professor Shangwan's strong recommendation. Lu Feng accepted the potion, assuring her, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Morong Shui offered a gentle smile. "Just call me Miranji. In truth, I intended to invite you to join Longya today. Thank you for the invitation, Morong, but I do not wish to abandon my current life." Lu Feng replied earnestly. While he yearned to partake in the hunt for spirits, he had no desire to relinquish his identity as a university lecturer. Rest assured, Longya is not an organization akin to the military. We all maintain our individual lives. Just as I am the director of the academy, you only need to train a few hours each week and handle spirits when they arise. I will make arrangements with the school. The salary is 15,000 a month. However, there are rules, including signing a confidentiality agreement, Morong Shui elucidated. Ding. A celestial mission was triggered. Choose to join Longya and gain the ability to devour, to absorb the powers of slain spirits, and the righteous aura, the more vengeful spirits the host deals with. The stronger the aura becomes, enabling them to withstand spirit attacks. Decline the invitation to join Longya and receive 5,000 spirit coins. Lu Feng fell into contemplation. Morong, please grant me 2 days to consider this. He reflected that the reward suggested the system was encouraging him to join Longya. Morong Shui nodded, very well. You must also be hungry. Today, I shall treat you. Chapter 13. 2 Foolish Ghost Girls. As the night deepened, Lu Feng returned to the Ghost Girls' lodge, knocking on the door of the second floor. Moments later, Lin Meijing opened the door, clad in a captivating purple spaghetti strap dress. Why are you back so early? Did you not invite your director to a movie? Lin Meijing pouted. Lu Feng chuckled, realizing that Summer Yuyan must have seen him get into Morong Shui's car and reported back. He took Lin Meijing's hand. Smiling, I'm merely engaged in a bit of training. See for yourself. He pulled down his shirt, revealing a bruise on his left chest. Upon seeing it, Lin Meijing's expression turned urgent as she inquired about the severity of the injury. Lu Feng wrapped an arm around her waist and grinned. It hurts a little, but if you give me a kiss, it will feel better. Lin Meijing's cheeks flushed at his words. Oh, is it truly that miraculous? Should I bestow a kiss then? A chilling voice interrupted, and Lu Feng turned to see Li Yalan leaning against the wall inside the house, dressed in a delicate light blue nightgown, her long, fair legs exposed enticingly. Feeling awkward, Lu Feng stammered. Miss Yalan is here as well. It was merely a jest. I must go tutor Yuyan now. He hurriedly ascended the stairs. Lin Meijing watched Lu Feng flee, chuckling as she returned inside, linking arms with Li Yalan. Yalan, you frightened him. Humph. Who told that scoundrel to constantly think of taking advantage of you? Li Yalan retorted disdainfully. Lin Meijing smiled gently. I like it when he takes advantage of me. Li Yalan was left dumbfounded, pinching Lin Meijing's cheek. You are hopeless. Has your brain been devoured by those two? Yalan, you should also spend more time with Lu Feng. You are bound to grow fond of him. Lin Meijing suggested, pulling Li Yalan to sit on the sofa with a grin. Are you out of your mind? You want me to spend more time with your man? Li Yalan exclaimed in shock. Did we not vow to always be together? If we were to marry, we would do so together. It's a union of 5 into 1. Lin Meijing replied playfully. Li Yalan felt dizzy. We said that back then because we thought marriage was utterly impossible. Who knows? You foolish ghost girl has actually fallen for a human at first sight. Lu Feng entered Summer Yuyan's room. Upon seeing him, Summer Yuyan pouted. Why did you come in without knocking? If you keep this up, I'll have to change my password. Before she could finish, Lu Feng flicked her forehead. You little rascal. How dare you report me and worse, spread rumors. Summer Yuyan covered her forehead, huffing, you abandoned me for another woman. Didn't you? I've heard about you and her. It's not ordinary. Lu Feng sat down in a chair, shaking his head. You little brat, what do you know? I am merely profoundly grateful to her. Summer Yuyan perched herself on Lu Feng's lap. Skepticism etched on her face. She is so beautiful and has helped you so much. Do you truly have no feelings for her? Lu Feng gazed at the ceiling. She is the heiress of the Morong family in Kyoto. A person of my modest standing has no right to harbor feelings for her. Thus, I shall forever remember her kindness. Summer Yuyan's heart ached a little as she cupped Lu Feng's face. Comforting him, it's all right, teacher. You have us. We are no less than her. Lu Feng playfully squeezed Summer Yuyan's waist. Little girl, what do you understand? Show me the test paper you completed. Summer Yuyan hopped off Lu Feng's lap, rummaging for a moment before retrieving a test paper and returning to perch on his thigh. Could you not sit beside me? Such a situation is prone to misunderstanding, Lu Feng remarked, speechless. Upon hearing this, Xia Yan leaned close to Lu Feng's ear and whispered, Brother Feng, let me secretly tell you that our 5 sisters have agreed to marry the same person. This revelation struck Lu Feng like a thunderbolt. Although he had yet to meet the other 2, even the thought of Lin Meijing, Xia Yuyan, and Li Yalan together was overwhelming. Observing Lu Feng's astonished expression, Xia Yuyan chuckled, are you not moved? Therefore, you must be honest and refrain from flirting with other women. All right, enough joking. Let's commence the lesson. Lu Feng, his face flushed, picked up the test paper and began to teach. Xia Yuyan smiled and settled down beside him to listen. After a considerable time, the class finally concluded, and Xia Yuyan, exhausted, lay down on the bed and fell asleep. After tucking her in, Lu Feng quietly exited the room. As he left, he caught sight of a photograph of Xia Yuyan and her sister Xia Yuyan. The resemblance was striking, though Xia Yuyan exuded a more mature charm. Upon returning home, he discovered Lin Meijing curled up on the sofa, hugging a pillow in her sleep. Lu Feng smiled faintly before heading to take a shower. When he emerged, Lin Meijing had awakened and was on the phone, a sweet smile adorning her face. He sat beside her, nestled into her embrace, wrapping his arms around her waist, burying his head in her fragrant hair. Having a girlfriend is delightful, he mused. Well, though she isn't officially my girlfriend yet, spending the night together seems hardly different. Don't make a fuss. I'm on the phone, Lin Meijing said, her cheeks flushed, in a hushed tone. Meijing, is someone beside you? Came the voice from the phone. Yes, Xiao Feng is right next to me, Meijing replied, a hint of shyness in her voice. Oh, I see. Then I won't disturb you both. Goodbye. After the call ended, Lin Meijing placed her phone aside, and Lu Feng promptly lifted her up and headed towards the bedroom, declaring it was time to sleep, for there was an early class at 8 tomorrow. The day after, they could go out and have fun. Lin Meijing wrapped her arms around Lu Feng's neck, playfully suggesting, why don't you skip class? I can support you. Lu Feng chuckled, that won't do. I certainly don't wish to be drained dry by you. You're talking nonsense. I wouldn't think about such things every day, Lin Meijing retorted, flustered. The following day, Lu Feng slowly opened his eyes, realizing Lin Meijing had already risen. Painting, bay bay. The ringtone of his phone chimed, and upon checking, he saw it was Lin Meijing calling, prompting him to answer immediately. Xiao Feng, come down for breakfast. Shortly thereafter, Lu Feng arrived at Lin Meijing's residence, where Xia Yuyan and Li Yalan, dressed casually, were already eating at the dining table. Lu Feng took a seat beside Xia Yuyan, feeling hesitant to speak in front of Li Yalan. Li Yalan glanced at Lu Feng and remarked, Lu Feng, I heard from Meijing that you need to hunt down some evil spirits. Why not come help at my company? Lu Feng was taken aback. He hadn't expected Li Yalan to offer her assistance. Thank you for your kindness, Miss Yalan, but I have already decided to join Longya. Should you require my help, feel free to ask any time. Li Yalan nodded in response, saying nothing further. Ding, Li Yalan's favorability 10. On the way to school, teacher, you fool. This is a golden opportunity to bond with Sister Yalan. Do you not wish to have all 5 of us? Xia Yuyan exclaimed angrily, exuding an air of disappointment. Lu Feng was at a loss for words. He had never encountered someone who wished for a man to have a harem. Oh no, a ghostly one. It's different. My sisters and I are one in spirit. Xia Yuyan replied earnestly. How about you offer yourself first? Lu Feng shot a glance at Xia Yuyan, casually suggesting. Xia Yuyan quickly crossed her arms. Oh, you wicked teacher. You truly have ulterior motives, as the younger sister. I must be the last to make such a sacrifice. I truly wonder how the 4 of you were educated. Lu Feng commented, bemused. Well, by watching Korean dramas every day. Chapter 14. The Ghostly Hair Salon. This world needs ghost silence. Let us begin roll call. Xia Yuyan and Shangguan Hanyue remained seated in the front row, their rivalry palpable, engaging in subtle battles. Zhu, a heavily dark-circled man, raised his hand. Lu Feng immediately noticed something was off with Zhu. He had been full of life yesterday but appeared utterly drained today. Throughout the class, Zhu was largely asleep. After a considerable time, class was dismissed. Zhu, come with me, Lu Feng commanded sternly, stepping out of the classroom. Zhu, upon hearing this, instantly became more alert. He realized he had overslept, and even teacher Lu couldn't tolerate it any longer. Don't worry, the teacher's temper is usually quite good. At most, I'll just ask you to be more diligent next time. Zhu, did you indulge too much last night? Those dark circles are quite severe. Under a large tree, Lu Feng and Zhu sat on a stone platform. Lu Feng scrutinized Zhu, demanding, where did you go last night? Zhu's gaze faltered, avoiding Lu Feng's eyes. I didn't do anything. Just stayed up all night. You cannot deceive me. You went to indulge, didn't you? I don't blame you. We are all men, I understand, Lu Feng said earnestly. You must have noticed the toll it's taking on your body, right? I cannot allow her to harm others. You must tell me, or I will have to report it. Zhu Li appeared utterly bewildered. Teacher, that's not very manly. Lu Feng's gaze turned. I see why in a corner of the old city. There was a somewhat dilapidated hair salon. Sunlight streamed through the mottled glass windows, casting a warm glow on the mirrors within, reflecting the passage of time. The salon's proprietress, Luo Xian, was dressed flamboyantly today. She wore a striking red short dress that swayed gently with her movements, reminiscent of a blooming flower. Her long legs were clad in black stockings, and she stepped in red high heels that clicked rhythmically. Her face bore a delicate makeup, with long eyelashes fluttering, and her gaze exuded a hint of allure. Luo Xian busied herself arranging the items in the salon, meticulously organizing an array of hairdressing tools. Her movements were light and practiced, as though she were engaged in an artful creation. The salon walls were adorned with various fashionable hairstyle photographs, adding vibrant splashes of color to the small space. Just then, the door swung open, and Lu Feng entered. He surveyed his surroundings before walking directly to the sofa and sitting down, crossing his legs. Ding, detecting C-grade ghost Luo Xian. A voice echoed in Lu Feng's mind. He paused momentarily, contemplating. It seems this ghost is not a malevolent one. Upon noticing Lu Feng's arrival, Luo Xian smiled and inquired, Boss, here for a haircut? Her voice was melodious, akin to a lark in the valley. Lu Feng did not respond to her question but summoned his peachwood sword instead. The sword emanated a faint glow, as if imbued with mysterious power. Simultaneously, shadow clones swiftly appeared, shutting the salon door. Luo Xian's expression shifted dramatically at Lu Feng's actions. Realizing he had come to apprehend her, she quickly grasped a pair of scissors, preparing for a confrontation. You intend to capture me? I have never harmed anyone. Luo Xian's voice quivered with tension. Lu Feng toyed with the peachwood sword, questioning, Oh? Are you claiming you haven't drained anyone's vitality? His gaze was filled with skepticism. Luo Xian, momentarily at a loss for words, stammered, They did so willingly. I am merely trying to make a living, and they were all quite happy. A hint of helplessness flickered in her eyes. Lu Feng stood up, asserting, Shut down the salon, leave this place, and cease seducing men. His voice resonated with authority. Luo Xian retorted vehemently, You might as well let me die. Do you understand how difficult survival is for us? With that, she charged at Lu Feng. The scissors glinting ominously, Lu Feng's eyes sharpened as he hurled the peachwood sword. The shadow clone intercepted it midair, lunging towards Luo Xian. The two engaged in a fierce battle, filling the salon with an atmosphere of tension. Luo Xian's movements were nimble, wielding the scissors like a lethal weapon, relentlessly attacking Lu Feng and the shadow clone. Lu Feng remained composed, wielding the peachwood sword with formidable strength, consistently parrying Luo Xian's strikes. The shadow clone assisted Lu Feng, their teamwork gradually cornering Luo Xian. Just as Lu Feng prepared to use a fire talisman, a voice from outside called, Boss Lady, what's wrong? Both combatants immediately halted. The shadow clone and peachwood sword vanished in an instant. Luo Xian quickly replied, I'm fine. Just tidying up. If you wish to get a haircut, please come tomorrow. A hint of panic tinged her voice. All right, Boss Lady, if you ever need anything, just let us know. The neighbors will assist you. The voice from outside echoed again. Lu Feng was taken aback, astonished at Luo Xian's good reputation. He regarded her thoughtfully, pondering, perhaps this ghost isn't all bad. Luo Xian, my girlfriend is also a ghost. As long as you refrain from draining others' vitality, I can introduce you to a place where the owner is also a ghost. Lu Feng proposed. Luo Xian looked skeptical. Let me see that a glimmer of doubt flickered in her eyes, yet she had no other choice. Lu Feng settled back onto the sofa, crossing his legs once more, and dialed Li Yalin's number. Shortly thereafter, the call connected. Miss Yalin, I encountered a female ghost of considerable strength. May I visit your company? Lu Feng inquired. Where are you? Please send me your location. I will come over shortly, responded Li Yalin. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng promptly sent his location to Li Yalin. Luo Xian observed Lu Feng, feeling a profound sense of anxiety within, yet she understood that she was no match for him and had no choice but to leave her fate to chance. As time ticked away, the atmosphere in the salon grew increasingly tense. How did you know I am a ghost? Even if they are utterly exhausted, ordinary people generally would not suspect they have been drained of yang energy. Luo Xian queried, puzzled. Due to differing constitutions, Zhu Li and his companions could hardly endure for long, hence the amount of yang energy absorbed was minimal, resulting in negligible harm. Did I not mention? My girlfriend is also a female ghost, and she is nearly at Class A level. Thus, I am naturally aware of the circumstances surrounding the draining of yang energy, Lu Feng replied, gazing at Luo Xian. Luo Xian, taken aback, responded, I thought you were deceiving me. Is your girlfriend truly a ghost? Shortly thereafter, a luxurious car sped towards them, halting at the entrance of the salon. Li Yalan, draped in a striking red coat, elegantly descended from the vehicle. Her long hair danced in the wind, and her eyes exuded an air of confidence. A powerful aura emanated from her, commanding respect and caution. Lu Feng immediately approached her, exclaiming, You have arrived. A hint of joy laced his voice. Li Yalan nodded indifferently and then turned her gaze towards Luo Xian. Luo Xian stepped forward, sensing that Li Yalan was also a ghost, and an exceptionally formidable one. At that, Li Yalan scrutinized Luo Xian, her eyes revealing a touch of authority. Are you the female ghost Lu Feng spoke of? Her voice carried a note of gravitas. Luo Xian nodded. Yes, I am Luo Xian. It is a pleasure to meet you. You are truly beautiful. A trace of nervousness colored her tone. Li Yalan paused for a moment before speaking. Since he has recommended you, I can offer you an opportunity to join my company. There are many ghosts within, so you need not worry, but I will be vigilant in assessing your loyalty. Upon hearing this, Luo Xian pondered deeply. She realized she had no other options and could only acquiesce to Li Yalan's request. Very well, I accept your offer, Luo Xian replied. Li Yalan nodded. Simply report for duty tomorrow. Chapter 15. Secrets of the World. Joining Longya on the way back, Lu Feng discreetly observed Li Yalan. Dio, you find black stockings appealing? She replied coolly. Lu Feng, upon hearing this, quickly averted his gaze, awkwardly chuckling. I was merely afraid. Driving in high heels is perilous. Humph, Min, by the way, you should visit my company in a few days, Li Yalan stated coldly. Is there something specific you wish to discuss? Lu Feng turned to Li Yalan, pondering her intentions. Although their connection through Lin Meijing implied a familial bond, Lu Feng still found it difficult to fully trust the icy queen that was Li Yalan. We ghosts possess an extremely yin constitution. Thus, some ghosts enhance their strength by absorbing the yang energy of human males. Meijing's constitution is even more potent than ours. She has withstood the yin energy that has remained untouched for 30 years. Any ordinary person or typical ability user would have perished long ago. However, do not blame Meijing. She is unaware of this and never intended to harm you. Her love for you is genuine, Li Yalan said earnestly. Lu Feng was taken aback, realizing the perilous nature of Lin Meijing's condition. Had he not acquired the system, he might have met a tragic end beneath the peony blossoms. So, you wish to study my body? Lu Feng inquired, puzzled. Li Yalan nodded. Please stop the car. I would like to show you something, Lu Feng said with a smile. Li Yalan complied, pulling over to the side of the road and looking at Lu Feng. He produced a revitalizing pill, stating, This can swiftly restore yang energy. Feel free to study it. Li Yalan took the pill and sniffed it, asking, Where did you obtain this? The secrets of heaven cannot be divulged. Lu Feng replied cryptically. Li Yalan, seizing his tie, demanded, Tell me, Lu Feng, meeting her piercing gaze, sighed, I extended this offer to you because I considered you an ally. Is this how you treat me? His tone was laden with sorrow. Li Yalan, observing Lu Feng's demeanor, after placing their order, Lu Feng gazed at Lin Meijing, his eyes brimming with tenderness. You look so enchanting like this, he remarked sincerely. Lin Meijing's cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her head. Before long, breakfast was served, and they relished the delightful food while engaging in cheerful conversation, dreaming of the moments to come during their date. The flowers by the roadside swayed gently in the breeze, as if applauding their sweet rendezvous. That evening, Lu Feng carried the already slumbering Lin Meijing back to the ghostly little building. Upon entering, he spotted Li Yalan, Xia Yuyan, and a woman clad in a white nightgown, the latter being Xia Yuyan's sister, Xia Yuyan. She lay across Li Yalan's lap, her perfect curves evident, and in the presence of the aloof Queen Li Yalan and the sweetly mischievous Xia Yuyan. Xia Yuyan appeared utterly charming. You've returned. Xia Yuyan hurried over, while Li Yalan and Xia Yuyan approached slowly, gently taking Lin Meijing from Lu Feng's arms. What have you done to tire Meijing so much that she fell asleep? Xia Yuyan asked, her expression one of confusion. Lu Feng adjusted his clothing, replying, Oh, nothing much. We just had a fun day, and on the way back, I shared some childhood stories with her, and she dozed off. Li Yalan cast a glance at Lu Feng before carrying Lin Meijing back to the room. Xia Yan took Lu Feng's hand, leading him to her sister. Teacher, this is my sister Xia Yan. Isn't she beautiful? Lu Feng smiled and nodded. Miss Yu Yan, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Lu Feng. Ghost. Xia Yu Yan ability? Unknown affinity. 20 Xia Yu Yan scrutinized Lu Feng, resembling a cunning fox. Thank you for guiding my silly sister during this time, Teacher Xiao Feng. Xia Yan shook her sister's hand, exclaiming, Sister. Lu Feng waved his hand dismissively. Not at all. Yu Yan is quite intelligent. I'll head up now. See you tomorrow. With that, he turned and departed. How intriguing, Xia Yu Yan mused, observing Lu Feng's retreating figure. He is neither a supernatural being nor a ghost, yet possesses such formidable strength. Xia Yu Yan, linking arms with her sister, giggled. Sister, don't you think teacher is quite impressive? You should make your move. The latter responded with a look of exasperation, pinching Xia Yu Yan's cheek. Where did you learn such things, you mischievous child? Always scheming to entice men and reveling in the drama. Hee hee, I learned it from K-dramas. Lu Feng returned to his room, slowly sitting down and gently closing his eyes, allowing his thoughts to settle in his mind. The techniques of the Qinglian swordsmanship unfolded like a scroll. The ancient sword manual seemed to harbor endless mysteries within each page. The sword moves blossomed like blue lotuses, exhibiting both an elegant beauty and a hidden lethal intent. Lu Feng repeatedly rehearsed the Qinglian sword technique in his mind. He felt as though he were in an open field, gripping a long sword that glinted with a cold light. A gentle breeze tousled his hair. Taking a deep breath, Lu Feng gradually lifted the sword, initiating the beginning stance of the Qinglian sword technique. The sword's momentum flowed like a stream, devoid of any hindrance. His form danced with the movements, sometimes light as a swallow, at other times fierce as a tiger. Each strike exuded tremendous power, seemingly capable of slicing through space itself. As he delved deeper into the practice, Lu Feng's understanding of the Qinglian sword technique deepened significantly. He sensed the continuity and rhythm between the sword moves. The techniques of the Qinglian sword technique were not mere means of attack. Rather, they embodied a unique essence of swordsmanship. This essence captivated Lu Feng, drawing him into an inescapable trance. Images of blooming blue lotuses filled his mind, their petals tender and dewy, yet radiating formidable strength. Lu Feng felt as if he had transformed into a blue lotus, swaying gracefully in the wind. His swordplay became increasingly fluid, as if he had melded with nature itself. Lu Feng continuously adjusted his breathing and rhythm, striving for complete harmony between his body and the Qinglian sword technique. His gaze grew ever more resolute, and the sword in his hand seemed to possess a life of its own. Dancing in accordance with his will, in this process, Lu Feng experienced an unprecedented surge of power within him. Time slipped away unnoticed until he gradually halted his movements. Opening his eyes, he was filled with exhilaration. I have grasped the essentials. What remains is practical application. Stretching lazily, Lu Feng lay down on the bed and drifted into slumber. Chapter 17. Qin Mingyao, the puppet silver bell, an ancient, colossal edifice, stood proudly in the heart of the city. Entwined by a gigantic dragon sculpted from luminous stone, exuding a grand and majestic aura. This was the headquarters of Longya. A sleek vehicle sped towards the square, coming to a halt. Yalan, thank you. Please take care on your way back and avoid wearing high heels next time. Your legs are long enough, Lu Feng remarked with a smile as he exited the car. Li Yalan shot him a glare, pressing the accelerator to the floor and speeding away. Lu Feng shook his head in resignation, bemused by her haughty demeanor, thinking, she always has to do the opposite. Xiaofeng, you've arrived. Morong Shui approached gracefully, her high ponytail swaying as she donned a deep blue combat outfit that accentuated her figure. Adorned with numerous gadgets that lent her an air of competence, Lu Feng smiled at Morong Shui. Apologies for keeping you waiting. No, I just got here. Who was the girl that dropped you off? She looked quite stunning and wealthy, somewhat reminiscent of President Li from Fengyun Group. Morong Shui inquired curiously. Lu Feng hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Just a friend who gave me a ride. Let us head inside. He quickly walked towards the entrance of Longya. Could she be his girlfriend? How did he end up with Li Yalan? Is he being used by her? Morong pondered, following Lu Feng. Upon entering the headquarters lobby, though few in number, Lu Feng, having formed a contract with Meijing, sensed that everyone here was extraordinary. Ding, detecting ghost. Ding, detecting ghost. As anticipated, humans and ghosts now shared a cooperative, mutually beneficial relationship, standing united against malevolent spirits. Lu Feng's thoughts were interrupted by Morong Shui. What are you thinking about? Come with me. Although I've registered your identity information, you still need to meet the chief. With that, she led Lu Feng to the 6th floor, traversing a long corridor until they arrived at an office door. Morong Shui knocked lightly. Come in, a woman's voice called out. Upon entering, they were greeted by a striking woman with a mix of yellow and white features. Dressed in a red and black combat suit, her silver hair reminiscent of Li Yalan. Ding, detecting powerful A-level ghost Qin Minjiao.it, is recommended that the host sign a contract with her promptly to gain spatial abilities. 1,000 ghost coins. Lu Feng was taken aback by this revelation. Spatial abilities, just hearing the term space made him aware of its immense power. Realizing that Qin Mingyao was the last of the 5 sisters took him by surprise. He never expected her to be the chief of Longya. Company, Hospital, Longya. Meijing and Yuyin are actually the least impressive among them. No wonder they silly love a guy like me, Lu Feng thought, helplessly amused. He had initially thought it was absurd that Li Yalan ran a company and Xia Yuyin worked at a hospital, but it was even more shocking to learn that Qin Mingyao was the chief of the esteemed Qinglong team. One of Longya's 4 elite squads. Chief, this is the Lu Feng I mentioned, Morong Shui introduced. Qin Mingyao regarded Lu Feng with a nod. Shuier, you may go about your business. I wish to speak with Lu Feng privately. Morong Shui nodded, giving Lu Feng an encouraging glance before departing. Once she left, Qin Mingyao snapped her fingers, and Lu Feng suddenly felt the space around him constrict, gazing at the focused Qin Mingyao. Lu Feng remarked, Miss Mingyao, I didn't expect to meet you so soon. In an instant, Qin Mingyao appeared before Lu Feng, gripping his neck. You are the man who enticed Meijing and Yuyin, aren't you? Lacking substantial ability yet seeking to dominate all 5 of us, she said coldly. I have no such intentions. Lu Feng struggled to say, his righteous aura resisting her grip, causing a sizzling sound. Qin Mingyao released her hold. Do you think I would believe that? Lu Feng felt an inexplicable fury rising within him and forcefully pinned Qin Mingyao against the wall. Ghost. Qin Mingyao strength, A ability, lightning, puppet ghost domain. 10,000 laws space affinity. 10 Are you out of your mind? Have I done anything to anyone else? Indeed, you are all beautiful, but is that your only asset? Lu Feng replied icily, fixing his gaze on Qin Mingyao. Qin Mingyao was momentarily stunned. No one had ever dared to speak to her in such a manner. Lu Feng punched the wall beside her head. Don't think that just because you are powerful, you can stand on a moral high ground to negate others. I have plenty of ways to defeat you. Qin Mingyao observed Lu Feng's anger with a subtle smile, pushing him away and snapping her fingers again. Instantly, they found themselves in an empty combat simulation room, while Lu Feng was still in a daze. Qin Mingyao unleashed lightning with one hand, summoning a beautiful female puppet named Silver Bell, crackling with electricity. In a wonder Meijing and Yuyin are drawn to you. Let me see if you are worthy of our strength. Silver Bell, go! Qin Mingyao commanded, and Silver Bell charged directly at Lu Feng. The latter hastily summoned a peachwood sword to fend off Yinling's assault, only to be violently repelled, and before she could touch the ground, Yinling struck her with a punch that sent her crashing back down. If you possess any strength, unleash it quickly. Otherwise, you shall perish, Qin Mingyao declared, as Yinling charged towards Lu Feng once more. You lunatic! Lu Feng immediately activated the Speed Rune and Dragon Power Rune to enhance his physique. Gripping the peachwood sword tightly, he utilized the Qinglian sword technique to counter Yinling's lightning onslaught. The augmentations from the Speed Rune and Dragon Power Rune significantly amplified Lu Feng's speed and strength, causing the peachwood sword in his grasp to emit a faint glow, its power surging continuously. Yinling, wielding the might of lightning, surged towards Lu Feng like a bolt from the blue. Lu Feng's gaze hardened, his focus unwavering as he monitored Yinling's every movement. In the split second she closed the distance, he deftly sidestepped, artfully evading her thunderous strike. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Feng swiftly swung the peachwood sword, unleashing a blade of energy that sliced towards Yinling. Reacting with incredible swiftness, Yinling raised her arm to block the energy strike. The collision between the blade of energy and the lightning coursing through her arm erupted in a cacophony of explosions. Lu Feng, undeterred, moved with an otherworldly grace, darting through the combat simulation room like a specter. Yin Ling pursued relentlessly, continuously unleashing bolts of lightning upon Lu Feng. He evaded the strikes while searching for a flaw in her defense. Suddenly, he observed that as a puppet, Yin Ling experienced a brief pause following her attacks. Presenting him with a prime opportunity, Lu Feng bided his time, and when Yin Ling launched her next strike, he surged forward, deftly avoiding the lightning with blinding speed, and thrust his sword towards her vulnerable spot. Yin Ling attempted to evade, but it was too late. The peachwood sword struck true, piercing her form, and the lightning enveloping her dissipated instantly. Yet, Yin Ling did not fall. She struggled to continue her assault on Lu Feng. Gritting his teeth, Lu Feng swung his sword once more, unleashing a flurry of energy blades. Under the relentless assault, Yin Ling finally succumbed, crashing to the ground. Lu Feng gazed at the fallen Yin Ling, relief flooding his heart. However, upon finishing her words, she immediately turned and sprinted towards the classroom, her lively figure resembling that of a joyous little bird. Lu Feng gazed at her retreating silhouette, a subtle smile gracing his lips. As a warm sensation surged within his heart, he found himself quite curious whether Xia Yuyan could surpass Shangguan Hanyue in the upcoming examination. Inside the classroom, sunlight streamed through the windows, enveloping the space in a warm and comfortable ambience. Standing at the podium, Lu Feng was expounding upon indefinite integrals, his voice steady and powerful, seemingly imbued with a certain magic that captivated the students' attention. However, his classmates below were already ensnared in a mental storm, each brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Xia Yuyan, in particular, had outright surrendered, resting her head on the desk, resembling a languid little cat. In contrast, Shangguan Hanyue appeared to be at ease, her gaze focused and bright, her pen dancing across the paper as if this challenging problem posed no difficulty for her at all. After school, as Lu Feng walked back to the office, a gentle breeze caressed his face, bringing with it a refreshing coolness. His spirits were particularly buoyant, his mind replaying the events of the classroom. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Pulling it out, he noticed a message from Xia Yuyan. "Come back early tonight to help me with my studies. I didn't understand anything you taught today." Just as Lu Feng was about to respond, a voice called out to him. Turning, he saw Shangguan Hanyue rushing towards him. "Otto, is there something you need?" "Shangguan?" Lu Feng inquired, looking at the innocent girl before him. Shangguan Hanyue's long hair danced lightly in the breeze, her eyes reflecting a hint of pleading. "Teacher, after that day you captured that malevolent spirit. My grandfather wanted to contact my second grandfather. But unexpectedly, my second grandfather has passed away, and my uncle and the others have kept this from us, claiming it was my second grandfather's last wish. I sensed something amiss, so I was hoping you could pretend to be my boyfriend and accompany me to investigate. Would that be all right?" Lu Feng fell into contemplation upon hearing this. If there truly was a malevolent spirit at play, he felt compelled to act. His current level was too low. He needed to quickly elevate his rank as a spirit master. After a brief moment, he nodded. "Very well, let us go take a look." Shangguan Hanyue's face blossomed into a sweet smile, akin to a blooming lily. "Thank you, teacher." Lu Feng shook his head. "This is merely the duty of Lungia. By the way, you are also one of Longya's members." "Correct? Guess." Shangguan Hanyue replied with an enigmatic smile, as if concealing a secret. "I'll go fetch the car." With that, she dashed away. Lu Feng watched her retreating figure and stretched lazily. "If I were a student, I'd probably be utterly enchanted by this girl, but for now, it is Mei Jing and Yalan who captivate me more." He retrieved his phone and sent a message to Xia Yuyan. "I'm going to investigate the malevolent spirit. I might be a bit late returning tonight, so tell Mei Jing not to prepare dinner for me." Xia Yuan's response came promptly. "Be careful and call us if anything happens. Also, you are not allowed to fool around with other women." Lu Feng smiled softly at her words, warmth swelling in his heart. Not long after, Lu Feng arrived outside the villa of Shangguan Chen, Shangguan Hanyue's uncle, riding in her Porsche. The villa was nestled within a tranquil forest, surrounded by lush greenery and fresh air. Sunlight bathed the villa's walls, reflecting a golden glow that rendered it particularly magnificent. Lu Feng stepped out of the car, inhaling deeply to savor the tranquility of the place. Shangguan Hanyue also exited the vehicle, extending her hand towards Lu Feng. "Teacher, you need to act the part, so hold my hand." Lu Feng shook his head. "I'd rather not. After all, it's all pretend." Let us keep it normal. He believed it wise to minimize contact with Shangguan Hanyue, as he could not offer her a future. Disappointed, Shangguan Hanyue nodded nonetheless. She pressed the doorbell, the clear chime echoing in the air. A housekeeper emerged, clad in neat attire, her face displaying a look of confusion. Who are you? Shangguan Hanyue, linking arms with Lu Feng, smiled and replied, I am Shangguan Hanyue, bringing my boyfriend to visit my uncle. The housekeeper nodded, leading them into the villa. Lu Feng surveyed his surroundings, activating his keen senses to meticulously examine every corner. At that moment, a beautiful woman appeared, her face alight with a smile. Hanyue, dear, what brings you here today? Shangguan Hanyue replied with a smile, Auntie, I've brought my boyfriend to introduce to you. Lu Feng grinned and said, Hello, Auntie, I'm Lu Feng. Seeing you so youthful, I thought you were Hanyue's sister. Young people sure know how to flatter. Come in and sit down. Tan Yun responded with a laugh. As they entered the lavish living room, Lu Feng could increasingly sense the lingering aura of spirits. Yet Tan Yun and the servants seemed unaffected. The villa was opulently decorated, each ornament exuding an air of nobility. Shangguan Hanyue glanced around, puzzled. Auntie, where have uncle and my second grandfather gone? Tan Yun sighed, a hint of helplessness crossing her features. Your uncle has been preoccupied with antiques, neglecting the affairs of the family. It was he who drove your second grandfather to his demise, and he seldom returns home now. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng found a direction for his investigation. The issue likely stemmed from Shangguan Chun. Auntie, may I look around? Lu Feng asked with a smile. Tan Yun nodded. Lu Feng exchanged a glance with Shangguan Hanyue before beginning his exploration. He first entered the study, where an array of books and antiques filled the shelves, exuding an ancient charm. He meticulously inspected each item, attempting to uncover any clues. However, he found nothing unusual. After an extensive search, he returned to the living room, where Shangguan Hanyue and Tan Yun were engaged in conversation, and he joined them. After a while, he smiled and said, Auntie, we have matters to attend to, so we must take our leave. Tan Yun nodded. Very well, do visit us often. Shangguan Hanyue and Lu Feng departed the villa and got into the car. Shangguan Hanyue looked at Lu Feng, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Teacher, did you discover anything? Lu Feng shook his head. I didn't find any suspicious items, but I suspect your uncle may be involved. I need to investigate further. Chapter 20. Ancient Ruins Beneath the Sea. Upon returning home, Lu Feng went directly to the third floor and knocked on the door. Li Yalan opened it, poking her head out. What is it? Something significant. The two sat on the sofa, and Lu Feng recounted the situation regarding the Shangguan family to Li Yalan. She nodded slightly, indeed suspicious. I will send someone to investigate, and I will inform you once I have news. At that moment, Xia Yuyin, clad in a white lace nightgown and with tousled hair, emerged from her room. Lu Feng observed the languid Xia Yuyin and asked, Miss Yuyin, what brings you here? Xia Yuyin settled onto Li Yalan's lap, playfully wrapping an arm around her neck, her flawless feet resting on Lu Feng's thigh. With a faint smile, she said, Of course, I'm here to keep an eye on my Yalan. I can't let you steal her away. Li Yalan shot Xia Yuyin a glare. Lily? Lu Feng chuckled awkwardly. I'll head off to tutor Yuyin now. I won't disturb you too with that. He gently placed Xia Yun's legs back on the sofa and stood to leave. Xia Yun whispered into Li Yalan's ear, teasingly remarking, Yalan, you two have been spending quite a bit of time together lately. Li Yalan playfully pinched Xia Yun's bottom. You naughty girl, keep teasing me, and you won't be allowed in my room anymore. Arriving on the 5th floor, Lu Feng knocked and entered, only to bump into Xia Yuyin, who emerged wearing only her undergarments. She exclaimed, blushing and squealing. Lu Feng shook his head in exasperation. Stop pretending. I know you did that on purpose. Hurry and get dressed. It's time for class. Seeing her plan thwarted, Xia Yuyin pouted. This is so boring. Can't you just cooperate with me a little? Lu Feng flicked her forehead. Cooperate with you? Not a chance. Your mind is filled with nonsense. Sunlight filtered through the mist, casting a warm glow over the serene campus. Lu Feng had just concluded an engaging class, filled with a sense of accomplishment. Yet, he had no time to linger in this joy, as more crucial training awaited him. After organizing his belongings, he strode out of the classroom. At the school gate, he spotted a familiar car. Morong Shui sat in the driver's seat. Quietly awaiting him, Lu Feng approached with a smile, opening the door to sit in the passenger seat. What's today's training about? He inquired, curiosity evident in his gaze. As Morong Shui skillfully started the car. She replied, deep sea pressure resistance. Her voice was calm and unassuming, as if discussing a mundane task. Lu Feng slightly furrowed his brow. Deep sea pressure resistance was no trivial training task. Seemingly sensing Lu Feng's apprehension, Morong Shui glanced at him and remarked, last time, you were knocked out by the chief. Remember to familiarize yourself with your comrades once you arrive at Longya. They are seasoned warriors, and you can learn a great deal from them. Lu Feng nodded in agreement, understanding that Morong Shui's advice was wise. At Longya, he needed to collaborate closely with his comrades, for only through mutual familiarity and trust could they unleash their fullest combat potential. The automobile sped along the highway, with the scenery outside rapidly receding into the distance. Lu Feng's mood gradually settled, and he began to contemplate the training tasks for the day. Deep sea pressure resistance training demanded both exceptional physical and psychological fortitude. He needed to prepare thoroughly to embrace this challenge. Soon, they arrived at the Longya base. Lu Feng changed into his training outfit and made his way to the training ground, where he observed his comrades had already gathered. He briskly approached Su Kai and took his place beside him. Upon seeing Lu Feng, Su Kai's face lit up with a delightful smile. Lu Feng, my brother? It's been ages. I knew you would join us. Su Kai whispered. Lu Feng nodded with a smile, replying, Brother Su, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Their eyes were filled with trust and anticipation for one another. That moment, Morong Shui approached. Her gaze swept over the group and finally rested on Lu Feng. Lu Feng, please introduce yourself, she said. Lu Feng nodded, cleared his throat, and spoke loudly, Hello everyone. I am Lu Feng. It is a pleasure to join Longya and train alongside you all. I am aware of my many shortcomings and hope to receive your assistance and guidance in the days to come. His voice was firm and powerful, brimming with confidence. After the introductions, everyone boarded the plane. The aircraft roared to life, taking off towards the distant maritime base. Seated by the window, Lu Feng gazed at the vast ocean below, his heart filled with excitement, wondering what challenges and gains today's training would bring him. After a period of flight, the plane finally landed at the sea base. The group quickly disembarked and proceeded to the changing room to don their specially designed diving suits. These suits utilized cutting-edge materials and technology, effectively resisting the high pressure and cold of the deep sea. Lu Feng adjusted his breathing and followed his comrades to the submarine. As the submarine descended, he felt the pressure of the water increasing. His body involuntarily tensed, and a sense of anxiety filled him. Eventually, the submarine reached a depth of 5,000 meters, where the environment was exceedingly dark and cold, evoking a sense of dread. As they exited the submarine, they were immediately met with an overwhelming pressure, akin to an invisible mountain pressing down upon them. Lu Feng struggled to regulate his breathing, striving to acclimatize to the immense water pressure. Your training mission is to catch 10 large fish. Upon completion, you may leave early, Morong Shui's voice echoed through their helmets. The group sprang into action, navigating slowly through the deep sea in search of their targets. The heavy water pressure hindered their movements. Yet they persevered, constantly adjusting their bodies to minimize the pressure they endured. Time ticked away, and exhaustion began to set in. Lu Feng had only one fish left to catch. He scoured the depths, leaving no crevice unchecked. Finally, he spotted a fish's tail wedged in a crevice. Joy surged within him as he hurried to pursue it. However, just as he was about to capture the fish, an unexpected incident occurred. A massive octopus lunged at Lu Feng. The creature was colossal, with tentacles extending several meters. It swung its limbs toward Lu Feng. In a moment of urgency, he summoned his peachwood sword. The sword emitted a mysterious glow in the deep sea as Lu Feng Luo Xian cast a glance at Xia Yuyan before departing without a word. Xia Yuyan raised her head, fixing her gaze on Lu Feng, and inquired, Who is she? I've never encountered her at the company before. Just a specter striving to survive. Upon entering the office, Li Yalan was diligently attending to matters concerning the company. Sister Yalan, we have arrived, Xia Yuyan announced as she took a seat beside Li Yalan. Li Yalan glanced at Xia Yuyan and handed her a tablet, saying, I am working, so please refrain from making noise. Give this to Lu Feng. Lu Feng approached and accepted the tablet, which displayed a village nestled in the depths of the mountains. This is the location of Shangguan Qin's antique manufacturing factory. Study the terrain first. Once I finish my work, we shall investigate together, Li Yalan instructed, her tone resolute. Lu Feng gazed at the map and murmured. Guxiong Ridge. After completing her tasks, Li Yalan exuded an air of confidence and composure, her capable demeanor evident. Standing in the spacious office, her gaze was unwavering and sharp, as if piercing through all veils of obscurity. According to our investigations, Shangguanshan frequently visits this place, where an antique manufacturing factory is located. Let us go take a look. Her voice rang clear and authoritative, brimming with determination. Beside her, Xia Yiyan immediately perked up, entwining her arm with Li Yalan's and playfully declaring, "Sister Yalan, I want to go too." Her endearing demeanor evoked an instinctive sense of affection. Lu Feng's expression turned serious as he interjected, "You cannot go. Otherwise, Meijing will blame me again." His words carried a hint of concern, clearly indicating his regard for Xia Yian's safety. However, Li Yalan, pulling Xia Yiyan along, reassured her, "Do not worry. I will speak to Meijing later." Upon hearing this, Xia Yiyan beamed, sticking her tongue out at Lu Feng in a playful manner, as if to say, "You cannot dictate my actions." Upon reaching the ground floor, Li Yalan and Xia Yiyan settled into the back seat. Resembling two noble princesses, Lu Feng approached the trunk and retrieved a pair of boots, presenting them to Li Yalan. "These are for you. Stop wearing high heels every day. Boots are more practical." Xia Yiyan, upon witnessing this, pouted and exclaimed, "You fickle-hearted rascal. How can you be so biased? You have never bought me shoes." Lu Feng, exasperated, flicked her forehead. "Do you know how much I've spent on snacks for you? Every day. It's nothing but Hagen-Dazs." Li Yalan accepted the boots with a nod, her graceful movements akin to a queen receiving offerings from her subjects. She removed her high heels and slipped into the boots, which fit perfectly, as though they had been tailored specifically for her. Ding! Li Yalan's intimacy 5. Lu Feng settled into the driver's seat, inputting Guxiong Ridge into his phone for navigation before setting off towards the outskirts of the city. The car sped along the highway, the scenery outside transforming from the bustling cityscape to tranquil countryside. Throughout the journey, Xia Yiyan chattered excitedly, her anticipation for the adventure palpable, while Li Yalan quietly gazed out the window, contemplating the challenges that lay ahead. Lu Feng drove with focused attention, his demeanor revealing a hint of vigilance, aware that this journey would not be without its difficulties. After 4 hours of travel, they arrived at the entrance of Guxiong Ridge Village. The air here was particularly fresh, imbued with the fragrance of earth and foliage. Xia Yiyan could hardly contain her excitement as she jumped out of the car, curiously surveying her surroundings, for she had never been to such a remote mountain village. Her clear eyes sparkled with a desire for exploration. Li Yalan stepped out of the vehicle, her brow slightly furrowed as she noticed the weak signal in the area. In this information age, the absence of signal evoked a sense of unease. At that moment, a group of ruffians approached, their gazes filled with ill intent as they leered at Li Yalan and Xia Yiyan, exclaiming, "What two beautiful girls, truly exquisite." Their crude remarks were exceedingly unpleasant to hear. Lu Feng immediately positioned himself in front of Li Yalan and Xia Yiyan, smiling as he warned, "You should leave quickly. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety." Though his words were accompanied by a smile, his eyes conveyed an undeniable firmness. The ruffians erupted into laughter, mocking, "You little punk, trying to monopolize two beauties. What a scoundrel, get lost. Or you'll regret it." However, before the last word escaped their lips, an overwhelming pressure descended upon them, rendering them momentarily breathless. Li Yalan advanced with an icy demeanor, embodying the essence of a queen. Her gaze bore an air of authority that deterred any who dared to meet it. The ruffians suddenly realized they had bitten off more than they could chew. Xia Yiyan approached with a smile, brandishing a dagger, declaring, "Although you praise my sister and me for our beauty, I still wish to sever your tongues and chop off your hands." Her words, though laced with a smile, sent a chill down their spines. The ruffians hastily pleaded, "We were wrong. Please spare us, fair maidens. We would do anything." "Very well. Is there a large factory in your village?" Li Yalan queried coldly. The ruffians quickly responded, "Yes, there's a factory that seems to be producing counterfeit antiques. We snuck in once and nearly got caught by the security." "How many security personnel are there? Has anything strange occurred in your village recently?" Li Yalan pressed further. The ruffians fell into contemplation, and after a moment, they replied, "About 10, all of them skilled fighters. As for strange occurrences, even though the pay is high inside, many have become exhausted and frail. Several have been worked to the bone." Li Yalan nodded, producing a stack of cash and tossing it to the ruffians. Now leave and do not return to the village for a few days. The ruffians quickly expressed their gratitude to Li Yalan before departing on a motorcycle to the town to indulge themselves. Sister Yalan, why did you let them go? They don't look like good people. Xia Yuyan pouted, visibly upset. Lu Feng approached and handed 2 talismans to Li Yalan and Xia Yuyan. These are protective talismans. Keep them on you, and they will shield you from a fatal injury. Li Yalan accepted the talisman and inquired, "Where did you acquire this?" "I will tell you if you sign a contract with me," Lu Feng replied with a smile. "Speak as you wish," Li Yalan retorted, pushing Lu Feng aside as she headed into the village. "Humph, you think a mere talisman can sway Sister Yalan? What a delusion," Xia Yuyan teased, making a face at Lu Feng before running after Li Yalan. Lu Feng, feeling slightly awkward, summoned his shadow clone to scout the surroundings. The 3 of them stealthily made their way along the outskirts of the village in the direction of the factory, striving to remain undetected. Chapter 23. The Ghostly Factory, betrayed by Xia Yuyan. Deep within the village, beneath a rocky cliff, a massive cave resembled the maw of a mysterious beast lurking in the shadows. This cave housed Shang Wanqin's meticulously constructed antique manufacturing factory. From the outside, stacks of wooden crates were haphazardly arranged, whispering tales of past busyness and enigma. Surrounding the crates stood a group of burly security guards, vigilant as iron towers, their eyes scanning the vicinity, safeguarding this place teeming with secrets. However, tranquility was shattered in an instant. Countless tiny ice needles shot forth like meteors at blinding speed, piercing the bodies of the security personnel with precision. The guards barely had time to react before their heads spun, collapsing to the ground in unconsciousness. Li Yalan, accompanied by Lu Feng and Xia Yuyan, approached slowly. Xia Yuyan gazed at the fallen guards, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, "Sister Yalan, you are brilliant. Transforming the potion into ice needles ensures they are not harmed while still rendering them unconscious." Li Yalan's hands were still surrounded by numerous ice needles, her expression calm and sharp, akin to a vigilant leopard, meticulously surveying the environment. "Do not let your guard down. There are likely more people inside the cave. We must quickly ascertain what lies within while Shang Wanqian is absent." Her voice was steady and resolute, exuding an undeniable authority. At that moment, Lu Feng's shadow clone flew back. Upon seeing it, Lu Feng's eyes flickered with contemplation, and he turned to Li Yalan, saying, "Let my shadow clone take the ice needles and enter first to incapacitate the people inside." Li Yalan nodded slightly, unhesitatingly handing the ice needles to the shadow clone. The latter soared toward the cave like an arrow released from a bow. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Each second of waiting felt interminably long. Shortly thereafter, Lu Feng received a signal indicating that the task had been accomplished, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief as he entered the cave alongside Li Yalan and Xia Yuyan. Inside the cave, the atmosphere was dim, with faint light filtering in from unknown corners, barely illuminating the surroundings. The space was cluttered with jars and containers, some worn and battered, others appearing as pristine as if they had just been crafted, each seemingly telling a different story. They tread cautiously, every step imbued with vigilance. As they ventured deeper, a mysterious aura began to permeate the air. Various machines for crafting pottery and jewelry surrounded them. Finally, they reached the innermost storage area. Shelves along the rocky walls were laden with numerous antiques, each exuding an enigmatic aura, the air thick with the presence of spirits. Lu Feng wasted no time activating his heavenly eye, his expression revealing focus and seriousness. Upon discovering that each antique contained an unformed infant specter, a sense of bewilderment washed over him. "So they can mass-produce these unformed specters?" His voice echoed through the cavern. Tinged with a hint of confusion and surprise, Li Yalan shot Lu Feng a speechless glance, her eyes reflecting a mix of teasing and helplessness. "We are all born from unexpected deaths. I have studied this too. It is exceedingly difficult for ghosts to conceive, much like you and Mei Jing. Even without that contraption, pregnancy is virtually impossible for you, as you are far too weak." Lu Feng, upon hearing this, was immediately incensed, his gaze ablaze with defiance. How dare Li Yalan imply he was inadequate? "Yalan, you shall pay for your words one day," he declared with a smile, yet his eyes brimmed with a resolute determination to grow stronger. Li Yalan, intrigued, regarded Lu Feng with a challenging and expectant look. "Oh, then I shall await the day you defeat me." Lu Feng fell silent, his expression conveying an unyielding resolve. he summoned his peachwood sword. Prepared to obliterate all ancient artifacts, Xia Yuyan hastily clutched Lu Feng's arm, her eyes filled with compassion and concern. Brother Feng, they are still so young. Must we truly eradicate them all? Her voice trembled, as if pleading for the yet-to-form ghostly beings. Lu Feng nodded, his eyes resolute. Their very existence defies reason. While they remain unformed, I must eliminate them. With that, he glanced at Li Yalan, who nodded in agreement. Xia Yuyan, seeing this, reluctantly released Lu Feng's arm, her gaze heavy with resignation and sorrow. Lu Feng swiftly hurled the peachwood sword, which arced gracefully through the air, shattering the surrounding antiques. The system's voice echoed. Eliminated unformed young ghosts. One Yugibi. After destroying all the artifacts, just as Lu Feng retracted the sword, Xia Yuyan stabbed him. Lu Feng and Li Yalan turned in shock and bewilderment. Xia Yuyan trembled as she released the dagger. Her eyes wide with disbelief and fear, tears streaming down her cheeks. Teacher, I'm sorry. I didn't know what happened. Her voice quivered, as if justifying her actions. I'm fine. You must have been tainted by resentment, Lu Feng replied, fatigue and helplessness evident in his tone. He quickly swallowed a painkiller and began tending to his wound. Li Yalan enveloped Xia Yuyan in her arms, her gaze soft and comforting. Silly girl, it's all right. Just think positively. If it affects you, then stab Lu Feng a couple more times. Lu Feng could only respond with exasperation. Ding. Xia Yuyan has leveled up to B-Class Fim Chapter 25. The Tragic Fate of Qianwei. Suddenly, a dark shadow shot forth from Shangguanchen, hurtling towards Li Yalan with astonishing speed. Resembling a bolt of black lightning, in that very instant, as the shadow emerged, Shangguanchen's body rapidly withered away. Transforming into a lifeless husk, Li Yalan, having anticipated this moment, narrowed her eyes and instantly unleashed a gravitational field. The air around them thickened, significantly impeding the shadow's velocity. Subsequently, Li Yalan conjured ice armor, its azure radiance shimmering under the moonlight. Akin to an invulnerable battle suit, with clenched fists, she braced herself against the shadow. When they collided, a tremendous shockwave reverberated through the ground, causing it to tremble slightly. The visage of the shadow gradually became discernible, revealing a vengeful female spirit. Her face twisted in rage, her eyes emanating crimson light, and the malice surrounding her surged like a tangible force. What have you done to my children? The vengeful spirit Qianwei bellowed, her voice brimming with fury and sorrow. Naturally, I have killed them all, Li Yalan replied fearlessly, simultaneously manifesting icy claws that clutched tightly at Qianwei. Upon hearing this, Qianwei was consumed by rage, the malice emanating from her intensifying like a conflagration. With all her might, she swung a fist towards Li Yalan, imbued with boundless resentment and strength. As if intent on annihilating her, Li Yalan hurriedly summoned an ice shield, the azure light flaring brightly to form a formidable barrier. However, Qianwei's power was overwhelming, causing cracks to appear in the ice shield under her assault. At that critical juncture, Li Yalan retrieved Lu Feng's talisman, which radiated a mysterious glow. Qianwei's attack was thwarted by the talisman, the force of the impact sending Li Yalan staggering back several steps. Just then, the Wolf King struck at Qianwei with a powerful paw. The immense strength of the Wolf King sent Qianwei flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Lu Feng appeared in an instant, casting a fire talisman that traced a beautiful arc through the air before exploding. The fierce flames enveloped Qianwei, exacerbating her injuries. Following that, Lu Feng threw out the binding ghost rope, which coiled around Qianwei like a swift serpent, binding her tightly. Qianwei struggled, yet the binding ghost rope only tightened its grip. The icebound Wolf King was not idle either. It opened its massive jaws and exhaled a breath of icy wind. The chilling air spread rapidly, encasing Qianwei in ice. She writhed within the frozen confines, unable to escape the restraints of the binding ghost rope and the frost. Lu Feng placed his hand upon the ice. Memories of Qianwei surged forth in her mind. Once, she had been a hopeful girl from a rural village in Guxiangling. With outstanding academic achievements and dreams of a bright future, she entered the gates of Kyoto University. There, the wheels of fate began to turn as she fortuitously crossed paths with Shangguanchen while working part-time. Her beauty blossomed like a radiant flower, capturing Shangguanchen's attention. Having grown up devoid of paternal love and facing hardships in Kyoto, she soon became Shangguanchen's mistress. For those 2 months, she reveled in the sweetness of love, oblivious to the impending storm of fate. The shock of an unexpected pregnancy struck her like a bolt from the blue, leaving her in a quandary. She yearned to bring the child to term, viewing it as a continuation of her existence and a beacon of hope for her future. Yet, Shang Wanqin adamantly opposed this, imploring her to terminate the pregnancy. Defiantly, she disregarded his objections, resolute in her desire to keep the child. However, their bliss was short-lived. Shang Wanqin's uncle, Professor Shangwan, discovered their affair. His scolding rained down upon her like frigid droplets, extinguishing the warmth within her heart. Under immense pressure, Shang Wanqin callously severed ties with her. Leaving behind a mere 2 million in that moment, her world crumbled, and life lost its vibrancy. The twins growing within her became her sole source of solace, and she nurtured them tenderly, anticipating the arrival of new life. Yet, fate unveiled its cruel side once more. Complications during childbirth claimed the lives of both children before they could even glimpse the world. The devastating blow caused her mother to succumb to a heart attack. In that instant, despair engulfed her, plunging her into an abyss of darkness. After burying her family, she hanged herself in the home that had once been filled with warmth. Yet, fate took an unexpected turn, transforming her into a vengeful spirit. In that moment, hatred ignited within her, compelling her to exact a dreadful retribution upon Shang Wanqin and Professor Shangwan. Her wrath surged like a black flame, driving her to roam the shadows in search of revenge. Lu Feng withdrew from Qian Wei's memories, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions as he gazed at the ice-encased Qian Wei. Though her features remained twisted in fury, the anguish of her past evoked a sense of pity. Teacher, Xia Yuyan shook Lu Feng's hand gently. Aside from Shang Wanqin's death, she has committed no grave offenses. Like Luo Xian, she merely siphoned the life essence of others. The decision to slay her rests with you. Li Yalan's voice pierced through the silence, plunging Lu Feng into contemplation. With a swift motion, he shattered the ice encasing Qian Wei's head with his sword. She glared at them, her face contorted with resentment. Lu Feng regarded Qian Wei with a hint of remorse. I apologize for slaying your children, but they were merely products of mass production, incapable of thriving. Moreover, I cannot allow them to roam free and wreak havoc upon others. Do it. I should not exist. I harbor no attachment to this world any longer. In my suffering, Qian Wei slowly closed her eyes. I am truly sorry. Lu Feng raised the peachwood sword and, with a single stroke, ended Qian Wei's life. Ding, A-class vengeful spirit slain. Awarded 500 ghost coins. Ding, first high-tier ghost killed. Rewarded 200 ghost coins, and a spiritual talisman pack, upon use, may randomly obtain 3 talismans. Let us depart. It is time to return, Li Yalan said, retracting the icebound Wolf King and turning to leave. Come on, teacher, do not let this emotion sway you. Otherwise, you might end up like I did earlier. My sisters and I will always be here for you. Xia Yuyan said, linking her arm with Lu Feng's. The latter felt the warmth of her touch as he gazed at Xia Yuyan's innocent and enchanting smile, nodding in agreement. They exchanged a smile and walked towards the vehicle. On the journey back, Lu Feng opened the talisman pack. Ding! Obtained Swift Talisman, Dragon Power Talisman, Purifying Soul Talisman. Can dispel the resentment of ghosts, weakening their strength, and 1 ghost. Upon hearing the first 2 talismans, Lu Feng initially thought they were all low-tier items, but to his surprise, he discovered the presence of the Purifying Soul Talisman, 300 ghost coins. I need to strive harder to acquire the Ghost Mastery technique soon. Chapter 26, Yuyan's Compensation. Crafting a wedding dress for Meijing. Sunlight streamed through the window, bathing the female ghost's small abode in a warm glow. Lin Meijing had already prepared a lavish spread of dishes, the enticing aroma filling the air and making one's mouth watered. We're back. As Xia Yuyan's voice echoed, Lu Feng and the others opened the door, revealing themselves to Lin Meijing. Xia Yuyan approached, her graceful figure accompanied by a teasing glint in her eyes. She playfully pinched Xia Yuyan's cheek, laughing, Silly girl, I heard from Yalan that you stabbed Lu Feng. How brave of you. Xia Yuyan's face flushed crimson at this, and she pouted, playfully scolding, Sister, how can you tease your younger sister like that? Her adorable demeanor evoked an irresistible urge to cherish her. Lin Meijing gently lifted Lu Feng's shirt, examining his wounds, and upon discovering they were nearly healed, she sighed in relief. Her gaze brimmed with concern, as if Lu Feng's pain was her own. She guided Lu Feng to sit at the dining table, smiling as she said, "Come, let us eat. It's all your favorite dishes." Xia Yuyan released her grip, smiling as she said, "All right, hurry and wash up with Yalan before dinner." Xia Yuyan pouted again, linking arms with Li Yalan as they ascended the stairs. Xia Yuyan sat beside Lu Feng, apologizing, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean for you to get hurt." Lu Feng shook his head, "It's nothing. Yu Yin didn't do it on purpose." Time flew by, and before they knew it, a week had passed. During this time, Lu Feng's life had been filled with classes and training, both fulfilling and busy. He had also dealt with 2 C-class vengeful spirits and purchased a Volkswagen for his convenience, realizing he could not always rely on Xia Yuyan's car. That afternoon, Lu Feng entered Xia Yuyan's room. Books in hand. "Teacher, you're here." Xia Yuyan rushed over, her voice as melodious as silver bells. With her hair styled in twin ponytails, she exuded a playful charm. Clad in a fitted pink short-sleeve top and a short skirt with black stockings, her figure was perfectly accentuated. If only she were a tad taller, she would be flawless. Lu Feng playfully pinched her cheek, his eyes filled with affection. "What is going on? Why are you dressed like this? Didn't you wear a dress this morning?" Xia Yuyan shut the door and pulled Lu Feng to sit in a chair, then settled herself on his lap. Her movements were natural and intimate, as if their bond had transcended all barriers. "Isn't it unappealing? I dressed up just for you," she said, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, eager for Lu Feng's praise. Lu Feng smiled gently and replied, "With your beauty, you could wear anything and still look wonderful." His voice was soft and deep, warming Xia Yuyan's heart. "What's with the change in style today? Why the black stockings?" Lu Feng asked, curiosity evident in his gaze. Wanting to understand Xia Yuyan's transformation, Xia Yuyan draped her arms around Lu Feng's neck, her eyes brimming with tenderness. "Didn't I say I wanted to compensate you? A few days ago, my sister was at home, and you were constantly glued to Mei Jing, leaving me with no opportunity." Lu Feng placed the book on the table. "Foolish girl, what compensation do we need for our relationship? Even if I were to die, I would only feel a fleeting doubt at the very last moment." Upon hearing this, Xia Yuyan's eyes reddened. She cupped Lu Feng's face, her gaze filled with determination. "That scoundrel teacher always utters words that touch my heart." With that, she kissed Lu Feng passionately. The latter, taken aback, hurriedly pushed Xia Yuyan away, his expression one of astonishment. "You?" Xia Yuyan smiled softly, her eyes brimming with affection. "The compensation I speak of is myself." With that, she kissed Lu Feng once more. However, Lu Feng did not reciprocate. His heart was filled with conflict and struggle. He was aware of his own feelings for Xia Yuyan, yet he did not wish to act on a fleeting impulse that might lead to her regret. Xia Yuyan gazed at Lu Feng with tear-filled eyes, disappointment and sorrow evident within them. "Do you not like me?" Lu Feng gently ruffled her hair, his eyes warm with tenderness. "How could that be? You are so beautiful and possess a lovely character, but we have only known each other for a little over a month. I do not want you to regret this in the future." Xia Yuyan shook her head vigorously, her eyes resolute. "I will not regret. I have made a pact with you, and thus, I belong to you for this lifetime." Hearing this, Lu Feng's heart swelled with emotion. He embraced Xia Yuyan tightly, his gaze filled with deep affection. "Are you truly unregretful?" The latter nodded firmly. Lu Feng looked into Xia Yuyan's steadfast eyes, his heart overwhelmed with emotion. He understood that this girl genuinely loved him, and he did not wish to disappoint her feelings. Nevertheless, he still felt that their relationship required time to be tested. Lu Feng tossed Xia Yuyan onto the bed, and just as she assumed he intended to engage in something intimate, he fled. Xia Yuyan was left dumbfounded, exclaiming, "Scoundrel teacher!" Lu Feng recognized his own feelings for Xia Yuyan but was reluctant to let a moment of impulsiveness lead to her regret. Moreover, he had not yet acquired the art of spirit manipulation. Naturally, he wished to preserve Xia Yuyan's first experience. Descending the stairs, he encountered Lin Meijing, who approached with a watering "What's wrong with Yuyan? Why is she shouting?" Lu Feng smiled lightly, his eyes gleaming with delight. "Haha, just teasing her." He then lifted Lin Meijing into his arms, eager to relieve his pin-up emotions. Lin Meijing blushed and exclaimed, "Ah, what are you doing? It's still daytime." Lu Feng smiled gently, his eyes soft with warmth. "What of it? We have not refrained from doing such things in daylight before." His voice was deep and magnetic, igniting a flutter in the hearts of those who heard it. Lin Meijing's cheeks flushed. Her gaze filled with shyness. You are such a rogue, always bullying me. Lu Feng carried Lin Meijing into the room, gently placing her on the bed. Meijing, I love you. Lu Feng kissed Lin Meijing's forehead softly, his eyes brimming with profound affection. Lin Meijing was deeply moved. She knew that Lu Feng loved her sincerely. She too loved Lu Feng and was willing to give everything for him. I love you too. Lu Feng. Lin Meijing gently embraced Lu Feng, her eyes radiating tenderness and affection. They held each other tightly, as if time itself had come to a standstill. In this warm room, their love bloomed like a flower, exuding an enchanting fragrance. Chapter 27. The clouds obscure the sun, the scapegoat in the dead of night. The city's clamor gradually subsided, yet within the dining hall of the ghostly abode, an unusual battle was unfolding. Lu Feng, Lin Meijing, Xia Yuyan, and Li Yalan were gathered around the dining table, relishing the tranquility of their midnight snack. However, this tranquility was shattered by Xia Yuyan's emotional turmoil. Pouting, her expression was one that could hang an oil bottle. Her eyes fixated on Lu Feng, filled with rage. Lu Feng had just deceived her and then turned to engage in sweet nothings with Lin Meijing, which infuriated Xia Yuyan to the point of almost exploding. She stomped on Lu Feng's foot with force, as if to vent all her dissatisfaction through this act of trampling. Initially, Lu Feng paid little heed to her, continuing his conversation with Lin Meijing, a faint smile gracing his face, seemingly oblivious to Xia Yuyan's fury. Seeing Lu Feng's nonchalance only fueled Xia Yuyan's anger further, prompting her to stamp both feet down together. At this point, Lu Feng could no longer tolerate it. He seized Xia Yuyan's foot and pinched it hard. Xia Yuyan gasped in surprise, her reaction eliciting puzzled looks from Lin Meijing and Li Yalan, who turned to her in curiosity. Yuyan, what's wrong? Lin Meijing asked with concern. Xia Yuyan quickly shook her head. I'm fine, just choked a bit. With that, she shot Lu Feng a fierce glare, her eyes seemingly conveying, just you wait. At that moment, Lu Feng received a task notification from Morong Shui. Releasing Xia Yuyan's foot, he stood up. I have a task. I must take my leave. Lin Meijing, upon hearing this, furrowed her brow anxiously. Ah, you must go at this hour? Be careful. Lu Feng nodded, donning his coat as he departed. Humph, you scoundrel, Xia Yuyan muttered as she watched Lu Feng's retreating figure. Shortly thereafter, Lu Feng, clad in combat attire, arrived at a large off-road vehicle in the park. Without hesitation, he climbed inside in the passenger seat. Morong Shui appeared solemn. Xiao Yu, please explain the details of this mission to him, Morong Shui instructed. The second row occupant, Huang Yu, turned to Lu Feng. Xiao Feng, this mission requires us to head to Baiyun village, where dry corpses have been discovered. The investigating police have also fallen victim to this calamity. We must investigate. Lu Feng nodded in response. Buckle up, we're setting off, Su Kai shouted, pressing the accelerator as the off-road vehicle sped towards the outskirts of the city. After a night of travel, they finally arrived at Baiyun village by noon the following day. Nestled within a vast basin, Baiyun village resembled a pearl hidden amidst the mundane world. The area was adorned with peach trees, their pink blossoms swaying gently in the breeze, resembling clouds of pink drifting down to the earth. The fragrance of peach blossoms permeated the air, intoxicating all who breathed it in. The village's houses were scattered in an orderly manner. Some quaint wooden cottages, others exquisite stone abodes, harmoniously blending with the surrounding natural environment, creating a picturesque pastoral scene. The old village chief and a police officer approached to greet them. You have finally arrived. Our village is saved, the village chief, Zhang Sanfeng, exclaimed excitedly. Morong Shui addressed him. Greetings, village chief. I am Morong Shui, the lead investigator for this case. Where are the bodies? Please take us to see them. Zhang Sanfeng nodded repeatedly, leading the group to the place where the bodies were stored. Along the way, Lu Feng was captivated by the beauty of Baiyun village. Gazing at the surrounding peach trees, he couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of nature. Soon, they reached the village center, where a large altar stood. Lu Feng sensed a heavy aura of death emanating from it, and he inquired, Village chief, your village actually has an altar? And has someone died? Zhang Sanfeng's expression soured. This altar was constructed at the request of Lin Qian, who came to our village as a high priest 2 years ago. Every year, many poultry are offered here, yet such a tragedy has still occurred. The villagers have lost faith in her. Lu Feng nodded thoughtfully. Suddenly, thick smoke billowed from the distance, indicating a fire had broken out. Zhang Sanfeng exclaimed in alarm. Oh no, it's in the direction of the body storage. The group immediately sprinted towards the smoke, but they were too late. The bodies had been completely incinerated. They stood frozen, unsure of what to do, while Lu Feng sensed a familiar energy akin to that of the altar. The village chief sighed. Captain Morong, given the circumstances, let us convene in the village meeting room to discuss matters. I will provide you with information about the deceased. Morong Shui nodded. After all, there was no better alternative at the moment. In the meeting room, the old village chief revealed the identities of the two deceased individuals to Morong Shui and her team. The deceased, Lao Zhao and Lao Wang, were two ruffians from the village, known for idling away their days. Their absence had gone unnoticed for quite some time, with everyone assuming they had simply gone off to cause trouble elsewhere. It wasn't until 3 days prior that their bodies were discovered by the river, revealing they had met a violent end. Although neither of them were good people, their transformation into dry corpses sent the villagers into a frenzy. They did not wish to follow in their footsteps. Village chief, did they offend anyone before their disappearance? Morong Shui inquired. The village chief pondered for a moment before slowly responding. They made minor mistakes daily, but significant ones. It seems they disrupted a sacrificial ceremony. Observing the puzzled expressions of those present, the village chief continued. That day, they had a few drinks and mistook the flames used to burn the offerings for a fire disaster. They seized 2 buckets of water and, while we were not paying attention, doused the altar. The high priest was truly furious that day, yet she let Lao Wang and Lao Zhao off the hook. Lu Feng felt that the high priest was the prime suspect and was about to voice his thoughts when a cry for help echoed from outside. Morong Shui and the others dashed outside, where they witnessed a Class C vengeful spirit pursuing a villager. Quick, save him, Morong Shui shouted. Su Kai, Huang Yu, and the other 3 team members hurriedly drew their guns, firing electric nets towards the vengeful spirit. The spirit dodged frantically but was ultimately struck down. Morong Shui's flames coalesced into a bow, and she swiftly released an arrow that pierced the vengeful spirit's brain. Lu Feng summoned the peachwood sword, and with a swift motion, he struck down the malevolent spirit. Lu Feng, you rascal! How dare you claim the kill? Su Kai remarked with a chuckle. It seems this ghost was indeed up to no good. I didn't expect it to be resolved so swiftly, Huang Yu added with a smile. Morong Shui shook her head, pondering aloud. Doesn't it seem a bit too coincidental? When we are absent, it remains hidden. Yet when we are present, it willingly walks into the trap. Lu Feng nodded in agreement. I concur. This vengeful spirit has only just reached C grade. It appears more like a scapegoat employed by the true culprits. Chapter 28. High Priestess Lin Xian in the ancient village. The atmosphere was so tense it felt as if it could yield droplets of water. Morong Shui stood quietly, her delicate brows furrowed. After a moment of contemplation, she directed her gaze towards the village chief. Chief, let us first investigate the village, Su Kai. You stay here to protect the chief, she instructed, her voice steady and resolute. The chief nodded slightly, a hint of concern flickering in his eyes. Be cautious, and remember that our villagers are quite simple-hearted. Please be considerate towards them. Without a moment's hesitation, Morong Shui turned to Lu Feng and the others, stating, let us split up and see if there are any suspicious individuals or items in the village. Lu Feng withdrew his gaze from the distant mysterious altar, his mind already set on a course of action. He took the lead, his figure gradually receding along the ancient village path. Shortly thereafter, guided by the villagers, Lu Feng arrived at a simple earthen building situated halfway up the mountain. The building was unadorned, yet the small courtyard before it was brimming with vibrant flowers, resembling a dreamlike garden. The woman clad in a white robe, her head veiled, was diligently watering the plants. Her movements were gentle and graceful, evoking memories of Lu Feng's first encounter with Lin Meijing. Lu Feng mused silently. The system has not reacted, and the heavenly eye detected no disguises. She should not be a ghost. Could I be mistaken? Yet, that altar is undeniably suspicious. Just as Lu Feng fell into contemplation, the woman lifted her head and noticed his presence. Her gaze was as calm as still water, as if Lu Feng's arrival had stirred no surprise within her. If you have something to say, please come in, she spoke with a tone that was both flat and indifferent. Lu Feng, unperturbed, stepped inside without hesitation. Upon entering the courtyard, an overwhelming floral fragrance enveloped him, prompting him to don his mask in alertness. If you have questions, feel free to ask, The woman set down her watering can and led Lu Feng to a pavilion to sit. "Hello, Miss Lin. I am Lu Feng. You must have heard about the recent events. Who do you believe is responsible for the harm done?" Lu Feng inquired. Lin Qian smiled faintly, her gaze drifting towards the distant peach trees as she replied slowly. "Those two ruffians met their demise due to disrespecting the spirits. While the police brought about their own downfall, it would be wise for you to leave swiftly. This place has its own order." Lu Feng was momentarily taken aback. It seemed the woman before him knew the reasons behind the deaths of those two and the police. "Spirits? So you are aware that there are ghosts in this village?" Lu Feng pressed further. The woman rose, stating, "There will be a ritual tomorrow. You should depart soon, and do not let your guard down tonight." With that, she turned and walked away, leaving Lu Feng in deep contemplation. As night fell, within a guest house, the members of Longya were discussing their forthcoming actions. Lu Feng relayed Lin Qian's words to the group, and their expressions turned grave. They all understood that this mission was more arduous than they had anticipated. Murong Shui looked at everyone, her tone serious as she declared, "Although this task is challenging, with police officers having perished here, it is our duty as Longya to uncover the murderer." The group nodded in agreement. Expressing their support, Murong Shui continued, "We must prepare for the worst and prioritize your safety. If faced with insurmountable danger, retreat first." The village at night was not shrouded in darkness. Lanterns hung everywhere, casting a soft glow. Lu Feng stood atop a roof, his heart heavy with concern for Lin Meijing. He dialed her number, but it was answered by Xia Yuyan. "Yuyan, what is Meijing doing? Why hasn't she replied to my messages?" Lu Feng asked, puzzled, as Lin Meijing usually responded instantly. Xia Yuyan replied excitedly, "Sister Meijing is breaking through. She should be fine shortly." Lu Feng inquired anxiously about her progress and safety. "Don't worry. The sisters are all here. There won't be any danger," Xia Yuyan reassured him. Hearing her response eased Lu Feng's worries slightly. "Where are you? Are you all right? We are very concerned about you," Xia Yuyan asked. Lu Feng gently replied, "Rest assured, I will be careful." After a brief conversation with Xia Yuyan, Lu Feng hung up. He made his way to the altar below, once more employing the heavenly eye in an attempt to uncover its secrets. However, the ancient barriers upon the altar remained formidable, rendering his efforts futile. Lu Feng sighed in frustration, a sense of defeat washing over him. Just then, a chime echoed, and the system's voice resonated. "Contracted ghost Lin Meijing has successfully broken through to A grade. Reward, 800 ghost coins, binding ghost rope X1, golden body talisman, covers the body in golden light, invincible for 3 seconds. Lu Feng felt a wave of joy surge within him. He was elated for Lin Meijing's success, as if he had gained immense power himself. Shortly after, Lin Meijing called him. Lu Feng glanced at the altar one last time before turning to leave. On his way back, he answered Lin Meijing's call. "How are you feeling, my dear? From now on, I shall rely on you for protection," Lu Feng said with a smile. Lin Meijing's face flushed upon hearing this, and she retorted, "Who is your dear? We aren't even married yet." Lu Feng chuckled softly. "All right, I won't joke anymore. The situation here might be a bit dire. How long has it been since you last fought?" Lin Meijing hurriedly replied, "I haven't fought, but if you encounter danger, you must tell me. I will come to your aid." Lu Feng felt a surge of emotion at her words. He knew that Lin Meijing genuinely cared for him and was willing to stand by him in his most perilous moments. Taking a deep breath, he gazed into the night, his heart brimming with unwavering resolve. Lu Feng opened his eyes to find himself inexplicably standing upon the altar, surrounded by corpses. His eyes widened in horror and fury as a tumult of emotions surged within him. He could never have anticipated awakening to such a terrifying scene. Gazing at the scattered bodies around him, he felt as though an unseen hand was clutching his heart. When his gaze fell upon Murong Shui, an overwhelming sorrow engulfed him. "Captain, teacher Murong Shui." He hastily knelt before her, trembling hands cradling her form as he called out her name in a hoarse voice. Yet, Murong Shui offered no response. Her once joyful face now resembled a ghostly pallor. Lu Feng's eyes reddened instantly, tears blurring his vision. Gently lowering Murong Shui, he stood up, his eyes resolute. At that moment, an A-grade vengeful spirit materialized upon the altar, its form enveloped in eerie blue flames. Reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell, the flames flickered ominously, exuding a chilling aura. Without hesitation, Lu Feng summoned the Peachwood Sword, invoking the speed charm, Dragon Force Charm, and spiritual energy charm simultaneously. His body surged with formidable power, his speed reaching its zenith. "Did you do this?" he demanded, gripping the peachwood sword tightly, his glare fixed upon the vengeful spirit. The spirit let out a low growl, the blue flames erupting into a massive fireball that hurtled toward Lu Feng. Lu Feng swiftly dodged the fiery serpents, swinging the peachwood sword at the spirit. The sword shimmered with brilliance. Striking with immense force, the spirit roared in anger, condensing its flames into a colossal fireball aimed at Lu Feng. He raised his sword to defend, the overwhelming impact forcing him back several steps. Gritting his teeth, he charged forward once more. Lu Feng's Qinglian sword technique wielded immense power with each stroke. However, the spirit was no trifling foe. Its widespread fiery onslaught made it difficult for Lu Feng to draw near. As the battle raged on, Lu Feng gradually felt his strength waning, his stamina depleting rapidly. The spirit, sensing Lu Feng's fatigue, seized the opportunity to launch a more ferocious assault. Its flames transformed into countless blades. Hurtling toward Lu Feng, he fought valiantly to defend himself, yet some blades still grazed him, leaving wounds that bled profusely. The spirit suddenly appeared before Lu Feng, delivering a punch that sent him crashing to the ground. Struggling to rise, Lu Feng found himself utterly powerless. As he watched the spirit approach step by step, despair enveloped his heart. At that moment, the spirit morphed into Lin Qian, and the surroundings transformed into a sea of flowers. Lu Feng's injuries healed in an instant. Do you understand the consequences of persisting in your investigation? Chapter 29. Lin Meijing's rescue. Is this an illusion? Lu Feng surveyed his surroundings. Lin Qian nodded slightly. Plucking a flower, if you insist on continuing your investigation, it will become reality. You mentioned this is an illusion. We have not truly fought, and a great vengeful spirit is indeed formidable, but it is not enough to instill fear in us. Lu Feng asserted, clenching his fists. Lin Qian waved her arm gently, and a peculiar light flashed as they found themselves above the ancient Xiongling. Gazing outwards, the mountains were adorned with peach trees emanating a mysterious glow, resembling countless radiant stars descending upon the earth. The radiant light flickered intermittently, weaving together a fantastical and beautiful tapestry that left one in awe. The world still harbors countless unknown secrets. This place serves as the point of meteor falls, thus experiencing unprecedented transformations. Lin Qian's voice echoed in the stillness of the air, imbued with a mysterious charm. Here, the deceased are buried directly underground, with a peach tree planted above, and now this power has gradually awakened their spirits. Lu Feng gazed at the surrounding peach trees, his heart racing uncontrollably. There were at least 100 peach trees here. If each harbored a spirit, it would be utterly chaotic. Terrifying scenes flooded his mind, and a profound unease surged within him. Yet, this has nothing to do with me. I merely wish to uncover the ghost that killed the police officer. Lu Feng remarked, bewildered, attempting to pull his thoughts away from these dreadful imaginings. Do you know what lies beneath the altar? Lin Qian suddenly inquired, her eyes shimmering with a mysterious light. Lu Feng shook his head, filled with confusion. He did not comprehend why Lin Qian had brought him to this place, nor did he understand the secrets concealed beneath the altar. Beneath the altar lies the previous priestess, who is also the village chief's sister, Zhang Lingyue. I have come here to resurrect her. Lin Qian spoke softly, her voice calm and resolute, as if narrating an unalterable fate. Lu Feng was taken aback. He never anticipated that Lin Qian possessed the ability to resurrect the dead, especially someone who had been gone for so long. Lin Qian gazed at the altar, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. Tomorrow is the final ritual, and she too shall be revived. However, she was wrongfully burned to death by the entire village, and she was pregnant at that time. Do you think her resentment is not immense? Then, knowing the severe consequences this could bring, why would you still wish to resurrect her? Lu Feng's mind was a whirlpool of confusion as he struggled to grasp Lin Qian's actions. He understood that if Zhang Lingyue were to be revived, it would herald a catastrophic disaster. Her husband has given me an offer I cannot refuse, and I foresaw your arrival through my abilities, which is why I did not prevent those two ruffians from disturbing the ritual, exchanging minimal costs for the hope of the entire village. Lin Qian stated flatly, her expression revealing nothing. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng fell into contemplation. From Lin Qian's words, he had deduced that the murderer was Zhang Lingyue's husband. and he was likely hiding in the village chief's residence. His heart was filled with conflict and turmoil. Uncertain how to confront the impending crisis. Think carefully. Your inability to combat her husband, Li Wei, will be daunting, and Zhang Lingyue's power upon revival will be even more terrifying. If Zhang Lingyue does not return, Li Wei's resentment will only deepen, and his strength will naturally surge. Lin Qian's voice resonated in Lu Feng's ears, seemingly warning him of the looming danger. Lu Feng summoned the Peachwood sword. Fixing a steely gaze on Lin Qian. Do you not consider yourself selfish? I could eliminate you first, then hunt down Li Wei. His eyes were filled with fury and determination, as if he aimed to bring about Lin Qian's demise. Lin Qian smiled slightly. If you possess such ability, come and find me. With that, the illusion began to collapse. Lu Feng felt an overwhelming darkness engulf him, akin to plunging into an infinite abyss. When he reopened his eyes, he found himself lying on the floor, surrounded by Su Kai and the others, who were still asleep. He slowly sat up, clenching his fists, his heart brimming with doubt and unease. Can I truly accomplish this? He muttered to himself, filled with self-doubt. At that moment, Murong Shui sat beside him, looking at him with a smile and saying, "What's wrong? Are you not accustomed?" Her eyes radiated concern and warmth, like a beam of sunlight penetrating Lu Feng's heart. Lu Feng shook his head, feeling a warmth arise within him as he looked at Murong Shui. She had always been there for him during his hardships, providing him strength and courage. I merely despise my own weakness. For I cannot adequately protect you all, Lu Feng lamented, his gaze heavy with guilt and remorse. Murong Shui pinched his cheek and said, "Xiaofeng, you have always been remarkable. Rest assured, your sister will protect you." The room was dim, yet Murong Shui's smile was exquisite. That smile resembled a blossoming flower, radiating enchanting brilliance, filling Lu Feng's heart with warmth and hope. The following day, the altar was surrounded by villagers. Lin Qian, clad in ceremonial attire, began her ritual. Her movements were graceful and enigmatic, as if she were communicating with the divine. The ceremony commenced. 3 cows and sheep were continuously roasted by soul-hunting flames, their refined blood slowly flowing into the altar. Instantly, a chilling aura enveloped the entire altar. As the livestock were consumed, the altar shattered, and Zhang Lingyue, with blood-red eyes, slowly emerged. Her appearance cast an overwhelming sense of pressure over the surrounding villagers. Zhang Lingyue, she is not dead. They dared not move, as if bound by an invisible force. Li Wei also made his entrance, his excitement palpable at the sight of his resurrected wife. His eyes sparkled with joy and affection, as if he had discovered the very essence of life. Suddenly, Lu Feng appeared in midair, throwing a purifying talisman towards Zhang Lingyue. Instantly, the talisman absorbed Zhang Lingyue's resentment, causing her immense suffering. She emitted a wailing cry, a sound reminiscent of the depths of hell, sending shivers down the spine. "You seek death?" Li Wei roared in fury, his body engulfed in blue flames as he charged at Lu Feng. His speed was blinding, akin to a lightning bolt streaking across the sky. However, his assault was thwarted by Murong Shui, who was enveloped in raging flames. Her gaze was resolute, and the fierce fire around her seemed poised to incinerate all evil. Su Kai and Huang Yu hastily unleashed their abilities to assist Murong Shui. Their powers converged, forming a formidable barrier against Li Wei's onslaught. Lu Feng quickly summoned the spirit summoning talisman, creating a space before him. Lin Meijing emerged slowly, radiating a pure light, akin to an angel descending. Lin Meijing immediately cast her angelic domain, gradually purifying the resentment surrounding Zhang Lingyue and Li Wei. Li Wei bellowed, "Do not touch her." Unleashing his tremendous strength, he sent Murong Shui and the others flying before charging towards Lu Feng. Murong Shui and the others crashed heavily to the ground. Lu Feng, witnessing his injured companions, was consumed by rage and guilt. He realized that this battle could not continue. It must reach a swift conclusion. Lin Meijing stood before Lu Feng, her eyes glowing with a crimson light. Upon seeing Lin Meijing's eyes, Li Wei felt a momentary dizziness overcome him. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Feng produced a thunder talisman, and a powerful bolt of lightning descended. Striking Li Wei let out a pained scream as he fell to the ground. Lu Feng's expression hardened as he summoned a shadow clone. The shadow clone transformed into countless threads, resembling a vast spider's web, ensnaring Li Wei. Murong Shui and the others hurriedly drew out electric nets to fire at Li Wei struggled with all his might. But the threads tightened around him, rendering him immobile. Suddenly, a rock hurtled towards Lu Feng, and Lin Meijing kicked it aside with a swift motion. The two looked down to find Zhang Sanfeng clad in battle armor. Chapter 30. Overwhelming. The relationship with Murong Xue.my apologies, everyone. Though I am a retired soldier and should not resort to violence against you, she is my sister. Zhang Sanfeng, donned in armor, flew towards Lu Feng and the others like a shooting star. He exuded a formidable aura, seemingly capable of solidifying the very air around him. Lin Meijing's gaze sharpened. She recognized that this unexpected arrival was no ordinary foe. Without hesitation, she unleashed her eye technique. Her eyes sparkled with an unusual light, attempting to subdue Zhang Sanfeng. However, Zhang Sanfeng, a seasoned warrior, possessed an indomitable will. Though Lin Meijing's technique caused him to falter momentarily, it did not fully restrain him. Lin Meijing's armored arm slid forth a blade, engaging Zhang Sanfeng in combat. Just then, Zhang Lingyue let out a cry of anguish. Upon hearing this, Li Wei's anger and worry peaked. He unleashed a surge of power, shattering the threads that bound him. Like a frenzied beast, he charged at Lu Feng. Lu Feng quickly wielded the Qinglian sword technique to defend himself, the sword shadows flickering like blooming blue lotuses. Yet, Li Wei's strength was overwhelming. Each blow sent waves of numbness through Lu Feng's arms. Murong Shui, wielding the flame blade, rushed to aid Lu Feng. The blade blazed with fierce flames as she swung it towards Li Wei. Yet, Li Wei paid no heed to Murong Shui's attack. His sole target was Lu Feng. He attacked with reckless abandon, each punch carrying immense force. Lu Feng struggled to withstand the onslaught, nearing his limits. Sweat trickled down his forehead, and his breath quickened. I do not intend to harm her. I merely seek to purify her resentment. Surely, you do not wish for her to remain engulfed in hatred forever? Lu Feng stated while defending against the strikes. However, at that moment, Li Wei could not hear a word. His mind was consumed by a singular thought, to protect Zhang Lingyue. His attacks grew increasingly frenzied, and Lu Feng and Murong Shui began to falter. Lu Feng was filled with urgency. He understood that if this continued, they would undoubtedly fall to Li Wei. A bolt of lightning struck unexpectedly, fierce as a tempest, sending Zhang Sanfeng flying. The flash of lightning seemed to tear the very air apart. Subsequently, a powerful spatial force surged forth like a tidal wave. This force was mysterious and potent, as if it could manipulate the order of the entire space. In the face of such overwhelming force, the already gravely injured Li Wei was utterly powerless to resist. His body was slowly pressed into the earth, rendering him motionless. The newcomers were none other than Qin Mingyao, clad in a purple battle attire, accompanied by her puppet, Yinling. Qin Mingyao stood tall, her purple garb fluttering in the wind, her gaze resolute and piercing, as if she could see through all faades. Beside her, the puppet Yinling stood silently, exuding an aura of enigma. Upon seeing Qin Mingyao, Lu Feng felt a great weight lift from his heart, the tension in his nerves dissipating in an instant, causing him to fall back. Lin Meijing hurried to catch him, concern etched across her face. At that moment, Zhang Lingyue also slowly rose to her feet. Her eyes filled with confusion and anguish as she surveyed her surroundings. When she spotted her husband Li Wei and brother under duress, despair and helplessness surged within her. She knelt hastily, tears brimming in her eyes, imploring Qin Mingyao not to harm them. Please, do not hurt them. They only sought to save me. Zhang Lingyue's voice trembled, laden with supplication. Ding, mission accomplished, reward, 2,000 yugibi. A day later, within the inn, Lu Feng gradually opened his eyes, finding himself resting in Lin Meijing's embrace. Meijing, Lu Feng said weakly. Lin Meijing, filled with delight, gently propped him against the bed frame. How could you so recklessly exhaust yourself? Did we not agree that if the battle was unwinnable, we would flee? Lin Meijing exclaimed in indignation. Lu Feng smiled faintly. One must strive to win. Lin Meijing, exasperated, shot him a glare. If you do that again, I shall lock you away, forcing you to remain in the little house with me all day. What is the current state of the village? Lu Feng inquired, grasping Lin Meijing's hand. Originally, Mingyao intended to take the three of them back, but that grand priestess named Lin Qian intervened, and Mingyao was unable to defeat her. Moreover, We learned from the surveillance footage in Zhang Sanfeng's possession that the police inadvertently encountered a recently awakened malevolent spirit. Now, the spirits beneath the peach trees are gradually awakening, soon to become a formidable force. By the way, that Grand Priestess instructed me to tell you to seek her out upon your awakening. She has something important to discuss with you. Lin Meijing spoke at length, while Lu Feng listened intently, struggling to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Lu Feng and Lin Meijing exited the inn. Sunlight bathed them in its warm glow, as if cloaking them in a radiant embrace. At that moment, Morong Shui approached from the opposite direction, her figure appearing exceptionally captivating in the sunlight. Upon sighting Morong Shui, Lin Meijing's eyes flickered with a hint of wariness, and she promptly clutched Lu Feng's arm tightly, as if declaring her claim to him. Observing this scene, Morong Shui merely smiled faintly, her smile tinged with a semblance of resignation and nonchalance. Miss Meijing, may I have a moment alone with Xiao Feng? Morong Shui inquired softly, her gaze fixed firmly on Lu Feng. Lu Feng, at that moment, turned to Lin Meijing, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of hope, a complex blend of curiosity about conversing with Morong Shui and concern for Lin Meijing's feelings. Lin Meijing furrowed her brow slightly, hesitating for a moment before releasing Lu Feng's arm, feigning irritation as she declared, "Very well, but no funny business." With that, she turned and departed, her silhouette imbued with an air of reluctance and worry. Lu Feng and Morong Shui stood facing each other, the atmosphere laden with awkwardness. They silently made their way to a nearby pavilion, where they settled into a quiet stillness. Around the pavilion, a gentle breeze rustled through the leaves. Yet it could not shatter the silence enveloping them. Both were at a loss for words, as if a multitude of sentiments were lodged within their hearts, yet they found no way to articulate them. After a considerable pause, Morong Shui broke the tension. "I never imagined you had a girlfriend, and such a beautiful one at that. You are truly fortunate." Her words carried a note of wistfulness. Lu Feng, upon hearing this, felt a surge of complex emotions, admitting, "Indeed, I feel extraordinarily lucky, not only to have encountered a benefactor like you, but also to have found someone who loves me." His gaze was filled with gratitude as he sincerely conveyed his feelings to Morong Shui. Morong Shui lowered her gaze momentarily, then lifted it to meet Lu Feng's eyes, teasingly asking, "Tell me, did you ever have feelings for me?" Lu Feng was momentarily taken aback, a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind. Meeting Morong Shui's expectant gaze, he hesitated, then replied, "No, for at that time, I felt I lacked the qualification and regarded you solely as a benefactor deserving of a lifetime of gratitude." A hint of guilt laced Lu Feng's words. He knew his answer might sadden Morong Shui, yet he did not wish to deceive her. Upon hearing this, a shadow of disappointment crossed Morong Shui's face, her expression akin to sunlight obscured by dark clouds. After a brief silence, she inquired, "Then why do you believe you are worthy of Lin Meijing?" Lu Feng smiled softly, his eyes brimming with warmth and conviction. "Because my bond with her is destined by the heavens." His words radiated confidence, affirming his belief in the fated connection between himself and Lin Meijing. Morong Shui, upon hearing this, slowly rose to her feet. She gazed at Lu Feng, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. "You ungrateful wretch, it was I who extended kindness first. Very well, let us maintain our current relationship, which is quite satisfactory." With that, she turned and left, her figure appearing somewhat solitary and desolate in the sunlight. Lu Feng watched her retreating silhouette, a swell of helplessness and reflection washing over him. He sighed, aware that the relationship between himself and Morong Shui had reached an awkward juncture. Their connection was indeed one of special fate. They had long since transcended mere friendship, teetering on the brink of romance. Though tinged with regret, this relationship possessed its own unique beauty. Lu Feng silently wished for Morong Shui's happiness, hoping she might discover her own joy. Chapter 31. The Enchantment of the Heart Fox and Xia Yuya's Temptation. After parting ways with Morong Shui, Lu Feng approached Lin Qian's residence, his heart brimming with questions. As he neared, he caught sight of Lin Qian's elegant form seated serenely in a pavilion. An exquisite tea set arranged before her as she leisurely brewed tea. Her demeanor was tranquil and unperturbed, as if she had seamlessly blended with her surroundings. Lu Feng approached slowly, and Lin Qian lifted her gaze slightly. Speaking in a calm tone, "You have arrived." While saying this, she continued deftly attending to the tea set. Lu Feng seated himself opposite her, his gaze locked onto her, his mind flooded with inquiries. After a brief silence, he could no longer contain himself and asked, "Who exactly are you?" Lin Qian did not rush to answer. Instead, she first offered Lu Feng a cup of freshly brewed tea. He accepted the cup but lacked the inclination to savor it, his anxiety compelling him to await her response. Lin Qian took a gentle sip of tea before slowly articulating, "Did you think that meteor shower merely brought forth spirits and supernatural abilities?" Lu Feng's heart jolted at her words. He had never considered that the meteor shower might have delivered other unknown entities. According to Lin Qian, this celestial event concealed deeper secrets, of which she herself might be a part. Lin Qian set down her teacup, her gaze revealing a profound depth. She continued, "The emergence of new elements will disrupt the world's balance. You cannot hide fire with paper. Chaos is imminent, and you must prepare in advance." Lu Feng furrowed his brow, anxiety gnawing at him. "Why are you sharing this with me?" he queried, bewildered. Lin Qian met his gaze, a subtle smile gracing her lips, as if imbued with profound significance. She spoke softly, "Because you are special." Subsequently, Lin Qian produced a necklace adorned with a delicate nine-tailed fox jade pendant. Offering it to Lu Feng, she stated, "This is for you, a token of gratitude for assisting me in resolving this crisis." As Lu Feng accepted the necklace, he immediately sensed a potent force emanating from the jade pendant, astonished as he pondered, "What is this system?" Moments later, the system's voice chimed, "Ding, Heart Fox Jade Pendant. Upon use, it will temporarily allow beast transformation, significantly enhancing strength. Only the host with an extreme yang physique may utilize it. Others will perish due to insufficient yang energy." Lu Feng was astounded. Was this not akin to a cheat for surpassing levels in a novel? A broad smile adorned his face as he expressed his gratitude to Lin Qian. "Miss Lin, thank you immensely for bestowing such a precious gift upon me." Lin Qian regarded Lu Feng earnestly, cautioning, "Remember, its power requires replenishment. After use, you must allow it to absorb energy." Lu Feng nodded in understanding, contemplating that replenishing energy posed no challenge for him. He not only resided with 5 female spirits daily but also faced Lin Meijing's nighttime advances, which were not easily resisted, alongside the occasional hunts for malevolent spirits. Energy was undoubtedly not an issue. The week swiftly passed, and today was the weekend, granting Lu Feng a reprieve from classes and training. Finally affording him some leisure time, he leisurely browsed the system's shop at home, seeking items of potential benefit to himself. At tea that moment, Xia Yuya entered, adorned in a lace camisole, cradling books in her arms, a smile gracing her features. The instant Lu Feng laid eyes on Xia Yuya, a surge of surprise coursed through him, his heart racing uncontrollably. In the days since her return, Xia Yuyan had been subtly and overtly enticing Lu Feng daily, prompting him to contemplate moving to the second floor to reside with Lin Meijing. He had yet to acquire the art of ghost summoning and sternly reminded himself to resist Xia Yuyan's allure. Lu Feng endeavored to steady his emotions as he proposed, "Yuyan, since it's the weekend, shall we forego the tutoring today? How about I take you and Meijing out for some fun?" Upon hearing this, Xia Yuyan leapt onto Lu Feng, pouting playfully, "No way. I must defeat Shangguan Hanyue in the final exam, and besides, Sister Meijing is currently engrossed in intense training. She has no time to accompany us." Lu Feng's face flushed crimson as he dared not meet Xia Yuyan's gaze. The sight before him was simply too captivating, and he feared losing control. He hastily suggested, "Then could you perhaps change into another outfit? How can you focus on your studies like this?" Xia Yuyan smiled softly, pressing closely against Lu Feng as she whispered, "Teacher, would you like me to help cool you down? Your face is so red." Unable to bear it any longer, Lu Feng swiftly scooped Xia Yuyan into his arms and hurried towards the bedroom. Startled by his action, Xia Yuyan was filled with astonishment. Lu Feng gently placed her on the bed and retrieved a shirt from the wardrobe. Draping it over her, Xia Yuyan was momentarily taken aback, pouting and retorting, "Humph, I thought you finally understood with that." She turned and stormed back to the living room. Lu Feng sighed in resignation as he watched her retreating figure, murmuring to himself, "What a vexing little sprite." Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow across Lu Feng's room. He shook his head, attempting to quell the ripples of emotions stirred within him. Entering the bathroom, he turned on the faucet, allowing the cool water to wash over his hands before splashing his face in an effort to regain composure. Xia Yuyin's previous actions had left him quite flustered. This mischievous little fairy always seemed to challenge his resolve inadvertently. After splashing his face, Lu Feng took a deep breath, striving to adjust his state of mind. Stepping out of the bathroom, he found Xia Yuyin seated on the sofa. Pouting with evident displeasure, clutching a book, she showed no inclination to open it, clearly still miffed about their earlier exchange. Lu Feng settled beside her, gently saying, "Yuyin, don't be upset. Let's start our math review." Xia Yuyin shot him a glare. Remaining silent, Lu Feng chuckled helplessly and continued, "Did you not say you wanted to outshine Shangguan Hanyue in the final exam? We must seize the time to study." Though Xia Yuyin still did not respond, Lu Feng sensed a slight softening in her demeanor. He picked up the math book from her hands, opened a page, and began to explain. "Let us first examine this problem. It pertains to functions." Lu Feng spoke earnestly, striving to elucidate the complex mathematical concepts in accessible language. However, Xia Yuyin's mind wandered, her gaze occasionally darting towards Lu Feng, still brooding over their earlier interaction. After some time, Lu Feng realized Xia Yuyin was not paying attention at all. He paused and inquired, "Yuyin, are you listening?" Xia Yuyin snapped back to reality, gazing at Lu Feng as she replied, "Teacher, your explanation is dreadfully boring." Lu Feng sighed in resignation. "What would you suggest to make studying more engaging?" Xia Yuyin's eyes sparkled mischievously as she replied, "Only if you agree to one condition." Lu Feng asked, "What condition?" With a slight smirk, Xia Yuyin stated, "First, accompany me and Sister Meijing for some shopping, and then I'll study diligently." Lu Feng furrowed his brow, "But didn't you just say Sister Meijing is busy with intense training and has no time to go out?" Xia Yuyin countered, "We can wait until Sister Meijing finishes her training before we go." After a moment's contemplation, Lu Feng conceded, "All right, but you must first study earnestly. Once Sister Meijing is done, we can go shopping together." Xia Yuyin's face brightened with a smile. "Deal." Lu Feng resumed his explanation of the math problems. This time, although Xia Yuyin was still somewhat distracted, she at least made an effort to listen. Lu Feng continued to explain while observing her reactions, adjusting his teaching approach accordingly. Time slipped away unnoticed as Lu Feng spoke until his throat grew parched. Yet seeing Xia Yuyin gradually grasp some concepts filled him with a sense of satisfaction. Just then, Lu Feng's phone rang. Checking the screen, he saw it was a call from Lin Meijing. "Meijing, what is up?" On the other end, Lin Meijing's voice chimed, "Lu Feng, it's the weekend, and Mingyao and the others will be back. Could you accompany me to buy groceries?" "Sure." After hanging up, Lu Feng pinched Xia Yuyin's cheek and declared, "Let's go buy groceries and, while we're at it, enjoy some shopping." Xia Yuyin nodded eagerly. Chapter 32. The vampire girl Xia Yuyin and Lin Meijing quickly adorned themselves with simple yet stylish casual outfits, donning hats that lent them a fresh and natural appearance. Together with Lu Feng, they set off, driving toward their destination. The vehicle came to a smooth halt in the parking lot adjacent to the bustling market, and the two girls eagerly pulled Lu Feng along to shop as they strolled along the lively street. Lu Feng felt quite uncomfortable being affectionately linked to the two girls, their surroundings filled with envious glances directed at him. He gently disentangled himself, opting to walk silently behind them. Noticing Lu Feng's retreat, Xia Yuyin and Lin Meijing couldn't help but stifle their laughter, their expressions delightfully charming. After a brief excursion, Lu Feng's arms were laden with various clothes and shoes. Inwardly lamenting, accompanying women on shopping trips is truly a daunting task. Soon, they arrived at the vibrant market alive with the essence of daily life. Lin Meijing planted a gentle kiss on Lu Feng's cheek, smiling as she said, "Let us head inside first. Xiaofeng, you can place the items in the car and then come find us. You've worked hard. I'll reward you tonight." With that, she cheerfully led Xia Yuyin into the market. Lu Feng sighed in resignation and turned toward the garage. Before long, he had neatly stored the items away. As he stepped out of the garage, a sudden, loud crash echoed. Instinctively, he looked up to see a woman plummeting from a high building. He quickly surveyed the surroundings, noting the absence of other bystanders. In a flash, he summoned his shadow clone, which swiftly caught the injured and unconscious beautiful woman while shielding against falling debris. Beep. Luna is gradually transforming into a vampire. Severely injured. Beep. Mission: rescue the vampire. Reward: 200 ghost coins. Bloodblade, B-grade weapon, inflicts heavy injury effect, hindering enemy recovery. The system's voice resonated in Lu Feng's mind. Without hesitation, he retrieved a healing potion from his possession and administered it to Luna. Then, He swiftly lifted her and dashed toward the garage. Once he carefully secured her in the back seat, Lu Feng pressed the accelerator, racing towards Xia Yuyin's private hospital. On the way, Lu Feng anxiously dialed Xia Yuyin's number. Lu Feng, what is the matter? Are you missing me? Don't worry, I'll be back for dinner tonight. Xia Yuyin's teasing voice came through the phone. Lu Feng, disregarding her playful banter, urgently replied, Yuyin, stop joking. I'm on my way to you with a severely injured vampire. Please prepare for assistance. Startled, Xia Yun's tone shifted. All right, hurry and bring her here. After a tense drive, Lu Feng finally arrived at the hospital, where a flurry of activity awaited him. Xia Yuyin rushed forward, accompanied by a group of doctors clad in pristine white coats, all holding stretchers. Among them were also ghosts. However, amidst this urgency, traffic police arrived at breakneck speed. Oh no! Lu Feng realized that in his haste to get Luna to the hospital, he had been speeding and would inevitably face consequences. Xia Yuyin looked at him, a teasing smile gracing her lips. Haha, you might want to spend some time at the station. They'll even save you dinner. With a playful heart gesture, she added to his exasperation. Sighing helplessly, Lu Feng instructed, please inform Mei Jing and Yuyin to take care of each other. Subsequently, he was taken away by the police. Night fell quietly, the city's lights twinkling like dazzling stars. Due to his good intentions in saving someone and the absence of any injuries caused to others, Lu Feng was eventually released after an investigation. As he stepped out of the station, he spotted 3 distinctively styled beauties waiting for him. Lu Feng approached them with an apologetic expression. Mei Jing, Yuyin, Yalan, I'm so sorry for keeping you waiting. Not at all, Lin Mei Jing replied warmly, her eyes radiating concern like the gentle sun of spring, capable of melting hearts. Xia Yuyin, with her charmingly mischievous demeanor, her lively eyes sparkling, rushed over to Lu Feng, linking her arm with his as she playfully chastised, considering you saved someone, I'll forgive you this time. Li Yalan stood majestically, akin to a frosty queen, as she quietly commanded attention, her chin slightly raised as she proclaimed, all right, let us board. The restaurant has been booked. Inside the vehicle, Lu Feng was consumed with worry for Luna's safety, his impatience leading him to hastily dial Xia Yuyin's number. On the other end, Xia Yuyin's cheerful voice chimed in. Lu Feng, you've emerged so soon. Lu Feng quickly inquired, how is Luna? His tone was laced with concern. The absence of any system notification implied that Luna was still in peril. Xia Yuyin pondered briefly before replying. The external injuries are no longer significant, yet for some inexplicable reason, she remains unconscious. Curiously, she added, how do you know her name? Lu Feng, feeling a twinge of panic, swiftly concocted a response. She vaguely mentioned it to me. Please ensure someone takes good care of her. After ending the call, Xia Yuyin's voice, filled with curiosity, rang out, teacher, did you see the assailant? Lu Feng shook his head slowly, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck him, and he exclaimed, Yalan, hurry to Yuyin. Lin Mei Jing, perplexed, queried, why? Meng Yao is still waiting for us. She has questions for you. Lu Feng insisted urgently, Luna is in grave danger. The assailant will undoubtedly pursue her. Upon hearing this, Li Yalan's gaze sharpened. She quickly surveyed her surroundings, confirming no one was present, and executed a swift drift, propelling the vehicle towards Xia Yuyin's private hospital. The car sped through the night like an arrow loosed from a bow, the friction of the tires against the pavement echoing Lu Feng's anxiety and concern. Within Xia Yuyin's private hospital, the quiet atmosphere was intermittently disrupted by the faint ticking of medical instruments. Luna lay still on the hospital bed, her golden locks cascading like a waterfall onto the pristine pillow, her porcelain skin appearing even more fragile under the soft illumination. Her face was etched with pain, as if she were enduring an unspeakable torment. At that moment, a gentle knock broke the silence. A male nurse entered, approaching Luna slowly, his figure casting an eerie shadow in the dim light. Suddenly, a glint of steel flashed as a blade lunged towards Luna. In the nick of time, Xia Yuyin, concealed within a wardrobe, emerged, unleashing a formidable wave of annihilation. The force surged forth like a torrential tide, sending I am a student at a medical university. A month ago, my boyfriend, Chen Feihong, and I embarked on a field research expedition, during which we inadvertently tumbled into a cave, where we were also bitten by bats. While seeking an exit, we stumbled upon a crystal that caused us to undergo a transformation into vampires, endowing us with extraordinary powers. Due to our merely altered eyes and teeth, most people assumed we were merely adopting a peculiar appearance. Thus, we continued our lives, occasionally procuring blood serum. However, my boyfriend became increasingly enthralled by the powers bestowed by the crystal. Just a week ago, I noticed his descent into madness, culminating in him injuring someone. Suspecting the crystal to be the root of the issue, I concealed it, believing that our bond would persuade him to forsake its power. Yet, I was gravely mistaken. He had succumbed to madness in his pursuit of strength. After fruitless interrogation, he grievously harmed me. With the last of my strength, I managed to escape through a window, only to be rescued by Lu Feng. What a beast! I hope I never cross paths with him again. Qin Mingyao clenched her fists as she spoke. Li Yalan approached, asking, "Can you sense the location of my crystal?" Luna hesitated slightly at her words. And Li Yalan exchanged a glance with Lin Meijing and Lu Feng. "Please believe us," Lin Meijing and Lu Feng asserted resolutely. Luna regarded them for a moment, then nodded hesitantly. Qin Mingyao immediately sealed the surrounding space to prevent eavesdropping. In the abandoned park adjacent to the market, beneath a shattered statue, Luna spoke earnestly. Qin Mingyao exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Feng, who instantly understood, and the two departed the room. "I want to go too," Xia Yuyan exclaimed, hastily rising, only to be restrained by Xia Yuyan. "Don't complicate matters. Stay put," Li Yalan said as she closed her laptop and slowly made her way to the door. "Why can Yalan go?" Xia Yuyan protested. "Once your strength matches hers, you may join. Besides, she is a yellow sparrow. Being in a crowd makes it easier to go unnoticed," Xia Yuyan remarked while pinching her sister's cheek. Chapter 34. Flowing Shadow Crystal. The night was as dark as ink when an off-road vehicle cut through the silent streets like a bolt of lightning. Racing towards the abandoned park mentioned by Luna, shadows danced in the dusky twilight, a dark figure closely following within the towering buildings. Qin Mingyao gripped the steering wheel tightly, determination gleaming in her eyes, while Lu Feng beside her bore a grave expression, vigilantly observing their surroundings. The wheels spun rapidly, kicking up clouds of dust as if racing against time. As they sped through the night, the tension in their hearts tightened. Eventually, the abandoned park came into view, with the surrounding security lines standing out starkly under the dim lights. "Let us go. Be cautious," Qin Mingyao signaled to Lu Feng before unhesitatingly pushing open the car door and dashing inside. Lu Feng followed closely, his hands poised to confront any impending danger. The park was permeated with a miasma of decay, its dilapidated state sending shivers down one's spine. Lu Feng activated his celestial vision, scrutinizing the area with care. They reached the statue but discovered no sign of the crystal Luna had mentioned, only the remnants of gnawing. Lu Feng gently touched the marks, a sense of dread settling in his heart. "This is bad. Judging by the markings, it seems an animal has taken the crystal," he spoke in a low, serious tone. Qin Mingyao, perplexed, responded, "This isn't a zoo. What kind of animal could it be?" Just then, a series of squeaks emanated from underground. Lu Feng glanced down, his celestial vision penetrating the earth, revealing a horde of mutated rats. His expression turned grave as he quickly embraced Qin Mingyao, propelling them forward. In an instant, a swarm of massive rats surged forth from their previous location. After rolling twice, Lu Feng and Qin Mingyao sprang to their feet. Lu Feng wasted no time, drawing his Uzi and unleashing a barrage of bullets at the mutated rat swarm. The bullets rained down, striking the creatures and producing a cacophony of sound. Meanwhile, Qin Mingyao employed her abilities to seal the space, preventing the gunfire from inciting panic. Yet, the mutated rats continued to flood out, seemingly endless, as Lu Feng noted his dwindling ammunition. Anxiety gripped him. "Sword, come." He decisively summoned his peachwood sword, infusing it with righteous energy. A resolute light flickered in his gaze as the sword appeared to come alive in his grasp. Purple energy. "Rise," he shouted, cleaving towards the entrance. A brilliant light flashed as the righteous energy surged forth, crashing into the swarm of mutated rats. The rodents were momentarily repelled by the force, only to charge back with renewed ferocity. Qin Mingyao unleashed a torrent of lightning, targeting the encroaching mutated rats. The electricity wove into a vast net, ensnaring the creatures within. Although the rats shrieked in agony from the electric strikes, they pressed on. attacking with relentless fervor. Suddenly, a particularly large mutated rat burst forth from a sewer. Lu Feng's keen eyes discerned a potent energy emanating from its belly. Mingyao, the crystal is within it, Lu Feng called out while battling the mutated rats. Upon hearing this, Qin Mengyao's eyes sparkled with determination. She swung her arms, transforming the lightning into a spear, encased in electric armor, and charged at the colossal mutated rat. Her speed was blinding, akin to a flash of lightning. The spear in her hand glimmered with dazzling electric light, seemingly capable of piercing through anything. The giant rat roared in fury upon seeing her approach, baring its sharp teeth in a gaping maw. Undeterred, Qin Mingyao leaped high, thrusting her spear toward the creature's head. The colossal rat swung its head abruptly, evading her strike. Its tail lashed out like a steel whip, aiming to strike her. Qin Mingyao nimbly sidestepped. Avoiding the attack, she again lunged with her spear, aiming for the rat's abdomen. The creature hastily raised its claws in defense, but the electric force was overwhelming, searing its paws instantly. Lu Feng remained engaged. Wielding his peachwood sword against the other mutated rats, his swordsmanship was fierce, each strike infused with righteous energy, repelling the creatures one by one. Qin Mingyao continuously varied her attacks, her spear darting like lightning towards the giant mutated rat. The colossal rat retaliated with increasing ferocity, each assault imbued with immense force. Qin Mingyao's electric armor absorbed the blows, deflecting them with ease. Mingyao, end this swiftly. That crystal fuels its power incessantly, Lu Feng urged. Concentrating as he infused the righteous energy into his peachwood sword, then attached a fire talisman, swinging with vigor. The sword released a powerful flame, hurtling towards the giant rat. Sensing the formidable force, the rat swiftly turned to evade. However, it was a beat too slow. The energy struck its back, leaving a deep gash. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Mingyao launched another assault, her spear piercing the rat's belly with a devastating thrust. The giant rat howled in anguish as the spear punctured through. With a fierce flick, Qin Mingyao sent the creature soaring. The puppet's silver bell materialized, its electrified fist crashing down upon the giant rat, which fell heavily to the ground, struggling momentarily before falling still in the realm of lightning shadows. Qin Mingyao stood suspended in midair, issuing a powerful shout as arcs of electricity erupted from her, transforming into countless lightning shadows that obliterated the remaining mutated rats. Exhausted, she plummeted downward, where Lu Feng hurriedly caught her. "Are you all right?" he inquired. Qin Mingyao slightly shook her head, stepping away from him. They cautiously approached the fallen giant rat. Extracting the crystal from its belly, Ding, flowing shadow crystal, possesses extraordinary power. What is the purpose of this item? Ding, essential for upgrading to S rank. The crystal emitted a faint glow, seemingly narrating its own tale. This is terrifying. It can affect one's mind, Qin Mingyao exclaimed, hastily sealing the crystal with her spatial abilities. Lu Feng regarded her earnestly, stating, "Mingyao, listen to me. This should be used when you are about to break through to S rank. It will aid your ascension." "How do you know this?" Qin Mingyao asked, perplexed, as she considered destroying the ominous object or handing it over to the authorities. "It's a secret," Lu Feng replied with a slight smile. Qin Mingyao shot him an annoyed glance, feeling discontent at the multitude of secrets he harbored. Chapter 35. Yellow Sparrow. The art of ghost command, just as Qin Mingyao had directed the dragon tooth members to handle the corpses. A blood shadow surged towards the crystal in her hand like a bolt of lightning. Lu Feng's shadow clone appeared in an instant, colliding fiercely with the blood shadowed. A dull thud resonated, as if the air itself quivered from the impact. The blood shadow, akin to a burning, dark red flame, flickered in the air, exuding a chillingly malevolent aura. It darted forth like an arrow, then morphed into bizarre shapes to launch flanking attacks. The shadow clone moved like a black specter, agile and swift, evading the onslaught while seeking an opportunity to counterattack. The blood shadow lunged at the shadow clone with astonishing speed, resembling a flash of lightning. The shadow clone swiftly sidestepped, but the blood shadow's relentless assault pursued closely. With its razor-sharp claws extended, the blood shadow aimed a vicious strike at the shadow clone. With a flick of the hand, the shadow clone unleashed a surge of black energy, which collided with the claws of the blood shadow. In an instant, a powerful wave of energy erupted in the air, causing the surrounding derelict structures to tremble slightly. However, the shadow clone gradually found itself on the defensive, barely managing to withstand the relentless onslaught of the blood shadow. A piercing shriek escaped the lips of the blood shadow, seemingly mocking the shadow clone's impotence. Not far away, atop a towering building, Chen Feihong, clad in an elegant suit, gestured with his hands, skillfully controlling the blood shadow. His eyes glinted with a hint of malevolence and triumph, as if victory was assured. Just then, the tranquility of the night was shattered by the faint sound of a silenced gunshot. Chen Feihong reacted swiftly, hurriedly sidestepping, yet his head was still grazed, leaving a trail of blood. Alarm surged within him as he swiftly turned to see Li Yalan. Armed with a Barrett, standing on the distant rooftop. Without hesitation, Li Yalan pulled the trigger again, firing multiple shots in quick succession. Chen Feihong dodged frantically across the rooftop like a nimble cheetah, each bullet zipping past him perilously. Realizing that he could not continue in this manner, he prepared to transform into a bat and flee, only to be unexpectedly seized by the icebound Wolf King, which clamped down on his arm. A wave of terror washed over Chen Feihong as excruciating pain radiated throughout his body. In a moment of desperation, he decisively severed his own arm, blood gushing forth. Ignoring the agony, he fled, vanishing into the moonlight. Li Yalan, standing on the rooftop, watched the direction in which Chen Feihong had disappeared, her brow slightly furrowed. It was indeed difficult to pursue him from the rooftop, so she resolved to rendezvous with Lu Feng and the others. She stowed away her Barrett and swiftly descended the rooftop, her figure weaving through the night like a specter. Before long, she arrived at the location of Lu Feng and Qin Mingyao. He escaped. Leaving only an arm, Li Yalan exclaimed, tossing Chen Feihong's severed arm onto the ground. You all should head back. This matter will be temporarily put on hold, and we shall send others to continue the pursuit. Qin Mingyao remarked to Lu Feng and Li Yalan. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Luna ultimately joined Li Yalan's company. As Chen Feihong remained elusive, Luna, for precautionary measures, took residence in the female ghost building, sharing quarters with Lin Meijing. At the academy. As classes concluded, Lu Feng strolled down the street. Having unlocked the demon control technique, he had spent the past 2 days studying its intricacies with Lin Meijing, resulting in a slight ache in his lower back. System, this demon control technique seems rather unreasonable. Why must I be in a dominant position for it to take effect? He queried. Ding. The current level of the host's demon control technique is too low and requires the unlocking of dual cultivation partners to upgrade the skill. Lu Feng was left speechless. Was this not tantamount to establishing a harem? Apart from Xia Yuyan, who was relatively easy to approach, he felt that the other three would be even harder to deal with than slaying them. Teacher! At that moment, Xia Yuyan and Shangguan Hanyue rushed over. Lu Feng turned to face the two vibrant students. When had their relationship become so amicable? Could it truly be, as others said, that to hit is to express affection, and to scold is to convey love? Shangguan Yian, do you have something to discuss? He inquired. Shangguan Hanyue approached Lu Feng, presenting him with an invitation. Teacher, today is my birthday. Could you and Yuyin attend my birthday party tonight? My grandfather wishes to express his gratitude to you. A party? That sounds good. Today is a day of rest, and I need to recuperate. Otherwise, I truly cannot withstand Meijing's relentless advances. The bed feels as if it might collapse. Lu Feng smiled slightly. Sure, I will attend. Shangguan Hanyue's face lit up with delight upon hearing this. Thank you, teacher. I shall return to prepare. With that, she departed. Xia Yin approached Lu Feng, linking her arm with his. Teacher, I didn't expect you to agree so readily. Are you harboring ulterior motives towards Hanyue? Lu Feng playfully flicked her forehead. Silly girl, what do you mean by that? Quickly let go. It wouldn't look good if others saw us. Xia Yin rubbed her forehead, gazing at Lu Feng with indignation. Humph, bad teacher, you are worried about appearances? You've already touched me all over. Why is that not a concern? Lu Feng hastily replied. Don't say such things. It was your initiative. Xia Yin flashed a mischievous smile. Oh, really? I wasn't aware that it was you who kept your hand on my waist while I sat on your lap, and when you carried me. Your hand kept wandering. If you keep this up, I won't tutor you anymore, Lu Feng said, his face reddening. Though he indeed felt excitement when interacting with Xia Yuyan, he had never deliberately taken advantage of her. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuyan immediately softened, grasping Lu Feng's hand. All right, I won't say anything more. Even if you did it intentionally, I would still be very happy. Let us head home. With that, she pulled Lu Feng towards the car, prompting him to hastily don his hat to avoid being recognized. After dinner, Lin Meijing glanced tenderly at Lu Feng and Xia Yuyan. I'm leaving. No mischief, she admonished, before taking Luna out to familiarize themselves with the surroundings. Given that Luna would be residing there for a while. Not long after, in Xia Yuyan's room, Lu Feng was intently helping her with her studies. Holding a pen in one hand, he smoothly wrote out the steps to solve a problem on paper while patiently explaining the concepts to Xia Yuyan. His gaze exuded wisdom and composure, and his deep voice, rich with resonance, drew her in effortlessly. Xia Yuyan rested her chin on her hand, occasionally frowning in contemplation, then nodding in sudden realization, her demeanor both playful and endearing. After a while, feeling slightly parched, Lu Feng turned to Xia Yuyan. Could you fetch me a glass of water? Upon hearing this, Xia Yuyan's eyes lit up, and a mischievous plan formed in her mind. Since you can endure this, don't blame me for unleashing my ultimate move. I will show you what it means to be consumed by fiery passion. She quickly rose and strode towards the kitchen. Moments later, she returned with a glass of water, a mysterious smile gracing her face. Lu Feng was momentarily taken aback as he beheld Xia Yuyan, who wore a purple camisole belonging to Lin Meijing. The garment clung to her figure, accentuating her alluring curves. Lu Feng, puzzled, asked, "What are you thinking? Why are you wearing Meijing's clothes?" Xia Yuyan raised her chin slightly and asked, "Is it not beautiful?" Lu Feng shook his head helplessly. Taking a sip from the glass, his gaze inadvertently drawn to her figure as he chuckled. "You are too petite. This outfit doesn't suit you." Xia Yuyan's face instantly flushed with indignation. She suddenly seated herself on Lu Feng's lap, playfully punching him. "You lecherous wolf, you really do prefer the larger sizes." Lu Feng couldn't help but chuckle at her flustered expression. All right. Being small has its advantages." "Humph." Xia Yuyan huffed, fixing her gaze on Lu Feng. "Do you not sense something amiss?" Lu Feng, bewildered, shook his head, unsure of what Xia Yuyan was implying. She scrutinized the glass, convinced she had not made a mistake. "Why is it ineffective?" she wondered aloud. Then, pinching Lu Feng's cheek, she exclaimed, "You rascal, do you know I spiked the drink, and that's why you took the antidote?" Lu Feng chuckled softly, pinching her waist playfully. "My righteous spirit has strengthened. Your little aphrodisiac is ineffective against me." Xia Yuyan's eyes widened in realization, her irritation escalating. "What? You possess such abilities? This is infuriating." Lu Feng, unable to suppress his laughter at her adorable expression, patted her rear lightly. "All right, come down now. You still haven't solved that last problem." Xia Yuyan pouted defiantly. "No?" Lu Feng paused, taken aback by her stubborn yet charming demeanor, a surge of unfamiliar emotions washing over him. With a smirk, he leaned in once more, kissing her with a blend of assertiveness and tenderness. Xia Yuyan's eyes widened in shock, completely taken aback by this sudden act, her heart skipping a beat. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, the world around them fading into a blur, leaving only their warmth and breaths as tangible sensations. After what felt like an eternity, their lips parted, the delicate connection between them akin to a thread of ambiguity, igniting the air with an intense heat. Xia Yuyan's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple, as her eyes darted about, unsure of where to look. "Enough already." Lu Feng's voice carried a teasing affection. Xia Yuyan instinctively shook her head, then realizing it was inappropriate, quickly nodded, only to revert to shaking her head in a flustered manner. She was utterly perplexed, her mind a whirlpool of confusion, her heart racing like a drum. Lu Feng couldn't help but chuckle at her adorable state. "Do not laugh," Xia Yuyan exclaimed, leaning in to kiss him again. Lu Feng lifted her, gently pressing her onto the bed. "Are you frightened, my dear?" Xia Yuyan, blushing, gazed into Lu Feng's gentle eyes and slightly shook her head. "I am not afraid, for the one before me is you." "Odd hurts, ding." Host has advanced to B-level demon controller, physical constitution enhanced, and acquired 3 spirit summoning talismans, and cold iron binding rope, capable of restraining entities below a level. Reusable, and 2,000 demon coins. Lu Feng instantly felt his body strengthen, the fatigue gradually dissipating. "What is happening? Why am I transforming at an hour later?" he said. "I'll go wash the blanket." Lu Feng moved Xia Yuyan aside and carried the blanket to the balcony. Soon after returning to the room, Xia Yuyan extended her hand, embracing me to take a bath. My legs went weak. Lu Feng smiled faintly and carried Xia Yuyan towards the restroom. What are you doing? You scoundrel teacher? That night, Lu Feng, clad in formal attire, arrived at the birthday banquet of Shangguan Hanyue at an ancient castle hotel in the city center. At the entrance, the Shangguan family was welcoming guests. And Shangguan Hanyue, dressed in a stunning white gown, captivated all. Lu Feng, my young friend, you have arrived, Professor Shangguan greeted him with a beaming smile. Lu Feng nodded slightly. Shangguan Hanyue glanced behind Lu Feng, asking, where is Xia Yuyan? Why hasn't she come? Lu Feng looked apologetic as he explained. She suddenly felt unwell and couldn't make it. I apologize on her behalf. And this is her gift for you. He handed over 2 small gift boxes to Shangguan Hanyue. She accepted the boxes, understanding the situation. It's all right. I can understand. Please, take a seat, teacher. Lu Feng smiled faintly and walked in the ghostly Shaogua building. Xia Yin sat on the bed, staring at Lu Feng's photo, her legs trembling slightly. What a jerk. He didn't even show a bit of tenderness on our first time. How could he bully me like this so many times? Yu Yin, come down for dinner, came the voice of Mei Jing. As Xia Yuyan heard this, she got off the bed, but her legs gave way, causing her to fall to the ground. That scoundrel, even now, he goes to Shangguan Hanyue's birthday party instead of keeping me company. If he doesn't return tonight, I will let him know how much love the sisters have for me. Prepare to kneel on the washboard. In the grand banquet hall, Lu Feng sat alone at the table, ravenously devouring steak like a starving tiger. The physical exertion from the afternoon with Xia Yuyan had indeed been excessive, and at this moment, he focused solely on satisfying his growling stomach. One hand wielded a knife and fork, while the other busily typed messages to Xia Yuyan and Lin Meijing, seemingly oblivious to the world around him. Guests around him, dressed in elegant attire, engaged in refined conversations, casting disdainful glances at Lu Feng's behavior. However, Lu Feng paid them no mind, continuing on his own path. Some students who recognized Lu Feng occasionally approached to greet him, but he merely nodded in response before immersing himself back into the realms of food and messaging. Soon after, the birthday banquet officially commenced. Shangguan Hanyue stood gracefully on stage like a princess, clad in a flowing white evening gown, her long hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, her skin as fair as snow, and her eyes sparkling like stars. Her beauty left all the young men present smitten, yet her gaze occasionally drifted towards Lu Feng, revealing a complex array of emotions. After the banquet concluded, as Lu Feng prepared to leave, he was held back by Shangguan Hanyue. Teacher, my grandfather wishes to see you. Lu Feng nodded slightly, following Shangguan Hanyue towards the pavilion. Inside, Professor Shangguan sat at a tea table, dressed in traditional attire, his white hair contrasting his vigorous spirit, his eyes radiating wisdom and kindness. Upon seeing Lu Feng and Shangguan Hanyue, his face lit up with joy. Lu Feng, my young friend, please have a seat. Lu Feng and Shangguan Hanyue complied, and Professor Shangguan began to express his warm concern for Lu Feng. Soon after, he handed Lu Feng a ring. Lu Feng accepted it, puzzled. What is this? Professor Shangguan stroked his beard, smiling as he explained. This is a spatial ring given to me by an old friend. It can be used for storage. Today, I bestow it upon you, Lu Feng. Surprised that Professor Shangguan possessed such a valuable item, Lu Feng pondered for a moment before nodding. Then I shall accept it. Thank you, Professor. Professor Shangguan smiled lightly. Not at all. My young friend has helped the Shangguan family immensely. It is only fitting. Afterward, he glanced at Shangguan Hanyue. Lu Feng, what do you think of Hanyue? Professor Shangguan's question startled Shangguan Hanyue, who looked at Lu Feng with anticipation in her eyes. Lu Feng turned to her, replying earnestly, she is wonderful. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also very sweet. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Hanyue's face flushed crimson, blooming like a radiant peach blossom. However, when Professor Shangguan suggested they try dating, Shangguan Hanyue exclaimed, Grandpa. Lu Feng, looking apologetic, replied, I'm sorry, Professor, but I already have a girlfriend. Hanyue will certainly encounter someone better than me. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Hanyue's smile gradually faded, and her mood plummeted. I need to use the restroom. With that, she dashed away, leaving the two in the pavilion in silence. Professor Shangguan broke the silence with a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, Lu Feng, it's fine. Though we may not become in-laws, we can still be friends. Lu Feng nodded with a smile. Professor, if the Shangguan family encounters any issues in the future, please reach out to me. I will do my utmost to assist. After conversing with Professor Shangwan about the dragon tooth matter, Lu Feng bid farewell and drove back to the ghostly Xiaogua building. It was already deep into the night. The streets sparsely populated, creating an atmosphere of profound quietude. Lu Feng drove attentively, yet his thoughts lingered on his conversation with Professor Shangwan. As the car approached a road near a park, suddenly, a voice from the system echoed in Lu Feng's mind. Ding! Vampire detected nearby. Almost simultaneously, an Audi charged at Lu Feng like a ferocious beast. Lu Feng reacted swiftly, executing a drift to evade, but the Audi's speed was too great, and it still collided with the rear of his car. The tremendous impact jolted the vehicle violently, but Lu Feng steadied it and jumped out without hesitation. Before him, Chen Feihong, shrouded in a bloody aura, lunged towards Lu Feng like a wraith. His severed arm had miraculously regenerated into a bloodied appendage. His eyes alight with madness and determination. Chen Feihong understood that this was his last chance. Only by capturing Lu Feng could he threaten Qin Mingyao and obtain the Luiying crystal. Lu Feng dared not delay. His gaze sharpened, filled with righteous vigor, as he swiftly summoned a peachwood sword. With the sword in hand, Lu Feng felt a surge of righteous energy swell within him. Chen Feihong, like a flash of crimson light, charged towards Lu Feng, his bloodied arm swinging fiercely, accompanied by a gale. Lu Feng raised the peachwood sword, bracing himself for the impact. Bang! A loud crash resounded, the force of their collision causing the surrounding air to tremble. Lu Feng felt a tremendous force reverberate through the sword, numbing his arm. Unfazed by the failed strike, Chen Feihong swiftly redirected his attack, his bloodied arm lashing out like a whip towards Lu Feng. Lu Feng sidestepped, swinging the peachwood sword, unleashing a blade of energy. Chen Feihong dodged the energy with ease, once more lunging at Lu Feng. The two engaged in a fierce battle, trading blows back and forth. Lu Feng's peachwood sword struck with relentless precision, each slash infused with righteous energy, attempting to suppress Chen Feihong's blood shadow power. Meanwhile, Chen Feihong leveraged his formidable self-healing abilities and eerie blood shadow attacks to seek out Lu Feng's vulnerabilities. As the battle raged on, Lu Feng gradually recognized that Chen Feihong's healing was excessively potent. Although his attacks could inflict damage, Chen Feihong always managed to recover almost instantaneously. Gradually, Lu Feng found himself on the defensive. Relying solely on the protective power of righteous energy against Chen Feihong's assaults, Lu Feng's gaze hardened. Knowing he could not continue like this, he made a decisive move, casting the peachwood sword into the air. An shadowy clone materialized instantly to catch the sword, charging towards Chen Feihong. The shadowy clone moved with blinding speed, a dark blur engaging Chen Feihong in fierce combat. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Feng retrieved the bloodthirsty sword. An artifact known for inflicting grievous wounds. The air around Lu Feng thickened with tension as he unleashed his speed and dragon power to amplify his strength. Once more, Lu Feng charged at Chen Feihong. The bloodthirsty sword wielded with formidable force aimed at Chen Feihong. Aware of the danger posed by the bloodthirsty sword, Chen Feihong attempted to evade, but Lu Feng's velocity was insurmountable, and he could not fully escape. The bloodthirsty sword sliced across Chen Feihong, leaving a deep gash. "All this is your fault. Why must you meddle so much?" Chen Feihong howled in agony, the power of his blood shadow erupting. Countless blood-red tendrils sprang forth around his body, surging towards Lu Feng and the shadowy clone. Unfazed, Lu Feng swung the bloodthirsty sword, severing the approaching tendrils one by one. The shadowy clone, unyielding, wielded the peachwood sword in a protective manner, keeping the tendrils at bay. The battle escalated to a fever pitch, with both Lu Feng and Chen Feihong unleashing their full potential, neither conceding an inch. Surrounding trees were uprooted by their explosive forces, and the ground was pockmarked with deep craters. "Purple Chi from the east," Lu Feng shouted, brandishing the bloodthirsty sword. A massive surge of purple sword energy erupted forth, its destructive force aimed squarely at Chen Feihong. Sensing the immense power of the strike, Chen Feihong braced himself to counter. However, under the debilitating effects of the bloodthirsty sword, his blood shadow power was severely diminished, rendering him unable to withstand this overwhelming blow. Boom! A thunderous crash reverberated as the red sword energy struck Chen Feihong, who let out a piercing scream as he was sent hurtling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. The blood shadow power dissipated instantaneously, and blood gushed from the wound on his body. "Ding! Slay a vampire, earn 500 demon coins, and receive a demon talisman, which can induce a state of rage. At that moment, Morong Shui led the Dragon Tooth group over. Xiao Feng, are you all right? Morong Shui inquired with deep concern. Lu Feng sheathed his sword and shook his head slightly. Wow, it's only been a few days, and you've become so powerful, Su Kai exclaimed in astonishment. Lu Feng glanced at the lifeless body of Qin Feihong and remarked, "It's gone. Just luck." Really, he was severely injured. Upon returning to the Ghost Maiden's small building, Lin Meijing and Luna rushed over, urgently asking, "Xiao Feng, Lu Feng, are you okay?" Lu Feng clasped Lin Meijing's hand reassuringly. "Don't worry. I am someone who spends every day with ghosts. Dealing with him is a piece of cake." "You arrogant teacher, always bragging," exclaimed Xia Yuyan. Standing at the door, beside her was Li Yalan, clad in a black dress. Staring intently at him. "Oh no, judging by Yalan's expression, she must have figured out my relationship with the girls. Yet her affection hasn't diminished. Could it be that she tacitly acknowledges that all 5 of them belong to me?" Chapter 38. Dragon Maiden Sophia. Time flew by like a fleeting steed. A week vanished in an instant. In this brief span, Lu Feng's life was rich and vibrant. In addition to his busy schedule of classes and rigorous training, he devoted the remaining time wholeheartedly to accompanying Lin Meijing and the others on outings. Those joyous moments, akin to brilliant stars, adorned his life, allowing him to find moments of tranquility and joy amidst the intense pursuits of ghost hunting and training. On this day, Lu Feng ventured once more into the perilous depths of the ocean for training. Murong Shui watched Lu Feng with a gaze full of worry and helplessness, admonishing him, "Don't stray too far this time. The dangers of the deep sea are unknown. If something happens to you, I won't be responsible. Have no fear." Lu Feng replied with a slight smile, his expression brimming with confidence and defiance. He swiftly donned his pressure suit, moving with the grace and precision of a warrior preparing for battle. Subsequently, he stepped into the submarine, awaiting the commencement of this deep-sea training. Before long, the submarine descended slowly into the depths of the ocean. Lu Feng and Su Kai could hardly contain their excitement as they disembarked, commencing their arduous pressure training in this profound and mysterious underwater realm. Their figures appeared so insignificant. During the training, Lu Feng's attention was drawn to a mysterious glow in the distance. Upon closer inspection, he could hardly contain his excitement. It was indeed the ancient ruins he had encountered previously. "I've come across it again. It seems necessary for me to explore." A surge of strong impulse arose within Lu Feng, compelling him to delve into this enigmatic place and unveil its concealed secrets. After a moment of contemplation, he resolutely swam towards the ancient ruins. As he glided through the ancient corridors, he absorbed the mysterious ambience surrounding him. The air was thick with potent purple energy, resonating strongly with the righteous aura within him, as if recounting an ancient tale. Filled with reverence, Lu Feng proceeded cautiously, fearful of disturbing the ancient tranquility. At last, he arrived at the main hall. The grandeur of the hall left him in awe. The exterior of the ancient temple was majestic and solemn, its walls composed of massive stones, thick and sturdy, seemingly impervious to the ravages of time and the pressures of the deep sea. The walls were adorned with mottled patterns, the marks of time narrating ancient stories. Some patterns resembled winding vines, coiling around the walls, imparting an air of mystery. Others appeared as ancient runes, glimmering faintly, as if imbued with enigmatic powers. In the center of the ancient hall stood a breathtaking dragon statue, her figure graceful and her features exquisite, reminiscent of a goddess from the deep sea. Her gaze was directed into the distance, revealing profound wisdom and mysterious strength. Lu Feng's attention was drawn to the sparkling gemstone necklace adorning her neck. The necklace emitted a captivating radiance, seemingly harboring boundless power. "System, what is this?" Lu Feng pondered, filled with curiosity as he gazed at the necklace. "Ding, please, host, make contact with the object for analysis." After a moment's hesitation, Lu Feng realized that mysterious items in the deep sea often came with unknown dangers, yet his intense curiosity compelled him to extend his hand. The moment his fingers grazed the gemstone, a fissure erupted, unleashing a powerful force that swiftly engulfed Lu Feng. "System, you've betrayed me." Lu Feng felt himself being drawn into a spiraling vortex, his heart heavy with helplessness and rage. In a moment of desperation, he hurled his peachwood sword into the ancient hall, hoping it would leave him a clue. Meanwhile, inside the submarine, Murong Shui suddenly noticed Lu Feng's signal had been severed. A wave of foreboding washed over her, and she exclaimed, "That scoundrel left on his own again. It would be best if he were dead." However, when the training concluded and Lu Feng was still missing, panic set in. He can't truly be in danger. Can he? Worry and self-reproach flooded her mind as she regretted not keeping a closer watch on Lu Feng, allowing him to plunge into peril once more. She hurried to the submarine's exit, inquiring if anyone had seen Lu Feng. Su Kai, taken aback, responded, "What? Lu Feng is missing again? I saw him swimming deeper and thought it was the same as last time, so I didn't pay much attention." Murong Shui's anxiety intensified. "Stay alert for signals. I'm going down to check," she commanded, then resolutely donned her pressure suit and plunged into the depths in search of Lu Feng. Murong Shui searched diligently in the deep sea, her heart filled with anxiety and unrest. Every passing moment felt like an eternity. Finally, she too discovered the ancient ruins. That scoundrel, could he have ventured in here? Without hesitation, she swam inside. The sight within the ancient ruins left her utterly astonished. Surroundings were dilapidated, with walls marred by cracks and the ground littered with rubble and debris. Yet, these signs of decay did not obscure the ancient hall's former glory. Instead, they added a sense of historical weight. Her heart raced as she called out Lu Feng's name, but in the deep sea, her voice barely resonated. Time passed unmeasured, and Lu Feng slowly opened his eyes, rubbing his head as he sat up. He found himself in a vast cavern, beside a large pool of water. Countless stalactites hung from the cavern's ceiling, some resembling swords, others blooming like flowers, each unique and breathtaking. Suddenly, ripples danced across the water's surface, and a pink-haired dragon maiden emerged, swimming to the pool's edge. Her beauty was breathtaking, akin to a sprite of the deep sea. Around her neck hung the gemstone that had brought Lu Feng here, radiating a mysterious glow that complemented her allure. The dragon maiden rested her hands on her head, gazing at Lu Feng with a silly expression, her lively eyes sparkling with curiosity. Lu Feng, regarding the dragon maiden before him, felt a surge of confusion. "Dragon maiden? Why are you here? Who are you?" he asked, bewildered. Yet the dragon maiden merely stared at him without speaking, her eyes twinkling in an attempt to break the awkward silence. Lu Feng recalled the chocolate he had on him. "Would you like some?" He presented 2 pieces of chocolate to the dragon maiden. She sniffed them, her face adorning a large question mark. Lu Feng, seeing her reaction, unwrapped the chocolate and offered it again. This time, she sniffed and promptly took it, savoring the sweetness that delighted her taste buds, her face lighting up with joy. She lunged from the water, tackling Lu Feng. "I want more." Lu Feng smiled slightly, producing the Haagen-Dazs chocolate he had originally purchased for Xia Yuyan. The dragon maiden plopped down on Lu Feng, indulging in her treat, her demeanor adorably innocent, reminiscent of a child. "What's your name?" Lu Feng inquired, observing the dragon maiden who bore the appearance of a poised, icy beauty, yet whose intellect resembled that of a child. The dragon maiden shook her head while munching on the chocolate, replying, "Name? I don't know." Surprised, Lu Feng realized she must have lost her memory and had likely been alone here for quite some time. "Since we met in the sea, I shall call you Hyla," he gently proposed. The dragon maiden nodded, her cheeks flushing, and then she promptly fell into Lu Feng's embrace. Lu Feng, puzzled, picked up a nearby wrapper. Discovering it was a liqueur-filled chocolate, he chuckled softly, sitting up slowly to gaze at the tipsy Hyla in his arms. "This girl, she got drunk just like that." He then draped a blanket over her. Chapter 39. Enticing the dragon maiden. Underwater currents. Why not take advantage of her current day's state and sign a contract? An idea struck Lu Feng as he looked at the stunning S-rank dragon maiden in his arms, his hand gently resting on her forehead as he began to initiate the contract. As he did so, a flash of light engulfed him, and in the next moment, he found himself ensnared in a mysterious illusion. There, he witnessed a heart-wrenching scene. The dragon maiden was ensnared by countless vines, her exquisite face contorted in endless agony. The pain seemed to manifest, crashing against Lu Feng's soul. His heart tightened instinctively, compelling him to rush forward and rescue the dragon maiden from her plight. Yet, before he could take a step, a powerful force yanked him back into reality. Ding, the bond has failed. Sophia, the guardian of the deep sea, sacrificed her life to prevent the volcanic eruption from the abyss. Her soul is intricately linked with the ley lines, and the host must locate and sever the connection to Sophia's ley line, granting her the freedom she deserves. The system's notification resonated within Lu Feng's mind. In an instant, his gaze became resolute. He understood that action was imperative. Lu Feng swiftly rose to his feet, anxiously surveying his surroundings. However, apart from the pool before him, there was no other path to traverse. It appeared that beneath the surface of the water lay the answer. A flicker of hesitation crossed Lu Feng's mind, yet it was but a fleeting moment before he steeled his resolve. For the Dragon Maiden, for Sophia, there was no retreat. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Feng leaped into the pool. The icy water enveloped him instantly, a chilling embrace that sent shivers through his very being. Gritting his teeth against the cold, he began his search for the ley line. As time ticked away, anxiety and unease filled Lu Feng's heart. He was uncertain of the ley line's location, nor did he know if he would successfully find it. After a prolonged search, Lu Feng finally discovered the ley line deep within the pool. At that moment, a surge of elation flooded his heart. But soon, he regained his composure. System, if I sever the ley line, will it impact the ocean? Lu Feng inquired with concern. He was apprehensive about the potential calamity his actions might unleash upon the world. Ding! The crust has stabilized long ago. Even if the tectonic plates shift again, this ley line will have no effect. Upon hearing the system's response, Lu Feng nodded, his worries alleviated to some extent. Firmly grasping the bloodthirsty sword, he felt the power coursing through the blade. His gaze reflected unwavering determination. This strike must succeed. Lu Feng inhaled deeply, summoning all his strength, invoking the Eastern Purple Cheat. A brilliant violet radiance illuminated the entire pool. The bloodthirsty sword slicing through the water with indomitable force toward the ley line. The moment the blade met the ley line, Lu Feng's heart brimmed with tension and anticipation. He was uncertain whether this strike would successfully sever the ley line. Nor could he foresee the consequences of doing so. With a resounding crack, the ley line was successfully severed. Lu Feng slowly returned to the edge of the pool, where he beheld the Dragon Maiden awakening. Seated serenely like a breathtaking masterpiece, soft light cascaded upon her, as if draping her in a veil of sanctity. Upon seeing Lu Feng, a radiant smile blossomed on her face, illuminating his world like the most vibrant blossom in spring. "Hyla, do you wish to accompany me?" Lu Feng inquired gently, his gaze soft yet resolute. Filled with anticipation and concern, the Dragon Maiden's response was of utmost importance to him. His words, a flicker of confusion crossed Hyla's eyes as she picked up a piece of chocolate. Tilting her head as she asked, "Can I have this every day?" Her demeanor was playful and endearing, reminiscent of an innocent child. Lu Feng nodded without hesitation, his eyes brimming with affection. Hyla's laughter rang out joyfully as she grasped Lu Feng's hand. Her touch was soft and warm, radiating boundless trust. Feeling the warmth of her hand, Lu Feng was overcome with a profound sense of responsibility. He turned inwardly to the system, questioning, "System, can we form a bond now?" Ding! The Dragon Maiden Sophia's soul is currently too fragile. Forcing a bond may lead to irreversible consequences. The system's response caused Lu Feng to furrow his brow slightly. He pondered earnestly before nodding in understanding of the system's warning. Once more, he looked at the Dragon Maiden before him, offering a faint smile. He was not in a rush. As long as Hyla trusted him, the bond would eventually come to fruition. "Hyla, do you know of any passages or the like around here?" Lu Feng asked, gazing at Hyla. After a moment of contemplation, she took his hand and leaped into the water. Hyla held Lu Feng's hand tightly as they joyfully swam through the depths. Her beautiful dragon tail swayed gracefully in the water, capturing Lu Feng's full attention. The tail shimmered with mysterious light, its scales refracting brilliant colors in the water, igniting Lu Feng's curiosity as he gently brushed against it. The moment his fingers touched her tail, Hyla gasped softly, her voice ringing out like a delicate silver bell, yet tinged with a hint of shyness. She shot Lu Feng a glare, her eyes a mix of playful reproach and barely perceptible fluster. Lu Feng, seeing this, hurriedly apologized, his face a mask of guilt. "I'm sorry, I was merely curious. It wasn't intentional." Hyla gazed at Lu Feng's anxious expression, her irritation dissipating significantly. She shook her head, bashfully saying, "Master, tell me when you wish to touch it." so I can prepare myself, as it may tickle, and don't forget the chocolate." Upon hearing this, Lu Feng was momentarily taken aback. Hyla had called him master, a sudden title that left him somewhat flustered. Did this mean he had a dragon maiden attendant? His mind conjured various delightful images, and an inexplicable joy surged within him. Soon after, Hyla led Lu Feng to a dimly lit tunnel, replete with an air of mystery, where shadows seemed to conceal countless secrets. The tunnel was filled with powerful undercurrents, the rushing waters instilling a sense of invisible pressure. Without hesitation, Hyla wrapped her arms around Lu Feng, her embrace warm and soft, bringing comfort to his heart. "Master, we can take a nap. This will carry us to our destination." Hyla's voice was gentle and sweet, imbued with a magic that instilled tranquility. Lu Feng shook his head, his gaze revealing determination and caution. "No, I'm not tired. You rest, I will wake you when we arrive." Lu Feng understood the necessity of vigilance. He needed to periodically replenish the oxygen supply for his battle suit to ensure his safety in the water, leaving no room for complacency. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Hyla tightened her grip, her eyes filled with reliance and anticipation. "Then tell me about the outside world." Hyla's voice brimmed with curiosity, yearning to know the realm she had never seen. Lu Feng, meeting Hyla's expectant gaze, felt a wave of tenderness wash over him. He began to narrate the wonders of the outside world, where azure skies met white clouds, verdant mountains embraced clear waters, and bustling cities thrived with lively crowds. His voice echoed through the shadowy tunnel, as if casting a warm ray of sunlight into this enigmatic place. Hyla listened intently, her eyes sparkling with dreams, as she envisioned the beautiful and magical world beyond. Chapter 40. The pirate's malevolence and the dragon's saliva. A day slipped by unnoticed amid the surging currents, as Lu Feng and Hyla embarked on this extraordinary journey, filled with both trepidation and anticipation. They were carried by the currents to a majestic waterfall at the cliff's edge. The moment they emerged from the depths, Lu Feng was awestruck by the scene before him. Towering rock walls loomed like giants, imposing and solemn. The walls were adorned with moss and peculiar marine life, exuding an aura of mystery nourished by the flowing waters. Sunlight poured through the crevices above, resembling golden threads illuminating this enchanting realm. The cliffside waterfall unfolded like a grand tapestry, with water crashing down from great heights, creating countless sparkling droplets that echoed thunderously. The droplets, illuminated by the sun, shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, resembling a dreamlike rain of gemstones. Beside this magnificent waterfall, a colossal pirate ship lay anchored. Crafted from ancient timber, the ship's hull was etched with enigmatic runes and patterns. Its sails, though tattered, still bore the remnants of its former glory. The pirate vessel resembled a slumbering giant, awaiting the call to awaken. However, this tranquil scene was short-lived. Suddenly, eerie laughter echoed around them, a sound reminiscent of hellish specters that sent chills down the spine. Ding! A group of sea-grade malevolent spirits detected. The system's alert reverberated in Lu Feng's mind. His expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. "Hyla, you should hide." Hyla tilted her head, questioning, "Why? Just listen. I promise to bring you something delicious later." Lu Feng gently patted her head with a reassuring smile. "Okay." Hyla promptly placed the heart of the ocean around Lu Feng's neck before retreating into its depths. Just as Hyla found her hiding spot, a barrage of arrows rained down upon them. Lu Feng reacted swiftly, summoning the bloodthirsty sword. The blade gleamed red under the sunlight, thirsting for battle. Lu Feng swung the sword, slicing through the incoming arrows one by one. Simultaneously, he invoked the rock shield spell, conjuring a sturdy stone barrier that appeared before him to thwart the remaining attacks. After the arrows ceased, a horde of pirate phantoms emerged from the shadows. Their faces were grotesque, radiating an air of malevolence. Armed with an array of weapons, some wielding curved blades, others long spears, and still others bows and crossbows. Their eyes glowed red with an insatiable lust for bloodshed. "Ha ha, this is the first time I've encountered pirates," Lu Feng declared, confronting the approaching horde with righteous resolve. "Let me witness the art of their combat." His gaze was unwavering and fearless, a slight smile gracing his lips as confidence radiated from him. In his eyes, although outnumbered, he felt entirely capable of handling A-grade spirits and below. Lu Feng gripped the bloodthirsty sword tightly, preparing to face the onslaught of the pirate phantoms. "Kill them." The pirate fiends surged forth like a relentless tide, their roars echoing as if they sought to rend Lu Feng into a multitude of fragments. Undeterred, Lu Feng brandished his bloodthirsty sword, engaging the pirate specters in a fierce and unyielding battle. The sword, in his grasp, became akin to a streak of lightning, each swing inflicting a new wound upon the pirates. His figure darted through the throng of fiends, movements agile and decisive, granting them no respite. Despite their overwhelming numbers, the pirates gradually succumbed to chaos under Lu Feng's onslaught. However, the pirate fiends were not to be underestimated. They swiftly adapted their tactics, launching a concerted assault from all directions. Some brandished curved blades aimed at his legs, others wielded long spears targeting his abdomen, while a few unleashed arrows from their crossbows. Drawing upon his combat experience and nimble reflexes, Lu Feng deftly evaded their attacks time and again. No longer could he afford to delay. Lu Feng concentrated his strength on striking at the pirates' heads. He swung his bloodthirsty sword repeatedly, severing the heads of the fiends one by one, their bodies dissipating into black smoke. The battle raged on for what felt like an eternity, leaving Lu Feng's body adorned with wounds. Taking a deep breath, he summoned all his strength, infusing righteous energy into the bloodthirsty sword, which immediately radiated a blinding brilliance. Utilizing the speed talisman suddenly, he observed that the ghastly specter's movements appeared somewhat sluggish. It turned out that numerous parasites were infesting the bullet holes in its body, hindering its actions. Yamamoto immediately commanded a concentrated assault on its wounds. Upon hearing this, the soldiers swiftly directed their firepower toward the ghastly specter's injuries. The creature roared in agony, yet it was unable to escape the onslaught of the soldiers. Enraged, it brandished its fire axe in an attempt to retaliate. But as the soldiers closed in, it gradually found itself in dire straits. At that moment, the ghastly specter suddenly unleashed a formidable surge of power, sending nearby soldiers sprawling. The chains attached to its body danced like steel whips, striking the surrounding troops. Soldiers fell, wounded and unable to mount an effective counterattack. Sensing the precarious situation, Yamamoto intensified his domain abilities, striving to seal off the specter's powers. The ghastly specter struggled within the confines of the domain. Yet its strength remained formidable. Yamamoto realized that he could not entirely control the specter through his domain alone and needed to devise an alternative strategy. He scanned his surroundings and spotted a massive boulder not far away. He whispered into his earpiece, instructing, "Lead the specter beside that rock and use explosives to eliminate it." The soldiers promptly sprang into action, dodging the specter's attacks while maneuvering it toward the rock. As the specter approached, the soldiers had already positioned explosives around the boulder. With a command from Captain Yamamoto, the explosives detonated instantaneously. The tremendous shockwave sent the specter hurtling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground, its body marred with injuries. Seizing the opportunity, Captain Yamamoto ordered, "Now, capture it alive." The soldiers surged forward, binding the ghastly specter tightly with alloy chains. "Excellent coordination. Allow me to add some firepower," Lu Feng chuckled, wielding his barret. Chapter 42. Heart of the ocean in a concealed location, Lu Feng, with barret in hand, exhibited an unwavering determination in his gaze. He gradually infused the bullet with the power of righteous spirit, as if the bullet had been bestowed with a sacred mission, radiating a brilliant glow. Lu Feng aimed at Yamamoto, gently squeezing the trigger. A thunderous bang echoed as the bullet shot forth like a bolt of lightning toward Yamamoto. In that instant, Yamamoto sensed an overwhelming aura of danger and hastily sidestepped. However, despite his quick reflexes, he was still struck by the bullet imbued with righteous spirit, which pierced his right shoulder, causing blood to spurt forth. At that moment, his domain ability faltered, and the specter, previously subdued, immediately felt the bonds of confinement dissolve. It erupted with a formidable malevolence, its dark energy coalescing into a tempest of fury. "Kill!" it roared to the sky, shattering the chains that bound it and scattering them across the ground. Its eyes glowed crimson, brimming with unquenchable rage and murderous intent. It vowed to eliminate everyone before it to vent its pent-up wrath. Wielding its fire axe, it charged fiercely at the soldiers of the island nation. The soldiers, gripped by terror, had never encountered such a horrifying specter. In the face of its overwhelming malevolence, their courage dissipated in an instant. Some soldiers attempted to shoot, But the specter's defenses were so formidable that their bullets were utterly ineffective against its armor. The specter rampaged through the ranks like a force of nature, each swing of its axe unleashing a rain of blood and chaos. The soldiers fell, screaming, powerless to retaliate against its relentless assault. Captain Yamamoto clutched his wounded shoulder, his face pale. He surveyed the chaotic scene before him, filled with regret, and attempted to summon his domain ability once more, but his injured body hindered his concentration. The specter rampaged among the soldiers, resembling a machine of slaughter. Its malevolence intensified, enveloping the entire island in a terrifying aura. "Master, it's so noisy. What on earth is happening?" Hela, awakening from her slumber within the heart of the ocean, emerged, rubbing her eyes and inquiring about the commotion. "Hela, we've known each other for so long. Yet I've never witnessed your abilities. Can you assist me in dealing with them?" Lu Feng asked with a smile. Hela responded with a slight smile. "Master, although I've forgotten many things, I still remember how to use the heart of the ocean." "Watch Hela!" She began to float gracefully into the air, the heart of the ocean in her hand radiating a dazzling brilliance, akin to a brilliant star. The light grew ever more intense, illuminating the small island shrouded in dark clouds and the surrounding tumultuous sea. The waters encircling the island seemed to respond to a mysterious summons, churning and surging. Waves rose higher and higher, like an enraged giant swinging its colossal fists. The sea roared in response, echoing Hela's call. Confidence and authority shone in Hela's eyes as she waved her hand gently, causing the glow of the heart of the ocean to intensify. With her movements, the water began to gather around her at an astonishing pace. The scene resembled a stampede of 1,000 steeds, a sight of immense grandeur. The water coalesced into a massive vortex, shimmering with mysterious light. Hela stood at the vortex's center, a goddess commanding the ocean. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, and her attire shimmered brilliantly in the reflected light. Yamamoto and the specter were captivated by the tremendous commotion, halting their actions to fixate on the dragon maiden, who commanded the waters. A dragon? Isn't that just a children's tale from Huaxia? Their faces were filled with shock and terror, having never witnessed such overwhelming power. A wave of despair washed over Captain Yamamoto. He realized that they might not survive this day on the island. He gazed at Hela, filled with bewilderment, pondering who this enigmatic woman might be and how she possessed such extraordinary strength. "Will you die by my hand as well?" the specter roared, sensing Hela's might. Hela smiled slightly, her gaze laced with disdain. With a flick of her wrist, the waters transformed into countless water dragons, surging toward the specter and the island soldiers. The water dragons, fierce and menacing, appeared ready to devour everything in their path. They roared as they charged at the specter and the soldiers. The specter attempted to resist, but in the face of the water dragon's immense power, it seemed so insignificant. The water dragons swiftly engulfed the specter, which emitted a howl of pain, yet it could not escape their grasp. The soldiers of the island nation were paralyzed by terror, fleeing in every direction, yet finding no refuge. The water dragons cascaded down like a torrential storm, drowning them one by one. The cries of soldiers echoed as they fell, utterly powerless against the onslaught of the water dragons. Lu Feng watched this scene, his heart filled with awe. This girl and the heart of the ocean are so powerful. Does that mean I can traverse the seas with ease in the future? He had never witnessed such formidable power nor such splendid aquatic maneuvers. "Sword, come forth." Lu Feng summoned his peachwood sword to reassure Murong Shui and the others of his survival. Armed with the sword, he rapidly advanced toward Yamamoto. "Baka, so it was you behind all this." Captain Yamamoto, witnessing Lu Feng approaching, realized he had no retreat left. "Huaxia welcomes neither of you." Lu Feng raised the peachwood sword, preparing to deliver a final blow to Captain Yamamoto. Just then, Yamamoto erupted with a surge of potent energy, a black glow enveloping his body. The power of a ghost? Lu Feng was taken aback. Surprised that Yamamoto could unleash such strength at this moment, he quickly swung his peachwood sword at Yamamoto, but the black glow thwarted his attack, forcing Lu Feng to stagger back. Seizing the moment, Yamamoto turned to flee, aware that he could not contend with Lu Feng and Hela. He needed to escape the island swiftly or face certain death. Lu Feng observed Yamamoto as retreating figure. Filled with scorn, he aimed to pursue but was halted by Hela. "Master, leave this to me," Hela declared, raising the heart of the ocean. Instantly, a colossal water dragon surged toward Yamamoto, tearing him to shreds. The battle concluded swiftly as the skies gradually cleared. Lu Feng and Hela stood side by the shore, gazing into the distance. Let us go. It's time to return. With the heart of the ocean, I believe we can leave this cursed place. Chapter 43. The Eerie Old Woman, Madam? Across the vast, boundless sea, a speedboat sped eastward like an arrow released from a bow. On board, Lu Feng and the dragon maiden Hela stood side by side. Lu Feng stood tall, his eyes conveying determination. Hela wore an expression of curiosity and excitement, her pink hair dancing wildly in the sea breeze. The heart of the ocean shimmered gently on her, as though narrating a mysterious tale. After a while, they seemed to have passed through some barrier. Hela was the first to sense the anomaly. She turned to look back, only to find the small island had vanished. Master, the island is gone. Hela exclaimed, her voice filled with astonishment. Lu Feng turned to look as well, his heart filled with intrigue, somewhat confirming his suspicions. At that moment, a light began to flicker at his battle suit's belt. Soon after, the anxious voice of Li Yalan echoed through, Lu Feng. Can you hear me, Lu Feng? Lu Feng responded urgently, Yalan, don't worry, I'm fine. Xiaofeng, where are you right now? I've been so worried. Lin Meijing's voice, filled with concern, accompanied Xia Yiyan's irritated tone. Lu Feng felt apologetic upon hearing them, saying, I'm sorry. I accidentally encountered an incident. I'm probably in the vicinity of Dragon Fishing Island. Master, who are you talking to? Hela inquired curiously, as expected of you. Lu Feng, how could you be so reckless? It seems our worries were unfounded, came the teasing voice of Xia Yuyan. Lu Feng hurriedly explained, do not overthink it. She is the dragon maiden I encountered beneath the sea. Once you see her, you will understand. Dragon maiden? The four women gasped in surprise, believing they had already ventured into the extraordinary, only to discover there was something even more outlandish. I will come to fetch you. Ensure you keep yourself safe. Li Yalan instructed. A smile of joy illuminated Lu Feng's face as he replied, Thank you, Yalan. And please relay my safety to Morong Shui. After ending the communication, Lu Feng glanced at the bewildered Hela and smiled gently. They were individuals of great significance to him. Hela bit her finger, pondering, significant individuals. Does that mean I am important to my master? Lu Feng nodded in affirmation. Of course. Instantly, Hela was as joyous as a child. Leaping into Lu Feng's embrace, before long, they arrived at a vast island, awaiting Li Yalan's arrival. Hela, brimming with curiosity, dashed about, her dragon tail swaying merrily. Master, what is that? She exclaimed, pointing towards the thick smoke billowing from the forest. Lu Feng, intrigued, looked up, his heart filled with perplexity. Could there be life here? Driven by curiosity, he decided to investigate. Hela, let us go take a look. Hela, excited, grasped Lu Feng's hand and ran ahead. They wove through the dense forest, the fallen leaves crunching beneath their feet. Hela held Lu Feng's hand tightly, her eyes alight with wonder and excitement. As they drew nearer to the smoke, an enigmatic aura enveloped them. Soon, they stumbled upon an ancient village, where everything appeared exceedingly worn and devoid of life. Lu Feng's demeanor shifted to one of vigilance. He sensed a palpable aura of resentment in the air. Hela, be cautious. This place feels rather eerie. He whispered. Hela nodded in compliance, clutching Lu Feng's arm a bit tighter. Moments later, they reached the source of the smoke, a somewhat less decrepit earthen building. An elderly woman with a large scar across her face emerged slowly, startling Hela, who quickly dove into Lu Feng's arms. Lu Feng swiftly intervened. Dear lady, please do not mind her. She is merely a bit shy. The old woman shook her head. No worries, I am aware of my own unsightliness. From the safety of Lu Feng's embrace, Hela cautiously poked her head out. I apologize, dear lady. It was not my intention to frighten you. I simply felt inexplicably afraid. Lu Feng found the situation rather peculiar. After all, Hela had encountered fierce spirits before. How could she be frightened by this elderly woman? Moreover, the woman exuded an overwhelming aura of resentment, unlike any normal person. Perceiving Lu Feng's skepticism, the old woman reassured him. Do not be alarmed. I am merely a guardian of this island. Though I have vanquished countless foreign soldiers attempting to land here, your noble spirit signifies that you are a pillar of our future. Come, this night is not one you should face unprepared. Senior, I presume that during the night, the spirits awaken here? Lu Feng inquired, gazing intently at the woman. She nodded. How did you know? Lu Feng produced a photograph of a shadow crystal. Have you ever seen this? It is the reason spirits manifest. The old woman, taken aback, quickly shook her head. I have not seen it. You must leave at once. With that, she retreated into the earthen building. Shutting the door behind her, Lu Feng had no choice but to lead Hyla away. Realizing there were indeed spirits present, Lu Feng was not surprised by Hyla's lack of astonishment. It seemed she had concealed many things. And perhaps the shadow crystal was in her possession. Yet, he sensed she bore no ill intentions, so he chose to let it be. As Lu Feng and Hyla returned to the speedboat, the sky darkened, and a light rain began to fall. The raindrops pattered against the boat, creating a cacophony of sound. Hyla gazed up at the sky, her eyes filled with concern. Lu Feng gently reassured her, do not worry. Yalan will arrive soon. Hyla shook her head. I am not worried. It is simply that the earth seems to be weeping. Lu Feng, puzzled, sat quietly on the boat, awaiting Li Yalan's arrival. The rain intensified, as if the world itself was on the brink of drowning. Lu Feng grasped Hyla's hand tightly, offering her strength and solace. In the darkness of the night, rain and waves intertwined, creating a scene both mysterious and perilous. Time ticked by, yet the rain showed no signs of relenting. Soon, a rumble echoed from the horizon, revealing Li Yalan, clad in a black combat suit, gracefully piloting a fighter jet as it descended. Filled with joy, Lu Feng rushed towards her, his eyes sparkling with delight. Yalan, you have come. Greetings, my lady. Hyla chimed sweetly, her voice melodious, akin to a nightingale's song. Li Yalan, upon hearing this, shot a sharp glance at Lu Feng. He smiled softly, a hint of affection mingled with exasperation in his gaze. Hyla, you should address her as sister, not lady. Hyla nodded obediently. Sister Yalan. I am Halad. As Li Yalan stepped out of the jet, her figure exuded grace and elegance, reminiscent of a goddess descended from the heavens. She approached Hyla and gently pinched her delicate cheek, her eyes brimming with fondness. You are truly beautiful. Hyla, caught off guard by this sudden display of affection, blushed and replied hastily, Sister is even more beautiful. At that moment, Lu Feng glanced upward, observing the sky cloaked in ominous clouds, sensing an impending storm. His brow furrowed, unease stirring within him. Lu Feng recounted the events that had transpired on the island to Li Yalan in great detail. Every nuance captured with clarity. Li Yalan listened intently, her expression serious and focused, her eyes occasionally flickering with contemplation. Once Lu Feng finished, she lowered her gaze, lost in thought. After a brief pause, Li Yalan raised her head, surveying the somber sky, and spoke slowly, the weather is far from favorable. We cannot act recklessly. Let us find a cliffside to rest for the night. Otherwise, we risk encountering trouble in the air and plummeting into the sea. Lu Feng nodded earnestly, fully aware that Li Yalan's decision was wise. Chapter 44. The power of the shadow crystal in the hollow at the base of the cliff. The night enveloped them. The firelight flickering. Lu Feng lay beside the fire, deeply asleep, his breathing steady. The past 2 days had drained him, but with Li Yalan by his side, he could finally relax and slip into a peaceful slumber. Li Yalan and Hyla sat nearby, engaged in soft conversation. Li Yalan was filled with curiosity about the dragon maiden before her, while Hyla was equally fascinated by Li Yalan. Observing Lu Feng, who was fast asleep, Hyla smiled sweetly. Sister Yalan, Master truly trusts you. He sleeps so soundly. Yesterday, I urged him to rest, but he merely closed his eyes to relax. Li Yalan's lips curved into a teasing smile. Be cautious around him. He is quite the rogue. If you're not careful, he might take advantage of you. Hyla, puzzled, innocently asked, why would Master want to eat me? Am I delicious? Li Yalan chuckled awkwardly, reflecting on how conversing with the dragon maiden felt akin to speaking with Xia Yuyan. At that moment, distant sounds of battle and the wails of spirits shattered the night's tranquility. Hyla's expression turned tense as she turned to Li Yalan. Sister Yalan, I find that old woman quite strange. Shall we investigate together? Li Yalan pondered for a moment. After hearing Hyla recount the events of the afternoon, she too sensed the woman's odd behavior, which could conceal hidden dangers. Driven by a strong sense of curiosity and responsibility, she nodded. Very well, let us go take a look with that. Li Yalan summoned the icebound wolf king to guard Lu Feng, and the two stealthily made their way towards the ancient village. Inside the village, a chilling and terrifying scene unfolded. The old woman stood before a coffin, her hands emitting red energy as she commanded the surrounding spirits. The shadow crystal atop the coffin continuously absorbed the spirit's power. The spirits roared in fury, "You wretched old hag, release us. We are comrades. You cannot treat us this way. You will create a monster. Tampering with fate will bring you retribution." Yet the old woman remained unfazed. Her face twisted with madness as she muttered to herself, "Old Pan, you will soon be resurrected." Not far away, Li Yalan and Hyla lay in wait, observing the unfolding scene. Hyla, filled with anxiety, remarked, "Sister Yalan, I sense something terrifying within that coffin. It has accumulated too much resentment and hatred, and the crystal's power is being continuously drained." Li Yalan's gaze was locked onto the horrifying vision before her, her hands encased in frost. She understood that the old woman must not be allowed to continue. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. "Let us go, Hyla. We must stop her. Be careful." With that, she brandished her ice sword, and together with Hyla, they sprinted toward the ancient village. The old woman was engrossed in controlling the spirits, siphoning their power. A jet of water surged towards her. She hurriedly dodged, inadvertently releasing the spirits, who scattered in all directions. Upon turning, the old woman spotted Hyla and seethed. "So it's you, the disobedient little monster." With that, she unleashed a red wave of energy. Li Yalan quickly conjured an ice shield to defend against it. But the red wave devoured the shield, prompting both to evade hastily. "What on earth?" Li Yalan was taken aback. She had not anticipated that the elderly woman before her would prove to be such a formidable opponent. The old lady continued, "Since you have allowed them to escape, you too, a ghost and a monster, shall become my late husband's nourishment." With that, she unleashed a multitude of crimson tendrils, launching them toward Li Yalan and her companion. Li Yalan and Hela exchanged a glance, instantly grasping each other's intent. Hela commanded the ocean's waves to surge forth, crashing against the tendrils like a mighty dragon. Meanwhile, Li Yalan summoned the power of ice to encase the seawater, thereby amplifying its potency. The fusion of ice and water forged a formidable offensive force that collided directly with the tendrils. The clash between the tendrils and the icy waters produced a deafening roar, scattering shards of ice and churning the sea. The old lady's tendrils relentlessly assaulted Li Yalan and Hela, who valiantly resisted. Li Yalan wielded her ice sword, severing tendril after tendril, yet they continued to emerge in a relentless stream. Hela persistently manipulated the ocean's currents, striving to thwart the onslaught, but the tendril strength proved overwhelming, causing the seawater to gradually falter. As the fierce battle raged on, Li Yalan and Hela found themselves increasingly ensnared in dire straits. "This is bad. She possesses the flowing shadow crystal, which continually replenishes her strength, and with you having lost your memory, it will be exceedingly difficult for us to contend with her," Li Yalan declared, unleashing her domain to diminish the tendril's speed. "We are too far from the sea. The heart of the ocean's power cannot be utilized," Hela remarked, fending off incoming attacks. Their stamina and energy were depleting rapidly, while the old lady showed no signs of fatigue. Just then, a wolf's howl echoed through the air as Lu Feng rode in on the frozen wolf king. Wielding the bloodthirsty sword, a powerful surge of purple energy emanated from his hands, rushing towards the old woman like a torrent. Sensing the formidable force, she hastily attempted to evade, but a colossal ice dragon struck her squarely, sending her flying backward. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Feng charged toward the old lady. Producing a binding rope of cold iron, he swiftly hurled the rope, which coiled around her like a serpentine spirit, ensnaring her in an instant. The old lady struggled to free herself, but the cold iron tightened its grip. Lu Feng gazed at her coldly and stated, "Give up, old woman. You are under the control of the crystal's power. Even if you were to resurrect your husband, do you truly believe he would return to the man he once was?" The old lady glared at Lu Feng in fury, retorting, "Hypocrite, do not impose your moral high ground upon others. If something were to happen to these two young ladies, I am certain you would react just as I do. Do you think you can stop me? I will resurrect my husband and demonstrate the bond we share." With that, her form transformed into a stream of crimson energy, pouring into the coffin. Instantly, The coffin erupted with a tremendous force. "You shall not succeed!" Li Yalan and Hela unleashed the frost dragon, yet it had no effect, as all energy was absorbed. Seeing their energy attacks rendered futile, Lu Feng and Li Yalan unhesitatingly drew their submachine guns. Without a moment's hesitation, they unleashed a barrage upon the coffin, which radiated immense energy. Bullets rained down like a tempest, striking the coffin with sharp, ringing sounds. However, this seemingly fierce assault left only faint marks upon the coffin, failing to inflict any substantial damage. Lu Feng's expression grew increasingly grave as he continuously adjusted his aim, searching for the coffin's weak points, but all was in vain. "Damn it!" Li Yalan's heart brimmed with urgency. She gritted her teeth and kept pulling the trigger, helplessly watching the bullets ricochet off the coffin's surface. Just as they found themselves at an impasse, the coffin lid suddenly emitted a deep, resonant sound before swinging open. A terrifying aura surged forth from within, causing Lu Feng and Li Yalan to instinctively cease firing, their eyes fixed anxiously upon the coffin. Gradually, an S-class malevolent spirit emerged, towering and exuding an ominous presence. Upon its appearance, a powerful force radiated outward like a tidal wave, causing Lu Feng and his companions to feel their strength draining away. "This is bad. This is its domain," Li Yalan exclaimed. Lu Feng's expression darkened considerably as he felt his power being rapidly sapped. The S-class spirit stood there, an immovable bastion, its eyes cold and merciless, as if surveying its prey. Lu Feng tightened his grip on his weapon, his mind racing for a strategy. Yet, before such overwhelming power, he could not conjure an effective response. Li Yalan endeavored to maintain her composure, attempting to summon her icy powers, only to find them severely suppressed. Nearly impossible to harness. Hela anxiously observed Lu Feng and Li Yalan, uncertain of what to do. The malevolent spirit began to move forward slowly, each step echoing like a hammer on their hearts. Lu Feng gritted his teeth, asserting, "We cannot remain idle. We must find a way to break this domain." Li Yalan nodded in agreement, "But our powers are too heavily suppressed. What shall we do?" "You hold it off for a moment. I have a plan." Lu Feng's eyes gleamed with determination as he clutched the Heartfox jade pendant. The malevolent spirit advanced, its oppressive presence intensifying as it bore down upon Lu Feng and Li Yalan. Taking a deep breath, Li Yalan felt an instant surge of icy power envelop her, and with a flourish of her hands, walls of ice erupted from the ground, attempting to obstruct the spirit's advance. The frigid air emanated a bone-chilling cold, glistening ominously in the night. Hela hurriedly commanded the ocean, a torrent of water surging forth like a colossal serpent to impede the spirit's progress. The combination of seawater and ice walls formed a formidable barrier. However, the spirit's might was overwhelming. With a mere sweep of its arm, it shattered the ice walls, sending the seawater splashing in every direction. Li Yalan gritted her teeth, resolutely gathering her icy energy once more to reconstruct the ice walls. Hela, too, exerted herself, continuously launching waves against the spirit. Yet, they both understood that such resistance was merely temporary. The spirit's power was far too great for them to endure for long. In that moment, Lu Feng gripped the Heartfox jade pendant tightly. His gaze unwavering, he felt the powerful energy emanating from the pendant, an ancient and mystical force. Closing his eyes, he concentrated, allowing his spirit to commune with the pendant. In an instant, torrents of power surged into his being. Lu Feng's body began to transform. His hair turned a snowy white, like drifting snowflakes. His ears elongated to a point, reminiscent of an elf. His physique became extraordinarily robust, muscles rippling with strength. Gradually, ancient patterns emerged upon his skin, akin to mysterious totems. Simultaneously, a formidable energy radiated from him, causing the very air around him to tremble. Opening his eyes, Lu Feng's gaze shimmered with a golden light. He felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him, instilling him with confidence. "Sword, come forth!" He called upon the bloodthirsty sword, fixing his gaze upon the malevolent spirit. The spirit seemed to sense Lu Feng's transformation, halting its advance. Eyeing him warily, Lu Feng seized the opportunity. Darting forward like a bolt of lightning, his speed was blinding, and he instantly closed the distance to the spirit. Lu Feng swung his fist, infused with tremendous strength, toward the spirit. The spirit raised its arm in defense. But Lu Feng's might was overwhelming. It was sent reeling backward, staggering 2 steps. The atmosphere grew tense to a breaking point. Why meddle in affairs that do not concern you? The spirit erupted with a surge of red energy, a consuming force that surged forth like flames, threatening to engulf the world in endless darkness. Lu Feng radiated righteous energy, wielding the bloodthirsty sword that glimmered with a cold light. There is no need for reasons. I only honor my own heart. With resolute determination, Lu Feng locked his gaze on the spirit. He understood that this battle would be arduous, yet he felt no fear. His sole conviction was to protect Li Yalan and Hela. To eradicate this immense threat, the spirit launched its attack first, swinging its massive arm, unleashing torrents of red energy toward Lu Feng. Lu Feng swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the energy that grazed his body and struck the wall behind him, eroding a gaping hole into it. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Feng brandished the bloodthirsty sword, charging at the spirit. The sword, imbued with formidable power, sliced through the air as he aimed for the spirit. Sensing the potency of this strike, the spirit hastily raised its arm in defense. The clash between sword and arm produced a thunderous sound. The red energy and righteous aura collided, generating a powerful shockwave that shattered everything in the vicinity. Lu Feng staggered back a few steps from the backlash, but quickly regained his footing. Are you not also a monster? The spirit, stung by Lu Feng's blow, roared in fury and launched another assault. This time, a massive vortex materialized around the spirit, swirling red energy as if intent on devouring everything in its path. Lu Feng recognized the devastating power of this attack. He knew that being consumed by this vortex would yield catastrophic consequences. In a flash, Lu Feng plunged the bloodthirsty sword into the ground, gripping the hilt tightly as the righteous energy erupted, forming a colossal sword shield. The shield shimmered with light, resisting the powerful suction of the devouring vortex. Seeing that this tactic bore no fruit, the spirit's rage intensified, propelling its body toward Lu Feng like a cannonball. Lu Feng hastily raised his sword and shield in defense, yet the malevolent spirit's strength proved overwhelmingly formidable. Sending him hurtling backward to crash heavily onto the ground, Li Yalan summoned the power of frost, her hands weaving intricate patterns as countless ice spikes rained down upon the malevolent spirit. These spikes, imbued with potent force, struck the spirit's form, producing a resonant sound. However, the spirit's body was impervious, and the ice spikes inflicted only minimal damage. The ocean coalesced into a colossal water dragon, surging toward the malevolent spirit. With tremendous impact, the water dragon collided with the spirit, forcing it to stagger back a few steps. Enraged by the assaults from Li Yalan and Hela, the spirit turned to pounce upon them, only to be thwarted by the arriving Lu Feng. With the Azure Lotus Sword technique, an array of sword energy enveloped Lu Feng, shimmering with brilliance and exuding immense power. He wielded the bloodthirsty sword, concentrating the sword energy into a massive blade. This formidable blade cleaved toward the malevolent spirit. Sensing the potency of this attack, the spirit swiftly conjured a vast red shield of energy around itself. Attempting to deflect Lu Feng's strike, the blade crashed against the shield with a thunderous sound, causing the ancient village to tremble under the force. The clash of red energy and righteous aura unleashed a violent shockwave, shattering everything in its vicinity. Lu Feng was once again thrown back by the recoil, though he quickly regained his footing. The spirit's shield, meanwhile, was cleaved asunder by the blade, inflicting injury upon it, causing its form to sway unsteadily. Li Yalan's hands danced as the frosty power erupted forth, enveloping the entire ancient village in a blanket of ice and snow. The spirit's body became encased in frost, its movements growing sluggish. Do you think this will be enough to eradicate me? The malevolent spirit cackled, as it summoned back the fleeing specters with its tendrils, swiftly restoring its strength. Then you shall witness. Hela's voice rang out suddenly, her grasp firm around the flowing shadow crystal. Chapter 46. Hela's memory, meteor shower. Clutching the flowing shadow crystal, the enigmatic gem radiated an otherworldly glow. All gazes turned toward her, filled with anticipation and trepidation. Hela took a deep breath, slowly closing her eyes. She began to focus, attuning herself to the power within the crystal. The formidable energy surged like a relentless tide, crashing against her consciousness. Hela strove to master this force, allowing it to flow through her being. Gradually, her form began to transform. Dragon scales emerged, shimmering with an arcane luminescence, As if recounting ancient legends, Hela's aura intensified, causing the very air around her to tremble. Heaven pities the living, banishing all evil. Hela formed intricate seals with her hands, chanting incantations. Her voice resonated like a celestial melody, echoing throughout the ancient village. As she completed her seals, a tremendous force surged from her hands, directly aimed at the malevolent spirit. The brilliant light sliced through the night sky like lightning, illuminating the entire ancient village in an instant. The spirit, sensing this overwhelming power, gazed at Hela in terror, attempting to evade the radiant beam. Yet it found its feet frozen in place, utterly unable to escape. The brilliant light struck the spirit, producing a resounding crash. The spirit's form was instantly enveloped in the brilliance. Emitting anguished roars, this immense power relentlessly eroded the spirit's essence, gradually dispelling its malevolent aura. The spirit struggled desperately, but its strength felt insignificant against this blinding light. Its form gradually became translucent, ultimately vanishing into the ether. With the spirit's disappearance, the malevolent energy within the ancient village began to dissipate. Hela slowly opened her eyes, her gaze filled with exhaustion, her body sagging. Lu Feng, reverting from his beastly form, rushed to catch her. Asking urgently, "Foolish girl, what has happened to you, master? Do not worry. I am fine, I merely absorbed the crystal's power, and it seems my memories are returning. I fear I shall need to sleep for several days. When I awaken, you must prepare a feast." After saying this, she returned to the heart of the ocean, once again adorning Lu Feng's neck. "Rest assured, Lu Feng, she will be fine," Li Yalan reassured him. Lu Feng, upon hearing this, grasped Li Yalan's arm, exclaiming in frustration, "Why didn't you include me? Why did you venture into such a perilous place without me?" Li Yalan stared at him in astonishment. It was the first time he had dared to speak to her in such a manner. Lu Feng pulled her into an embrace, apologizing, "I shouldn't have shouted at you, but please don't leave me behind next time." Li Yalan was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. She wished to push Lu Feng away but found herself unable to do so. "Let go!" Lu Feng promptly released her, a look of regret on his face. Li Yalan shot him a glare, commanding, "Go back first." She then turned and strode toward the sea. Lu Feng watched her retreating figure, a smile playing on his lips. Everything is perfect about her, except for her pride. However, I like that. I long to conquer her. He shook his head, dismissing further thoughts, then turned to bow to the ancient village. Murmuring, "I am left with no choice." At the foot of the cliff, Lu Feng and Li Yalan quietly awaited better weather. The night passed like a silent visitor, slipping away without a sound, leaving only a hint of dawn's light. Lu Feng toyed with the heart of the ocean, his gaze occasionally darting toward Li Yalan, who was intently documenting data about the island, her profile appearing both ethereal and beautiful in the morning light. With a smile, Lu Feng inched closer to her side, softly proposing, "Yalan, I wish to discuss something with you." Without lifting her gaze, Li Yalan replied flatly, "What is it?" Lu Feng's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he continued, "Given how well we get along, would you consider entering into a contract with me?" Li Yalan smirked slightly, yet her tone remained frosty. "Who said we have a good relationship? You are merely a pet cared for by the five of us." Lu Feng, undeterred, leaned against the stone wall beside her, teasingly saying, "Is that so? Then I suppose pets don't ride on their master's shoulders." However, a sudden cocking sound shattered the flirtatious atmosphere. Lu Feng glanced down to find a pistol aimed at him. Startled, he hurriedly returned to sit beside Li Yalan, stammering, "Yalan, it was just a joke. How could a pet ride its master? It should be the other way around." Li Yalan shot him a withering glare, her eyes seeming to freeze him in place. "If you want me to sign a contract, it is not impossible, but you must reveal the secrets behind all these peculiar items you've acquired. And then I shall consider it." Lu Feng shook his head. "That won't do. I'd be at a loss. Unless you become my wife, I might consider it." Upon hearing this, Li Yalan stood up and stretched, her perfect curves becoming apparent. Her voice remained icy. "Wife? 5 or more? You fool. Are you not afraid of being drained to a husk?" Lu Feng smiled, standing up as well. "As long as you 5 dare to marry, I shall dare to wed. Stop dreaming. Focus on winning over Yu Yin and Ming Yao first." With that, Li Yalan decisively turned and walked toward the aircraft. Her silhouette appeared resolute and proud, yet there seemed to be an almost imperceptible hint of shyness. Lu Feng felt a wave of confusion as he hurried to catch up, pondering her true intentions. Had he truly won her over? Was it merely the result of a few loud declarations from yesterday? All of this left him shrouded in uncertainty. Beneath the overcast sky, Li Yalan glanced upward, her expression calm despite the oppressive atmosphere. "Let us go. Now that it is quiet, we should return." Her words were succinct and resolute as she stepped into the aircraft. Lu Feng, not daring to delay, quickly followed, taking the co-pilot's seat. The aircraft's engines roared to life, echoing like a released arrow as it ascended toward the sky, racing in the direction of Huaxia. Time slipped by in the tense atmosphere. And after a while, the contours of the mainland appeared within Lu Feng's view. Just as they believed they were nearing safety, thunder rumbled ominously overhead. Li Yalan's expression tightened as she hastily descended the aircraft's altitude. "Warning! Warning! Unidentified flying objects approaching. A tornado is forming around us." The shrill alarm reverberated throughout the cramped cockpit. Lu Feng peered upward using his celestial vision, his heart plummeting as he recognized the oncoming meteor shower. Reminiscent of the one from years ago. Was this the new calamity? What sort of monsters would it unleash this time? He exclaimed in terror, his voice laden with anxiety. The sky appeared to be torn into countless fragments. The meteor shower fell like a torrential downpour, each meteor trailing a long tail, akin to burning comets, carrying the momentum to obliterate everything in its path. The meteors struck the ocean, creating colossal columns of water, as if attempting to engulf the entire world. Meanwhile, the surrounding tornadoes twisted like the hands of a demon, spiraling and drawing everything into their vortex, causing them to vanish without a trace. Damn it. Li Yalan bit her lip, maximizing the aircraft's power in a desperate attempt to evade the dual catastrophe. Yet fate seemed unkind. A supersonic meteor barreled toward them like lightning, the aircraft unable to dodge in time. And it was instantly struck in the next moment. They were caught within the powerful tornado in this perilous moment. Lu Feng unhesitatingly embraced Li Yalan, invoking the golden body talisman. Everything transpired with alarming rapidity. In an instant, the aircraft erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, flames and debris scattering in every direction. Chapter 47. Dressing the wounds, resolute in battle, Lu Feng slowly opened his eyes, feeling a heaviness in his head and waves of pain coursing through his body. As he sat up, he realized that both his head and body were bound with bandages, and he was lying beside a warm fire. Shifting his gaze, he noticed Li Yalan beside him, clad only in a black undershirt, her graceful figure partially illuminated by the flickering flames. "Yalan, are you all right?" Lu Feng inquired urgently, his voice laced with concern. Turning away, Li Yalan's voice was frigid, as if it could freeze the air around them. Lu Feng managed an awkward smile and obediently turned back, muttering, "It's not like you haven't seen it before." And no sooner had he spoken than he felt a gun pressed against his lower back. A pang of anxiety shot through Lu Feng, prompting him to hastily change the subject. "By the way, where are we, and how did we end up here?" As she dressed, Li Yalan replied, "I don't know. There's no signal here. After the incident, I encased us in ice, and we were swept here by the storm." Lu Feng touched the painful spot at the back of his head, struggling to recall. "Then how did I lose consciousness? I remember holding you and using the golden body talisman, then something hit me." Li Yalan tapped her thigh, maintaining her icy tone. "Come here. Let me dress your wounds." Lu Feng was taken aback. Li Yalan was actually offering to tend to his injuries, and on her thigh no less. "Really? Come here," Li Yalan commanded, her voice rising. Slowly, Lu Feng moved beside her, his face pressing against her long, black-clad leg. The intoxicating blend of her fragrance and sweat overwhelmed his senses, nearly causing him to lose control. Li Yalan began to unwrap the bandages, administering the necessary treatment. The sharp pain almost made Lu Feng cry out. But thankfully, most of his attention was focused on her thigh, allowing him to endure the discomfort. Once the bandages were rewrapped, Li Yalan coldly remarked, "Could you try to contain your drooling?" Lu Feng responded slowly. "It hurts. It's a miracle I didn't bite you. Get up." Li Yalan's tone remained frosty. Lu Feng shook his head. "I still need to rest a bit. 2. Lu Feng quickly sat up, daring not to show any signs of weakness. Li Yalan wiped the drool from her thigh, retrieving a flowing shadow crystal encased in ice from Lu Feng's spatial ring. "This is what knocked you out." Lu Feng donned his outer garment and smiled. I knew something that powerful could breach my righteous aura. Luckily, I shielded you. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous if it had struck your face. At that moment, he understood why Li Yalan had suddenly been so kind to him. Li Yalan cast a cold glance at Lu Feng. As my pet, you performed admirably this time. Once you recover, I shall bind you to a contract. Really? Lu Feng exclaimed with delight, surprised that he could win Li Yalan over so easily. Entering into a contract with her would not only grant him new abilities, but also bring him closer to becoming an A-rank spirit master. Li Yalan summoned the icebound Wolf King. Stay here and don't wander off. I'll check the situation on the island and see if I can contact Mei Jing and the others. With that, she strode outside. Lu Feng gently stroked the icebound Wolf King beside him, whispering, Wolf Cub, always be aware of your master's condition and bring me along if anything happens. The icebound Wolf King licked Lu Feng's hand twice before lying down. Lu Feng gazed in the direction Li Yalan had departed. A twinge of worry gnawing at him. Amidst the rocky shoreline, a massive cruise ship lay aground, as if a colossal creature had been ensnared by fate. People began to emerge from the ship, their faces etched with shock and confusion. Upon realizing they were stranded on a desolate island devoid of signal, some individuals with fragile psyches could no longer contain their emotions, tears streaming down their faces. In the distance, Li Yalan silently observed the scene, contemplating for a moment before resolutely retracing her steps. At the base of the cliff, Lu Feng reclined comfortably atop the icebound Wolf King, already lost in slumber. His visage was serene, as if he had cast aside all worries. Li Yalan approached slowly, her gaze resting on Lu Feng, a slight smile gracing her lips, a gentle warmth akin to the spring sun dispelling the surrounding gloom. Lu Feng gradually awoke, spotting Li Yalan and expressing concern. Yalan, you're back. How is it? Is there a problem on the island? Li Yalan gently shook her head, her voice steady and resolute. Based on our previous encounters, I surmise we are once again cut off from the outside world, likely due to the influence of the flowing shadow crystal. However, Mingyao should be searching for us soon. Lu Feng nodded slightly. Now accustomed to such occurrences, after a while, 3 foreign men burst in, panic-stricken. Their clothing was tattered, and their faces were filled with terror. The leader was tall and handsome, though his eyes betrayed a hint of fear. His 2 companions followed closely, their expressions tense. They immediately spotted Li Yalan sitting on the deadwood and Lu Feng, wrapped in bandages. Boss, this woman is truly a gem. There are hardly any who can compare to her beauty worldwide. One of the subordinates exclaimed, eyes wide in awe. Indeed, boss, her aura is exceptional, the other quickly concurred. The leader smiled faintly, a glimmer of greed flickering in his eyes as he stared intently at Li Yalan. My dear lady, it seems you have inadvertently found yourself stranded here. Why not come with us? We will ensure your safety. Li Yalan shot them a cold glare, her eyes brimming with disdain. She lifted her chin slightly, her tone icily commanding. Leave! The 2 subordinates were instantly enraged. You filthy bitch, don't bite the hand that feeds you. One of them spat viciously, do you dare to, but before he could finish, both their heads fell to the ground, blood gushing forth and staining the fallen leaves. The leader turned slowly, only to find Lu Feng's shadowy doppelganger, sword in hand, fixating on him with piercing eyes. The gaze of the shadowy Lu Feng was cold and sharp, as if it could penetrate the very soul. The man fell to the ground in terror, his pants soaked. Trembling, he pleaded, I was wrong. Please spare me. I was merely chased here by monsters. I'll leave immediately. However, the shadowy doppelganger swiftly silenced him with a single stroke, leaving no room for negotiation. I didn't expect you to be so decisive. Li Yalan teased, a flicker of admiration in her eyes, having always perceived Lu Feng as someone who deliberated excessively. Lu Feng controlled his doppelganger to dispose of the bodies, speaking coldly. They have only themselves to blame for their loose tongues. Li Yalan stood, shedding her outer garment and stockings, tossing them to Lu Feng before donning her battle attire. Let us go. We need to see what kind of monsters he was referring to. This? Lu Feng held Li Yalan's clothing, a look of confusion on his face. A reward for you, Li Yalan stated matter-of-factly, stepping outside. Who wants your filthy clothes? Lu Feng retorted, bemused, before placing the garments into his spatial ring and changing into his battle gear. Chapter 48. Shangguan Hanyuet Man? The forest floor was thickly carpeted with fallen leaves, each step producing a rustling sound as if the island's ancient tales were being whispered. Occasionally, small animals darted through the underbrush, their nimble forms adding a vibrant life to the primordial forest. A man and a woman were sprinting desperately. The man's face was etched with anxiety, while the woman's was marred by terror. Their clothing was torn by branches, their faces smeared with sweat and dirt. Suddenly, the woman stumbled and twisted her ankle. "Husband!" she cried out in pain. The man hastily helped her up, concern etching his features. But at that moment, a massive crimson ape emerged from the trees. Its enormous, muscular form was wreathed in fiery red fur, and its eyes glinted with a fierce menace that sent chills down the spine. Seeing this, the man fled, leaving the woman alone in despair. "You men are all bastards." The woman's eyes were filled with fear and helplessness as she watched the giant ape draw closer, her heart sinking into despair. The ape approached her, sniffing the air around her. Terrified, she shut her eyes, paralyzed with fear. Her body trembled as she braced for the impending attack. Yet, the giant ape did not harm her. It merely gazed at her. As if contemplating something on the vast, boundless shoreline, the sky was overcast, threatening to unleash torrents of rain. Waves crashed against the shore, producing a mournful sound that echoed the brutality of the battle that had transpired. Scattered across the beach were numerous corpses, their faces twisted in expressions of terror and despair. The sea washed over their bodies, carrying away traces of blood, painting the shoreline a shocking shade of dark red. Shangguan Hanyue, wielding an ice sword and clad in ice armor, resembled a deity of winter warfare. Her gaze was cold and resolute, fixed intently on the fearsome foe before her, the liquid fiend. The fiend was embedded with shards of glass, which glimmered ominously in the dim light. Its form shifted like a flowing liquid, sometimes coiling like a serpent, at other times lunging like a beast. "You shall all perish," the liquid fiend roared, its voice chilling enough to make the very air tremble. It violently swung its body, sending countless glass shards hurtling toward Shangguan Hanyue like deadly arrows. "Your kind is truly beyond redemption. Is it manly to unleash hatred upon defenseless innocents?" The cold moon swiftly danced with her ice sword, weaving an impenetrable net of blades before her, deflecting the shards of glass that came flying towards her. Yet, a few fragments still managed to breach her defenses, leaving deep gashes upon her ice armor. "What do you understand? When my wife and I were trapped within a glass enclosure, bullied by others, they not only did nothing to stop it, but also found amusement in our plight. Do you have any idea how desolate I felt at that moment?" The malevolent spirit, witnessing this, surged forward with even greater ferocity. Its form swelled instantly, transforming into a colossal mountain of corrosive liquid, bearing down upon the cold moon. "This cannot serve as justification for your slaughter of them." The cold moon gritted her teeth, her legs slightly bending before she leapt into the air, her ice sword erupting with a dazzling radiance. Piercing fiercely towards the malevolent spirit, the collision of the ice sword and the liquid produced a shrill sound, scattering countless ice flowers. "Break for me," the cold moon bellowed, her ice sword trembling violently as a formidable surge of icy power erupted forth. The liquid spirit was forced to retreat under this overwhelming force, the shards of glass cascading from its form. "How intriguing! With such beauty and strength, you could serve as the new vessel for my wife." After absorbing the nearby sand and stones, the liquid spirit grew immensely, towering like a peak that pierced the clouds, exuding a suffocating aura of terror. Shangguan Hanyue felt a tightening in her chest. Sensing an unprecedented pressure, she clutched her ice sword tightly, her gaze unwavering, prepared to confront this more formidable challenge. "Surrender and cease your resistance, you wretched creature," the malevolent spirit roared, lunging at the cold moon once more. Its massive liquid hand descended with the force of a mountain. The air itself compressed and released a sharp whistle. The cold moon exerted herself to leap away from this lethal strike. Yet the spirit's assault came in relentless waves, gradually cornering her. Her ice armor bore more and more cracks with each collision, her strength rapidly depleting. Just as Shangguan Hanyue was engulfed by despair, a breath of icy wind struck like lightning. A chilling essence spread instantly, encasing the liquid spirit in a massive block of ice. The cold moon gazed in astonishment towards the source of the breath, only to behold a grand icebound wolf king standing majestically. Upon its back sat her cherished teacher, Lu Feng, and her idol, Li Yalan. Teacher. A glimmer of joy and hope sparkled in Hanyue's eyes. Roar. The liquid spirit emitted an enraged howl, and cracks began to form in the gigantic ice block. A B-grade malevolent spirit dares to bellow before me. Shadow, deal with it. Lu Feng commanded, producing a swift talisman, and a shadow darted forth from his side. The shadow clone, wielding a bloodthirsty sword, charged towards the liquid spirit with ghostly speed. Leaving a trail of blurred afterimages in the AI, IT swung the bloodthirsty sword, which gleamed with an eerie crimson light. Upon contact with the liquid spirit, an explosion of righteous energy erupted. The liquid spirit struggled desperately, attempting to shake off the shadow clone's relentless assault, but the onslaught came as ceaseless as a storm. The liquid spirit morphed continuously, striving to overcome the shadow with diverse attacks, transforming into a giant python one moment and a fierce beast the next. Yet the shadow clone persistently pressed down upon it, offering no respite. Shadow. Purple chi arises from the east. With Lu Feng's command, the bloodthirsty sword glowed intensely, a torrent of righteous energy surging forth. The shadow clone raised the bloodthirsty sword high, the purple light swirling as if a giant purple dragon coiled around the blade. The radiance intensified, illuminating the gloomy sky and turbulent sea. The surrounding air seemed to warp under the might of this power, resonating with a buzzing sound. Then, the shadow clone swung down the bloodthirsty sword with force. A massive wave of purple sword energy howled forth, akin to a streak of purple lightning cleaving through the sky. Where the energy passed, space appeared to tear, leaving a black crack in its wake. This sword energy, imbued with cataclysmic might, raced towards the liquid spirit. The liquid spirit, sensing this overwhelming force, roared in terror, attempting to evade. Yet, the speed of the purple sword energy was inescapably swift, striking it in an instant. The liquid spirit's body was pierced by the purple energy, emitting a chilling scream. Ding! B-grade malevolent spirit slain. Reward. 100 Yugu coins. Shangguan Hanyue's eyes widened in awe, filled with admiration and astonishment at this powerful strike. The force far exceeding her expectations. Li Yalan cast a glance at Lu Feng, a hint of shock evident in her expression, for Lu Feng had grown stronger yet again. Chapter 49. The Little Nine-Tailed Fox and the Beauty Scheme. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting scattered patches of light as a gentle breeze brought a refreshing coolness. This moment, Shangguan Hanyue's vibrant figure emerged like a brilliant landscape, shattering the tranquility of the scene. She approached joyfully, her eyes sparkling with delight. Teacher, what brings you here? And Miss Li Yalan. Lu Feng leapt down from the wolf's back, explaining that he had been brought here by the whirlwind, and that she was here to rescue him from being burdened. Hearing this, Shangguan Hanyue's curious gaze flitted between Lu Feng and Li Yalan, finally landing on Li Yalan, her eyes brimming with inquiry. Teacher, what is your relationship with Miss Li Yalan? Could it be that the girlfriend you mentioned is her? Lu Feng slightly furrowed his brow, gently flicking Shangguan Hanyue on the forehead with a hint of reproach. Little one, do not make wild guesses. Yalan and I are merely friends at present. Shangguan Hanyue, after being flicked, was not angered. Rather, it was as if she had discovered a new continent. Her eyes widened in realization. Yalan? Just friends for now. Upon hearing this, Li Yalan's expression turned icy, and she immediately jumped down from the wolf's back. Pushing Lu Feng away, while tidying Shangguan Hanyue's hair, she coldly remarked, Little Shangguan, do not speculate about others' relationships. Looking at Li Yalan's frigid demeanor, Shangguan Hanyue felt a twinge of fear and hastily nodded. Observing Shangguan Hanyue's obedient demeanor, Li Yalan's lips curled into a faint smile, genuinely pleased. Shangguan Hanyue returned a slight smile, secretly marveling at her idol, a true queen of commerce, whose every word and action commanded respect. Lu Feng, helpless, dusted off his backside and asked Shangguan Hanyue, Why are you skipping school to come aboard the cruise? Shangguan Hanyue pouted and replied sulkily, It's vacation. Besides, teacher, how can you say that when you haven't even been to class? Ask Yu Yin. She said you were captured due to sea. Lu Feng, upon hearing this, wore a speechless expression. That wretched girl, spreading rumors again. When I return, she'll learn my true prowess, the meaning of cream puff. Lu Feng surveyed the unfamiliar and perilous jungle around them, his expression growing serious. Shangguan, are there any survivors left? Shangguan Hanyue shook her head, worry evident in her eyes. I don't know. Everyone's scattered. And there are talking gorillas in this jungle. Li Yalan, upon hearing this, furrowed her brows slightly, recalling the icebound Wolf King and turning her gaze towards the depths of the island with a vigilant expression. Talking gorillas. It seems this island is even more extraordinary than I imagined. Lu Feng stepped beside Li Yalan, speaking earnestly. Yalan, this place is so dangerous, I need strength right now. Ding. Contract signed successfully with Li Yalan, gaining summoning abilities, 2,000 Yugu coins, and the Ice Crystal Mirror, which can reflect 1 instance of S-level energy damage. Lu Feng's heart surged with excitement. He eagerly extended his hand to summon a spirit beast. His gaze brimmed with anticipation as he fantasized about summoning formidable divine beasts like the Yinglong, Taotai, and Qiongqi. However, reality brought him disappointment. A petite, exquisite 9-tailed fox emerged slowly, emitting a delightful sound. Lu Feng, upon seeing this, felt his spirit plummet, helplessly exclaiming, "It's over. I have to raise a daughter now." "So adorable," Shangguan Hanyu exclaimed, her face alight with joy as she scooped up the little 9-tailed fox, her eyes filled with affection. Typically, the spirit beasts summoned are related to the summoner. It must be because you transformed into a fox demon. Hence you summoned a little fox, Li Yalan analyzed. Lu Feng, however, wore a defiant expression. "I refuse to believe it. My transformation is so fierce, how could I possibly summon this cute little creature? Besides, what connection do you have with your Wolf King? If I summoned a white tiger, I might have a chance." Before Lu Feng could finish, he realized he had misspoken and quickly fell silent. "White tiger?" Shangguan Hanyu asked. Puzzled, an icy blast surged forth, knocking Lu Feng to the ground. Lu Feng hastily begged for mercy. "Yalan, I was wrong. I didn't mean to look. I'm an injured party." Within moments, Lu Feng lay on the ground, bruised and battered. Li Yalan shot him a cold glance, uttering 2 words, "Disgusting." Before turning to leave, Shangguan Hanyu placed the little 9-tailed fox down and hurriedly helped Lu Feng to his feet, concern etched on her face. "Teacher, are you all right? What happened with Sister Yalan? Why did she suddenly strike you?" Lu Feng shook his head, forcing a smile. "That I'm fine. I shouldn't have looked down on the little fox." Upon hearing this, Shangguan Hanyu hastily remarked, "Indeed, it is your fault, dear teacher. How could you disdain the little fox?" Yet, Sister Yalan's actions were rather excessive. Shortly thereafter, Lu Feng caught up with Li Yalan, his expression laden with remorse. "Yalan, you cannot truly blame me. You are aware that I possess abilities akin to maging. It was merely an inadvertent glance during battle." Li Yalan shot a frosty glance at Lu Feng, then turned her gaze to the little 9-tailed fox in his arms, her eyes brimming with tenderness. "I truly regret forging a contract with you. As spirit beasts, they remain our unwavering companions. Yet you express disdain for her due to her current lack of combat prowess." Lu Feng, hearing this, quickly countered. "I do not disdain her. I merely suggested raising her as a daughter." Li Yalan gently stroked the little 9-tailed fox, her expression filled with anticipation. "I hope you treat her well. Otherwise, I shall not spare you." With that, she embraced the little fox and turned to head back. Lu Feng, upon hearing this, smiled slightly, knowing that Li Yalan's anger had dissipated. The two walked side by side, sunlight filtering through the leaves above, casting dappled patterns on the ground. Their footsteps rustled softly upon the fallen leaves, creating a serene and harmonious atmosphere. However, this tranquility was soon shattered. A woman rushed towards them in a panic, her hair disheveled and her face etched with terror. As she ran, she cried out for help. "Help! Please, save my boyfriend. He has been taken by a gorilla." Her voice trembled, filled with desperation and helplessness. Shortly thereafter, Shangguan Hanyu, accompanied by 2 weary-looking women, hurriedly approached. Shangguan Hanyu's countenance was grave, her eyes betraying a hint of anxiety. The 2 women also bore expressions of exhaustion, remnants of fear still lingering in their gazes. Shangguan Hanyu urgently stated, "Teacher, it seems those gorillas only capture men. Their male companions have all been taken." Upon hearing this, Lu Feng's brows furrowed slightly, a wave of confusion washing over him. He pondered silently. Why do they capture men but not women? Have the gorillas developed a peculiar predilection post-mutation? Or are they being taken as laborers? Various speculations swirled in his mind. Li Yalan, catching Lu Feng's murmurs, fixed her gaze upon him and said firmly, "You should lure one here." Lu Feng fell into contemplation. "Use my charm?" No, when did I become so self-absorbed? After a moment, he nodded in agreement. Before long, Lu Feng found himself alone in the forest. The woods were eerily silent, his footsteps echoing in the stillness. His mood was tense and alert, ever watchful of his surroundings. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, causing the trees to creak and leaves to scatter. Lu Feng's heart raced. He knew the gorilla was about to appear. Sure enough, a massive white ape emerged from the thicket, wielding a giant log. Its imposing figure was powerful and its snow-white fur glistened, eyes radiating ferocity and savagery. The white ape let out a deafening roar and lunged at Lu Feng. Lu Feng smiled slightly, an aura of righteous energy emanating from him. He felt no fear and stood ready to confront the giant ape head-on. Quickly, he adjusted his stance, bracing for the impending assault. The giant ape, sensing Lu Feng's unusual demeanor, swung the massive log with incredible force. Lu Feng deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the blow as the log crashed into the ground, creating a thunderous sound and a deep crater. Seizing the moment, Lu Feng rushed towards the giant ape, his fist clenched tightly as he struck towards its abdomen. The giant ape, feeling the impact, raised its other hand to block Lu Feng's punch. The collision produced a dull thud, and Lu Feng felt as if his fist had struck solid steel, a jolt of pain coursing through him. Purple chi rising from the east. Chapter 50. The gorilla tribe Lu Feng channeled his strength into his fist and knocked the giant ape back. Enraged by Lu Feng's audacity, the white ape swung its log repeatedly, attempting to land a hit. Lu Feng leaped and rolled, skillfully dodging the onslaught. Taking advantage of the ape's missed attacks, he charged forward. Leaping high and aiming for the creature's eyes with a powerful punch, the ape, sensing the danger, hastily raised its hand to shield itself. Though Lu Feng's blow was blocked, he did not relent. He seized the giant ape's arm, using its momentum to flip over and land firmly on its back. The white ape roared in fury, thrashing its body in a desperate attempt to dislodge Lu Feng, clinging tightly to the ape's fur. Lu Feng wrapped his legs around its torso. He lifted his fist once more, delivering a crushing blow to the ape's head. The creature howled in pain, thrashing even more violently. Lu Feng understood that he could not afford to give the white ape a moment's respite. He continued his relentless assault. His fists fell like rain upon the beast, each strike imbued with immense power. Although the white ape was strong, it gradually began to show signs of fatigue under Lu Feng's sustained barrage. Lu Feng seized the opportunity to attack the giant ape's eyes again. This time, he successfully connected, striking it squarely. The white ape let out a pained roar, its massive log tumbling to the ground. Suddenly, a bone-chilling cold enveloped the AIRDIN the next moment. A massive ice spear. Your appearance suggests that you have been abandoned. Yet you should not harbor such animosity towards all men. I believe that the majority of them are truly honorable individuals. The woman, while kneading the flowing shadow crystal, scoffed. Not a single one of you men is worth a dime. You two are contemplating a harem. Am I not correct? Lu Feng was taken aback, astonished at how the woman had gleaned this information. Nevertheless, I have never coerced them. It was they who pursued me relentlessly, and I cherish them more than my own life, for I am guiltless, Lu Feng declared, brandishing the bloodthirsty sword towards the woman. The woman gradually infused the power of the flowing shadow crystal into the giant ape king, whose strength began to swell ominously. The giant ape king emanated a terrifying aura, and the air around them seemed to thicken with tension. Ha! What a farce! You merely covet their beauty. Had they been unattractive, you would not speak thus, the woman retorted disdainfully. Lu Feng's righteous spirit surged forth. If I were to pursue mere looks, then my current girlfriend count would exceed 2. The woman dismounted from the giant ape king. Then allow me to witness the prowess that has garnered you the affection of so many beautiful women. No sooner had she spoken, than the crimson giant ape king let out a furious roar and charged at Lu Feng. Chapter 51. The journey concludes with each step the giant ape king took. The ground trembled as if the very earth quaked beneath its weight. Lu Feng's gaze sharpened as he gripped the bloodthirsty sword tightly. Bracing himself for the onslaught in an instant, the giant ape king was upon him, swinging its massive fists towards Lu Feng. Lu Feng sidestepped deftly, narrowly evading the attack. The giant ape king's fist struck the ground, creating a tremendous crater. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Feng swung his sword at the creature's arm, but the giant ape's skin was as tough as iron, leaving only a shallow mark. The giant ape king let out another roar. Baring its fangs as it lunged at Lu Feng, he leapt back urgently, narrowly avoiding the creature's bite. He reflected inwardly, recognizing the formidable strength of the giant ape king. Ordinary attacks were utterly ineffective against it. Determined, Lu Feng resolved to unleash his ultimate technique, channeling his inner power to infuse the bloodthirsty sword with righteous energy. The sword immediately radiated a blinding light, its runes shimmering with intensity. Behold this strike. Lu Feng vaulted high, gripping the bloodthirsty sword with both hands as he aimed for the giant ape king. Sensing the power behind Lu Feng's attack, the giant ape king raised its arms in a futile attempt to block. However, the force of Lu Feng's strike was overwhelming, inflicting grievous wounds upon the creature's arms. The giant ape king howled in agony, blood gushing from its wounds. Observing the injury to the giant ape king, the woman's expression darkened. She formed seals with her hands, channeling the power of the flowing shadow crystal back into the giant ape king. Miraculously, the creature's wounds began to heal, its strength surging once more. Give it up, surrender and become my slave. Those two women cannot assist you. They are likely lost by now. The woman cackled maniacally. Oh, is that so? Came the voices of Li Yalan and Lin Meijing. Echoing through the air, a crystalline ice bridge, ethereal in its beauty, spanned across the tightly sealed encirclement of the giant apes. Li Yalan and Lin Meijing rode upon the back of the imposing icebound wolf king. Advancing slowly, their expressions resolute, eyes ablaze as if a goddess of ice and snow had descended. Lin Meijing, equally striking, gracefully leapt down from the wolf's back, her hair dancing in the breeze, concern evident in her gaze. The woman stared in disbelief, her eyes wide with astonishment. How did you get in? The perimeter was shrouded in a maze. Lin Meijing raised her chin slightly, confidence and pride shining through her eyes as she approached Lu Feng's side, casting him a gentle glance before turning to the woman and declaring, even if mountains and rivers separate us, we can sense one another. How could you hope to confine us? The woman scoffed. A smirk playing on her lips. How absurd. You are nothing but a fool with a pretty face. Do you truly believe he cares for you? He merely desires your power and your bodies. Lu Feng, taken aback, pondered silently. What extraordinary ability does this flowing shadow crystal possess that allows this woman to concoct such fabrications about him? While I may not be a paragon of virtue, I am certainly not as sordid as she suggests. Everyone has an appreciation for beauty. Though I entertain thoughts of marrying Lin Meijing and her 5 sisters, I have never intentionally pursued them. Everything has unfolded naturally. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure surged toward him. Like a tidal wave, Li Yalan advanced slowly, each step seemingly imbued with a chilling force. The ground beneath her feet swiftly drained of moisture, solidifying into ice. The crisp sound of ice forming echoed through the air, sending shivers down spines. I have no desire to engage in idle chatter with you. I am no benevolent soul. Release them and hand over the flowing shadow crystal, and I shall allow you to live in peace here. Otherwise, you shall meet again in your next life. At this moment, the ground was blanketed in thick frost, resembling a silvery expanse. Many of the giant apes were also encrusted with frost, their massive forms appearing even more imposing beneath the icy veneer. Lu Feng gazed at the cold, regal Li Yalan, his heart stirring with surprise. He mused. Is Yalan on the verge of breaking through to S rank? I never anticipated she would achieve this milestone before Mengyao. The woman fell into deep contemplation. Despite the flowing shadow crystal, she could not guarantee that the army of giant apes could vanquish Lu Feng and his companions unharmed. Her gaze darted between the giant apes and Lu Feng, her heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. After a prolonged silence, she sighed deeply and acquiesced. Very well, take them away. Let us depart with that. She tossed the flowing shadow crystal high into the air. The crystal spun gracefully, instantaneously encased in ice, resembling a dazzling ice gem as it descended slowly into Li Yalan's hands. The woman observed Li Yalan's cautious demeanor, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she cryptically remarked, I hope you can keep hold of this man. The giant ape king roared, its voice echoing like thunder through the air. A gust of wind swept through, whisking away all the hollow-eyed men. Lu Feng, witnessing this, gripped the spiritual talisman, alertly inquiring, What do you intend to do? The woman shook her head slightly, calmly responding, return them to the coast. You may leave as well. I believe we shall not meet again. She patted the side of the giant ape king before retreating into the great tree. The giant ape king cast a final glance at Lu Feng and his companions before turning to enter the tree. The other giant apes also dispersed, their footsteps heavy and powerful, as if narrating the tale of this mysterious realm. Ripple of spatial energy surged as Qin Mingyao emerged, as if a celestial being had descended. Her form was graceful and elegant, her eyes reflecting wisdom and composure. Li Yalan regarded Qin Mingyao with a slight frown, remarking, "You arrived rather late." "It is all resolved." With that, she turned and departed without another glance. Lin Meijing, however, beamed as she linked arms with Qin Mingyao, cheerfully exclaiming, "Mingyao, let us go. The matter has been settled." Qin Mingyao was thus led away, somewhat bewildered, as they gradually distanced themselves. Lu Feng glanced back at the towering great tree, a myriad of emotions welling within him. This world has undeniably changed, with a myriad of irrational phenomena and creatures emerging in succession. He raised his head slightly, gazing skyward as he continued to muse aloud. "I believe I understand why I am called the Ghost Master, leading spirits to fend off external threats. This is my mission, my responsibility." Chapter 52. A life of ordinary pleasures. An off-road vehicle came to a halt before the small ghostly building. Lu Feng alighted from the vehicle, his stature tall and imposing, his eyes betraying the calm resolve forged through trials and tribulations. He tilted his head slightly, gazing at the familiar small building, a wave of indescribable emotion washing over him. After enduring a week of hardship, he had finally returned. The sight of the beloved abode ignited a profound sense of belonging. Xia Yuyan linked her arm with Lu Feng's, her eyes sparkling with joy. "How does it feel?" "Nothing quite compares to the feeling of returning home," she chimed, her voice as melodious as a silver bell. Lu Feng nodded gently, a warm smile gracing his lips. "Indeed, there is no place like home. Let's head inside. Yu Yin has prepared a meal," Lin Meijing added with a smile. Lu Feng, taken aback, queried, "Oh, she can cook?" In his recollection, Xia Yuyan had never cooked before. The trio entered the small building, greeted by a wave of warmth. The living room was tastefully arranged, simple yet comfortable, with sunlight streaming through the windows, casting a soothing glow on the floor. In the dining area, Xia Yuyan was busily setting the table. Upon noticing Lu Feng and the others, she covered her mouth in laughter. "You're back? Hurry and eat." As Lu Feng approached the dining table, he teased, "Having a little sister is quite different. I imagine raising such a picky eater must be quite the challenge." He picked up a chicken foot, taking a bite, his eyes lighting up in delight. This is delicious," Xia Yuyan replied with a playful pout. "Yes, that little brat has quite the discerning palate, always clamoring for chicken legs." Xia Yuyan immediately retorted, "What nonsense, sister, stop spreading rumors." The family gathered around the dining table, laughter and joy echoing throughout the room. This meal allowed Lu Feng to experience the long-lost warmth of home. As night fell, after reassuring Morong Shui of his safety, he retreated to the bathroom for a shower. The long-awaited hot water brought him immense comfort, as if all his fatigue was washed away in that moment. He closed his eyes, savoring the tranquility. Just then, Lin Meijing entered, startling Lu Feng. "Sister Meijing, what brings you in?" Lu Feng asked in surprise. Lin Meijing, holding a towel, hesitantly replied, "You've been on the go for a week. You must be exhausted. I'm here to help you bathe." Upon hearing this, Lu Feng chuckled. "Is that so? I think you just want to enhance your own skills." Lin Meijing, feeling shy, retorted, "Who said that? I'm merely here to check if you've made any progress in your abilities." Lu Feng laughed. "Really? I sense you have ulterior motives." Lin Meijing lowered her gaze, avoiding Lu Feng's eyes. "That's not true." With a gentle smile, Lu Feng pulled Lin Meijing into his embrace. "Then let me show you the prowess of my ghost control technique now." The following morning, the dawn light filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow in the room. Lu Feng slowly opened his eyes, and what met his gaze was the sight of Lin Meijing peacefully asleep in his arms. Her face was serene and beautiful, with long lashes fluttering slightly, as if even in her dreams she exuded endless gentleness. Lu Feng gazed at her quietly, his heart brimming with tenderness. He gently brushed aside the strands of hair that had fallen against her cheek. His touch as soft as if he were handling a precious treasure. Her breathing was steady and rhythmic, the slight rise and fall of her chest allowing Lu Feng to feel the warmth and reality of life. Recalling the passion and tenderness of the previous night, a smile crept onto his lips. He shifted slightly, careful not to awaken the slumbering beauty in his arms. It seemed Lin Meijing sensed his movement, stirring briefly before sinking back into her sweet dreams. Lu Feng admired her adorable visage, a surge of protective instinct welling up within him. As the sunlight grew brighter, the room filled with a cozy atmosphere. Lu Feng remained still, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. After a while, Lin Meijing stirred awake. She opened her bleary eyes to find Lu Feng gazing at her tenderly, and a blush spread across her cheeks. "How long have you been awake?" she asked softly, her voice still laced with sleepiness. Lu Feng smiled and replied, "Just a little while." He gently caressed Lin Meijing's cheek. "Did you sleep well last night?" Lin Meijing nodded, a happy smile lighting up her face. "With you by my side, I felt very secure, but you were quite the handful. My old back can't take it." The two exchanged glances, as if time had come to a standstill in that moment. Upon arriving at the academy, Lu Feng approached the office of the Director of Education with a feeling of guilt. He knocked softly on the door. "Come in," a cool voice beckoned. "All right." Lu Feng pushed the door open, only to be met with a slap from Morong Shui as soon as he entered. Stunned, he barely had time to react before Morong Shui leaped into his embrace. "You rascal! Didn't we agree that you wouldn't run off? Do you have any idea how worried I was?" Morong Shui's voice trembled with emotion. Lu Feng hurriedly patted her back. "I'm sorry, Teacher Morong, for making you worry." Upon hearing this, Morong Shui quickly distanced herself from Lu Feng, a blush creeping onto her face. "If it happens again, don't blame me for turning hostile." Lu Feng nodded earnestly. They both sat down, the atmosphere somewhat awkward. "Did you see the news?" Morong Shui inquired. Lu Feng nodded, explaining how upon his return, he discovered that the world had been turned upside down. Most people were now aware of the existence of extraordinary beings, yet the government still classified all supernatural beings and ghosts as mere supernatural entities, withholding the truth about ghosts. After all, ghosts could technically be considered supernatural beings, akin to possessing the power of resurrection. Moreover, ghosts wield greater abilities and strength, though they are easily influenced by resentment. The meteor shower had also brought a type of crystal with unique enhancement properties, which countries were secretly gathering. The A3 nation, being a prominent site for the meteor falls, had provided M country with an excuse to mobilize troops. Chaos was on the horizon. Morong sighed, "Peace is hard won. Who knows how long Huaxia can hold out?" Lu Feng, exuding confidence, replied, "Don't worry. As long as we strengthen ourselves, what is there to fear? Teacher Morong, I will protect you." Morong Shui felt a surge of joy at his words. "At least you have a conscience. You haven't lost your mind to those female ghosts." Lu Feng laughed awkwardly. "It's different. In my heart, you are like a sister to me, just as important as they are." Morong Shui shot him a glare. "Who wants to be your ungrateful sister?" With that, she stormed out. Lu Feng shook his head in confusion, pondering the complexities of a woman's heart and how swiftly moods can change. He then took his textbooks and proceeded to teach. Upon entering the classroom, he was greeted by the familiar faces. Xia Yuyin and Shangguan Hanyue still occupied the front row, and the students erupted in cheers at Lu Feng's arrival. After a week apart, they had begun to miss his lessons. Lu Feng looked at the eager faces before him, warmth flooding his heart. "Very well, I shall assign you all a bit more homework today." The students gasped. "No, teacher." Lu Feng smiled. "Just kidding." He took the podium, gently placing his textbooks down, and began the long-awaited lesson. Chapter 53. A new job. The school bell rang melodiously, heralding the end of the day's classes. Lu Feng walked steadily back to his office, surveying the mountain of files and unresolved matters on his desk. He frowned slightly, internally sighing at how busy he had been these days. The office still held the lively atmosphere of teachers recently departed. But as time passed, the hubbub gradually faded, leaving Lu Feng alone. He sat at his desk, diligently addressing various tasks, occasionally furrowing his brow in thought or swiftly jotting down notes. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves outside, casting dappled patterns on the floor and imbuing the quiet space with warmth and serenity. Just then, the office door creaked open, and Xia Yuyin entered with a mischievous grin, carefully closing the door behind her. Dressed in a pink dress, her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, her eyes sparkling with playful mischief. "What are you up to, girl? Don't you have class this afternoon? Why aren't you home eating?" Lu Feng looked up at Xia Yuyin, his gaze a mix of exasperation and fondness. Xia Yuyin giggled. approaching Lu Feng and pulling a lunchbox from her backpack. Hee, I brought lunch to share with you. After we eat, I'll stay here to keep you company while I review for finals. I must outscore Shangguan Hanyue. Her tone brimmed with determination and confidence. Lu Feng, glancing at the lunchbox in her hands, felt warmth welling up in his heart. Without hesitation, Xia Yuyan perched herself on his lap. Get down. You're being too familiar. If someone sees us, I'll have to pack up and leave. Lu Feng admonished softly, a hint of reproach in his voice. Xia Yuyan pouted, her tone indignant. Rascal. After you've had your fill. You just discard me. Her eyes brimmed with grievance. Lu Feng was at a loss for words, knowing he could do nothing to dissuade this little imp. All right, I admit my fault, but I need to work. Can you eat beside me? I promise to take you out to play tonight. Lu Feng gently coaxed Xia Yuyan. She smiled slightly, sliding off his lap to sit on the chair beside him. Opening the lunchbox revealed an array of delicious dishes, their enticing aromas wafting through the air. Xia Yuyan picked up her chopsticks and offered Lu Feng a bite. Teacher, have some. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Lu Feng, feeling both helpless and unwilling to reject her kindness, opened his mouth and accepted the food she offered. Seeing Lu Feng eat, Xia Yuyan's face lit up with a joyful smile. Are you done with your work? Let's go eat. Just as they were enjoying their meal, the office door swung open once more, and Morong Shui walked in. Upon seeing Xia Yuyan feeding Lu Feng, her expression darkened instantly. Xia Yuyan, noticing this, mischievously smiled and popped Lu Feng's half-eaten meal into her mouth, licking her lips. Teacher Morong, what brings you here? She asked with a hint of provocation in her voice. Morong Shui forced a smile. Her tone deceptively gentle. Why hasn't Xia Yuyan gone home yet? This isn't the behavior of a good student. Her gaze, however, was fixed intently on Lu Feng. At that moment, Lu Feng was drenched in sweat. Sensing that a confrontation was imminent, he quickly stood up, awkwardly saying, Teacher Morong, I still have work to finish. Let's talk another time. Next time, I'll treat you. Morong Shui shot him a glare. You better be careful, or you'll be in for it with that. She stormed out in a huff. Lu Feng felt speechless, pinching Xia Yuyan's cheek. Little imp, don't provoke her. Can't we all just get along? Xia Yuyan fed Lu Feng a meatball. Defending herself, who told her to flirt with you? Lu Feng sat back down, resigned to the fact that he could not convince Xia Yuyan otherwise. He summoned the little nine-tailed fox and handed it to Xia Yuyan. Here, help me feed her and keep her entertained. Xia Yuyan's eyes instantly sparkled upon seeing the little nine-tailed fox. She cautiously took it into her arms, exclaiming, How adorable! Is this the fruit of your love with Sister Yalan? Lu Feng, upon hearing this, playfully flicked her forehead, admonishing, Don't act silly. You'll regret it if Yalan finds out. The little nine-tailed fox emitted a melodious sound, as if responding to their conversation. Cradling the creature, Xia Yuyan gently stroked its fur. The little fox seemed to revel in her caresses, closing its eyes and purring contentedly. Xia Yuyan then retrieved some food from her lunchbox to feed the fox. Upon catching a whiff of the delicious aroma, the fox immediately opened its eyes, eagerly snapping up the morsel. Watching the charming sight of the little fox, Xia Yuyan couldn't help but chuckle. You little rascal, you're simply delightful. After finishing its meal, the nine-tailed fox nuzzled against her, seemingly expressing its gratitude. Embracing the fox, Xia Yuyan began to play with it, alternating between petting its head and tickling its belly, while the fox joyfully frolicked in her arms. Observing the playful duo, Lu Feng felt his earlier exasperation gradually dissipate. He understood that while Xia Yuyan could be quite willful at times, her heart was inherently kind. He returned to his work, hoping to complete his tasks swiftly. The harmonious blend of Xia Yuyan's laughter and the fox's chirps painted a beautiful tableau. That night, Lu Feng and Xia Yuyan returned home. As they passed the fourth floor, Lu Feng inadvertently noticed that the door was ajar. Is Mengyao home? Driven by curiosity, he stepped inside. There, clad in a simple nightgown, Qin Mengyao sat on the couch diligently attending to official matters. Her gaze lifted slightly the moment Lu Feng appeared, and she softly said, Come here, I need to speak with you. Lu Feng nodded slightly, proceeding with Xia Yuyan to the couch, where they took their seats. As soon as Xia Yuyan settled down, she affectionately linked her arm with Qin Mengyao's, her face beaming with a smile as she remarked, Sister Mengyao, it's been a while since I've seen you in a nightgown, and you look just as lovely as ever, quite akin to Sister Yalan. Qin Mengyao sighed in resignation, gently patting Xia Yuyan's head, and earnestly replied, "You silly girl, strength is of utmost importance." With that, she turned her attention to Lu Feng, her expression growing serious as she slowly said, "The country is preparing to expand Longya comprehensively and is establishing an academy. After you finish teaching this semester, you'll report to Longya next semester." Lu Feng was taken aback by the news, his face revealing a hint of surprise. Noticing his reaction, Qin Mingyao raised an eyebrow and asked, "What? You don't want to go?" Lu Feng quickly shook his head. "It's not that I don't want to. I just worry about having enough time. You know I need to continually hunt ferocious spirits to enhance my strength." Qin Mingyao responded calmly, closing her laptop beside her. "Don't worry. There won't be many classes. Training will remain the priority." Lu Feng nodded in acknowledgement. "I understand. I'll head back now." Rising from his seat, he made his way upstairs. "Sister Mingyao, I'm leaving as well," Xia Yuyan chimed, planting a quick kiss on Qin Mingyao's cheek before fluttering off like a cheerful little bird to catch up with Lu Feng. Chapter 54, Night Raid on Widow Village. As the semester's end approached, this marked the final holiday of the term. After a vigorous morning of training at Longya, Lu Feng radiated vitality and energy. The sunlight kissed his resolute face, and beads of sweat glimmered like jewels, testifying to his efforts. Once training concluded, Lu Feng ventured to the commercial street, bustling with life and noise. His gaze flitted across the myriad of shelves as he selected snacks for Xia Yuyan. After making his purchases, he stepped outside, only to spot Luna hurrying by. Vampire, Luna level, peak B class ability. Sound waves, blood domain affection level, 60, contract available. A smile graced Lu Feng's face as he greeted her. "Miss Luna, it's been a while." Upon returning to the small building, "I heard Meijing say you moved out. How have you been?" Luna's eyes lit up with surprise upon seeing him, and she replied with a smile. "Lu Feng, it's been ages. I moved out so as not to intrude on you all. I'm doing well. Your blood has helped me improve rapidly. I hope nothing untoward happened during your absence." Lu Feng nonchalantly shook his head, assuring her he was fine. Just then, a notification pinged, triggering a task. "Assist the vampire Luna." Lu Feng inquired, "Miss Luna, you seem in quite a rush. There's something you need help with?" After a moment of contemplation, Luna slowly replied, "Now that I've grown stronger, I wish to revisit the place where I became a vampire and deal with those mutated bats." Lu Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Then let me accompany you. I have no pressing matters at the moment." Initially, Luna declined, but Lu Feng's enthusiasm was like an irresistible flame, leading her to eventually agree. Meanwhile, in the small building, Xia Yuyan stood before the mirror, preening herself as she tried on various outfits. Her face aglow with anticipation, dreaming of a cosplay playdate with Lu Feng. Her lively eyes sparkled with excitement, and after each change, she would scrutinize her reflection, imagining Lu Feng's astonished expression upon seeing her. Little did she know, Lu Feng had already departed the city with Luna in an off-road vehicle. The vehicle sped along the road, kicking up a cloud of dust. The scenery outside whizzed by like a slideshow. Yet Lu Feng and Luna's moods diverged. Lu Feng felt a sense of curiosity and excitement about their destination, while Luna experienced a mix of anxiety and nostalgia, as it was the sight that altered the course of her life. After 2 to 3 hours of travel, they arrived at the forest where Luna had transformed into a vampire. The trees stood tall and lush, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground. "Do you still remember?" Lu Feng asked, glancing at Luna beside him. She nodded firmly, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. "That was the day that changed my life. I will never forget it." Soon, they found themselves at the entrance of a pit. Luna gazed into the dark abyss, memories flooding back. "This is where my life changed." Lu Feng removed his jacket, revealing his combat attire, his gaze sharp with caution. "I'll go take a look. Don't worry, I'll be careful." "Yes, please ensure your safety," Luna nodded, her eyes betraying a hint of worry, but mostly trust in Lu Feng. Without hesitation, Lu Feng leapt into the pit, activating his celestial vision. Darkness transformed into daylight before his eyes, unobstructed by shadows. He scanned the surroundings, noting that this was a crater formed by a meteorite. The walls bore strange markings, seemingly narrating tales of the past. He meticulously searched every corner but found no mutated bats, only signs of their existence. Scattered claw marks and dried blood stained the ground, and the air carried an eerie tension. After a thorough inspection, he returned to the surface. "There are no mutated bats as you mentioned. but I did find signs of their habitation. Their sudden disappearance is indeed suspicious, Lu Feng remarked, his brow slightly furrowed. Luna nodded. Deep in thought, I too sensed their presence, indicating they left recently. Lu Feng crouched down, examining the ground, his fingers grazing the claw marks as he contemplated. Could it be that someone took them away? Luna gasped, a glimmer of alarm flashing in her eyes. Could someone have discovered their uniqueness and wished to exploit them for some ulterior motive? Lu Feng nodded gravely. It's quite possible. We should head back. Night is approaching. Let's investigate this area further at home. Thus, they retraced their steps, their strides laden with weight and uncertainty. Soon, they reached the junction only to find their vehicle missing. Damn it, in this technological age. They dare to play tricks on me? Lu Feng cursed as he pulled out his phone to track the off-road vehicle. Moments later, he pinpointed its location to a place not far off called Widow Village. What a peculiar name, Luna remarked, her expression laced with suspicion. Stowing his phone, Lu Feng retorted angrily, whatever the village may be, let's go check it out. I intend to find out who stole my vehicle. With that, the two set off towards Widow Village. As dusk fell, the sky blazed with vibrant hues, painting the world in shades of orange and red. Upon reaching the outskirts of Widow Village, they beheld a fortified city, complete with guards at the gates. Luna gazed at the city in bewilderment, noticing it was vastly different from the dilapidated village depicted on the map. Let us go take a closer look, Lu Feng declared, striding confidently towards the gates, only to be halted by two formidable guards. The guards stood tall, their muscular forms exuding an air of authority, their eyes reflecting a formidable presence. Newcomer, remember, fighting is strictly prohibited within these walls, or you shall bear the consequences. With that, they stepped aside. Lu Feng immediately sensed something unusual about them, a silent alarm ringing in his heart. Are they spirits? As he entered the city, a notification chimed. Ding, B-grade malevolent spirit detected. Ding, C-grade malevolent spirit detected. Lu Feng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this place would be a haven for malevolent spirits to AT that moment. A B-grade and a C-grade spirit spotted Luna behind Lu Feng. Drawn to her beauty, my dear, it has been ages since I encountered such a stunning lady. Care to join me for a drink? We'll cover the tab. Lu Feng's gaze hardened as he unleashed his cold iron binding rope like a bolt of lightning, ensnaring the two spirits. Who are you? Help! They cried out in unison, as bystanders hastily retreated. Among them, 4 or 5 lesser spirits approached Lu Feng, shouting, You insolent brat! How dare you raise your hand here? Lu Feng, infused with righteous energy, stood resolute like a mighty war god. Stand down, he bellowed, delivering a powerful punch that unleashed a torrent of air, toppling the spirits like waves crashing upon the shore. Fighting is forbidden here. Surrender at once. A group of spirits and human guards rushed forward, brandishing various weapons, their faces painted with fury and vigilance. Lu Feng, Luna exclaimed, her expression laden with concern. Sword, come. Lu Feng extended his hand, summoning the peachwood sword and bloodthirsty blade, their blades shimmering with an enigmatic glow, orbiting around him. Uninvolved parties, please vacate the area. Otherwise, you will face the consequences. Lu Feng spoke icily, 6 spirit talismans swirling around him, emanating powerful energy fluctuations. Dear guest, may I have a moment of your time? A sultry voice interrupted. Chapter 55. Li Yalan's rebuke, self-doubt. Ding, A-grade spirit detected. A crisp notification shattered the silence. A captivating woman clad in a qipao approached gracefully, her every step infused with an alluring rhythm. Behind her were 2 women in battle attire, their garments radiating a mysterious luster, which Lu Feng instantly recognized as the products of Li Yalan's company. Mr. Lu Feng, I recognize you. My name is Yiling, the woman said with a slight nod, her voice melodious as a nightingale's song. Everyone makes mistakes, even spirits. While humans may face imprisonment for their wrongs, spirits are not exempt. Some of these spirits have erred. Yet upon entering this place, they become subjects for experimentation, contributing to the nation. Thus, you cannot harm them. Yiling spoke earnestly, a glimmer of determination in her gaze. Do you expect me to believe that? They seem to be living quite comfortably. I see no signs of their suffering. Lu Feng frowned, skepticism etched across his features. Get lost, or I will take you down as well. His voice was frigid. as if it could freeze the surrounding air. You foul-mouthed man. The two women behind Yiling were incensed, charging at Lu Feng. One's hands blazed with fire, flames roaring, while the other's transformed into steel, radiating a chilling brilliance. You have no place to speak. Lu Feng remained undaunted, lightly touching a lightning talisman, summoning two bolts of thunder that struck with devastating force, repelling the two women. The spirits stumbled back. Shock etched on their faces. Sir, please remain calm. Yiling raised her hand, and a gust of wind enveloped Lu Feng, ensnaring him at its center. The wind howled like a tempest, as if intent on devouring him. Blood spirit magic. Seeing this, Luna unleashed a powerful ultrasonic wave, shattering the wind barrier. The sonic force reverberated through the air, creating a cacophony of piercing sounds. Seizing the moment, Lu Feng activated his spirit talisman, feeling a surge of power as three shadow clones emerged. The shadows radiated an air of mystery, their formidable presence prompting the guards below to raise their weapons, nervously observing the unfolding scene. Lu Feng, are you a child? Stop this nonsense. Suddenly, Li Yalan's voice rang out. Lu Feng, startled, turned to see Li Yalan and Xia Yuyan standing not far away. Li Yalan's expression was stern, while Xia Yuyan appeared bewildered. He froze for a moment, as if understanding everything, the shadow clones and talismans slowly dissipating. Moments later, he turned and walked away, his silhouette tinged with melancholy. Just as Xia Yuyan attempted to approach and explain, Li Yalan pulled her back, suggesting he reflect on the matter himself. Luna glanced at Li Yalan and the others before hastily following Lu Feng. On the moonlit country road, Luna walked alongside the despondent Lu Feng. The trees lining the path cast dappled shadows, as if whispering tales of endless sorrow. Lu Feng, please don't blame Yalan and the others. They are acting for the advancement of our nation. You know the international situation is becoming increasingly tense. Luna spoke with a furrowed brow, tugging at Lu Feng's sleeve. Her eyes brimmed with concern, hoping he could grasp Li Yalan's predicament. You are the air I breathe. The inescapable pull of gravity. The ringtone interrupted, and Lu Feng glanced at his phone. It was Lin Meijing calling. He hesitated before ending the call. Luna, witnessing this, exclaimed in anger, Lu Feng, you can't just abandon Meijing like that. Lu Feng shook his head. No, it's just that I need some peace right now. I've been through so much in the past 6 months. Living among spirits, I thought I had fully immersed myself in their world. But it turns out I am, just as Li Yalan said, like a child at heart. His voice was laden with helplessness and loss. Luna quickly responded, don't say that. Yalan can be blunt, but you know that you are wonderful. Her gaze was filled with encouragement, wishing for Lu Feng to regain his spirit. Lu Feng smiled faintly at Luna. Thank you, Luna. Could you go find a car to bring back? We should head home. Luna nodded. You wait here. I'll be back shortly. With that, she transformed into blood wings and soared toward the widow village, tracing a beautiful arc across the night sky. However, upon returning to the widow village, she received Lu Feng's message. Let me walk alone. Don't worry. I won't do anything foolish. Luna sighed in resignation, her heart heavy with worry. She understood Lu Feng's emotions were complex and that he needed time to reflect and calm down. Yet, she feared he might make an impulsive decision, silently praying for his safety. Lu Feng sat quietly atop a somewhat dilapidated tractor, the evening breeze caressing his face as he and the driver immersed themselves in the tranquility of the moment. The driver, a middle-aged man with a humble demeanor, radiated a sense of peace and contentment that came with the passage of time. He spoke slowly, his words filled with satisfaction for life. I set out every afternoon and don't return to the city until dawn. Though the work is arduous and the pay is meager, my wife and daughter do not complain. My wife is exceptionally capable, keeping our home in perfect order. My daughter is also thriving, excelling in her studies and being very considerate. I feel incredibly fortunate. The driver beamed with happiness, embodying a love and appreciation for ordinary life. By the way, young man, what do you do? He inquired with curiosity. Lu Feng smiled slightly, replying, I am a university lecturer. The driver's eyes sparkled with surprise, and he grinned. That's impressive. With a son like you, your parents must be very proud. Lu Feng felt a wave of happiness wash over him at the driver's words. Just as he opened his mouth to respond, a sharp sound sliced through the stillness. Instantly alert, Lu Feng summoned a rock shield talisman, raising a sturdy stone barrier to block the incoming blood shadow. Uncle, stay still. Lu Feng warned gravely. With that, his shadow clones emerged, standing guard beside the driver. The driver stared in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. Moments later, a pack of mutated wolves appeared. Their appearance distinctly different from ordinary wolves, each adorned with a massive bat attached to their heads, exuding an eerie aura. "Little brother, we should flee," the driver urged, his voice trembling. While he was aware of the emergence of strange creatures from the news, he never imagined he would encounter them firsthand. Lu Feng, however, remained resolute, summoning the bloodthirsty sword, gripping it firmly. The blade shimmered with a mysterious glow, as if proclaiming its immense power. "Uncle, don't worry. Leave this to me." As the mutated wolves advanced, their blood-red eyes gleamed with ferocity. The bats on their heads bared their fangs, seemingly challenging Lu Feng. "So, this is where you are," Lu Feng shouted, his righteous energy surging forth like a torrent. Charging at the wolves, in an instant, he darted before one of the mutated wolves, swinging the bloodthirsty sword with ferocity, unleashing a sharp blade of energy. The wolf attempted to evade, but the sword energy left a deep gash on its body. Blood spouting forth. The other mutated wolves, enraged by the sight, lunged at Lu Feng. Unfazed, he executed intricate footwork, nimbly weaving through the pack. He struck at the vulnerable spots of the mutated wolves with his sword while casting talismans to enhance his strength and speed. The mutated wolf launched a surprise attack from behind. Lu Feng seemed to possess a pair of eyes at the back of his head. He swiftly turned around, his bloodthirsty sword piercing through the skull of the aberrant creature. The bats also commenced their assault, unfurling their wings to release clouds of black mist. Lu Feng quickly summoned his righteous energy, delivering a powerful punch that dissipated the dark fog. Subsequently, 3 fiery talismans materialized before him. With a wave of his hand, the flames emitted from the talismans converged, surging towards the shadowy horde. As the purple aura descended, Lu Feng unleashed a punch, channeling the pent-up fury that had remained unexpressed in Widow's village. A wave of violet energy surged forth, merging with the flames in a spectacular explosion, instantly reducing the wolf pack to ashes. Ding! Mission accomplished. Reward. 1,000 ghost-controlling coins, blood shadow token, can be used to control mutant beasts of S rank and below. "Little brother, don't dawdle. We must leave this place quickly," the driver called out to Lu Feng. "All right." Lu Feng hurriedly ran towards the tractor. Chapter 56. Homecoming. Upon returning to the city, Lu Feng found himself lost in thought when his phone rang once more. This time, without hesitation, he answered the call. Lin Meijing's anxious voice immediately came through. "You finally answered. Where are you now?" Following closely, Xia Yuyan's voice, tinged with tears, chimed in. "You scoundrel of a teacher. Have you abandoned us?" Lu Feng slightly raised his head, gazing at the brilliant stars above, and softly replied, "How could I? I merely wished to ponder a few matters alone." Xia Yuyan quickly implored, "Then please return soon." After a moment of contemplation, Lu Feng said, I think I want to go home. Would you like to join me? Home." Both girls were momentarily taken aback. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the thin veil of clouds, illuminating the earth. Lu Feng drove into the small town of his hometown. Inside the car, he turned to the 2 girls beside him and said earnestly, "Meijing, apply some makeup, but make it a bit unattractive. You're too beautiful. And my parents won't believe it." Lin Meijing nodded slightly, hastily retrieving her makeup kit, her heart brimming with nervousness, as this was her first meeting with his parents. Meanwhile, Xia Yuyan, seeing this, also pulled out her makeup kit and asked, "Should I do the same? After all, I am quite pretty." Lu Feng casually replied, "Do as you wish. You're just pretending to be Meijing's sister." Xia Yuyan, indignant, protested, "Why should I? Why can't I be the girlfriend?" Lu Feng unabashedly flicked her forehead and said, "Silly girl, just play your role as the sister-in-law." "Humph. You scoundrel teacher, daring to act but not to take responsibility," Xia Yuyan muttered in anger. Soon, the car came to a stop in front of a 2-story house. Lu Feng's mother, Tan Xin, had been anxiously awaiting their arrival. Lin Meijing and Xia Yuyan stepped out of the car, politely greeting, "Hello, Aunt Tan." Upon seeing the 2 beautiful girls, Tan Xin's face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, "What lovely daughters! Come inside quickly." Lu Feng also exited the vehicle, smiling as he said, "Mom, it's been a while." Tan Xin patted Lu Feng on the shoulder, pleased as she remarked, "Well done, my boy. You haven't brought me shame." With that, she warmly ushered Lu Feng and the girls into the house in the living room. Tianqin sat next to Lin Meijing, kindly asking her numerous questions, filled with curiosity about her future daughter-in-law. Meanwhile, Xia Yuyin wandered about like a curious kitten, exploring the unfamiliar surroundings. After placing his belongings down, Lu Feng, filled with questions, asked, "Where's Dad?" Tianqin, fuming, replied, "Don't even mention that old man. Ever since you told him to stop working, he hasn't done a thing. All he does is fish every day." Lin Meijing covered her mouth, laughing as she said, "Aunt Tan, it's all right. You all enjoy yourselves. Let Lu Feng support you. His salary is quite good now, so feel free to take advantage of him." Tianqin beamed at this, taking Lin Meijing's hand. "Meijing, I apologize for any inconvenience. This rascal of a son may not have much skill, but rest assured, he will treat you well for life." Lin Meijing glanced at Lu Feng, her eyes filled with affection, and smiled. "There's no inconvenience. Being with him is very enjoyable. In the afternoon, warm sunlight bathed the small town as Lu Feng led Lin Meijing and Xia Yuyin around, admiring the scenery of the mountains. It was their first time in the countryside, and both girls were brimming with curiosity. They gazed at the undulating mountains and lush forests, savoring the tranquility and beauty of nature. Before they realized it, night had fallen, and Lu Feng's father, Lu Wang, returned home. Tianqin, irritated, exclaimed, "So you finally decided to come back? Why didn't you just stay out there?" Lu Wang awkwardly smiled, explaining, "Don't speak carelessly. It's just that my daughter-in-law has returned, and I wanted to catch a big fish for her." Daughter-in-law? Upon hearing this, Lin Meijing's cheeks flushed, and she hurriedly greeted, "Hello, uncle." Lu Wang looked at Lin Meijing with delight, praising, "Just like my boy, he has found such a beautiful wife." Tianqin rolled her eyes, saying, "Humph, I must have been blind to marry you. Aren't you supposed to be catching big fish? Where is it?" Lu Wang chuckled awkwardly, responding, "Today wasn't my lucky day. Someone died in the river I usually fish in, so all the fish were released. It's too inauspicious to serve to my daughter-in-law." Tianqin seemed skeptical, grumbling, "If you can't catch fish, just buy one. Why are you so useless?" At that moment, Xia Yuyin approached, politely greeting, "Hello, uncle." Lu Wang's eyes lit up upon seeing Xia Yuyin, and he cheerfully said, "Oh, this girl is also so beautiful. Why not have her marry over with your sister?" Xia Yuyin laughed, responding, "Sure, as long as uncle and aunt agree." Lu Feng, left speechless, was met with a swift kick from Tianqin, who sternly warned, "Stop your nonsense, or you'll miss dinner." She then turned to Xia Yuyin. "Yuyin, don't listen to his silly talk." Xia Yuyin smiled mischievously, replying, "I quite like my brother-in-law. It's not out of the question." Lu Feng quickly grabbed a dragon fruit to cover Xia Yuyin's mouth, saying, "Mom, don't listen to this silly girl." Tianqin promptly pinched Lu Feng's ear, admonishing, "You little rascal, be nicer to your sister-in-law. If you call her silly again, I'll break your legs." Xia Yuyin stuck her tongue out at Lu Feng in playful defiance. After dinner, Lu Feng and Lu Wang sat on the sofa. Lu Feng, filled with curiosity, asked, "Dad, who was that body you mentioned? Was it someone from our village?" Lu Wang shook his head. "It shouldn't be. I inquired and found no one missing in the village and everyone is well. It might have come from upstream. The body was strange, as if it had been drained of life. By the way, your old rival, Zhang Yu, has returned, and he came back alone. I hear he's quite wealthy now and has built a big house on his family's land. Though he doesn't come out often." Lu Feng nodded, an inexplicable unease surging within him. "I'll take them for a walk. You should go to sleep." With that, Lu Feng went upstairs to find Lin Meijing and Xia Yuyin. In Lu Feng's room, Lin Meijing gazed at his childhood photos with a tender expression, while Xia Yuyin lay on the bed, playing with Lu Feng's toys, her demeanor playful. Lu Feng entered, saying, "Let's go. Time for a stroll. I have something to discuss with you." Xia Yuyin pouted, "Can't we just go to sleep? I'm so tired." Lu Feng, exasperated, replied, "Girl, you'll be back in your room to sleep afterward." Humph. Xia Yuyin huffed, clearly displeased with Lu Feng's decision. Chapter 57. Old friends, the abused ones. A gentle breeze swept through the night, bringing a touch of coolness. Lu Feng whispered, "Prepare for battle. I suspect there may be malevolent spirits." The two girls nodded, silently clenching their fists, their eyes brimming with vigilance. Soon, they arrived near Zhang Yu's house. Lu Feng turned to the two girls and said, "I'll scout ahead. You two wait for the right moment to act." They nodded in agreement. As Lu Feng approached the door, he received no system notification. Just then, Zhang Yu emerged, puzzled, and inquired, "Who are you?" Lu Feng was taken aback. The person who had bullied him since childhood didn't he recognize him. Thus, Lu Feng decided to trick him, saying, "I'm your childhood friend. Oh, it's been so long since I've been back. I forgot. Would you like to come in for a drink?" Lu Feng, without hesitation, launched the ghost-binding rope, ensnaring Zhang Yu, who at that moment transformed into a puppet. Lin Meijing and Xia Yuyan rushed inside, asking, "What happened?" Lu Feng shook his head, indicating, "It seems his abilities are not to be underestimated." They searched the room and discovered numerous torture devices and items associated with abuse. Realizing someone might currently be suffering, Lu Feng promptly took out a tracking talisman he had exchanged for in the system and affixed it to the puppet. "Eye in the mountains," Lu Feng remarked. Then, followed by the guidance of the puppet, they ran deep into the mountains. Lu Feng and his companions treaded cautiously until they arrived at the mountainside behind Zhang Yu's residence. The atmosphere in the mountains was eerie and oppressive, as if suffused with an indescribable aura of danger. Just as they were proceeding with utmost care, they suddenly heard a flurry of hurried footsteps accompanied by heavy breaths. Upon closer inspection, they saw two police officers, battered and bruised, struggling to flee towards them. Their faces were smeared with blood, and their clothes were tattered, clearly having endured a harrowing battle. The moment they caught sight of Lu Feng and the others, it was as if they had seen a lifeline. However, their extreme exhaustion and injuries overwhelmed them, causing them to faint on the spot. Almost simultaneously, a bullet whizzed through the air, its sharp crack slicing through the silence. Sending chills down their spines, Lu Feng reacted swiftly, wielding his sword with a flourish. With a resounding clang, the bullet was deflected. Immediately, Lu Feng's shadow clone silently melded into the darkness, darting towards the direction from which the bullet had come. Like a wraith. Moments later, a muffled groan echoed from a distance, indicating that the pursuing Zhang Yu clone had been successfully dispatched by the shadow clone. Seeing the unconscious police officers, Lu Feng hurriedly produced a vial of medicine from his pocket and administered it to them. Then, with a serious expression, he instructed, "You must get them to the hospital first. I shall meet an old acquaintance." Without hesitation, he turned and sprinted deeper into the mountains. Xia Yuyan, watching Lu Feng's retreating figure, stomped her foot in frustration, exclaiming, "That scoundrel teacher is acting alone again." Lin Meijing gently pinched Xia Yuyan's cheek and said, "Fool, just summon your shadow clone to take them to the hospital." Upon hearing this, Xia Yuyan was enlightened and quickly focused her energy to summon her own shadow clone. The shadow clone, nimble and swift, effortlessly lifted both police officers and shot towards the town like an arrow. Lu Feng raced onward, continually closing in on Zhang Yu's exact location. His shadow clone discreetly eliminated the patrolling Zhang Yu clones one by one. Those clones seemed caught off guard, swiftly dealt with before they could react. Before long, Lu Feng arrived at a newly excavated cave. The cavern was dimly lit, exuding a damp and decaying odor. What lay before him ignited an immediate fury within Lu Feng. He beheld 6 Zhang Yu clones mercilessly tormenting 2 women, one of whom wore a flowing shadow crystal around her neck. The women were ragged, their bodies marred with wounds, having been subjected to unspeakable torment. Enraged, Lu Feng bellowed, "Scum!" With his roar, thunderous lightning symbols activated instantly, shooting out 6 brilliant bolts of lightning. Zhang Yu's 5 clones had no time to evade and were immediately obliterated by the overwhelming power of the thunder. "You are Lu Feng," one of the Zhang Yu clones exclaimed. Shock and fury etched on his face. "You bastard! How dare you ruin my plans? It seems you've not been beaten in a while. Do you seek a fight?" With that, Zhang Yu enveloped himself in a malevolent aura and charged at Lu Feng like a frenzied beast, simultaneously splitting into numerous clones. Lu Feng's gaze was icily resolute, as if capable of freezing all that it beheld. A powerful righteous energy erupted from him, and he unleashed the auspicious purple aura. A dazzling purple light shone forth, and Lu Feng's fist, imbued with unmatched strength, sent Zhang Yu and his clones reeling. Zhang Yu crashed heavily against the wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Bastard, I will make you pay." Zhang Yu roared, reaching for the flowing shadow crystal. "Time stasis." Xia Yuyan's voice rang out. In that instant, time froze, rendering Zhang Yu immobile. Lin Meijing appeared like a specter, swiftly snatching the flowing shadow crystal from him, then releasing her domain to firmly control it. Return it to me, Zhang Yu cried in despair. Lu Feng, however, remained expressionless, casually tossing a sharp shard of stone. The shard sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning, severing Zhang Yu's lower extremities. You are utterly repugnant. It would be better for me to dispose of this for you, Lu Feng remarked coldly. Zhang Yu collapsed to the ground, letting out a heart-wrenching wail of agony. At that moment, the two tormented women rushed forward, their eyes ablaze with unquenchable fury. Grasping stones tightly in their hands, they relentlessly struck Zhang Yu's head, venting the torment they had endured over the past days. Each blow resonated with their deep-seated pain and rage, as if they sought to unleash all their hatred upon Zhang Yu. The stones collided with Zhang Yu's skull, producing a dull thud, blood splattering in the aftermath. Lu Feng and Lin Meijing observed the scene in silence, making no attempt to intervene. They understood that these women required this outlet to alleviate their suffering and fear. After a considerable time, the women finally exhausted their strength, collapsing to the ground in tears, their cries echoing within the cave, laden with profound sorrow and despair. Chapter 58. An awkward atmosphere when Lu Feng, Lin Meijing, and Xia Yuyan returned home. The clock had silently struck midnight. The night was as dark as ink, enveloped in silence, with only their slightly weary footsteps reverberating in the quiet hallway. As they stepped through the door, a shadow rushed towards them with great speed. Lu Feng squinted, realizing it was Tan Qin, brandishing a feather duster, her face contorted with anger. Lu Feng, seeing this, quickly ducked behind Lin Meijing and Xia Yuyan, his expression flustered as he stammered, "Mom, let me explain." Lin Meijing promptly stepped forward to defend Lu Feng, urgently stating, "Auntie, please don't blame him. We encountered injured police officers and took them to the hospital, and we even rescued 2 girls." Upon hearing this, Tan Qin's anger lessened, and she lowered her feather duster. With concern, she looked at the 2 women. "You didn't encounter any danger, did you? That rascal, taking you out so late." Lin Meijing and Xia Yuyan quickly shook their heads, replying in unison, "Auntie, we are fine." Tan Qin nodded slightly, her tone softening. After inquiring about the police matter, she glared at Lu Feng and commanded, "You all should wash up and get to bed. Staying up late is bad for your health." With that, she shot Lu Feng a fierce glare and retreated to her room. Lu Feng sighed helplessly, muttering under his breath, "I give up. Am I even her biological child?" He then took Lin Meijing's hand and slowly ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the bathroom, Lu Feng began to wash up. The steam from the hot water enveloped the small space, gradually relaxing his body and mind. However, he was utterly unprepared for Xia Yuyan to stealthily enter. Lu Feng quickly whispered, "What are you doing here, girl? Get out." Xia Yuyan playfully made a face, stubbornly declaring, "I don't care. I want to take a shower." With that, she began to undress. Lu Feng, upon hearing this, was filled with indignation. He hurried forward and seized Xia Yuyan, saying, "All right, let me help you wash properly." Initially, Xia Yuyan wore a playful expression, but as Lu Feng proceeded, she gradually realized the gravity of the situation and tried to struggle. But it was too late. Before long, Lu Feng carried the unconscious Xia Yuyan into her room, carefully tucking her in, then returned to his own room. Just as he entered, he was pinned against the wall by Lin Meijing. Her brows knit in a frown, a hint of playful anger in her eyes. "Rogue. I'm next door, and your parents are below, making such a commotion." Lu Feng wrapped his arms around Lin Meijing's waist, flashing a slight smile, his eyes glinting with mischief. Who knew that girl couldn't handle it? Why not see how much you can endure? With that, he pushed Lin Meijing onto the bed and lunged at her. Lin Meijing propped herself up with her hands against Lu Feng's chest, her cheeks flushed, shyly exclaiming, "No, Auntie will hear." Lu Feng chuckled softly, "Don't worry. The soundproofing in my house is excellent, as long as you can refrain from shouting. It will be fine." After hearing this, Lin Meijing, blushing, nodded slightly, her voice barely a whisper. "Then be gentle." The next day, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the dining table where the family gathered for lunch. After the meal, Lu Feng and his companions prepared to depart. Lu Feng removed 2 life-saving talismans from around his neck, the kind that hangs as little pouches containing lightning symbols, and solemnly handed them to Tan Qin. "Mom, these are protective talismans I obtained from a master. You and Dad should keep them on you at all times. If you encounter danger, show these." Tan Qin, perplexed, furrowed her brow. Weren't you always skeptical of such things? Why have you become more superstitious than I am? Lu Feng smiled faintly, a hint of concealed worry flickering in his eyes. I didn't understand as a child. Just remember what I said. Tanshi nodded, then admonished, you better treat Mei Jing well. Although she is a bit older than you, remember, a woman 3 years older than you is worth gold. You've already got 3 pieces. Mei Jing is not only beautiful but also sensible. You should plan to bring her home next time ready for marriage. Lu Feng smiled and nodded in response. That night, the group returned to the haunted little building. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, they spotted Li Yalan seated on the sofa in a tank top, sipping red wine. Her figure was alluring, especially under the dim light. Lin Meijing and Xia Yuyan entered and greeted her, while Lu Feng hurried upstairs, still uncertain of how to confront Li Yalan. Upon ascending to the 5th floor, Lu Feng discovered Xia Yuyan, clad in a similarly styled spaghetti strap dress, leaning against the doorframe while smoking. Her gaze exuded a hint of languor and allure. Upon noticing Lu Feng, she languidly remarked, Teacher Xiao Feng, why not step inside for a chat? With that, she gracefully turned and entered the room. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Feng followed suit. They settled onto the sofa, where Xia Yin poured a glass of wine for Lu Feng and extended it toward him. Lu Feng waved his hand in refusal and replied, No, I have work tomorrow. Hearing this, Xia Yin promptly seated herself upon Lu Feng's lap. One hand playfully draping around his neck, a subtle fragrance emanated from her, causing Lu Feng's heart to race. Xia Yuyan smiled gently and teased, What's wrong? Are you still upset with us? Perhaps I could make it up to you? Taken aback by her boldness, Lu Feng felt his cheeks flush slightly. He hurriedly responded, I'm not angry with you at all, nor do I have the right to be. Please, you really don't need to do this. Ding! Xia Yuyan's affection level rose by 20. With a soft smile, she offered the wine glass to Lu Feng once more, saying, Then drink this, and I shall believe you. Lu Feng accepted the glass and downed its contents in one go, stating, Is that sufficient? Xia Yuyan entwined her arms around Lu Feng's neck, leaning in with a sultry tone. I've noticed that you possess a certain allure that captivates us. No wonder you've caught the attention of my icy sister. Yalan. Just as Lu Feng opened his mouth to respond, Xia Yuyan playfully pushed him back onto the sofa. The view before him was tantalizing, and her eyes sparkled with temptation. How does the taste of Mei Jing compare to that of my silly sister? Would you be interested in sampling something new? Lu Feng's face turned crimson at her words, and he quickly shook his head. Xia Yuyan, seeing his reaction, sat up and laughed. Really? But it seems your little friend has a different opinion. Noticing Lu Feng's bewilderment, Xia Yuyan covered her mouth with a chuckle and said, All right, I won't tease you anymore. At that moment, Xia Yuyan's younger sister, Xia Yuyan, rushed over. Upon seeing Xia Yuyan perched on Lu Feng's lap, her face turned beet red. She pointed at Xia Yuyan, shyly exclaiming, What are you doing, sister? Xia Yuyan stood up, chuckling, Silly sister. Why did you come up so quickly? You've interrupted my fun. Lu Feng emerged from the bath, only to find Hyla joyfully munching on potato chips, resembling a child who has just received a cherished toy. Holding the heart of the ocean, Lu Feng gazed at Hyla and softly said, Come back first. I have something to discuss. Hyla, clutching her snacks, replied with a hint of playful arrogance. Oh, heartthrob master. Remember to bring me something to eat when you go on your date. With that, a flash of light enveloped her, and she vanished back into the heart of the ocean. Lu Feng adjusted his attire and waited outside the women's changing room. After what felt like an eternity, Murong Shui finally emerged. Lu Feng's eyes lit up instantaneously. He could tell she had put considerable effort into her appearance. She wore a delicate light blue dress that danced gently in the breeze, reminiscent of a blooming blue flower. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, with slightly curled ends adding a touch of playfulness. A subtle makeup adorned her face, her brows like distant mountains, her eyes resembling autumn waters, and her lips painted with a soft pink hue, rendering her exceptionally enchanting. Around her neck hung an exquisite necklace that sparkled in the sunlight, complementing her beauty perfectly, while she held a petite handbag, exuding elegance and grace. As Lu Feng beheld Murong Shui, a warm tide of gratitude surged within him. He understood the thoughtfulness she had invested in this meal. Stop staring at me. Murong Shui noticed Lu Feng's gaze and smiled shyly, her expression like the sunshine of spring, warm and bright. Lu Feng stepped forward, saying, Teacher Murong, You look truly beautiful today. Hemph, it's good you recognize it. You'll regret it later, she retorted, striding out confidently. Seated in the driver's seat, Lu Feng turned slightly and softly inquired, Teacher Morong, where shall we dine? Morong Shui lowered her eyes, appearing to ponder seriously. After a moment of hesitation, she slowly replied, Let us go to that food stall I took you to back when you were a student. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng's thoughts were instantly transported back to the past. During those times, due to his impoverished background, he had to work various part-time jobs to cover tuition and living expenses. It was Morong Shui who extended a helping hand during his most challenging days, hiring him as her assistant and providing him with a steady income. She often brought him to that humble food stall, which, despite its simplicity, was filled with warm memories. Lu Feng gazed at the woman who had quietly supported him all along, a profound sense of gratitude swelling within him. Thank you, Morong Shui. Meeting you is truly the greatest fortune of my life. If only I hadn't let my insecurities cause me to miss out on you. I hope you find someone even better and lead a happy life. Little did Lu Feng know. This woman before him had long since determined in her heart that he was the one for her, destined to be hers forever. Lu Feng gradually started the car, speeding toward the food stall in the old district. Along the way, his emotions were a tumultuous mix, eager to revisit the place filled with memories yet apprehensive that it might stir too much of the past. Soon, they arrived at the food stall. The couple running the stall instantly recognized them, their faces breaking into warm smiles. To Lu Feng's astonishment, the couple turned out to be spirits, a fact Morong Shui evidently already knew. Shui, it's been so long. Uve brought Xiao Feng with you. How have you both been? Are you married yet? The proprietress inquired warmly. Morong Shui sighed softly and replied, Aunt Zhao, I'm sorry to disappoint you. He doesn't see me that way. He has a girlfriend now, her words. Not only the stall owners but even the surrounding diners stared at Lu Feng in shocked eye in their eyes. A woman of Morong Shui's caliber was akin to a goddess. And it was unbelievable that Lu Feng did not appreciate her. Lu Feng instantly felt the weight of numerous piercing glances directed at him. He quickly wrapped his arm around Morong Shui and explained, Don't listen to her jokes. She is currently my girlfriend, and we are very much in love. He then led Morong Shui to an empty table, whispering exasperatedly, Are you trying to get me killed? Morong Shui smiled sweetly, linking her arm with Lu Feng's. So, you'll just pretend to be my boyfriend for one night. All right, I'm begging you. Just this once. Lu Feng, feeling helpless, nodded in agreement. Once seated, the proprietress soon approached with a menu. You two take a look and see what you'd like to eat. It's all the dishes you used to love, she said with a smile. Lu Feng took the menu, glanced at Morong Shui, his eyes inquiring. Morong Shui nodded slightly, and Lu Feng proficiently ordered several of their old favorites. As they waited for their food, both Lu Feng and Morong Shui fell into a contemplative silence. Lu Feng's mind swirled with memories of the past, those moments spent together at the food stall, simple yet filled with warmth. Meanwhile, Morong Shui quietly observed Lu Feng, her gaze brimming with anticipation and tenderness. Before long, the dishes began to arrive, and familiar aromas wafted through the air, eliciting smiles from both Lu Feng and Morong Shui. Lu Feng picked up a piece of meat and placed it in Morong Shui's bowl, softly urging, Eat more. You're too thin. Morong Shui giggled and returned the gesture, feeding him a piece of meat in turn. The atmosphere between them grew exceptionally warm. Nearby diners began to discuss them. One young man remarked, Look how well matched they are. I'm so envious. Another chimed in, Indeed, such a beautiful girlfriend. This guy is truly fortunate. Lu Feng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, while Morong Shui remained unbothered, her face still adorned with a blissful smile. After their meal, Lu Feng approached the counter to settle the bill. The proprietress smiled at him, saying, Xiao Feng, you must treat Xiao Shui well. Such a wonderful girl is hard to come by. Lu Feng nodded, feeling a stirring in his heart. Exiting the food stall, Lu Feng and Morong Shui strolled through the old district. The night breeze gently caressed them, carrying a hint of coolness. Morong Shui clung tightly to Lu Feng's arm, as if fearing he might slip away. Lu Feng looked at Morong Shui, his heart a battleground of conflicting emotions. He knew he harbored special feelings for her, yet he hesitated to acknowledge it. Afraid to confront the fact that he was a flawed man, as they walked, they arrived at a small park. The park was quiet, illuminated only by a few dim street lamps. Morong Shui pulled Lu Feng to sit on a bench. Gazing up at the stars, she softly murmured, Lu Feng, did you know? I've liked you for quite some time now. Lu Feng's heart skipped a beat as he met her gaze, at a loss for words. Morong Shui continued, I don't care about your wealth or status. I only care about you as a person. Yet, my fear of expressing my feelings led to losing you, and I regret it deeply. Lu Feng listened to her words, overwhelmed with guilt. Morong Shui. Before he could finish, Morong Shui suddenly leaned in and gently kissed him. Lu Feng's eyes widened in surprise, momentarily taken aback. Just once, Morong Shui whispered between kisses. In that moment, the entire world seemed to freeze, with only their heartbeats echoing in their ears. After the kiss, Morong Shui blushed and looked at Lu Feng, saying, All right, if we continue, it might lead to trouble. Please take me home. Not long after, Lu Feng drove Morong Shui to her villa. You haven't been here before, right? Why not come in for a bit? I'm home alone, Morong Shui said, her cheeks flushed, unsure where to place her hands. Lu Feng shook his head gently, replying, No, it's too late. I should head back. Morong Shui, upon hearing this, appeared quite displeased, exclaiming, What a blockhead! Even when given a chance, you still refuse. With that, she turned and walked towards the villa, but Lu Feng quickly grabbed her arm. Morong Shui turned back, eyeing Lu Feng. What's wrong? Regretting it. Lu Feng handed her a talisman he had crafted, saying, This is something I made myself. You must wear it at all times, no exceptions. Morong Shui accepted the talisman, remarking, How ugly! Yet her face radiated joy. Lu Feng then summoned a peachwood sword and offered it to her. This is for you to keep. I and Mei Jing have a special connection, so we can sense each other. Holding this sword, we'll be able to feel one another from now on. Morong Shui took the sword, staring at it in silence. This sword can seal a ghost within it. You. Before Lu Feng could finish, Morong Shui kissed him again forcefully. Wasn't it supposed to be just once? After a long moment, their lips parted, leaving a lingering sensation. Morong Shui wrapped her arms around Lu Feng's neck, teasing, How about coming in for a drink? Lu Feng, unable to meet her gaze, stammered, I should really head back. Morong Shui's expression darkened. You're a coward with a thieving heart but no courage. Just go with that. She stormed into the villa. That was close. Lu Feng hurriedly got into his car and drove away. Upon returning home, he found 5 ghostly women sitting on the sofa, staring at him. Oh no, have I been discovered? Chapter 61. The Trust of the Female Ghosts, the Dragon Queen. Come here. Li Yalan's voice was as cold as frost, seeming to freeze the air around her. Hearing her call, Lu Feng's heart tightened, and he hurriedly approached them, standing at attention. That moment, Lin Meijing, dressed in a purple spaghetti strap dress, still wore her gentle demeanor, like the warm sun of spring, bringing immense comfort. Xia Yuyin, on the other hand, donned a pink spaghetti strap dress, her face adorned with a mischievous smile, exuding playfulness. Li Yalan, clad in a black silk dress, maintained a cold expression, resembling an unyielding iceberg. Xia Yuyin donned a crimson spaghetti strap dress, her countenance exuding an alluring charm, as her captivating gaze seemed capable of ensnaring one's very soul, in stark contrast. Qin Mingyao, clad in a pristine white sundress, wore an expression of solemnity, imparting an air of dignity that felt almost untouchable. Seated gracefully upon the sofa, they remained as enchanting as ever, their bright eyes fixated upon Lu Feng, evoking a sense of unease within him. I was mistaken. Should you wish to expel me, I shall harbor no grievances. Yet, when you require my presence, I shall certainly oblige, Lu Feng declared resolutely. Although he was acutely aware that Lin Meijing and Xia Yuyin would be reluctant to see him go, he believed that for the sake of harmony among the 5 of them, his departure was the only viable option. Hastily, Lin Meijing interjected, Do not speak in such a manner. This is not your fault. We were once human ourselves and can empathize with your feelings. This ordeal stemmed from Yalan's excessive remarks. Lu Feng, taken aback, found himself bewildered, struggling to comprehend how his date with Morong Shui could possibly involve Li Yalan. They had not encountered her during their outing. At that moment, Li Yalan rose, a flicker of regret crossing her features. I apologize. I should not have critiqued you solely from my perspective. I ought to have considered yours as well. You need not avoid me in the future. Let us pretend that nothing has transpired. With that, she gracefully resumed her seat and turned to the 4 women, inquiring, Is this acceptable? Upon hearing this, Lu Feng felt an immense weight lift from his heart. It was indeed related to the incident in the widow's village, not his clandestine rendezvous with Morong Shui. He then smiled, saying, I too have erred. My immediate thought was that you would shield your own, without considering that you all act for the sake of Huaxia. Ding. Xia Yuyin and Qin Mingyao's affinity increased by 10. Xia Yuyin nodded in satisfaction. Thank you for your understanding. After half a year together, we have all come to accept you. Mei Jing and Yu Yin have also aligned themselves with you, so I hope you can trust us as well. Qin Mingyao crossed her legs, her gaze fixed intently on Lu Feng. You possess many secrets that you have yet to share with us. We shall not press you, for Mei Jing and Yu Yin trust you, and thus, we shall as well. Rising to their feet, Xia Yuyin and Qin Mingyao donned expressions of utmost seriousness. We are aware that forming a contract with you can bestow you with power, and thus, both Mingyao and I are willing to enter into such a pact. Lu Feng felt profoundly moved. Merely half a year prior, they had been strangers, and now they could confidently entrust each other's well-being. Thank you, but forming a contract requires certain conditions, Lu Feng replied with a smile. Xia Yin looked puzzled. Do you mean we must have feelings for you? But Li Yalan interjected hurriedly. I do not harbor any feelings for him. I merely do not dislike him. With that, she turned on her heel and left the room. Seeing this, Xia Yin quickly rushed to Lu Feng's side, linking her arm with his, and cheerfully remarked, Hee, it's the first time I've seen Sister Yalan at a loss. You're amazing, teacher. Xia Yin approached Lu Feng, her hand lightly resting on his chest, her demeanor enchanting. She then whispered in his ear, I never expected you could leave my Yalan so flustered. When will you come to entice me as well? I am quite easy to deceive. Lu Feng felt his face flush slightly. The two sisters were indeed beguiling, and little fairies naturally lacked the prowess of great enchantresses. Lin Meijing stifled a giggle. All right, Yu Yin, stop teasing him and get to the point. Not teasing. After being single for 30 years, he must be lonely. I still have yet to experience the taste of a man. Xia Yuyin sighed wistfully, her gaze fixed on Lu Feng. Next week marks the end of Yu Yin's term, and it is also a significant day as it will be our first time living together. Thus, we plan to go camping in Tianshan to search for the fallen Lu Ying crystal. Naturally, you must accompany us, so prepare yourself. Don't go off chasing after flowers and claiming you have prior engagements. Ding, new task. Proceed to Tianshan's sacred pool for check-in. Lu Feng, upon hearing this, felt a cold sweat break out. Understood. I shall take my leave to shower now. With that, he hurriedly vacated the space, which had become overwhelmingly tense for him. That scoundrel teacher is secretly dating women, and he truly believes we are oblivious. Xia Yin huffed from her seat on the sofa. Men are all like this. They feast on what is in front of them while eyeing what is in the pot. Morong Shui had been so kind to him, assisting him greatly, and it was implausible that he could genuinely maintain a distance from her. Xia Yuyin pinched Summer Yuyin's cheek, laughing, while Qin Mingyao shook her head. I am truly at a loss for your group of oddities, no? Ghosts? This scoundrel Lu Feng has so brazenly betrayed us, and yet you all can accept it. Xia Yuyin smiled slightly in response. Perhaps this is a common trait among us ghosts, lack of love. I only need to know that I occupy a place in the teacher's heart, and I am aware that Morong Shui's standing in his heart is irreplaceable. Upon returning to his room, Lu Feng had just finished showering when he spotted Hella lounging on his bed, sipping cola. Ghost. Sophia Dragon Clan Strength. S ability. Undetermined soul fragmented. Requires Lu Ying crystal to restore memory. 1-3. Affinity. 70. Soul damaged. Contract cannot be formed. Lu Feng shook his head in exasperation. You only consume junk food daily. You'll inevitably become a plump girl. Hella scoffed. Humph. This king shall do as she pleases. You have abducted me. Thus you are obligated to support me. As Lu Feng toweled his hair dry, he inquired, have you recalled anything? Hella shook her head. I only remember that I am the queen of the dragon clan, and there seems to have been an upheaval that forced me to expend all my power to transform into a dragon egg. My memories only return from the moment we met. Lu Feng listened skeptically. You a queen? If you claim to be a princess, I might entertain the notion. Humph. Scoundrel master, I have lived again. I am now a maiden, after consuming a bit more of your food. You act like a miser, Hella retorted angrily, hastily shoving 2 chips into her mouth. Had I retained my previous temperament, I would have incinerated you with a breath of dragon fire. Lu Feng smiled slightly, retrieving the Luing crystal from his spatial ring and offering it to Hella. Indeed, I am the most miserly. Hella's eyes sparkled upon seeing the crystal, and she snatched it from him, planting a kiss on his cheek. I knew I chose the right person. Seeing your sincerity, I shall not hold it against you. You little dragon girl, must you be so materialistic? Lu Feng remarked, wiping the food crumbs from his face in bemusement. Hella, indignant, countered, what did you say? Materialistic? There is no way to easily deceive a beautiful dragon girl, let alone this king. Lu Feng chuckled. All right, ancestor, finish your snack and go absorb the Luing crystal. He discovered that Hella had become quite haughty after regaining some memories. She likely used to be quite naive, but now feigned a sense of superiority due to her noble lineage. Lu Feng summoned the little nine-tailed fox and handed it to Hella, suggesting she feed it as well. Hella received the little fox, her eyes gleaming with delight. What an adorable little creature! She then produced a piece of chocolate to offer the nine-tailed fox. At that moment, Lin Meijing entered, hastily greeting Hella. Hello, Hella. Lu Feng has spoken of you. You are truly beautiful. After petting the little nine-tailed fox, Hella flew over to Lin Meijing, linking arms with her. Hello, Meijing Jia. When the master talks in his sleep at night, your name is the one he calls out the most. Lu Feng felt utterly speechless, beginning to reminisce about the previous version of Hella. Chapter 62. Barbecue party. Before long, the final class of the semester arrived. Sunlight streamed through the classroom windows, enveloping Lu Feng and his classmates in a warm glow, as if to add a touch of warmth to their final moments together. Lu Feng gazed at his peers. His eyes filled with reluctance. Classmates, I shall be departing next semester. Today is our last meeting. After class, I invite you all to join me for barbecue. Those who are free may come. At this announcement, the classroom erupted in a flurry of chatter. Questions filled the air as confusion reigned. Why is the teacher leaving? One student asked anxiously. I don't know. He is such a great teacher. Another chimed in. Indeed, and isn't he quite close with Director Morong? Someone raised an eyebrow. Could it be because of Xia Yuyin? I saw them get out of a car together. A voice suddenly interjected. Yes, I saw that too. Xia Yuyin sitting in the front row must be trying to entice the teacher. He must be that. Relying on a bit of beauty to charm the teacher, causing him to resign. Lu Feng listened in disbelief as his classmates' speculations grew increasingly absurd. Meanwhile, Xia Yuyin mischievously winked at Lu Feng, as if to suggest that the unfolding drama was quite entertaining. No, this should be considered a promotion. Have you heard of abilities? I am to become an abilities teacher. If any of you awaken your powers in the future, we may have the chance to reunite. Lu Feng no longer permitted his classmates to engage in reckless conjectures. He summoned forth a shadow clone. The moment the shadow clone materialized, the onlookers were struck with astonishment, and both Shangguan Hanyue and Xia Yuyin displayed expressions of shock. Lu Feng had unexpectedly revealed his abilities at such a moment. If any of you encounter bizarre dangers in the future, feel free to reach out to me. As long as I receive your message, I will undoubtedly come to your aid, Lu Feng remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, his classmates immediately bombarded him with inquiries regarding his extraordinary powers. Lu Feng patiently addressed their questions and encouraged them to maintain their physical training. If you sense any unusual abilities, be sure to go to Longya for testing, he advised earnestly. When the school bell rang, Lu Feng led the two classes to a barbecue restaurant. The tantalizing aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air as the students relished the delicacies while conversing with Lu Feng. This feast cost Lu Feng a staggering 10,000 yuan, yet he felt it was entirely worth it as they prepared to part ways. The students expressed profound reluctance. They gathered around Lu Feng, their eyes glistening with tears. Observing these peers of a similar age, Lu Feng was filled with sentiment. There are no everlasting banquets in this world. This farewell is merely a prelude to a more splendid reunion. Lu Feng stated with a smile. The students nodded in agreement, understanding that although Lu Feng might depart, their bond of teacher and students would endure eternally. As the semester concluded and results were announced, Xia Yuyin ultimately fell short of surpassing Shangguan Hanyue. Dejected, she buried her head in Lin Meijing's chest. However, Lu Feng, witnessing Xia Yuyin's persistent efforts and progress, felt a deep sense of gratification, believing she had truly excelled. Yuyin, while you may not have outperformed Shangguan Hanyue this time, your performance has impressed me greatly. I am willing to grant you one request. You may propose it now, Lu Feng said with a smile. Xia Yuyin beamed with joy, tilting her head slightly, her eyes shimmering with lively light. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "Teacher, I think I will save this request for later." Lu Feng nodded, silently praying that the girl would not ask for something too outrageous. Days later, Lu Feng and his companions embarked on their journey to camp in Tianshan. Tianshan, a region inherently perilous and shrouded in mystery, had become even more unpredictable under the influence of the flowing shadow crystal, rendering it a veritable death zone. They traveled in an off-road vehicle, jostling along the rugged mountain paths. Before them rose the towering Tianshan mountain range, its peaks undulating and enveloped in swirling mists. Reminiscent of an expansive inkwash painting, Lin Meijing grasped the straps of her backpack tightly, a flicker of concern evident in her eyes. "I hope we don't encounter any major troubles this time." Lu Feng glanced at her through the rearview mirror and reassured, "For greater ghosts? I believe we can handle them with ease." Xia Yuyin appeared particularly exhilarated, gazing towards Tianshan with curiosity and anticipation. "I feel this will be an incredibly thrilling adventure. Perhaps we might uncover some wondrous things." Xia Yuyin's sister, Xia Yuyin, admonished her seriously, "Be careful, little girl. You can frolic freely in the forest, but when climbing the snow-capped mountains, maintain utmost vigilance. This place can be far more daunting than you imagine." Upon finally reaching the foot of Tianshan, a bone-chilling cold enveloped them. The air was thin, and the temperature was low enough to induce shivers. "Let's find a suitable camping spot. Tonight, we shall host a barbecue party," Xia Yuyin declared, hands on her hips, surveying the area. Xia Yuyin cheered exuberantly, "I want to eat 3 kilograms of grilled meat today." Lu Feng shook his head helplessly, recalling how much she had consumed last time and wondering how she could still eat more. They cautiously traversed a narrow mountain path, the rocky terrain uneven and treacherous. Requiring utmost care to avoid slips, the surrounding vegetation was sparse, with only a few resilient wild grasses swaying in the cold wind. Occasionally, eerie calls echoed from a distance, sending chills down their spines. The group quickened their pace, laboriously searching for a suitable campsite. After some exploration, they finally discovered a relatively flat area for setting up camp. The group swiftly mobilized at their newfound site, erecting shelters. Lu Feng adeptly gathered dry branches and leaves, preparing to start a fire. He crouched down, carefully igniting the dry kindling with a lighter. Soon, vibrant flames danced upward, the warm glow dispelling the surrounding chill. Lin Meijing and the Xia sisters began preparing the ingredients, methodically washing and cutting various meats, vegetables, and seasonings from their backpacks. Xia Yuyin hummed a cheerful tune as she placed the chopped meat onto a plate, her face radiating with anticipation. Meanwhile, Xia Yuyin meticulously arranged the vegetables, preparing to pair them with the grilled meat later on. Li Yalan remained focused on her work, seated nearby, intently gazing at her laptop, her fingers flying across the keyboard. Qin Mingyao assumed the role of reconnaissance, nimbly navigating through the forest, keenly observing her surroundings. Soon after, Qin Mingyao returned, prompting Li Yalan to pause her work and join the barbecue festivities. Lu Feng, Lin Meijing, and the Xia sisters wore expressions of delight as they gathered around the campfire, engaging in conversation while awaiting the meat to cook thoroughly. Li Yalan and Qin Mingyao maintained their calm demeanor, their faces largely expressionless. However, as time passed, the two gradually became more immersed in the lively atmosphere. The savory aroma of grilled meat filled the air, tantalizing their senses. Xia Yuyin could hardly contain herself as she grabbed a skewer of grilled meat, taking a bite and revealing a look of sheer satisfaction. "Wow, this is absolutely delicious. Eating something hot in such a cold environment is truly invigorating." As they savored the grilled meat, they exchanged stories and experiences, the ambience growing amiable. The meat was devoured quickly. When Lu Feng went to retrieve more from the cooler, he was astonished to discover an adorable little white tiger nestled within. Chapter 63. The peculiar little white tiger. The little white tiger curled up in the cooler, gnawing on a piece of meat. Its round, sparkling eyes and snow-white fur made it utterly delightful. Lu Feng stood agape, momentarily at a loss for how to react. He gently closed the cooler's lid and turned to signal to his companions. Upon witnessing Lu Feng's expression, the others were filled with curiosity. Lu Feng lowered his voice to say, "There's a little white tiger in the cooler." Everyone reacted with astonishment. Xia Yuyin jumped up excitedly, exclaiming, "Really? I want to see it." Lu Feng quickly intervened, cautioning, "Don't be impulsive. The little white tiger might get frightened. Let's observe the situation first." The group gathered around the cooler, quietly watching the little white tiger. It seemed oblivious to their presence, continuing to munch on its meat. Its adorable demeanor made it hard to resist wanting to pet it. Lin Meijing softly wondered, how did this little white tiger end up in the cooler? Where did it come from? Lu Feng shook his head, replying, "I don't know either. Perhaps it accidentally wandered into the cooler while searching for food." Xia Yuyan gazed longingly at the little white tiger, asking, "Can we keep it? It's just too cute." Lu Feng frowned, stating, "No, the little white tiger is a wild animal. We cannot take it with us. We should allow it to return to its natural habitat." Xia Yuyan felt a twinge of disappointment and lowered her head. After some discussion, they decided to wait until the little white tiger finished eating before releasing it back into the forest. Once the little white tiger had devoured its meal, it seemed to sense the presence of those around it, lifted its head, cautiously eyeing the group. Xia Yuyan, filled with joy, held out a remaining piece of grilled meat, slowly extending it toward the little white tiger. The little tiger's round eyes fixated on the meat, its tiny nose twitching as it sniffed in an instant. It opened its mouth wide and devoured the grilled meat. The delectable flavor seemed to instantly captivate the little white tiger's taste buds, excitement shimmering in its eyes. Then, the little white tiger began to call out to Xia Yuyan, its voice not loud but filled with urgency and yearning, as if saying, "I want more to eat." Just then, the imposing icebound Wolf King strode forth with a steady gait. The Wolf King's towering stature, piercing gaze, and the formidable aura emanating from it caused the previously exuberant little white tiger to tremble in fear. In a panic, it spun around and scurried beneath a bag, leaving only a quivering tip of its tail visible. The group exchanged puzzled glances, their attention shifting to Li Yalan. Li Yalan remained calm, her expression unchanged as she slowly spoke. "I sense that this little white tiger possesses ice attribute powers, which is why I summoned the Wolf King, to see if they could communicate." Qin Mingyao sighed in resignation. "Given its current state of fright, I doubt it can communicate properly." As the group fell into contemplation, Lu Feng had a sudden inspiration. He gently closed his eyes, concentrating, and before long, a charming little nine-tailed fox emerged from the ether. Lu Feng devised a clever plan, intending to employ this unique beauty as a means of persuasion. The little nine-tailed fox, with its inquisitive eyes, scanned the surroundings, its 9 fluffy tails swaying gently, seemingly showcasing its allure. Once again, the attention of the crowd was captivated by the little 9-tailed fox, and everyone eagerly anticipated its successful approach to the small white tiger, hoping for an opportunity to communicate with it. Lu Feng softly urged the little 9-tailed fox, saying, "My dear, go and make a friend with the white tiger." The little 9-tailed fox seemed to comprehend Lu Feng's words, gracefully advancing towards the small white tiger, which was hiding beneath a bag. "How outrageous!" Li Yalan exclaimed with displeasure. "Who treats their own daughter in such a manner?" Initially trembling with fear, the small white tiger gradually sensed the absence of malice from the little 9-tailed fox as it drew closer. The little 9-tailed fox paused beside the bag, emitting gentle sounds as if to greet the white tiger. Cautiously, the white tiger peeked out from beneath the bag, its gaze fixed on the little 9-tailed fox. Observing this, the little 9-tailed fox wagged its tail, displaying even greater friendliness. Slowly, the white tiger's wariness diminished, and it sniffed the little 9-tailed fox, appearing curious about this new companion. Xia Yuyan watched the scene with excitement, whispering, "How wonderful! Perhaps they really could become friends." The little 9-tailed fox continued to use gentle gestures and sounds to bridge the distance with the white tiger. Before long, the small white tiger finally emerged from beneath the bag, standing face to face with the little 9-tailed fox. Chapter 64. The Beautiful Fox's Scheme, Ambush. The little 9-tailed fox and the white tiger exchanged several calls, their voices clear and lively, as though engaged in a mysterious conversation. Shortly thereafter, Lu Feng, filled with anticipation, picked up the little 9-tailed fox and, with a warm smile, softly inquired, "My dear, what have you discovered?" The little 9-tailed fox blinked its lively eyes, emitted a few sounds, and conveyed the information it had gathered to Lu Feng through their soul connection. It turned out that the small white tiger had come down from the Tianshan Mountains to play. Lu Feng's heart stirred, and he continued, "Dear, please ask him what abilities he possesses." At that moment, Li Yalan hurried over, snatching the little nine-tailed fox away with a furious expression, exclaiming, "How could you? She's still so small. Can you not treat her as a mere tool?" The little nine-tailed fox seemed to sense Li Yalin's emotions and playfully licked her face. As if to say, "It's all right." Lu Feng, feeling a bit awkward, chuckled at this but thought privately that Li Yalin was being overly sensitive. He mused that perhaps she was deliberately targeting him due to having lost face a few days prior. Meanwhile, Xia Yuyan carefully cradled the small white tiger, which drooped its ears, revealing a hint of fear in its eyes. Gently gazing at the white tiger, Xia Yuyan held up a piece of frozen meat and smiled. "Would you like some roasted meat? Cold meat isn't tasty, is it?" Upon hearing this, the white tiger's eyes brightened. It licked its lips and then gently nodded. Xia Yuyan, astonished, couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, this little one is quite perceptive." Lin Meijing also looked at the white tiger with tenderness in her eyes, saying, "He seems to have a special bond with us. Let him enjoy a hearty meal. Tomorrow, we shall climb the mountain, and we can send him back then." Night soon descended like a vast black curtain, with Lu Feng and Meijing peacefully sleeping in one tent. Inside, the atmosphere was tranquil and harmonious, as if they had forgotten the world's clamor and dangers. Immersed in this moment of serenity, Xia Yuyan tightly embraced the adorable white tiger, sharing another tent with her sister. The soft, furry body of the white tiger enveloped Xia Yuyan in warmth and security, her face radiant with happiness. Not far away, Li Yalin held the petite little nine-tailed fox and sat alongside Qin Mingyao on the imposing icebound wolf king, quietly gazing at the towering snow-capped mountains in the distance. Under the night sky, the mountains appeared even more mysterious, as if concealing countless secrets. Could those legendary beings truly exist? Li Yalin pondered aloud while gently stroking the little nine-tailed fox's tail. The little nine-tailed fox emitted a melodious purr, its tail soft and warm, easing her worries somewhat. Qin Mingyao nodded slightly, her eyes revealing a glimmer of determination. "It is indeed possible. Seeing that unique little white tiger today has only solidified my conviction." That small white tiger emanated an aura of mystery, unlike anything a common animal could possess. A whole army had vanished, and the snow mountains must now be exceedingly perilous. Should we really let them accompany us on this adventure? Li Yalin contemplated, a hint of concern bubbling within her, given the unknown challenges that lay ahead. Qin Mingyao sighed, a touch of resignation in her gaze. "Even if we do not take them along, if something were to happen, they would still seek us out. It would be better to act together. That way, we can look out for one another and face whatever dangers may arise." Li Yalin nodded slightly in agreement. The following morning, the sun struggled to pierce through the thick veil of mist, as the group cautiously began traversing the enigmatic forest shrouded in fog. Within the forest, the mist swirled like delicate silk, making each step fraught with uncertainty. They advanced on the slippery ground, their footsteps nearly swallowed by the fog. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, an intense sense of unease suddenly surged within Li Yalin. With a unique connection to the icebound Wolf King, she instantly sensed that the scout, the icebound Wolf King, was under attack. Her expression changed dramatically, eyes filled with worry and urgency. "The Wolf King is in trouble. I must check on it." Without hesitation, Li Yalin swiftly handed the little nine-tailed fox to Lu Feng beside her, her form shooting forward like an arrow towards the direction of the icebound Wolf King. Lu Feng took the little nine-tailed fox, watching Li Yalin's rapidly disappearing figure with a tightening heart. "I'll go with you," he declared, not hesitating for a moment, and promptly followed closely behind. The others, witnessing this, hurried to keep pace. They navigated swiftly through the mist, their heartbeats quickening with each stride. Soon, they finally caught sight of the icebound Wolf King in the distance, fiercely engaged in a battle with a group of individuals clad in combat suits. The various devices on their suits radiated a menacing aura, and each of them bore a stern expression, eyes glinting with unwavering resolve. Just as the group was taken aback by the scene before them, a barrage of electric nets suddenly descended upon Lu Feng and the others like a torrential downpour. These electric nets flickered with blinding light in the fog, carrying a lethal threat. Li Yalin's gaze sharpened as an immense force erupted from within her. Her gravitational field activated first, causing the surrounding air to feel oppressively heavy. The electric nets aimed at them slowed drastically under the influence of gravity, as if mired in quicksand. Following that, an icy power surged forth from her body. rapidly enveloping the area in a chilling aura. The electric nets shooting towards them were instantly frozen, crashing to the ground with a series of crackling sounds, reduced to harmless fragments. Simultaneously, Qin Mingyao activated her spatial abilities. Her figure flickered through the mist, and the next moment, she appeared beside those ambushing them. Lightning crackled throughout her being, as if she had transformed into a goddess of thunder. "You are the first to dare ambush us." Electric energy danced around her like a multitude of silver serpents, emitting a series of crackling sounds. The ambushers, taken aback by Qin Mengyao's sudden onslaught, quickly turned to defend themselves. Yet, Qin Mengyao's speed was astonishing, and the power of the lightning was formidable. She weaved between her adversaries, each appearance accompanied by a fierce electric shock, leaving her foes defenseless. The battle erupted, sparks of electricity interlacing through the forest, ice and fire colliding, and the metallic sounds of combat suits scraping against one another echoed continuously. Although the ambushers were numerous, they gradually found themselves ensnared in a predicament against the formidable combination of Li Yalan and her companion's abilities. "Captain, hurry and save us." Chapter 65. The Forbidden Spirit Domain. The climbers that a figure abruptly appeared. A female specter clad in a combat suit. Her suit emitted an eerie glow, blending seamlessly with the mist. The specter's expression was devoid of emotion. Yet her eyes conveyed a chilling indifference. With a mere wave of her hand, a tremendous force surged forth, instantly manifesting a domain. This domain enveloped everything around them like a colossal, invisible cage. Suddenly, those present felt their bodies grow heavy. An irresistible force crashing down upon them, rendering their abilities null and void in that moment. The once mighty icebound Wolf King, under the weight of this power, gradually faded away as if it had never existed. Li Yalan, Qin Mingyao, and the others stared wide-eyed, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. They could hardly fathom that the woman who had appeared before them possessed such formidable domain power, having faced countless trials and tribulations. They believed they had witnessed various forms of immense power, yet the domain power of this woman far exceeded their imaginations. Meanwhile, the ambushers burst into raucous laughter upon witnessing this spectacle. "Huh? Look at this bunch of female ghosts. Still so arrogant? With such beauty, it seems today is our lucky day." Their eyes gleamed with malice and greed, as if they had already marked Li Yalan and her companions as their prey. Lu Feng, upon hearing their vile words, felt a flash of anger ignite within him. "Such audacity, do you think you can handle it?" He coldly chuckled, unhesitatingly producing a flash spell, in a fleeting flash of brilliance. Lu Feng materialized before the female specter. A formidable aura surged around him, and with a powerful punch infused with the essence of the Eastern purple energy, he struck the ghost with a force akin to a thunderclap. Caught completely off guard, the specter was sent hurtling away as she flew. The potent domain she commanded vanished instantaneously, as if it had never existed. "How is this possible? Why are you unaffected by our captain's domain?" The ambushers gazed at Lu Feng in disbelief. To them, it was inconceivable that he, too, was within the domain yet could wield his abilities, completely shattering their understanding. However, they would never learn that this was the power granted to Lu Feng by his system. A force not to be classified as a supernatural ability. "You scoundrels, I shall make you understand the meaning of suffering worse than death." Xia Yuyan's face was aflame with fury as she could no longer tolerate the shamelessness of these individuals. With a fierce cry, she unleashed the power of time dilation. Time froze in that moment, halting the movements of the ambushers, their faces frozen in expressions of shock and fear. "Remain still." Qin Mingyao wasted no time, immediately releasing countless strands of lightning. These electric threads, akin to ethereal serpents, swiftly ensnared them. Li Yalan's icy breath soon followed, enveloping the air with a chilling presence. The ambushers, trapped by the lightning threads, were quickly encased in ice. Transforming into lifeless sculptures, a brief tranquility descended upon the forest, the only movement being the drifting mist. Li Yalan approached the specter with steady steps. She gently raised her hand, using her abilities to remove the ice covering the ghost's face, and then decisively removed her mask. With a stern expression, Li Yalan coldly inquired, "Who are you? Why have you come here?" Yet the woman remained silent, tightly closing her lips. Observing this, Li Yalan turned her gaze to Lin Meijing, who met her eyes and nodded slightly. Lin Meijing then stepped forward without hesitation, employing her enchanting gaze. Under the influence of this potent ability, the woman fell into a profound state of hypnosis. Lin Meijing gazed at her, gently asking, "What is your name? What is your relationship with them?" The woman, her eyes vacant, slowly replied, "Lena, leader of the Wild Wolf mercenary team." Lin Meijing continued her interrogation. "What brings you here? Who sent you?" The woman responded in an emotionless tone. "To hunt the Tian Shan sacred tiger, the client is unknown. Only that upon completion, we are to meet at the Tian Prison Mountain in Magic City." "The Tian Shan sacred tiger? Do you have any information?" Lin Meijing pressed further. "According to the information provided by the client, due to the influence of the extraterrestrial crystal, the sacred tiger will awaken in the Tian Shan sacred pool." "Oh, how long have you been here? Is the disappearance of the military related to you?" Lin Meijing did not overlook any detail. The woman shook her head. "We arrived just yesterday and know nothing of any military." Upon hearing this, Lin Meijing snapped her fingers, causing Lena to lose consciousness and collapse. Qin Mingyao looked to Li Yalan, urging, "Yalan, summon the Wolf King. I will take them back to the detention center." Without hesitation, Li Yalan summoned the frozen Wolf King. Qin Mingyao swiftly mounted the Wolf King and used the lightning threads to securely bind the entire Wild Wolf mercenary team. She glanced at them, stating earnestly, "Be careful. I will return as soon as possible." With that, Qin Mingyao activated her spatial abilities, making the Wild Wolf mercenary team vanish from their location in an instant. Lu Feng approached the small white tiger nestled in Xia Yuyan's arms, a look of confusion crossing his face. Could this little creature be connected to the so-called Tian Shan sacred tiger? Li Yalan also approached, nodding slightly as she remarked, "It is highly likely. This little one gives me a peculiar feeling, as if it harbors a potent icy energy." Xia Yuyan gently squeezed the small, pudgy tiger, incredulous. "This little one is both gluttonous and timid. Could it really be the Tian Shan sacred tiger?" Xia Yuyan pouted, saying, "Sister, it is still very small. Should we wait for Mingyao, or proceed to climb the mountain directly?" Lin Meijing looked at Li Yalan, her face filled with questions. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yalan replied, "Let us ascend slowly. Mingyao should catch up with us soon." At noon, Lu Feng and the others embarked on their journey up the snowy mountain, the magnificent scenery unfolding before them. The peaks blanketed in pristine white snow, seemingly touching the horizon. However, as they ascended, the harsh environment gradually revealed itself. The biting cold wind sliced across their faces like knives, and even clad in battle gear, they could feel the penetrating chill. Although the battle attire offered some protection, it was far from comfortable in such extreme conditions. Each step felt like a grueling contest against the forces of nature. The deep snow beneath their feet made progress laborious, and one misstep could lead to entrapment. They advanced cautiously, ever vigilant of their surroundings. The silence of the snow-capped mountains was oppressive, with only their footsteps and breaths echoing in the air. Chapter 66. The Fierce Luan. The Valley of the Fallen. Li Yalan led the group, her gaze resolute and calm, constantly scanning for any signs of movement. Lu Feng and Xia Yuyan followed closely, while Xia Yuyan clutched the small white tiger tightly, fearful of any harm befalling it. Lin Meijing brought up the rear, serving as the lookout as they reached the mountain's midpoint. A colossal three-headed fierce Luan suddenly emerged into view. The sight of this creature left them momentarily stunned. Towering at over 10 meters, its three massive heads bore sharp beaks and glimmering, cold eyes. Its feathers were as black as ink, exuding an eerie aura. Each head moved independently, like three ferocious hunters. "This is bad." The appearance of the fierce Luan overwhelmed them with unprecedented pressure. The degree of mutation among the creatures of the Tian Shan exceeded their wildest imaginations. Who would have thought such a monster could emerge? System: mutated creature. Deep flame fierce Luan strength. A abilities: black flame. Soundwave description: a mutation of the snowy mountain feather Luan, inherently treacherous. Adept at ambush tactics, extremely poor defense. The formidable presence of this fierce Luan alerted Lu Feng to the fact that the dangers here were far greater than he had anticipated. The creature seemed to sense their presence, its three heads swiveling to fixate on them. Suddenly, it unfurled its massive wings, unleashing a gust of wind in unison. Its three heads opened wide, releasing torrents of black flames. The black flames surged towards them like a tidal wave. melting the snow and turning the rocks a fiery red. "Get behind me!" In response to the fierce Luan's attack, Li Yalan reacted swiftly. With a flourish of her hands, she summoned ice to counter the black flames. Under her command, the ice rapidly coalesced into a sturdy wall, effectively shielding them from the onslaught. However, the power of the black flames was immense, and the ice wall trembled under the relentless assault. Threatening to shatter at any moment, Xia Yuyin quickly retrieved a cluster of grenades from her waist and hurled them at the fierce Luan without hesitation. The grenades arced through the air. Landing squarely on the creature, a series of explosions erupted, injuring the fierce Luan, which let out a cry of anguish. Yet, the powerful sound waves triggered a catastrophic avalanche. Snow cascaded down the mountain like a deluge. Rushing towards them with tremendous force, were doomed. "I forgot we were on a snowy mountain. Had I known, I would have used the obliteration blade," Xia Yuyin said. Embarrassed, Li Yalan shouted urgently, "Quickly, gather around me." Upon hearing Li Yalan's call, Lu Feng and the others sprinted towards her. Focusing her energy, Li Yalan summoned ice once more, which rapidly enveloped them. The wall of ice thickened, forming a robust protective barrier. The avalanche struck with tremendous force, causing the ice wall to shudder, yet it remained unbroken. Inside the ice wall, they huddled closely together, their hearts filled with dread and anxiety. The small white tiger seemed to sense the danger. Curling tightly in Xia Yuyin's embrace, they were mercilessly swept away by the avalanche, as if fate had cast them into an unknown peril. As the chaos finally subsided, Lu Feng and the others slowly rose. Surveying their surroundings to find themselves in a mysterious valley, a chill and eerie aura enveloped the gorge, where numerous soldiers, encased in ice, stood like statues. These soldiers, resembling frozen sculptures, emitted an unsettling stillness. Li Yalan cautiously approached one of the ice-encased soldiers. Her eyes filled with confusion and vigilance. She lightly touched the ice, the biting cold seeping into her being. After a moment, she sighed, her voice laden with resignation and sorrow. "There is no life left." However, just as they began to relax, a flurry of ice crystals suddenly shot towards them like arrows. Lu Feng and the others reacted swiftly, dodging in all directions. The ice crystals struck the ground and surrounding rocks with a sharp sound. Reminiscent of death's call, they looked up in terror to find themselves surrounded by 10 soldiers, their bodies encased in ice crystals, appearing seemingly from nowhere. The mutated soldiers exude an eerie aura, their bodies seemingly forged from solid ice. Shimmering with a frigid glow, they have undergone a transformation, lacking any signs of life, yet capable of movement. Xia Yuyin's voice brimmed with shock and vigilance as she quickly responded, her hands tightening around each other, directly conjuring the annihilation scythe. The scythe radiated a sinister black light, resembling a weapon from the depths of hell. Li Yalan, without hesitation, summoned an ice spear, which glimmered with a cold luminescence. Though ordinary, it still emanated a chilling aura amidst the icy mountains. Lu Feng cast a resolute glance at Lin Meijing, his eyes filled with determination and trust. "Meijing, you and Yuyin safeguard the little white tiger." Lin Meijing nodded, while Xia Yuyin tightly cradled the little white tiger in her arms, her gaze rife with alertness. With that, Lu Feng, suffused with righteous energy, charged towards the mutated soldiers like a bolt of lightning. The bloodthirsty sword in his hand swung with immense power and righteous spirit. The sword chi slicing through the very air around him. The mutated soldiers, undeterred, brandished their ice crystal weapons and lunged at Lu Feng. Their movements, though stiff, were remarkably swift, making them difficult to defend against. What astonished them further was the formidable regenerative ability possessed by these mutated soldiers. Each time Lu Feng's sword inflicted a wound upon them, the ice crystals swiftly mended, as if they had never been harmed at all. This posed a significant challenge for Lu Feng, compelling him to continually adjust his tactics. Meanwhile, Xia Yuyin swung the annihilation scythe, its black radiance enveloping the mutated soldiers like a shadow of death. Wherever the scythe swept, the ice crystals shattered, revealing the desiccated bodies within. Yet, the regenerative power of these mutated soldiers was astonishingly strong. They quickly regained their former state. "Let me show you what a harbinger of death truly is." She gripped the annihilation scythe tightly, murmuring incantations. Suddenly, a dark domain manifested around her, marking her death domain. From this realm, black, ghostly claws emerged incessantly, exuding a potent aura of death, as if they were messengers from the underworld. The ghostly claws lunged at the mutated soldiers with incredible speed and strength. Each time a claw ensnared a mutated soldier, it would bind them tightly before pulling forcefully, corroding their very bodies. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through. Ding! Detection of Ghosts 1000 Chapter 67. Ghost Army, A-Class Spirit Master. The Ghost Army surged forth from the canyon, a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Their armor glimmered with a cold light under the dim illumination, and their spears were raised in unison, flags flapping in the wind. At the forefront rode an S-Class powerhouse on a skeletal steed, emanating a chilling pressure as if they were a sovereign from the netherworld. The onlookers widened their eyes, disbelief etched on their faces, rendered utterly speechless. The terrifying momentum and formidable formation caused their hearts to momentarily halt. The Ghost Army thundered forward, the earth trembling beneath their iron hooves. The swirling dust seemingly set to engulf the entire world. Ding! Host, urgently seek shelter and unleash all righteous energy to avoid direct confrontation with the Ghost Army. The system's alert resonated in Lu Feng's mind, prompting him to shout, Mei Jing, Yu Yin, quickly come here. I have a way to evade. Xia Yuyin and Li Yalan unhesitatingly broke away from the ice crystal soldiers and swiftly dashed towards Lu Feng. They took refuge behind a block of ice, and Lu Feng channeled his righteous energy with all his might, forming an indomitable wall before them. However, the ice crystal soldiers showed no inclination to evade, launching ice crystals directly at Lu Feng. One striking his chest, he stifled a groan, enduring the pain while striving to maintain the barrier of righteous energy. Ding! Xia Yuyin's favorability 10. Contract can be established. Lu Feng. Li Yalan's expression turned grave, compressing the space and immobilizing the ice crystal soldiers in the canyon. The Ghost Army surged like a tidal wave, instantly crushing the ice crystal soldiers beneath their iron steeds, leaving them powerless to retaliate. Lu Feng and the others huddled together under the protection of the righteous energy, their hearts racing. Moments later, the Ghost Army howled past like a tempest, leaving chaos in their wake. Lu Feng, unable to endure any longer, coughed up a mouthful of blood. Lu Feng, teacher. Lin Meijing, witnessing this, hurriedly retrieved a painkiller from her pocket and administered it to Lu Feng. Li Yalan carefully removed the ice from Lu Feng's wound, her movements gentle and focused, fearful of inflicting further pain. Xia Yuyin unhesitatingly employed her healing power, her hands radiating a soft glow as they gradually enveloped Lu Feng's injury, as the healing energy coursed through him. Lu Feng's complexion began to improve. Yet, the haunting memory of the Ghost Army's passage lingered heavily in their hearts. The formidable Ghost Army felt like a nightmare from which they could not awaken, profoundly illuminating the dangers and mysteries of this world. Upon returning to the foot of the mountain, they sought a secluded and secure spot to set up camp. Under the influence of Xia Yuyin's healing energy, Lu Feng's injuries stabilized, though he needed time to recuperate and leaned quietly to rest. Lin Meijing and Xia Yuyin busied themselves organizing the camp, erecting the simple tents they had brought, while gathering dry twigs to prepare for a fire. Li Yalan set up some rudimentary ice traps around the area to guard against unexpected occurrences. As night fell, the bonfire in the center of the camp blazed brightly, its warm glow illuminating the faces of everyone present. They sat around the fire, yet the atmosphere remained somewhat tense. I wonder when Mingyao will arrive, Lin Meijing quietly remarked, breaking the silence. She should be here shortly. Let us rest well and gather our strength. Xia Yuyin responded, anticipation flickering in her eyes. As they awaited Qin Mingyao's arrival, they remained vigilant of their surroundings, eyeing the stillness of the night. The only sounds were the crackling of the fire and the gentle breaths of those gathered. Ding! Promotion to A-Class Spirit Master. Awarded 5 Spirit Summoning Talismans, Enhanced Physical Attributes, 3,000 Spirit Coins, Spirit Shadow Robe, when worn, perfectly conceals aura. Host. Lu Feng Level. A-Class Spirit Master System Abilities. Righteous Energy. Spirit Mastery, Qinglian Sword Technique Contract Abilities. Heavenly Eye, Shadow Clone, Intermediate. Can summon up to 3 clones at 60 strength. Summon, 9-tailed Spirit Fox Juvenile, Contracted Spirits. Lin Meijing A. Xia Yuyin, B. Li Yalan, A. Spirit Coins. 6,400. Lu Feng slowly opened his eyes, and Lin Meijing immediately approached to inquire about his condition. Lu Feng stroked Lin Meijing's hair, Smiling gently, rest assured, I'm fine. I haven't been injured in any vital areas. Xia Yin linked her arm with Lu Feng's. Her face filled with gratitude. Thank goodness you were here, teacher. Otherwise, we would have been in dire straits. Hoo-hoo, the little white tiger cheered beside them. Xia Yin beckoned to them. Come over and have something to eat. The little white tiger was the first to dash over, circling around Xia Yin excitedly. Lu Feng sat beside Xia Yin, the night breeze rustling the leaves. The bonfire in the center of the camp flickered, its warm glow casting soft outlines on their faces, creating a serene ambience in the tranquil night. Above them, the brilliant starry sky resembled a black velvet curtain adorned with jewels, mysterious and distant. Lu Feng gently turned his head, gazing at Xia Yin's beautiful and enchanting visage, and softly said, Yu Yin, I think it is time for us to form a contract. I seek new powers. Xia Yin paused, her gaze locking with Lu Feng's. In his eyes, she perceived sincerity and resolve. Without a hint of hesitation, she nodded and replied, All right. I shall entrust myself to you. This? Lu Feng broke into an awkward smile, extending his hand to gently grasp Xia Yin's. Ding! Successfully formed a contract with A-class spirit Xia Yin. Rewarded with 2,000 spirit coins, obtained annihilation wings. Wings forged from annihilation energy, usable for flight and combat. Ding! Acquired the sister technique to spirit mastery when practicing together with the two sisters. Strength enhancement speed triples. Lu Feng felt a bit overwhelmed. This system. You're a bit unseemly. Xia Yin darted over, her face alight with excitement. Teacher, what abilities did you gain from forming a contract with my sister? Let us see. Lu Feng rose slowly, and soon a surge of potent annihilation energy emanated from his back, culminating in the emergence of a pair of black wings. So cool! Xia Yin exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Lu Feng. While the little white tiger jumped around in celebration, Li Yalan approached slowly, locking eyes with Lu Feng. You truly pique my curiosity. If your ability is to replicate us, yet you possess other powers as well. Especially those peculiar talismans, does what you said last time still hold true? What did I say? Lu Feng replied, confusion etched on his face as the others turned to look. Li Yalan pushed Lin Meijing and Xia Yin towards Lu Feng. Her expression earnest, I will marry these two spirits to you, and in return, you shall divulge all your secrets to me. Chapter 68. Slaying the fierce heron. Upon hearing this, everyone stared at Li Yalan in utter astonishment. Xia Yin pouted in Lu Feng's embrace, her expression filled with grievance. Sister Yalan, while it's true you're a merchant, there's no need to go this far. Lin Meijing nodded in agreement. Indeed. Although it's not impossible. Your words are rather disheartening, aren't they? You seem to be wishing for it. Hurry and let your men reveal their secrets. Li Yalan remarked disdainfully. I apologize, but I cannot divulge anything at this moment. Once everything settles down, I shall share with you, Lu Feng said, his expression filled with remorse. Just then, a sudden shift in the atmosphere announced the return of Qin Mingyao, riding the frozen Wolf King. She leaped down from the wolf's back and apologized. I was delayed due to that group of unknown origins. Did you encounter any danger? Xia Yin sighed. We nearly faced disaster. We encountered a gigantic ferocious heron and even stumbled upon the ghost army in the canyon. Thankfully, Lu Feng was with us. Otherwise, we would have experienced death for a second time. Li Yalan fell into contemplation upon hearing this. Why don't we return? If it's merely for my advancement and a few worthless stones? And to capture evidence of that elusive Tianshan sacred tiger, risking even one of us getting harmed or leaving would make the rest of us suffer for life. She gazed at the others, her eyes reflecting concern. Knowing that the army perished in the canyon and that there were mutated creatures, I have taken photographs. This journey has not been in vain. Lin Meijing hurriedly said, I agree. Let us return to our ordinary lives. There's no need for such peril. She wished for no one to be harmed, desiring only for the 6 of them to live a mundane life in the ghost girl's cottage. What about the little white tiger? Are we not sending him back to the snow mountain? Xia Yin inquired, stroking the little white tiger that was sound asleep in her arms. The group fell into silence. Qin Mingyao looked at the little white tiger in Xia Yin's embrace and resolutely said, I believe it's worth the risk. I currently possess the ability to allow all 6 of us to briefly traverse space simultaneously. Should anything seem amiss, we can immediately teleport away. Then let us give it a try. I refuse to believe there is anything in this world that can hinder us 6, Xia Yin replied with a smile. The next morning, sunlight cascaded upon the earth, bringing a touch of warmth to the mysterious and perilous snow mountain. Lu Feng, Xia Yuyin, Lin Meijing, Li Yalan, Xia Yuyin, and Qin Mingyao, each harboring different emotions, embarked once more on their ascent of the snow-capped peaks. They navigated the rugged mountain path with utmost caution. The little white tiger occasionally poked its head out from Xia Yuyin's embrace, curiously surveying the surroundings and occasionally calling out, welcoming Lu Feng and the others to its home. As they ascended to higher altitudes, the air grew increasingly thin, yet their gazes remained resolute. Upon reaching the mountainside, an overwhelming sense of danger enveloped them. It has arrived. Before them appeared 3 ferocious herons, 2 of their heads marred by some unknown entity, rendering them even more terrifying. Their massive bodies loomed like small mountains, exuding an aura that instilled fear. Observing this, Lu Feng's expression hardened as he addressed Lin Meijing and the others. "Leave it to me. It's the perfect opportunity to test my new wings." His voice was steady and powerful, akin to a shot of adrenaline for the group. Taking a deep breath, Lu Feng felt his internal strength surge. His back unfurled to reveal the annihilation wings, their inky blackness radiating a mysterious glow. As if capable of rending the very fabric of space, he was infused with righteous energy, resembling a divine warrior descending from the heavens. Gripping the bloodthirsty sword tightly, its blade shimmered with a blood-red hue. Seemingly yearning for battle, Lu Feng lightly tapped the ground, his form shooting toward the ferocious heron like a bolt of lightning. The heron, sensing Lu Feng's threat, emitted a piercing cry and flared its enormous wings, conjuring a tempest. Lu Feng stabilized himself amidst the gale, his gaze locked onto the heron. The heron initiated the assault. Swinging its colossal wings toward Lu Feng, the feathers glinted like razor-sharp blades, slicing through the air with an ear-piercing whistle. Lu Feng sidestepped effortlessly, avoiding the heron's strike. He seized the moment to swing the bloodthirsty sword, unleashing a wave of blood-red sword energy that sliced toward the heron's wings. The heron reacted swiftly, retracting its wings just in time to evade the attack. It then opened its mouth, spewing forth a jet of black flames. The flames blazed fiercely in the air, their temperature so high that it seemed capable of turning everything to ash. Lu Feng, refusing to be complacent, quickly summoned his righteous energy, casting the rock shield talisman to form a protective barrier in front of him. The black flames collided with the shield, producing a deafening roar. The barrier trembled violently but ultimately withstood the onslaught. Lu Feng seized the opportunity to launch a counterattack, wielding the bloodthirsty sword and executing the Qinglian sword technique. The sword shadows flickered like a torrential storm, assailing the ferocious heron. The heron dodged Lu Feng's relentless strikes while seeking its chance to retaliate. Despite its massive form, it moved with remarkable agility, soaring and descending, making it difficult for Lu Feng to pin down. "I can't afford to drag this out any longer," Lu Feng thought, intentionally exposing a flaw to bait the heron into attacking. The heron took the bait, spreading its wings and charging at Lu Feng. This was the opening Lu Feng had been waiting for. He swiftly sidestepped, evading the heron's assault. Then, he swung the bloodthirsty sword down upon the heron's less agile foot. The sword struck true, eliciting a cry of anguish from the heron, which staggered, nearly toppling over. Lu Feng seized the moment to unleash a flurry of strikes, sword shadows flashing as he relentlessly targeted the heron's body. Under Lu Feng's onslaught, the heron began to falter, numerous wounds appearing on its body, blood flowing freely. Yet, it refused to yield, fiercely resisting. A powerful sonic wave surged forth, startling Lu Feng. He dreaded such attacks due to the scarcity of countermeasures. At that moment, Qin Mingyao intervened, erecting a spatial barrier to block the sonic wave. "Thank you, Mingyao," Lu Feng acknowledged, understanding he needed to end the battle swiftly, lest the heron attract further danger. Purple Qi from the east. He concentrated all his righteous energy into the bloodthirsty sword, which glimmered with radiant light. Lu Feng leaped high, gripping the sword firmly as he brought it down upon the ferocious heron. This strike seemed capable of cleaving the heavens and the earth. The heron sensed the power of the blow and, in terror, attempted to evade. But it was too late. The surrounding space had been sealed. The bloodthirsty sword struck true, resulting in a resounding crash as the heron was cleaved in two. Blood splattering everywhere. Ding! First kill of an S-class aberration. Reward 500 Yuhui coins. One piece of black flame feather, capable of igniting black flames. Lu Feng landed gracefully, gazing at the slain heron with a sense of relief. He retracted his annihilation wings and bloodthirsty sword, turning to fly toward Lin Meijing and the others. Lin Meijing rushed forward, concern etched on her face. Lu Feng, are you all right? Lu Feng smiled and shook his head. I'm fine. There's no need for anyone to worry. Wow. The little white tiger nestled in Xia Yuyan's arms seemed to echo Lu Feng's sentiment, letting out a joyful cry. Chapter 69. Tianshan's Sacred Tiger? After traversing the blizzard at the mountainside, they arrived at the Tianshan Sacred Pool. The sacred pool resembled a dazzling pearl embedded atop the snow mountain. From a distance, the pool was encircled by pristine white snow, shimmering with a mysterious silver glow under the sunlight. The pure white snow met the azure sky, creating a breathtaking tableau, with the sacred pool standing out as the most resplendent feature. The edges of the pool were constructed from enormous, smooth ice blocks exuding a profound blue hue, as though time had solidified the ocean. Occasionally, the ice blocks sparkled with glimmers of cold light, resembling countless radiant gems reflecting the sunlight. The sacred pool was vast, its tranquil icy surface serving as a colossal mirror, reflecting the sky and surrounding snow-capped mountains. Viewed from above, the pool took the shape of a grand circular platter, its edges neatly defined and magnificent. At the center of the pool, a massive ice cavern appeared to be an entrance to another enigmatic realm, emanating an exhilarating aura. The group stood at the edge of the Tianshan sacred pool, the biting cold relentlessly assailing their bodies. Despite each wearing battle attire, the extreme chill remained uncomfortable. Frost had formed on their eyebrows and hair, and their breath transformed into wisps of white vapor. The pool was entirely frozen, resembling a gigantic mirror that radiated a chilling sheen. The central ice cavern seemed to beckon them, drawing their attention. The ice walls surrounding the cavern were smooth and solid, shimmering with a ghostly blue light, as if whispering tales of ancient mysteries. Eli Yalin's gaze brimmed with determination and anticipation. She looked at Lu Feng and the others, stating, "Take care of yourselves. I shall proceed with my breakthrough." Without hesitation, she leaped into the ice cavern. Lin Meijing shouted, "Be careful." Her voice echoed in the frigid air. Inside the ice cavern, the temperature plunged to an unbearable low. Upon landing, Li Yalin immediately felt an overwhelming chill wash over her. She shivered slightly but quickly steadied herself. Her eyes were fixed on the flowing shadow crystal ahead, which emanated a mysterious glow, seemingly harboring boundless power. As she approached the crystal, she gently extended her hand to touch the flowing shadow crystal encased in ice. The coldness of the ice seeped through her fingers and into her body, but she did not flinch. Gripping the flowing shadow crystal tightly, she felt the power within it while retrieving the flowing shadow crystal that had been frozen at her waist. Taking a deep breath, Li Yalin closed her eyes and began to channel the icy power within her. A faint, ethereal glow gradually enveloped her body, as if it were a protective barrier shielding her from the encroaching cold. She placed the two flowing shadow crystals before her and began to channel their power into her being. The energy from the crystals surged forth like a roaring river, slowly flowing into her essence. Her body quivered slightly, a pained expression crossing her features. Lu Feng wore a look of concern. Was she not being overly reckless by absorbing both at once? Xia Yuyan sighed, feeling helpless. This woman was far too assertive, and the four of them could hardly manage her. Once she ascended, they would be even less able to do so. "Xiao Feng, you'll have to find a way to keep her in check," she remarked. Lu Feng shook his head in resignation. "No, I wouldn't dare provoke her." At that moment, the little white tiger leapt from Xia Yuyan's arms and called out to her and the others before darting off into the distance. "It seems he wants us to follow him," Xia Yuyan exclaimed in surprise. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Mingyao addressed the group, "I'll stay here. You all go ahead and see what's happening. Be cautious." Lu Feng and the others nodded in agreement and hastily followed the little white tiger. They soon found themselves beneath a towering ice pillar, which soared into the clouds, exuding wisps of mysterious, chilling energy, as if it had stood sentinel since ancient times. At the base of the pillar, a shadowy cavern silently emerged, resembling an enigmatic gateway to an unknown realm. Without hesitation, the little white tiger leapt into the cavern, raising its small head to call out to Lu Feng and the others with a cheerful urgency, as if urging them to hurry along. Lu Feng gazed at the little white tiger within the cavern. his face betraying concern as he muttered, "What if there's something dangerous down there? We could end up flattened like pancakes." Xia Yuyin, however, crossed her arms and fixed her gaze on the excited little creature. Her brow furrowed slightly as she pondered, could it be the Tianshan sacred tiger? Let us venture down and see. With the little white tiger here, we should be safe from any attacks. Though uncertainty laced her tone, a resolute spirit of exploration shone through. Hopefully, this little one would prove useful. Lu Feng and the others exchanged glances, steeling their resolve before leaping into the cavern. As they activated their lights, a thin veil of cold mist enveloped the cavern, blurring their vision. They cautiously trailed the little white tiger, their footsteps echoing sharply in the silent expanse. With each step, they felt the temperature plummet, the biting cold assailing their bodies. Yet, their curiosity and desire for adventure urged them onward. Undeterred by fear, before long, guided by the little white tiger, they entered a place suffused with an aura of mystery. An ancient altar stood before them, bearing the marks of time. Surrounding the altar, archaic runes glimmered faintly, as if they were cryptic whispers of forgotten wisdom. These symbols seemed to harbor boundless power and knowledge, evoking a sense of reverence. Resting atop the altar was a crystalline sphere of ice, its surface etched with ancient patterns that intertwined like a tapestry narrating a distant, enigmatic history. Upon closer inspection, the markings revealed themselves to be the sacred runes of the white tiger, exuding a solemn and dignified presence, symbolizing immense power. Lu Feng turned to the little white tiger, a puzzled expression gracing his features as he asked, "Where's your mother?" The little creature tilted its head, its innocent eyes shimmering with confusion at Lu Feng's inquiry. At that moment, Xia Yuyin knelt gently, tenderly stroking the little tiger's head. Her gaze was filled with contemplation and speculation as she murmured, "Is it possible that this little one is indeed the Tianshan sacred tiger?" Her voice echoed in the stillness, tinged with uncertainty yet brimming with anticipation. Upon hearing Xia Yuyin's words, Lu Feng was momentarily taken aback, only to be struck by a sudden realization. His gaze returned to the little white tiger, a wave of astonishment washing over him. If the little creature were truly the Tianshan sacred tiger, it could potentially share a fate similar to Hellas, having been reborn. This thought left Lu Feng in awe, prompting him to reassess the seemingly adorable beast before him. Sensing the attention of those around it, the little white tiger let out a soft, melodious call, its eyes sparkling with an enigmatic allure as if conveying a message to the group. Lu Feng placed his hand atop the little creature's head, his thoughts racing. Extraordinary beast, Tianshan ice tiger, juvenile, ability, ice. Lu Feng mused, bewildered by the implications of this revelation. Chapter 70. The Ghost Army Approaches. Ghost General. The little white tiger approached the ice sphere, placing its tiny paws upon it, triggering a resonance. The sphere emitted a soft glow, the white tiger runes gleaming brightly. It appeared that this little one had indeed traversed from such heights without injury. A stroke of fortune, as Lin Meijing observed with a smile. Xia Yiyan squatted down, propping her head on her hands. "Well, we're leaving now. Little white tiger, will you join us?" The little creature eagerly nodded, scampering over to nuzzle against her. Xia Yuyin remarked, "It seems it wishes to accompany us. Having a little tiger could be quite the adventure." The little white tiger's ears perked up, and it let out two cheerful calls. Xia Yuyin brought the little creature before the ice sphere, asking, "Do you want to take this ball with you?" The little white tiger nodded vigorously, lifting the ice sphere with ease. As soon as it was freed, a crimson beam of light shot forth, piercing through the ice. "Ah, what if we've triggered something?" Xia Yuyin expressed unease. Lin Meijing quickly urged, "We must leave at once. Let's reunite with Meng Yao." The beam of light soared into the sky, startling Qin Meng Yao, who was keeping vigil over Li Yalin's ascension. She looked up to see a brilliant red light slicing through the heavens, leaving a mesmerizing trail that lingered in the sky. Moments later, tremors reverberated through the Tianshan, as if the very mountain were quaking. A sense of urgency gripped Qin Meng Yao as she swiftly harnessed her spatial abilities to gauge her surroundings. Her expression shifted dramatically upon realization. The ghost army was rapidly converging on Tianshan's sacred pool from all directions, a dark tide advancing with unstoppable force. "This is bad," Qin Meng Yao thought frantically. Without a moment's hesitation, she summoned the puppet Silver Bell, which appeared beside her, radiating its mysterious silver luminescence. With a grave demeanor, Qin Mingyao quickly issued commands to Silver Bell. Prepare for battle. We must defend this place and ensure the ghost army does not disrupt Yalin's ascension. Silver Bell nodded subtly, its brilliance intensifying in response to her orders. Gripping her weapon tightly, Qin Mingyao focused intently on the approaching ghost army, readying herself for the impending conflict. Countless ghost soldiers clad in ancient armor and wielding spears surged forth like an overwhelming wave, their presence exuding a force capable of annihilating all in their path. Qin Mingyao and Silver Bell sprang into action, swiftly laying down electric mines around them. Their movements were swift and practiced, beads of sweat forming on their brows, yet their eyes shone with unwavering determination. As the ghost army drew nearer, Qin Mingyao seized her machine gun, unleashing a relentless barrage upon the advancing foes. Bullets fell like rain, striking against the ghost soldier's armor with a sharp clang. Silver Bell complemented Qin Mingyao's assault by releasing powerful energy waves, attempting to halt the ghost army's advance. However, the ghost soldiers were not only numerous but also possessed formidable defenses. Their ancient armor appeared imbued with some mysterious force capable of absorbing much of the onslaught in no time. The ghost army breached the trap zone, continuing their advance towards Tianshan's sacred pool. Damn it! It's a ghostly encounter! Qin Mingyao and Silver Bell erupted in a surge of energy. Blue arcs of electricity crackled around them, resembling ferocious electric serpents. They charged into the ranks of the ghost army, each strike delivering devastating force. Qin Mingyao wielded her dual lightning blades with precision, repelling the encroaching ghost soldiers. Silver Bell, utilizing its immense strength and formidable defense, maneuvered through the throngs, inflicting significant casualties among the ghost army. Yet, the sheer number of foes was overwhelming, and the relentless tide continued to swell. Qin Mingyao began to feel the strain. Their strength and energy were rapidly depleting. Suddenly, ghostly claws erupted from the ice, reaching up from below to grasp the ankles of the ghost soldiers, hindering their advance. A flicker of hope ignited within Qin Mingyao. She recognized that Xia Yuyan and the others had returned. Just then, Lu Feng soared into view, his form a blur of motion, wielding the Zhenhuan banner. Without hesitation, he thrust the banner into the ice, unleashing a powerful wave of pressure that weakened all ghosts present, including Qin Mingyao and her allies. Lu Feng turned to Lin Meijing, speaking earnestly, "Meijing, you're not a combat specialist, so protect this flag and keep an eye on Yalin." Lin Meijing nodded in understanding, aware that her angelic domain would be of little use against these ghost soldiers. As they were not born of resentment, filled with righteous energy, Lu Feng unfurled his annihilation wings and charged into the ghost army, his figure resembling a shooting star as he plunged into their midst. Lu Feng, with fists imbued with an aura of righteousness, unleashed powerful strikes that shattered the ghostly soldiers with each blow. His unwavering spirit exerted a formidable restraining force over the ghost army, instilling fear and unease among the spectral warriors. Meanwhile, Xia Yuyan wielded the colossal scythe of annihilation, seamlessly complemented by the domain of death, as she relentlessly reaped the ghostly ranks. Her figure glided through the battlefield like the grim reaper, moving with an eerie grace among the ghostly forces. The potency of the domain of death rendered the ghost soldiers sluggish, while the scythe, akin to a harbinger of demise, cleaved through them one by one. Xia Yuyan's gaze was steely and resolute. She understood the imperative of repelling the ghost army's onslaught, for the consequences of failure were dire. Xia Yuyan approached Lin Meijing, cradling a small white tiger. Witnessing the fierce conflict before her, a wave of anxiety surged within her. She summoned shadow clones, which surged forth like phantoms toward the ghostly adversaries. Though their assaults lacked the potency of Xia Yuyan and Lu Feng, they nonetheless provided significant disruption to the ghost army. The number of spectral foes encountered was even greater than during their previous encounter in the canyon. Lin Meijing stood resolutely beside the soul-shaking sail, ever vigilant of her surroundings. Should any ghost soldier approach, she would strike them down without hesitation. As the battle intensified, the ghost army's numbers dwindled, yet their ferocity remained unabated. Lu Feng, Xia Yuyan, and Xia Yuan fought with unwavering resolve. Their battle attire marred with traces of struggle, yet they showed no signs of retreat. The ice surrounding the heavenly mountain's sacred pool had been shattered into fragments under the relentless assault of the ghostly forces. A resounding neigh echoed, a sound that seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, laden with unbridled fury and menace. The ghost army, invigorated by the sound, became even more frenzied, as though newly empowered. Breaking free from the constraints imposed by the soul-shaking sail, a general of S-class strength charged forth, brandishing a ghostly sword while riding a skeletal steed. His presence loomed like a specter in the shadows, exuding an aura that was both chilling and formidable. The armor he donned glimmered with an eerie luminescence, and the ghostly sword pulsated with a potent aura of death. The eyes of the skeletal horse blazed with azure flames, each step resonating with a heavy thud, as if heralding the advent of death. You dare invade the sacred grounds? Surrender at once. Chapter 71. The Clash of Titans. Oh no, this presence is far more powerful than I anticipated. Qin Mingyao thought, her heart tightening. She recognized the formidable strength of this ghost general, realizing that she might not be his match. Yet, she felt no inclination to retreat. Instead, her eyes shone with determination. Hastily, she harnessed her spatial abilities to compress lightning into a radiant sword of thunder. The lightning sword shimmered brilliantly, arcs of electricity dancing along its blade, resembling an enraged dragon of thunder. Let us see if you can defeat us first. With the lightning sword in hand, Qin Mingyao surged toward the ghost general, her form akin to a flash of lightning, instantly closing the distance. The ghost general swung his sword, aiming to cleave her asunder. The ghostly blade, imbued with tremendous force, sliced through the air with a piercing shriek. Qin Mingyao raised her lightning sword to parry the strike. However, the ghost general's might was overwhelming. She felt a tremendous force radiating from the ghostly sword, causing her arm to tingle, nearly slipping from her grasp. Gritting her teeth, she steadied herself, lightning crackling wildly around her. The ghost general relentlessly swung his sword, launching a barrage of assaults upon Qin Mingyao. She relied on her agility and spatial powers to evade his relentless strikes. Sweep away the hordes, the ghost general bellowed, summoning a multitude of skeletal steed illusions that charged toward her, overwhelming her with their sheer numbers and leaving no room for escape. Qin Mingyao had no choice but to conjure a shield of gathered lightning to withstand the onslaught. The ghost general's formidable might crashed upon her like a torrential wave, nearly overwhelming her defenses. Just as Qin Mingyao felt herself on the brink of being engulfed by the ghost general's relentless barrage, a flash of purple light streaked across the heavens like a bolt of lightning. Lu Feng had arrived. The purple aura approaches, he declared, radiating an aura of immense strength as he wielded the purple energy. The violet glow surged forth like a torrent, carrying boundless power toward the ghost general. What? The ghost general was momentarily pushed back by the unexpected assault, a flicker of surprise crossing his ghastly visage. Lu Feng positioned himself protectively in front of Qin Mingyao, embodying an indomitable warrior. His eyes burned with unwavering resolve and fury, as if proclaiming to the ghost general that he would allow no harm to befall his companions. Lu Feng, he called, acknowledging Qin Mingyao with a nod, reassuring her to remain steadfast. A warm current surged through Qin Mingyao's heart. Lu Feng then produced the Heart Fox Jade Pendant, which emanated a mysterious glow in his grasp, seemingly beckoning forth the latent powers within him as he transformed. His hair lengthened and turned white, cascading like snowflakes. His physique grew robust, ancient patterns appearing upon his skin, whispering tales of an enigmatic history. His eyes ignited with a blood-red hue, akin to blazing flames, exuding an aura of dread. Upon completing his beastly transformation, Lu Feng's essence surged with primal ferocity and might. He felt one with the natural world, embodying the very forces of nature itself. Come forth, blade. Lu Feng grasped a bloodthirsty sword that materialized in his hand. The weapon exuded a powerful, sanguine aura, its blade shimmering with an ominous light, as if yearning for combat and the taste of blood. Allow me to be your adversary. With the bloodthirsty sword in hand, Lu Feng unfurled his wings of annihilation, charging toward the ghost general. Let me witness your true strength. The ghost general, unwilling to relent, swung his ghostly blade toward Lu Feng. The sword cleaved through the air with a shrill whistle, propelled by formidable power. Lu Feng raised the bloodthirsty sword to intercept the ghost general's assault. Their blades clashed, producing a thunderous resonance. The tremendous force reverberated through the air, creating a powerful shockwave that sent both warriors staggering back momentarily. However, they quickly regained their footing, rushing to engage once more. Lu Feng unleashed a flurry of powerful strikes with his bloodthirsty sword, each movement a tempest of destruction, imbued with overwhelming force. The ghost general reciprocated with his ghostly blade, parrying Lu Feng's relentless onslaught. Their duel escalated in intensity, the very air around them seeming to warp under the strain of their might. Lu Feng's figure flickered like a wisp, leaving behind a crimson afterimage as he maneuvered through the fray. Caught off guard, the ghost general was struck, and a deep fissure marred his armor. "I have long forgotten what it feels like to be wounded," he roared, fury igniting within him. "Kill," the ghost general howled, his eyes ablaze with rage and defiance. The ghostly sword ignited with black flames, surging toward Lu Feng with tremendous force. Recognizing the potency of the impending strike, Lu Feng steeled himself, affixing a spiritual energy talisman to the bloodthirsty sword. Instantly, a torrent of sanguine light erupted from the blade, forming a colossal shield. The ghost general's infernal slash collided with the blood shield, resulting in a resounding explosion. The overwhelming force rattled Lu Feng, causing his body to tremble slightly, yet he did not falter. He gritted his teeth and channeled a surge of potent crimson energy, manifesting as a colossal blood fox. The blood fox lunged toward the ghost general with a deafening roar, striking him with tremendous force and sending him tumbling to the ground. Struggling to rise, the ghost general's eyes brimmed with disbelief. He had not encountered such a formidable opponent in ages, and yet, at this moment, an exhilarating fire ignited within him, rekindling his long-dormant battle spirit. "Come forth, today, we shall determine who stands supreme," the ghost general bellowed, driving his ghostly sword into the ground beside him. His body trembled with pent-up energy, suffused with a palpable malevolence that seemed to devour all light. With each step he took, the ice beneath him quaked, as he charged forth like a feral beast toward Lu Feng, unfazed by the formidable specter charging at him. Lu Feng felt an equal yearning for this battle, a desire to continually surpass his limits. Firmly planting the bloodthirsty sword into the ground, Lu Feng clenched his fists, righteous energy coursing through him like a golden beacon. Illuminating the encroaching darkness, as the distance between them closed rapidly, the ghost general lunged at Lu Feng, his maleficent fist poised to strike. Lu Feng deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the ghost general's blow. Yet, the onslaught did not cease. The ghost general followed up with a swift kick. Lu Feng raised his arm to block it, the tremendous force sending a jolt through his limb, yet he stood resolute. Seizing the moment, Lu Feng countered with a punch, infused with righteous energy, launching it toward the ghost general with explosive force. The ghost general attempted to defend with his arm, but was nonetheless pushed back several steps by the overwhelming might. "Again!" he roared, charging forward once more. The ghost general's fists descended like a torrential downpour, each strike infused with potent malevolence. Lu Feng nimbly evaded the ghost general's relentless attacks, seeking opportunities to counter. Their fierce exchanges continued, neither yielding an inch. The clash of the ghost general's malevolence and Lu Feng's righteous spirit created thunderous echoes, while the ice beneath them fractured under the sheer intensity of their battle. As the ghost general's assaults grew increasingly frenzied, his eyes glimmered with madness. Lu Feng, undeterred, felt the surge of his righteous spirit empowering him with formidable strength and courage. "Come at me with another punch," the ghost general bellowed, channeling the malevolent energy into his fist as he struck fiercely towards Lu Feng. Aware of the immense force behind the blow, Lu Feng inhaled deeply, elevating his righteous spirit to its zenith. He retaliated with a punch of his own, their fists colliding with a thunderous crash. The powerful impact reverberated through the surroundings, sending both Lu Feng and the ghost general reeling backward. Under the force of the shockwave, Lu Feng gradually reverted from his beastly form. Chapter 72. The crisis of Li Yalan. Lu Feng slowly transitioned out of his beastly state. His hair gradually returned to its dark hue. The ancient patterns on his body faded, and the blood-red hue in his eyes diminished. Though he appeared somewhat fatigued, his gaze remained resolute. The ghost general stood a short distance away, clearly wounded. His armor bore multiple dents, and his body was marred with numerous scars. At that moment, the small white tiger darted over, positioning itself protectively in front of Lu Feng and Qin Mingyao, letting out a couple of fierce growls towards the ghost general. The ghost general, dismissive, unleashed a blast of malevolent energy from his hand. As Lu Feng and Qin Mingyao prepared to defend themselves, a mysterious mark suddenly appeared on the forehead of the small white tiger. Upon seeing this mark, the ghost general's expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately retracted his attack. He then mounted his skeletal steed, which emitted a furious roar, causing the surrounding ghostly army to halt their assault. The ghost general cast a serious glance at Lu Feng and the others, stating sternly, "Please leave the sacred ground at once." With that, he turned and departed with the resurrected ghostly forces, his figure gradually fading from sight. Xia Yuyan rushed over, gazing at the small white tiger, pinching its chubby face in playful reproach. "You little rascal! Who allowed you to come over here?" The small white tiger blinked its big eyes, seemingly expressing its bravery. Xia Yuyan slowly approached, smiling as she remarked, "We owe a great deal to this little creature. Otherwise, we might have had to fight for much longer." A collective sigh of relief swept through the group. The fierce battle had finally reached a temporary conclusion. Lu Feng stared at the mark on the small white tiger's forehead, filled with curiosity. What could this mark signify? Why did the ghost general react so strongly upon seeing it? Suddenly, a chilling wave of icy energy surged skyward, the piercing cold seemingly capable of freezing everything in its vicinity. Lu Feng and the others, alerted by the commotion, hurried towards the source of the icy energy. Upon arrival, they beheld Li Yalan floating serenely in mid-air, radiating an overwhelmingly potent cold power. This force expanded outward like a tumultuous tide, making it impossible for Lu Feng and his companions to approach even a step closer. Witnessing this astonishing scene, Xia Yuyan's face was etched with concern as she anxiously inquired, "What has happened to Sister Yalan?" Lu Feng furrowed his brow, closed his eyes, and focused on sensing Li Yalan's condition. Moments later, he opened his eyes wide in alarm, exclaiming, "This is bad. Although she has leveled up, the excess energy is simply too much. That foolish woman just loves to show off," as the group found themselves at a loss. The small white tiger trotted over with a lively demeanor. It opened its mouth, beginning to absorb the tremendous icy energy. Tension filled the air as everyone watched the small white tiger, their hearts in their throats. Seconds ticked by, and the small white tiger continued to absorb the energy, its tiny body appearing as an insatiable abyss. However, soon after, the small white tiger let out a satisfied burp and collapsed onto the ground, clearly unable to absorb any more energy. Seeing this, Qin Mingyao hastily commanded her puppet, Silver Bell, to approach Li Yalan in an attempt to bring her down. Yet, as soon as Silver Bell neared Li Yalan, it was swiftly encased in ice. Gritting her teeth, Qin Mingyao lamented, "Damn it! The energy is still too strong. We can't get close at all." Left with no choice, she retracted Silver Bell, feeling at a loss for what to do. "Leave it to me," Lu Feng declared with unwavering determination. His entire being was infused with righteous spirit, resembling an unyielding bastion. He produced 5 fire talismans, which blazed fiercely in his hands, emanating intense heat. The flames encircled him like a loyal entourage. Lu Feng took a deep breath and leaped towards Li Yalan suspended in midair. Against the backdrop of the flames, his form appeared extraordinarily imposing. The onlookers followed his every move, their hearts brimming with hope and apprehension. They yearned for Lu Feng to successfully help Li Yalan control the overwhelming energy while fearing for his safety. The searing flames clashed with the surrounding icy energy, producing a sizzling sound. Lu Feng gritted his teeth, valiantly resisting the biting cold. Inching closer to Li Yalan, as he drew near, he could distinctly feel the powerful icy energy battering against him. At last, he reached Li Yalan's side. In that moment, Li Yalan lay with her eyes tightly shut, her expression austere, as if ensconced in her own world. Lu Feng swiftly pressed a fire talisman against her body, attempting to neutralize the excessively potent icy energy with the flame's power. The moment the talisman made contact with Li Yalan, it erupted in a dazzling radiance. Fire and ice clashed fiercely at that instant, warping the surrounding air with their formidable forces. "Foolish woman, awaken quickly," Lu Feng shouted, placing his hands on Li Yalan's shoulders, but she remained unresponsive. "System, is there a way to reduce her energy?" Beep. Cultivate the ghost summoning technique with Li Yalan to absorb her energy. "But the risk is immense. Is there no other method?" "I can't possibly do that in front of them." Spirit Talisman, 200 ghost coins. Effect subpar. Fire Spirit Pill, 500 ghost coins. If forcefully administered to Li Yalan, risk is enormous. Extreme Ice Spear, 10,000 ghost coins. Conceal icy power. Damn it. Not enough ghost coins. Exchange for 3 fire spirit pills. Beep. Purchase successful. Obtained fire spirit pill X3. Lu Feng swallowed one of the fire spirit pills in one gulp. Then kissed Li Yalan. Chapter 73. Daughter Lu Lin. Sense of happiness. Xia Yuyan stood in stunned silence, her face flushed with anger as she exclaimed, that scoundrel. Even in such a state, he dares to take advantage of Sister Yalan. Lin Meijing, with a grave expression, added, No. I can sense that Lu Feng is currently ablaze with energy. Blazing? Lu Feng embraced Li Yalan, continuously absorbing her icy power, his body caught in a tumultuous battle between fire and ice that was excruciating. Were he an ordinary person, he would have likely collapsed by now. Lu Feng held Li Yalan tightly, his body trembling slightly in midair. He endured the torment of the conflicting energies within him and placed another fire spirit pill in his mouth. As the pill slid down his throat, a surge of searing energy erupted within him, clashing violently with the icy power emanating from Li Yalan. Lu Feng's lips remained pressed against Li Yalan's. Drawing in the icy energy from her body, he felt that icy force crashing against him like a relentless tide. Each impact sending waves of pain coursing through his body, yet he did not waver. His complexion fluctuated from crimson to pale, the dual forces of ice and fire intertwining and colliding within him, threatening to tear him apart. Nevertheless, Lu Feng held on to a singular conviction. He must save Li Yalan. He swallowed another fire spirit pill, the intense energy making it feel as though he might ignite. Still, he clung to Li Yalan, continuing to absorb the icy energy from her. The onlookers watched in tense silence, scarcely daring to breathe. Although Xia Yuyan was fuming over Lu Feng's actions, her heart was filled with worry. Lu Feng's body began to tremble noticeably. He felt his consciousness blurring. Yet, he gritted his teeth. Striving to remain alert, he knew he could not afford to give in. If he did, not only would Li Yalan be in peril, but he too could suffer a backlash from the opposing forces of ice and fire. He held Li Yalan tightly, as if clutching his very life in this life and death moment. A single thought resonated within him. He had to succeed. He incessantly absorbed the icy energy from Li Yalan while battling it with the power of the fire spirit pills within him. As time ticked away, Lu Feng's body reached its limits, yet he refused to relent. Summoning the last vestige of his strength, he continued to absorb the icy energy from Li Yalan. Finally, through his perseverance, the icy energy surrounding Li Yalan began to wane. Lu Feng felt a sense of relief wash over him. Knowing he was nearing success, he pressed on until the icy energy within Li Yalan was entirely absorbed. At that moment, Lu Feng's body was utterly drained, yet a content smile graced his face. They gently descended to the ground, and Li Yalan's eyes fluttered open slightly, gazing at Lu Feng with gratitude and tenderness. Lu Feng carefully laid Li Yalan down before collapsing on the ground, unconscious. The others hurried over. That night, Lu Feng gradually opened his eyes to discover himself inside a tent, his entire body aching. Beside him lay Li Yalan, her face somewhat haggard yet still strikingly beautiful. Her lips were slightly swollen, evidently a result of Lu Feng's fervent kisses yesterday. Ghost. Li Yalan, Strength. Ability. Extreme Ice. Evolution Ability. Summoning, Gravity Field. Her entire body was injured, requiring a significant amount of time to recover. Lu Feng gritted his teeth against the pain and gently arranged Li Yalan's hair, assuring her, I will help you get better as soon as possible. Just take care of yourself for now. Slowly, Li Yalan opened her eyes, turning slightly to gaze at Lu Feng with a look of deep resentment. Her expression conveyed gratitude for Lu Feng's rescue, as well as a complaint about her swollen lips. Lu Feng quickly withdrew his hand, offering an awkward smile. You're awake? You feel any discomfort in your body? Li Yalan regarded Lu Feng in silence. At that moment, Lu Feng sensed something unusual about the little nine-tailed fox and summoned her forth. Under the soft glow of the lights, a charming little girl with snow-white hair appeared quietly. She bore many unique traits of the fox clan, her fluffy ears twitching gently, while a phantom nine-tails flickered behind her. Her eyes sparkled like dazzling gems, radiating a lively brilliance. Daddy, Mommy, I've grown up, and from now on, I will protect you. The little girl joyfully ran between Lu Feng and Li Yalan, her voice as melodious as silver bells. Lu Feng stared in astonishment at the suddenly matured nine-tailed fox. His heart brimming with shock, however, He quickly donned a gentle smile, extending his hand to softly pat the little nine-tailed fox's head. To Lu Feng's surprise, Li Yalan not only refrained from objecting to the little girl's address, but also smiled warmly as she held the little nine-tailed fox's hand. Lu Feng's gaze lingered on the adorable little nine-tailed fox girl, a wave of indescribable warmth washing over him. By the way, we haven't named our daughter yet. How about you, her mother? Choose one. Lu Feng turned to Li Yalan. His eyes filled with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Li Yalan shot Lu Feng a playful glare, her expression a mix of reproach and joy. The little nine-tailed fox blinked her large eyes, looking at Li Yalan expectantly. Mommy, please give your lovely baby a name. Li Yalan contemplated for a moment as the air around them seemed to quiet. All eyes, Lu Feng's and the little nine-tailed fox's, were fixed on her. Finally, Li Yalan smiled gently, her expression akin to flowers blooming in spring, beautiful and captivating. Let's name her Lu Lin. Her voice was soft yet resolute. Upon hearing this name, Lu Feng nodded slightly, his eyes sparkling with approval. Lu Lin, a wonderful name. It incorporates my surname and your name, signifying that our family will always be together. The little nine-tailed fox, Lu Lin, jumped up with joy, her face radiating happiness. I have a name now. I am Lu Lin. From now on, I will become stronger and protect Daddy and Mommy. Her petite figure was filled with vitality and determination. Just then, Lin Meijing and the others entered, drawn by the commotion. Upon seeing them, Lu Lin turned and cheerfully exclaimed, "Hello, aunties. I have a name now, Lu Lin." This left Lin Meijing and the others momentarily stunned. Xia Yin lifted Lu Lin with a gentle smile. Let me see our little Lin. I didn't expect the little one I taught to remember so much. Realizing that Xia Yin had been the source of Lu Lin's knowledge, Lu Feng understood why the little nine-tailed fox was so well informed. Xia Yin playfully pinched Lu Lin's cheek. What a cutie. Let me have a look. Lin Meijing also drew closer, while Qin Mingyao, though not approaching, kept her gaze fixed on Lu Lin. At that moment, Lu Feng felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. He had a daughter, Li Yalan's daughter, and a new bond among the five of them. Chapter 74. Murong Shue's farewell. 2 days later, they returned to Kyoto. In the suburbs, scenes of bustling construction were everywhere, with numerous workers and machinery busily at work. The sturdy city walls were gradually rising, and various defense measures were being urgently implemented. In the city, houses sprang up like bamboo shoots after a rain, with construction workers sweating profusely as they fervently built. Clearly, nations had recognized the looming crisis and were taking proactive measures to prevent it. Just as they returned to the familiar ghostly little building, Lu Feng had barely settled down to rest when his phone chimed with a notification. He took out his phone and saw a message from Murong Shue. Lu Feng, could you come to my house? I have something urgent to discuss. Lu Feng's expression instantly turned serious. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and headed to the garage. Xia Yuyan, watching Lu Feng's hurried departure, was filled with confusion and muttered, "What is this teacher up to? Rushing off right after getting back? If there was a mission, he should have told us." Xia Yuyan chuckled softly. "Look at how anxious he is, and he won't tell us why. He must be going to meet a lover." Xia Yuyan's words sparked anger in her. Her tiny fists clenched tightly. Humph, that flirt. And that Murong Shue too, always trying to seduce the teacher. Her eyes were filled with discontent and jealousy, akin to a child whose favorite toy had been taken away. Ding, ding, ding. The clear sound of the doorbell echoed in Murong Shue's yard, reverberating through the tranquil air. Lu Feng stood at the door, his heart filled with anxiety and confusion. He had no idea what urgent matter Murong Shue was facing. Despite his inquiries along the way, she had remained tight-lipped, intensifying his concerns. Moments later, the door creaked open, revealing Murong Shue clad in a white tank top and yoga pants. Her long hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, a few strands fluttering gently in the breeze, creating an enchanting sight. The snug attire accentuated her graceful figure, her alluring curves stirring a ripple of emotions within Lu Feng. Upon seeing Murong Shue, he urgently asked, "What's wrong? I've been asking you on the way here, but you wouldn't say. Don't you know I'm worried?" His eyes reflected genuine concern and tension, his voice trembling slightly with urgency. While gently wiping the sweat from Lu Feng's forehead, Murong Shue smiled and replied, "I just wanted you to keep me company." Her smile resembled the warmth of spring sunshine, bright and inviting. Yet her words left Lu Feng momentarily dumbfounded. Lu Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Then he scolded, Please don't do this next time. If you want to see me, just tell me directly." His tone was a blend of reproach and helplessness. Morong Shue's actions had been too alarming. He wished she would not resort to such measures to capture his attention. Morong Shue smiled and nodded, her expression carrying a hint of apology. She took Lu Feng's hand and led him into the villa. The decor within the villa was simple yet elegant, revealing the owner's refined taste. "You're all dirty. Go wash up in the first room on the left upstairs. There are clothes I bought for you in the wardrobe," she said softly. Lu Feng, taken aback, questioned, "What are you planning to do?" His mind was filled with queries, perplexed as to why Morong Shue wanted him to wash up and had prepared clothes. Morong Shue playfully nudged Lu Feng, saying, "No questions, just go wash up, I'm not going to eat you. Besides, I'll cook you some noodles, I heard your stomach growling just now." Reluctantly, Lu Feng ascended the stairs and entered the room. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback. The room was impeccably clean, not a speck of dust in sight, indicating it was frequently tidied. On the wall hung a photograph of him and Morong Shue, both smiling radiantly, exuding happiness. When he opened the wardrobe, he was left speechless. The clothes inside were all of his size, even down to the same model of underwear. Lu Feng marveled inwardly, "Wow, is this woman really this terrifying? Could it be she had her eye on me even back in school?" Various guesses and imaginations flooded his mind, leaving him both astonished and bewildered by Morong Shue's behavior. After showering and changing into the clothes prepared by Morong Shue, which fit him perfectly as if tailored just for him, he took a deep breath to calm his complex emotions and slowly made his way downstairs. As he entered the living room, he immediately spotted a beautifully set dining table where Morong Shue was carefully placing a steaming bowl of noodles in front of him. Her eyes were filled with anticipation and tenderness as she gently set the bowl down and sat beside him, resting her chin on her hands, quietly watching Lu Feng. "Thank you," he said, gazing at the noodles that were aromatic and visually appealing, the steam warming his face and filling him with a sense of comfort. He picked up chopsticks, lifted a strand of noodles, and took a bite. "I didn't know your cooking was this good. You always took me out to eat before. I thought you couldn't cook." The noodles were smooth and chewy, and the broth was rich and flavorful, prompting a satisfied exclamation from him. Morong Shue watched Lu Feng enjoy his meal, a smile of happiness gracing her lips. Her gaze was fixed on him, as if admiring a beautiful painting. Filled with love and affection, her eyes suggested that Lu Feng was her most treasured possession. "Why does this woman keep staring at me? Is she perhaps lusting after me?" Feeling a bit shy under Morong Shue's gaze, Lu Feng looked up, their eyes meeting. That moment, time seemed to stand still, and the air was filled with warmth. Seeing the deep affection in Morong Shue's eyes stirred something within Lu Feng, an indescribable emotion welling up in his heart. "Is it delicious?" Morong Shue gently inquired, her voice as tender as a spring breeze caressing the face. Lu Feng nodded and replied, "It's delicious." Morong Shue smiled softly and said, "I'm glad you like it." Her smile resembled a blooming flower, captivating and enchanting. The two exchanged quiet glances, as if the world around them had faded into oblivion. Lu Feng gazed at the woman before him, who had always cared for him, and with a smile remarked, "I've noticed you've changed significantly lately. You feel entirely different." Morong Shue returned a faint smile. "Perhaps it's because I wish to reclaim what once belonged to me, but it seems that opportunity has slipped away." Lu Feng, puzzled by her words, sensed that what she referred to was likely him. Yet the notion of lost chances left him confused, especially considering their current relationship was no less significant than his connections with Lin Meijing and the others. "Are you hiding something from me?" Lu Feng questioned. Morong Shue smiled slightly. "It's nothing much. I just wanted to inform you that I'll be leaving tomorrow." After much contemplation, I decided it was time to tell you. Lu Feng was taken aback. Where are you going?" "To the ancient capital. There have been severe disturbances there, and I volunteered to be stationed," Morong Shue said matter-of-factly. Lu Feng immediately sat beside her, taking her hand in his, an expression of pleading on his face. "Could you please not go? I don't want you to take risks." Morong Shue shook her head. "I'm sorry, but I cannot agree to that. I've thought long and hard, and we've already missed our chance. Let us preserve this beautiful moment as it is. Protecting Huaxia has always been my aspiration, so I won't regret this decision." She gently pinched Lu Feng's sorrowful face. "All right, you're no longer a child. You don't need my protection. With Lin Meijing and the others by your side, I feel reassured." Lu Feng embraced Morong Shui. Then you must send me a message at least every 3 days to confirm your safety, or else I will come looking for you. Morong Shui nodded in his arms, tears shimmering in her eyes. Chapter 75. A new beginning. In the dead of night, Lu Feng returned to the haunted little building. Upon opening the door, he found Li Yalan sitting on the sofa, tightly clutching Shaolin and staring intently at him. Shaolin pouted and exclaimed, "Daddy, where have you been? Why didn't you come back to have dinner with me and Mommy?" "And the ants?" Lu Feng chuckled awkwardly. Shaolin resembled Xia Yin more than Li Yalan, lacking any trace of her mother's personality. Li Yalan handed Shaolin to Lu Feng. "My powers within me occasionally flare up unexpectedly, so please take good care of Shaolin." With that, she left without another word. "Darling, are you sleepy?" "Sleepy, I've been waiting for Daddy for a long time," Shaolin replied. Lu Feng, holding Shaolin, returned to his room. "Good girl, you sleep first. I'll take a shower." Shaolin nodded with a smile. Lu Feng entered the bathroom, beginning his routine. Shaolin's presence still felt somewhat unfamiliar to him. Ordinarily, he would be practicing the ghost summoning technique by now, of course. With his imminent separation from Morong Shui, he found himself lacking the motivation to practice. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the room. Lu Feng slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the still sleeping Shaolin, a wave of warmth washing over him. Fox spirit. Perhaps I should find a time to take Shaolin to visit Lin Qian and see how things are there, he thought. He rose quietly, washed up briefly, and carried Shaolin downstairs. Lu Feng handed Shaolin to Lin Meijing. "Meijing, I'm leaving Shaolin with you. I have urgent matters to attend to and will be training, so there's no need to prepare lunch for me." Shaolin seemed to sense something, tugging at Lu Feng's clothing. "Daddy, where are you going?" Lu Feng knelt down, tenderly stroking Shaolin's head. "Daddy needs to see off a friend and train. Be a good girl and wait at home for Daddy to come back." "All right, I'll bring you something delicious in the evening." Shaolin nodded dutifully. After a while, Lu Feng arrived at the airport and spotted Morong Shui from a distance. She wore an elegant dress, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, with a hint of sadness in her eyes. Lu Feng approached her with a smile. "Have you been here long?" Morong Shui shook her head. "No, I just arrived." The two walked side by side, the atmosphere tinged with silence. "Didn't your parents come to see you off?" Lu Feng broke the silence, gazing at Morong Shui. She adjusted her sunglasses. Glancing at her phone, "I didn't tell them. I didn't want them to worry about me." Lu Feng sighed. "So you want me to worry instead?" Morong Shui turned her head and smiled playfully. "Yes, I want you to worry, to lose sleep every night." Her tone was filled with playful arrogance. Though it was a jest, perhaps Lu Feng would indeed find himself fretting for her nightly tea last. They reached the boarding gate. Morong Shui halted, turning to face Lu Feng. Her eyes glistened with tears as she said, "Lu Feng, thank you for your companionship during this time. I will forever cherish the days we spent together." Lu Feng felt a pang of reluctance in his heart. He gently grasped Morong Shui's hand. "Safe travels. I will visit you whenever I can." Morong Shui shook her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. "It's better this way. I fear I won't be able to bear it." With that, she turned and walked away. Lu Feng watched as Morong Shui entered the boarding tunnel, his heart heavy with sadness. He knew this parting might mean a long separation, yet he understood that life was replete with farewells and reunions. Perhaps their fates had been obstructed from the moment he stepped into the haunted little building. Lu Feng lingered at the airport for a moment before turning to leave. He was aware that many tasks awaited him, and numerous people were counting on him. After departing the airport, Lu Feng headed straight to the Longya training ground. The familiar scene greeted him. The equipment was neatly arranged, and the air was thick with the scent of sweat and determination. Without Morong Shui's supervision, a flame seemed to ignite within Lu Feng. A power born from a complex swirl of emotions, he approached a 500-pound sandbag, his gaze resolute and unwavering. Lu Feng took a deep breath, slightly spreading his legs to stabilize his stance. His fists clenched slowly, veins bulging on his arms. With a powerful shout, he swung his right fist, the sound of rushing wind accompanying his blow as it struck the sandbag with tremendous force. The 500-pound sandbag shook violently under the impact. Lu Feng did not pause. His left fist followed suit, delivering another heavy strike. The sandbag swung back and forth, as if on the verge of being sent flying. Lu Feng's relentless assault resembled a fierce tempest. Each punch was infused with strength, every kick carried the force of thunder. Sweat trickled down his forehead, splattering onto the ground. Yet he remained oblivious to this moment. His mind was consumed by a singular desire to release all his emotions through these strikes. The surrounding teammates were taken aback by Lu Feng's sudden ferocity. They halted their training, silently observing him. What has gotten into Brother Feng? It must be the impact of Captain Morong's departure. It is a significant blow for him, especially since they were so close. Indeed. I always thought they were a couple, but I heard Brother Feng has a girlfriend. I believe Captain Morong's decision to go to the ancient capital was to avoid being a third wheel. Lu Feng continued to batter the sandbag, venting his longing, reluctance, and uncertainty about the future. As time passed, his stamina began to wane. Yet his strikes showed no sign of abating. He understood that only through this exertion could he find a moment's peace within himself. Finally, Lu Feng came to a halt, breathless. He gazed at the sandbag, nearly deformed from his onslaught, as his emotions gradually settled. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he turned towards a corner of the training ground. He sat down, closed his eyes, and focused on regulating his breath. As Yukai approached him, offering a bottle of water, "Try to take it easy. Captain Morong is doing this for your own good." Lu Feng nodded in silence. Slowly sipping the water as Yukai sat beside Lu Feng, his expression serious. "This afternoon, the young powerhouse from M country, James, is coming here for a combat exchange. Due to age restrictions, you'll have to take the lead." Lu Feng patted his chest confidently. "Leave it to me. I will ensure they remember the might of Huaxia." Chapter 76. A serious father-daughter conflict. The afternoon sun cast a gentle warmth over the training ground. Yet it could not dispel the tension lingering in the air. Dressed in combat attire, Lu Feng sat quietly in the center of the training ground. Eyes closed in meditation, his posture as upright as a pine tree. Su Kai and the others occupied the observation seats, focused intently on reviewing information about James. Their expressions were serious, fully aware of the significance of this match. It was a matter of honor for Longya. Soon, a rhythmic sound of footsteps broke the tranquility of the training ground. A group of men from M country, clad in combat uniforms, entered the arena, accompanied by two middle-aged men. One of them, a gray-haired man named Qin Ming, was the father of Qin Mingyao and the head coach of M country's tomorrow's future organization. Qin Ming's gaze was sharp, his demeanor stern, exuding an air of authority. His presence caused Lu Feng to feel a slight jolt. He had seen a family portrait of Qin Mengyao's family at their home, yet he had heard from Xia Yuyin that their father-daughter relationship was extremely strained. The other middle-aged man was Li Tianlong. The founder of Longya and the father of Li Yalan. Li Tianlong possessed a tall and imposing physique, his gaze deep and penetrating, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. The relationship between him and his daughter, Li Yalan, had become equally strained due to her decision to pursue a business career. Their arrival intensified the already serious atmosphere in the training ground. Under the watchful eyes of the spectators, a figure with striking blonde hair clad in a black combat suit stepped onto the training field. His steps were light, and his eyes brimmed with confidence. "Hello, my name is James, and I shall be your opponent today. I look forward to your guidance," he declared with a booming voice tinged with arrogance. Lu Feng slowly rose to his feet and extended his hand. "Lu Feng, a pleasure to meet you." After their handshake, they moved to their respective sides in preparation for the sparring session. The stands were filled with members of the Longya organization and the Future of Tomorrow organization, their eyes fixed eagerly on the two combatants, anticipating an exhilarating showdown. However, Qin Mingyao was conspicuously absent today, and Lu Feng surmised that she likely wished to avoid encountering Qin Ming. Taking a moment to compose himself, Lu Feng inhaled deeply, aware that he could not unleash his full power in front of such a crowd. He swiftly drew a mechanical knife, its blade glinting with a cold luminescence. Gripping the handle tightly, he felt the weight and texture of the weapon, his entire being suffused with a righteous aura, resembling an insurmountable barrier. "Your abilities are indeed intriguing, but tread carefully. My forte lies in destructive attacks," James remarked with a grin, his right hand enveloped in flames and his left crackling with electricity. The flames and lightning intertwined, emanating a formidable force. James's smile radiated confidence and arrogance, as if he could already envision his moment of victory. "Then let us begin." Lu Feng crouched slightly, the mechanical knife angled toward the ground. His presence was steady, unyielding as Mount Tai. James, with his feet slightly apart and arms wide open, had flames and lightning swirling around him, resembling a descending demigod. "Beware!" he shouted, launching the first strike. His form surged forward like a bolt of lightning, the flames in his right hand morphing into a fiery leopard that lunged toward Lu Feng. With a focused gaze, Lu Feng swiftly sidestepped, evading the fiery beast's assault. He swung the mechanical knife with precision. A flash of cold light aimed at James's arm. Quick to react, James conjured a lightning claw with his left hand to deflect Lu Feng's attack. "Lu, you possess some skill," James sneered, his hands sweeping through the air, causing flames and lightning to intertwine once more, forming a colossal fire and thunderball aimed at Lu Feng. Lu Feng remained vigilant, pushing off the ground with force, leaping backward to evade the incoming fireball. The impact resonated through the training ground, leaving a dent in the steel surface. "Your speed is commendable, but it falls short," James taunted, charging at Lu Feng once again. His speed was uncanny, like a phantom, making him difficult to track. Lu Feng gripped the mechanical knife tightly, fully focused on countering James's relentless onslaught. "He's using lightning to enhance his speed. It seems I must take this seriously," Lu Feng thought, his vision sharpening as he sought for any openings in James's attacks. Although James's strikes were fierce, Lu Feng skillfully evaded them time and again, relying on his agility and composure. Nevertheless, James's attacks showed no sign of abating. He continuously altered his assault patterns, the power of flames and lightning escalating with each exchange. Lu Feng began to feel the strain, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "I cannot remain on the defensive any longer. This is too passive," he contemplated, his feet pushing off the ground as he propelled himself toward James with the swiftness of an arrow, his mechanical knife slicing through the air. "I thought you could only evade," James remarked with a hint of disdain as Lu Feng took the initiative. He waved his hands, causing flames and lightning to coalesce into a massive vortex that enveloped Lu Feng. Trapped within the swirling tempest, Lu Feng felt an immense pressure, as if countless hands were pulling at him, rendering him immobile. Yet, he refused to yield. Firmly grasping the mechanical knife, he summoned his righteous aura. "Break free," Lu Feng shouted, unleashing a powerful shockwave that collided with the vortex. Producing a deafening roar, the vortex shattered under the force of the shockwave, and Lu Feng re-emerged before the spectators. James's eyes widened in surprise upon witnessing Lu Feng's resilience. "I underestimated you," he admitted. "Let us settle this with one decisive strike." James's commanding voice reverberated throughout the training ground, heralding the climax of an epic confrontation. With wide eyes, he unleashed a surge of energy, channeling all his strength forward. In an instant, a thunderfire bison materialized from thin air, its colossal form crackling with lightning and engulfed in flames, radiating an aura of terrifying power. Each thunderous step of the bison caused the ground to tremble, the air around it distorting under the dual assault of thunder and fire, as if the very fabric of space was being torn apart by this overwhelming force. "Indeed, he excels in destruction," Lu Feng thought, firmly anchoring himself to the ground as he began to gather his own strength. The energy coalesced. A mysterious purple aura emanated from his being, reminiscent of a gently surging violet sea. The purple haze thickened, ultimately culminating in a powerful manifestation of the Eastern purple energy. The radiant purple light shimmered with an ancient and enigmatic power, as if capable of subduing anything in its path. Observing this spectacle, Li Tianlong swiftly commanded the activation of the training ground's protective barrier. The staff, upon receiving the order, promptly sprang into action, deftly operating the control panel for the protective devices. A faint humming sound filled the air as a translucent energy shield rose from the edges of the training ground. Enveloping the entire area, the barrier glimmered softly, proclaiming its strength and reliability to all present. At that moment, James's Thunderfire Bison surged forward like a blazing meteor, charging at Lu Feng with unstoppable force. Lu Feng, undeterred, met the bison head-on with his Eastern Purple energy. The collision of the Thunderfire Bison and the Eastern Purple energy erupted into a cacophony of sound, the shockwave rippling through the protective barrier like a stone cast into a serene lake. As the tumult subsided, both James and Lu Feng panted heavily, fatigue etched upon their faces. "Both are the new stars of the future," Li Tianlong mused, marveling at the formidable prowess displayed before him. He then glanced at Qin Ming and quietly remarked, "Did you know that Lu Feng is connected to our daughter?" "What?" Qin Ming exclaimed, his surprise palpable. Chapter 77. Hellas memory. As dusk fell, the The warm orange hues of the setting sun bathed the entire city in a comforting glow. After concluding a day of rigorous training, Lu Feng prepared to drive home for some well-deserved relaxation. Just as he approached his car, his hand barely brushing the door handle, he was startled by the sudden appearance of two figures before him. Raising his gaze, he found himself face to face with Qin Ming and Li Tianlong. Confusion washed over him, and he promptly inquired with respect, "Sir, uncle, is there something you need from me?" Qin Ming wore a stern expression, his piercing glare fixated on Lu Feng as if attempting to penetrate his very soul. With an authoritative tone, he commanded, "Come with us." Lu Feng was taken aback by this unexpected demand, glancing instinctively at Li Tianlong, who offered a reassuring nod, his smile imbued with a calming influence. Taking a breath, Lu Feng followed suit, uncertain of their intentions but willing to comply. The three of them traversed the streets at dusk, the atmosphere laden with tension. Before long, they arrived at a private dining room within a restaurant. Once inside, Qin Ming's gaze remained locked onto Lu Feng, as if searching for hidden secrets. After a moment of silence, Qin Ming broke the quiet, his tone grave. "I hear you live with my daughter?" Lu Feng, startled, quickly shook his head, explaining, "No, I reside on the 6th floor, while Mingyao is on the 4th. We simply live in the same building. We do not share an apartment." Despite Lu Feng's clarification, Qin Ming's expression remained unyielding, his displeasure palpable. "Mingyao, you address her quite affectionately," he retorted coldly. At this juncture, Li Tianlong coughed lightly, interjecting, "You might want to soften your tone. If Mingyao learns that you're making things difficult for Lu Feng, your relationship will only worsen." Li Tianlong's words caught Qin Ming off guard, and his expression shifted slightly, though he remained silent. Lu Feng stood awkwardly, unsure of how to navigate the tense situation. "Goodness, while there is nothing between Mingyao and me, I can't shake this sense of unease," he lamented internally, bewildered by how he found himself entangled in such a predicament. "How have Yalan and the others been?" Li Tianlong inquired casually. "Yalan sustained a minor injury a while back and needs to recuperate. The others are fine," Lu Feng replied earnestly. Li Tianlong nodded. "These 5 children have faced their share of hardships. I trust you will look after them." Lu Feng was taken aback for a moment after hearing that, then he nodded earnestly. Upon returning to the 2nd floor of the ghostly small building, Lin Meijing was washing the dishes, while the Xia sisters were playing with Xiao Eli and Eli Yalan and Qin Mingyao were still busy with their work. "Daddy, you're back," Xiao Lin exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Lu Feng. Lu Feng handed a large bag of snacks to Xiao Lin, nodding slightly. He felt that he would never need to summon Lu Lin again, as this little girl would never go back. Lu Feng sat beside Li Yalan and Qin Mingyao, hesitated for a moment, then slowly said, "Uncles, I must apologize. They are proud of your achievements now." Eli Yalan and Qin Mingyao shot Lu Feng a glare before getting up and leaving. Lu Feng was at a loss for words, as these two women were exceedingly proud. Back in his room, Xiao Lin went to Xia Yuyan's room to sleep, and Lin Meijing was still tidying up the house, planning to come up later. Thus, Lu Feng decided to take a shower first. The battle with James today had made him realize that this verdant land was never short of geniuses. He had to work even harder to stand out. In the bathroom, warm water cascaded down from the showerhead, gently caressing his skin. At that moment, the heart of the ocean hanging around his neck suddenly emitted a faint, mysterious glow. Amidst the flickering light, Hella appeared in the bathroom without any warning. Lu Feng was startled by this sudden occurrence and exclaimed, "Whoa, don't just appear out of nowhere. I'm taking a shower." Hella, however, wore a disdainful expression, slightly raising her chin with an air of indifference, as if to say there was nothing to be shy about since she had seen it all before. Lu Feng hurriedly grabbed a towel nearby, awkwardly wrapping it around his lower body, and said helplessly, "What do you want? Your sudden appearance is truly frightening." Hella's expression turned serious as she slowly spoke. "I have regained my memories and will return to the deep sea tomorrow." Lu Feng's heart jolted at her words, concern evident in his gaze. "Have you regained your powers?" Hella shook her head gently, yet her eyes shone with determination. Hearing this, Lu Feng raised his voice in admonition. "Then why are you going back to the deep sea? Aren't you afraid of dying? It's too dangerous for you to return without your powers." Hella remained resolute, stating, "I must go back. I want to see what Dragon Island is like now." Lu Feng furrowed his brows, contemplating for a moment before declaring, "Dragon Island? Then I will accompany you. It's too perilous for you to go alone." Hella's face broke into a barely perceptible smile at his words. Then I shall reluctantly take you with me. With that, a flash of light occurred, and Hella returned to the heart of the ocean. Lu Feng was momentarily dumbfounded, shaking his head in resignation. Seriously, this mother dragon must be doing this on purpose. She intended for me to accompany her all along while putting on that act. Wrapped in the towel, Lu Feng lingered in the bathroom for a moment before letting out a sigh. Quickly drying himself and donning his nightclothes as he exited the bathroom at that moment, Lin Meijing, clad in a light blue nightgown, stood at the bathroom door, her brows slightly furrowed, her expression filled with curiosity. Upon seeing Lu Feng emerge, she softly inquired, "Who were you talking to just now? Your voice was quite loud." Lu Feng lowered his head slightly, meeting Lin Meijing's concerned gaze. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, "Hella. She has regained her memories and is planning to return to the deep sea tomorrow, so I've decided to accompany her." A flicker of worry crossed Lin Meijing's eyes, yet she understood that Lu Feng's decision would be hard to sway. She gently bit her lip and said softly, "Then I will go too." Lu Feng placed his hand on Lin Meijing's shoulder, looking into her eyes with determination. "Don't worry, I'll be careful. Hella's powers haven't returned yet. I can't let her venture into danger alone. Moreover, I will return as soon as possible. Just stay home with Xiao Lin, and if any danger arises, I will summon you." Lin Meijing nodded slightly, though her heart brimmed with reluctance and concern. She chose to support Lu Feng's decision. She embraced Lu Feng tightly, whispering in his ear, "You must return safely. I will wait for you." Lu Feng reciprocated the embrace, feeling her warmth and affection, a surge of warmth flooding his heart. "And I also wish to have a child with you." Chapter 78. The desolate Dragon Island. The next day, Lu Feng and Hella arrived at the surface of the ancient ruins Lu Feng had discovered earlier. Aboard a speedboat, Lu Feng donned his battle attire and asked Hella, "Do you remember how to get back?" Hella shook her head. Lu Feng fell silent upon hearing this. The two of them plunged into the water, with Hella grasping Lu Feng's hand as they swiftly swam towards the depths. As they descended, the pressure grew increasingly intense, yet the heart of the ocean emitted a gentle glow, gradually alleviating the strain on Lu Feng's body. Hella swam downward with all her might, her dragon tail swaying, momentarily distracting Lu Feng. "What are you staring at?" Hella's voice suddenly broke through his reverie, prompting Lu Feng to avert his gaze. Eventually, the ancient ruins slowly came into view, and they swam straight inside. Stepping once more into the ancient ruins, the scene before them appeared largely unchanged, save for the addition of several discernible detection devices. These devices flickered with faint lights, indicating that the Dragon Tooth organization had previously come here for exploration. The two of them walked slowly towards the inner hall, and upon seeing Hella's statue, their hearts tightened in unison. "What has happened? It hasn't been long, has it? Why has it changed so?" The once majestic and beautiful statue was now marred by numerous cracks, as if it had endured countless ages of erosion and hardship. A hint of sorrow flickered in Hella's eyes as she gently caressed the cracks on the statue, as though reminiscing about its former glory. Subsequently, Hella began to meticulously explore the ancient hall, her fingers lightly brushing against the walls, feeling every subtle texture. Time passed slowly, and soon, she stopped before a dilapidated wall. Hella extended her hand, gently wiping away the dust, revealing ancient runes that gradually came into view. These runes exuded a mysterious aura, as if recounting ancient tales. Without hesitation, Hella took out the heart of the ocean and began to chant a mysterious incantation. As her voice resonated, the heart of the ocean emitted a soft glow. Resonating with the ancient runes on the wall, waves of mysterious energy rippled through the air, and shortly after, an ancient spatial passage slowly materialized before them. "This is it, let's go." Lu Feng and Hella exchanged glances, showing no hesitation as they stepped into the spatial passage. Upon traversing the passage, they found themselves in an underground cavern. The cavern was adorned with blue luminous flowers, each emanating a captivating glow, resembling stars twinkling in the night sky. Shallow springs trickled gently across the ground, producing a crisp sound. The entire cavern was enveloped in an atmosphere of tranquility and mystery, as if they had entered a dreamlike realm. "This is the entrance to Dragon Island. After traversing this path, we will reach Dragon Island," Hella informed Lu Feng, then moved forward. "The world is truly wondrous. I never dared to imagine such things before." The two of them walked tirelessly through the enigmatic underground cavern for an extended period. The surrounding blue luminous flowers emitted a faint glow, while the sound of the gently flowing springs resonated clearly in the stillness. Soon, they arrived at an ancient pool. Stone pillars were arranged haphazardly across the surface of the pool, resembling a bridge meticulously sculpted by nature itself. Lu Feng and Hela cautiously stepped onto the stone pillars. Proceeding slowly with utmost care, "Be careful. There are ancient dragon lizards beneath." Hela's warning had barely left her lips when the previously tranquil water surface rippled as if a massive stone had been cast into it. The ripples spread swiftly, signaling the impending danger. Suddenly, with two loud splashes, two colossal ancient dragon lizards surged up from the water. Their massive bodies glimmered with a mysterious light under the illumination of the blue luminous flowers. One dragon lizard was in front, the other behind, swiftly encircling Lu Feng and Hela. Upon witnessing this, Lu Feng's expression darkened, and he hastily summoned the bloodthirsty sword. The sword radiated a chilling glow in the darkness as Lu Feng gripped the hilt tightly. Preparing for battle, Hela glared at the dragon lizards, shouting, "Open your blind eyes! How dare you block my path?" Simultaneously, she unhesitatingly unleashed her dragon might. However, the two ancient dragon lizards merely roared defiantly, seemingly disregarding Hela's authority. Their eyes filled with wildness and defiance, as if nothing could instill fear in them. The dragon lizards charged forward with ferocious roars. Lu Feng dared not delay, swiftly summoning shadow clones. Several shadow clones appeared in an instant, rushing towards the two ancient dragon lizards, successfully blocking their assault. Meanwhile, Hela was engulfed in confusion. As the Dragon King, the aura she emanated should command reverence and submission from all dragon-like beings. Yet the two ancient dragon lizards remained utterly unfazed. She could not comprehend what had gone wrong, why her dragon might was ineffective against them. "First, let's repel them." Lu Feng gripped the bloodthirsty sword, his gaze fixed on the ancient dragon lizard before him. A righteous energy surged from within him, forming an invisible aura. Taking a deep breath, Lu Feng concentrated his power in his arm, quietly strategizing how to swiftly resolve this crisis. Meanwhile, Hela ceased her pondering and quickly directed the seawater towards the dragon lizards. She danced with her hands aloft, murmuring incantations, while a cerulean glow flickered around her. As she cast her spell, the waters of the pool began to stir, as if imbued with life. Columns of water surged skyward. Rushing towards the ancient dragon lizard, the seawater, sharp as arrows, propelled with tremendous force toward the beast. Sensing the threat, the dragon lizard let out a furious roar. It writhed its massive form, attempting to evade the onslaught of water. Yet, Hela's strikes were precise and swift, leaving it little room for escape. The water columns struck the lizard's scales with a crisp sound. Though the dragon lizard was forced back, it did not yield. Instead, it launched a more frenzied counterattack. One dragon lizard opened its cavernous maw and lunged at Lu Feng, while another swung its enormous tail, aiming a blow at Hela. Undaunted, Lu Feng charged forward, the clash of sword against scale reverberating through the cavern. Sparks flying in every direction. As time passed, Lu Feng and Hela gradually gained the upper hand. Their coordination became increasingly seamless, their assaults more incisive. Although the dragon lizards possessed great stamina, they began to show signs of fatigue under the relentless barrage. Ultimately, in a combined attack from Lu Feng and Hela, one dragon lizard was grievously wounded and fell to the ground. The other dragon lizard, sensing danger, dragged its injured kin into the ancient pool. Lu Feng and Hela emerged side by side from the cavern, and the sight before them left the former momentarily stunned. Countless islands sparkled like brilliant pearls scattered across the vast ocean. This was Hela's homeland, ancient Dragon Island. Sunlight danced upon the sea surface, creating shimmering reflections that accentuated the island's outlines. A complex array of emotions flickered in Hela's gaze: nostalgia, anticipation, and an ineffable hint of worry. She gazed at this familiar yet foreign land, her heart swelling with myriad sentiments. However, as Hela surveyed the surroundings, she was astonished to find that not a single dragon graced the land once dominated by their kind. Silence enveloped ancient Dragon Island, broken only by the sound of waves crashing against the reefs and the howling wind. Lu Feng furrowed his brow and inquired, "Hela, what is the meaning of this? Why is it so quiet? Were there not many inhabitants here?" Hela's expression grew grave as she slowly shook her head. I do not know. There used to be dragons patrolling the skies. Ancient Dragon Island has always been a sanctuary for the dragon race. Never before has such a situation arisen. Something must have transpired. We must investigate the main island. Chapter 79. A millennia of waiting as they approached the Dragon King's palace on the main island. The sight that greeted them felt as heavy as a boulder pressing upon their hearts. Countless stone statues of dragons and dragonkin stood silently, as if narrating a tale long buried in dust. Each statue bore unique forms. Some stood proud and vigilant, seemingly guarding something, while others bowed their heads in contemplation of the past. Each statue emanated an ancient and mysterious aura that left one in awe. At that moment, Hela's fragmented memories surged forth like a tidal wave. Her thoughts drifted back to a distant era. She had once been the most revered dragon king among her kin, the name Sophia shining like a brilliant star. A steadfast beacon in the hearts of dragon warriors. One fateful day, the earth's core began to tremble violently, like a beast on the verge of awakening, threatening to unleash cataclysmic power. Hela understood that if the core erupted, the entire planet would face ruin. In that critical moment, she resolutely ascended the ancient dragon tower, defying the objections of her kin, and retrieved the heart of the ocean. With a mission to save the world, she embarked on a journey fraught with the unknown and perilous challenges. Yet, she never returned. The Dragon Island, bereft of the heart of the ocean, was akin to a giant stripped of its heart, unable to withstand the unique power it once held. Nevertheless, the dragon folk did not abandon hope, believing fervently that Sophia would return to rescue them. Thus, they initiated the hibernation plan, petrifying themselves into a prolonged slumber. Quietly awaiting the day Sophia would come back, however, they could never have anticipated that this wait would extend to an agonizing millennium. Hela gazed upon the stone statues, her heart brimming with guilt and anguish. She knelt slowly, tears blurring her vision. She felt she had betrayed the reverence of her kin. As their queen, she had subjected her people to such prolonged suffering. At that moment, a clear voice echoed in Hela's mind. Ding! New mission. Ascend to the top of the ancient dragon tower. Hearing this, Lu Feng also knelt beside her, gently patting her shoulder and saying, Though I do not know the source of your pain, I am certain there must be a way to remedy this. Hela felt a warm surge within her at Lu Feng's words. Gripping the heart of the ocean tightly, she rose slowly. Her gaze was resolutely fixed upon the towering ancient dragon tower in the distance, as if therein lay the hope of redemption. Upon reaching the front of the ancient dragon tower, Lu Feng cautioned, Be careful. I do not know what may await us inside the tower. Hela nodded in response. The moment her hand touched the bronze door, a brilliant light erupted, and as it faded, a mysterious spatial door slowly materialized. An ancient and profound aura emanated from within, as though it connected to another unknown realm. Hela and Lu Feng exchanged a glance, their eyes reflecting both trepidation and anticipation. They inhaled deeply and boldly stepped through the spatial door. Upon passing through, Lu Feng found himself once again astonished by the sight before him. They stood upon a staircase that seemed to stretch infinitely upward, disappearing into the abyss of darkness. A heavy pressure enveloped the air, making it difficult to breathe. Hela regarded the staircase with a grave expression, stating, This staircase is akin to the depths of the ocean. Each level adds an additional 100 meters of pressure. I nearly didn't survive it the first time, but now, with the protection of the heart of the ocean, it should be somewhat easier. Lu Feng nodded slightly, determination evident in his gaze. They began their ascent up the first step. Initially, it felt effortless, yet the further they climbed, the more arduous it became. A powerful force pressed down upon them, as if an invisible hand bore down heavily. Hela clutched the heart of the ocean tightly, feeling its warm energy radiate. Sensing their struggle, the heart began to pulse gently, alleviating some of the pressure. As they continued to ascend, the pressure intensified with every step, their bodies increasingly burdened. Lu Feng was enveloped in righteous energy, beads of sweat forming on his brow as his breath quickened. Hela's steps, though resolute, revealed the strain she was under. Her complexion paled, yet her eyes shone with indomitable spirit. She understood that only by reaching the pinnacle of the ancient dragon tower and returning the heart of the ocean could she atone for her past transgressions. They trudged onward, the atmosphere growing heavier, as if it sought to crush them. Time slipped by unnoticed as they climbed hundreds of steps. Lu Feng held 5 spirit energy talismans and 2 golden body talismans, recently exchanged from the system, intending to make a final push to the top. Under the immense pressure, the two pressed forward. With each ascending level, their steps grew heavier but never ceased. However, as they neared the final dozen steps, Lu Feng suddenly felt an enigmatic force gripping him. Alarmed, he whirled around to discover the very fiends he had previously vanquished looming behind him. Their grotesque faces and terrifying forms resembled creatures clawing their way from the depths of hell. Lu Feng's heart raced, and beads of sweat dotted his forehead. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, realizing this must be an illusion conjured by the tower. Narrowing his eyes, he focused his energy, unleashing a radiant light from his gaze. The moment his third eye opened, everything around him became crystal clear. Observing the fiends closely, he noted their forms gradually becoming ethereal under the brilliance of his third eye, indeed, amplifying the power of his third eye. The light grew more dazzling. The fiends began to twist and contort, ultimately fading away. With the illusion dispelled, the pressure surrounding them seemed to lighten somewhat. "Let us press on." Lu Feng grasped Hela's hand once more, and together they advanced toward the summit. Chapter 80. Mirror Duel. With the aid of the talismans and the heart of the ocean, Hela and Lu Feng successfully reached the second level. Within this space, enormous ice crystals floated serenely all around, exuding a mysterious and frigid aura, as if they were silent guardians. Hela furrowed her brow, her gaze scanning the environment warily. Lu Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. "I encountered no such scene during my previous ascent," Hela whispered, her tone tinged with uncertainty. Her voice echoed in the stillness, heightening the tension. Suddenly, the ice crystals seemed to awaken under an unseen force, their surfaces beginning to shimmer with strange light. The illumination intensified, gradually revealing the silhouettes of 2 figures. Then, 2 dark duplicates slowly emerged. Hela and Lu Feng stared in astonishment, for the duplicates bore an uncanny resemblance to themselves. A multitude of images flashed through Lu Feng's mind, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Wasn't this the scene of Apollo's fall from the animated series Cosmic Star God? He muttered in shock. The duplicates stood there silently, resembling reflections in a mirror. Hela's duplicate emanated a formidable aura as it slowly raised its hand, a mysterious power beginning to surge forth. The seawater from every direction rushed in, coalescing in the duplicate's hand into an extraordinarily sharp sea spear. The water around the spear churned and roared, as if heralding its immense power. Meanwhile, Lu Feng's duplicate was not idle either. The bloodthirsty sword materialized in its hand. Enveloped in a righteous energy, bearing a striking resemblance to Lu Feng himself. "Goodness, this is too sinister," Lu Feng exclaimed, astonished by the bloodthirsty sword and the righteous energy wielded by the duplicate. He had never anticipated that the weapons and powers of the system would be commandeered by these duplicates. Hela's expression turned grave as she tightly gripped the sea spear, feeling the power of the surging water surrounding her. "Listen to me. Focus your energy to eliminate your duplicate first," Lu Feng said calmly. As someone who had watched Cosmic Star God, he was acutely aware of how Apollo met his demise. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm himself, summoning the bloodthirsty sword, his body radiating righteous energy. Hela swung her sea spear, tracing a beautiful arc through the air as she thrust it powerfully towards the duplicates. Clearly, the duplicates were no mere pushovers. They seemed to have anticipated the actions of Hela and Lu Feng. Responding swiftly, Hela's duplicate lifted the sea spear, blocking her attack. The clash of water and spear produced a thunderous sound. "The power is identical." Hela felt the overwhelming strength of the duplicate, secretly astounded. She had not anticipated that its power would be so formidable. Simultaneously, Lu Feng's duplicate wielded the bloodthirsty sword, launching an assault on Lu Feng. Lu Feng quickly raised his sword to parry the attack. The two forces collided, erupting in a dazzling display of light. "Hela, do not fall into their rhythm." The battle was about to commence, and Hela and Lu Feng engaged in a fierce confrontation with the duplicates. The duplicates coordinated seamlessly, denying Lu Feng and Hela any opportunity to isolate them. They alternated between launching attacks together and dispersing, striking from various angles. Hela and Lu Feng had to remain vigilant at all times, countering the relentless onslaught of the duplicates. The duplicates not only possessed their weapons and powers, but also mastered their combat techniques, executing moves that were strikingly similar. Hela wielded the sea spear, which transformed into a colossal water dragon as it surged towards the duplicates. The duplicate of Hela was not to be outdone. Mirroring her technique, the water coalesced in its hand into an enormous water dragon, colliding with Hela's dragon mid-air. The two water dragons intertwined, unleashing tremendous force. Water splashed everywhere, akin to a breathtaking fireworks display. Lu Feng swung the bloodthirsty sword, its righteous energy manifesting as a radiant red beam aimed at the duplicates. The duplicate of Lu Feng executed the same technique. The two crimson beams collided in a brilliant explosion of power, plunging the battle into a stalemate. Damn. They seem to be even more synchronized than us. Despite their formidable strength, Hela and Lu Feng found it challenging to exploit any weaknesses in the duplicates' flawless cooperation. Lu Feng furrowed his brow, his mind racing to devise a strategy to break the deadlock. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. His system. He quickly searched the system's marketplace for items that could alter the current predicament. Soon, his gaze settled upon the spirit-extinguishing talisman, 500 demon coins, effective against any state of enemy. Lu Feng grasped the talisman tightly, feeling the immense power it contained. Seizing the moment during a lull in the duplicate's assault, he hurled the talisman towards Hela's duplicate. The talisman soared through the air, radiating brilliant light as it hurtled towards the duplicate of Hela. However, to Lu Feng's utter disbelief, just as the talisman was about to strike the duplicate of Lu Feng conjured a spirit-extinguishing talisman from thin air. With an expressionless face, the duplicate Lu Feng launched the talisman, resulting in a collision of two talismans that exploded in a brilliant light and energy wave. Lu Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? They can purchase items from the system too. A wave of despondency washed over Lu Feng. He had thought he found a way to break the impasse, only to realize that the duplicates were far more formidable than he had imagined, capable of replicating even system items. This isn't like the animated series. Their cooperation is too impressive. Suddenly, Lu Feng recalled that Hela was using the heart of the ocean and realized that the duplicates did not possess it. Hela! Lu Feng exclaimed urgently. Of course. How could I forget? I still have that external aid. Hela, too, had an epiphany. She immediately established a connection with the heart of the ocean. The heart of the ocean responded to its master's call, emitting a resplendent blue light. The duplicate of Hela seemed to sense the impending danger, raising its sea spear and charging towards Hela in an attempt to prevent her from harnessing the power of the heart of the ocean. However, it was too late. Hela lifted the heart of the ocean with both hands, a torrent of potent energy surging forth to form a massive blue wave that rushed towards the duplicates. The duplicate Hela and duplicate Lu Feng quickly raised their weapons to defend, but the might of the heart of the ocean was overwhelming, forcing them to retreat. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Feng brandished the bloodthirsty sword, infused with righteous energy, and charged at the duplicate Lu Feng. The duplicate Lu Feng struggled to fend off the force of the heart of the ocean while countering Lu Feng's assault. Appearing increasingly strained, Azure Lotus Sword Song, Lu Feng capitalized on the moment, unleashing a flurry of sword strikes that left the duplicate Lu Feng reeling. Meanwhile, Hela intensified the output of the heart of the ocean's power. The duplicate Hela was pushed back relentlessly by the blue wave. It attempted to gather the water once more to launch a water dragon attack, but the power of the heart of the ocean suppressed it, rendering its moves ineffective. Now, Hela shouted. She concentrated the heart of the ocean's power into a single point and struck fiercely at the duplicate Hela. The duplicate was hit by the tremendous force, its body shattering into a spray of water that dissipated into the air. With the duplicate Hela vanquished, Hela swiftly turned to assist Lu Feng. Under their combined onslaught, the duplicate Lu Feng began to falter. Lu Feng executed a powerful slash, obliterating the duplicate Lu Feng entirely. As the duplicates vanished, the second layer of ice crystals gradually calmed, revealing a spatial tunnel leading to the next level. Lu Feng nodded and remarked, "Fortunately, I remembered the heart of the ocean. Otherwise, we might have been trapped here indefinitely." Hela smiled faintly. "So this is what it feels like to have an external aid. Quite impressive. Let us go onward to the next level." Chapter 81. The entanglement with Morong Shui. Lu Feng opened his eyes and slowly sat up, realizing he was back in his dormitory, where 5 roommates were engrossed in games. One was playing Black Myth. Another Honor of Kings, 2 were engaged in Gold Shovel, and 1 was in Battlefield. What is happening? It seemed that the ancient tower had played a trick on him, but how was he to escape? Lu Feng mumbled to himself, glancing at his phone, which indicated it was his senior year. Fengge, are you joining us for Battlefield? A voice called out. Lu Feng smiled slightly upon hearing it. The atmosphere in the dorm was just as it had always been. No, Yuezong, maybe next time afterward. He climbed down from his bed, opened his computer, and contemplated his next steps. Shortly after, a phone call came in. Picking up his phone, he saw it was Morong Shui calling. Lu Feng, didn't I ask you to come in the afternoon to sort the files? Why haven't you shown up? You've not even replied to my messages. Morong Shui's voice carried a hint of irritation. Sorry, I forgot. I'll be there right away. Lu Feng hurriedly changed his clothes and put on his shoes. Leaving in a rush, his roommates exchanged glances. Fengge is so busy, just woke up and has to go to work. It's been ages since we played games together. Such a grind. Guess I'll cram some words tonight. Lu Feng arrived at the office, where Morong Shui, dressed in professional attire, was diligently working. Sorry for being late, Lu Feng said as he approached and sat beside her to help organize files and upload them to the computer. Morong Shui glanced at Lu Feng and said coldly, work faster. It must be done before dinner. Lu Feng smiled faintly upon hearing this, observing Morong Shui's frosty demeanor, and thought, looks like she is taking me out for dinner tonight. Since I don't know how to leave yet, I might as well tease her a bit. Time passed quickly as they worked, and soon Lu Feng and Morong Shui drove to a street stall. Morong Shui found an empty table and sat down, removing her coat as she said, you go order. Remember to get me a bottle of white wine. Lu Feng nodded. Morong Shui often ordered white wine, and she usually drank too much, requiring Lu Feng to take her home. Previously, he hadn't paid much attention, but now he realized she had been giving him chances all along. Soon, the dishes were served, and Lu Feng filled Morong Shui's glass with wine and Morong Shui, upon glancing at him, wore a perplexed expression. You seem off today. In the past, you always advised me, but why are you pouring me a drink today? Lu Feng, feeling a bit awkward, chuckled and replied, well, I'm sorry for being late today, so I wanted to cheer you up. Hearing this, Morong Shui downed her drink in one gulp and huffed, next time, don't be late. Otherwise, you can just leave. Lu Feng, feigning sorrow, remarked, is that so? Then perhaps I should resign. So I won't be a bother to you anymore. Morong Shui, alarmed by his words, glared at him fiercely and demanded, say that again. I didn't catch it the first time. Seeing her reaction, Lu Feng's heart swelled with delight. Oh, it's nothing. I meant to say I'll definitely arrive on time next time. Morong Shui shot him a sidelong glance, sensing that he was a bit sly today, but she dismissed it from her mind. Soon after, lacking Lu Feng's usual persuasion, her cheeks were already flushed from the drink. Lu Feng shifted a bit closer and inquired, teacher, what happens if a teacher and student fall in love at our school? With a rosy face and a slightly dazed demeanor, Morong Shui replied, of course, they would be expelled. Such an inappropriate relationship must be severely punished. Lu Feng smiled faintly. Really? Then I should tell my friend not to fall for his teacher. What a pity. That beautiful teacher has always had a fondness for him. Morong Shui seized Lu Feng by the collar. No, you cannot say that. You must encourage your friend to try liking his teacher. While it may not be possible now, once he enters society, it will be. After finishing her drink, she poured another glass and downed it. Is that so? But that beautiful teacher comes from a wealthy family, and my friend is just a poor fellow. He is a bit intimidated to pursue her. Morong Shui slapped the table. If that teacher likes your friend, she wouldn't care about his background. Your friend is truly foolish. He has a rich woman and won't even try. Lu Feng smiled gently. Is that so? Then I'll definitely persuade him. Late at night, Lu Feng carried the inebriated Morong Shui into a car, heading towards her nearby residence. In the vehicle, a tipsy Morong Shui mumbled, you little rascal. I've helped you so much, yet just because I scolded you once, you're going to leave. I must have misjudged you. Lu Feng stole a glance at her. He hadn't noticed before how much she trusted him. So beautiful, yet she dared to get drunk so freely in front of him. He wondered, if he were to take advantage of this moment, how would she react tomorrow? By the way, he pondered about Mei Jing and the others. Should he check on them? No, perhaps tomorrow. Soon, they arrived at an upscale community, and Lu Feng carried Morong Shui inside, attracting the attention of several evening strollers. As they stepped into the house, Morong Shui suddenly jumped off Lu Feng and lunged at him. Gazing at him drunkenly, teacher, what's wrong? Lu Feng looked at her, feeling somewhat guilty as she loomed close. Morong Shui, her eyes glazed, observed him. You've never been this bold to hold me. Today, you're so familiar. Who exactly are you? Upon hearing her words, Lu Feng felt a bit flustered. Even in the dim light, he could clearly see the stunningly beautiful, tipsy woman before him. Could it be that you've finally come to your senses? Mu Rongxue slowly inquired. Lu Feng was taken aback, realizing that she had indeed taken notice of him even when he was still a student. She propped herself up with one hand while pinching Lu Feng's face with the other. Do you remember when you comforted a woman who was homeless? Huh? Lu Feng was suddenly engulfed in memories of his past. As a youthful, somewhat awkward elementary student, he had been skipping along the street with a lollipop when he stumbled upon a woman curled up in a shabby alley. It was Mu Rongxue. Having lost everything in her entrepreneurial venture, she had hidden away, crying in despair. Young Lu Feng, with his innocent big eyes, curiously approached her eye in the dim light. He saw Mu Rongxue's face, filled with sorrow and helplessness, tears streaming down her cheeks. Cautiously, he walked into the alley and sat beside her, tilting his head as he asked sweetly, Sister, why are you crying? Mu Rongxue looked up at the adorable boy before her, feeling an inexplicable warmth in her heart, yet she merely shook her head in silence. Lu Feng refused to give up. He squatted beside her and gently tugged at her sleeve. Sister, don't cry. If you cry, you won't be pretty anymore. Seeing that Mu Rongxue remained downcast, a sudden idea struck him. He jumped up, struck a classic pose like Ultraman, and exclaimed, Sister, I'm Ultraman. I will protect you. He then began to bounce around the alley, mimicking Ultraman fighting monsters. Watching the vibrant boy, Mu Rongxue felt the shadows in her heart begin to dissipate. After a while of performing, Lu Feng returned to her side and offered her the lollipop. Sister, this is for you. Eating candy will make you happy. Mu Rongxue hesitated for a moment before accepting the treat. Lu Feng beamed with joy as he saw her take the lollipop. Sister, don't be sad anymore. I don't know what's wrong, but everything will be all right in the future. Lu Feng encouraged her with his youthful voice. Mu Rongxue looked at the innocent boy before her, filled with gratitude. She gently patted Lu Feng's head. Thank you, little friend. Lu Feng's smile brightened. No need to thank me, sister. You must keep your spirits up. If you face any trouble, come find me. I will turn into Ultraman and protect you. With Lu Feng's comforting words, Mu Rongxue's mood gradually improved. She stood up and asked, Little friend, what is your name? Lu Feng puffed out his chest proudly. My name is Lu Feng. It's getting late. I must hurry home, or my mom will worry. Sister, would you like to come to my house for dinner? Mu Rongxue shook her head slightly. Sister must go home too. I should be like you and not make my parents worry. All right then, goodbye, he said, waving as he skipped away from the alley. Mu Rongxue watched Lu Feng's retreating figure, tightly clutching the lollipop in her hand. At that moment, she silently vowed to pull herself together, not to let down the encouragement of that little boy. Lu Feng's image became a warm memory etched deeply in her heart. Chapter 82. Was it real? So it was you. I got scolded by my mom for coming home late that night. Lu Feng finally understood why Mu Rongxue had treated him so kindly. Perhaps he had indeed become a ray of light in her heart. Mu Rongxue leaned on Lu Feng, playfully pinching his face. You've changed so much. You were once chubby, and now you're so slim. If it weren't for the mole on your neck, I might not even recognize you. Feeling the softness against his chest, Lu Feng sensed a fire igniting within him. He placed his hands on Mu Rongxue's shoulders and smiled gently. You're drunk. Let me get you a glass of water. Don't. You didn't stop me from drinking today. So you must want this. Mu Rongxue shook her head, gripping Lu Feng's hand to hold him in place. This woman was surprisingly strong. It seemed she had awakened some latent power. Lu Feng looked at the rosy-cheeked Mu Rongxue and teased. Teacher, do you remember what you said? We are now in a teacher-student relationship. With a dreamy gaze, Mu Rongxue leaned closer to Lu Feng's face. In my heart, you have never been just a student. You are the man destined for me. Saying this, she leaned in and kissed Lu Feng. Is this woman really this bold? Lu Feng thought in amazement. It was that simple. How dense had he been before? Perhaps he should seize the moment. After all, it was just a fantasy. But where was Hella right now? She wouldn't be watching him in reality. Would she? Mu Rongxue slowly lifted her head. Why aren't you using your tongue? Don't you like me? Lu Feng was taken aback. Mu Rongxue was so proactive that if he didn't respond, it would be unmanly. So, he flipped her over, pinning her beneath him, and teased, Teacher, have you been waiting for this moment for a long time? You've been teasing me every day. Mu Rongxue shyly nodded in response. Otherwise, why would I ask you to be my assistant? The workload isn't too heavy, yet you rascal, have been with me so long and still don't recognize me. Lu Feng felt a surge of emotion as he gazed at Mu Rongshue's shy demeanor. Unable to contain his feelings any longer, he leaned down and kissed her once more, this time passionately reciprocating her kiss. Their tongues intertwining in a fervent embrace. The temperature in the room seemed to soar, and they both surrendered to the sudden burst of passion. Lu Feng's hands caressed Mu Rongshue's delicate face, relishing her soft skin, while she held him tightly, as if wanting to merge their beings into one. The next morning, Lu Feng was abruptly kicked out of bed by Mu Rongshue. What on earth are you doing? Lu Feng groaned as he slowly sat up, looking at her in disbelief. Wrapped in her blanket, Mu Rongshue glared at him. How dare you ask? You took advantage of me while I was drunk and didn't even go easy on me. Lu Feng turned around to reveal his back, covered in scratch marks. Why don't you take a look at your handiwork first? I was mostly passive yesterday. Morong gazed at the scratches on Lu Feng's back. Momentarily at a loss for words, she took out her phone and transferred 1,000 to him. Hurry and go to class. Forget about last night. For now, we still maintain a teacher-student relationship. You are not permitted to act playfully towards me at school, nor can you engage in any intimate gestures. Understood? Consider this a friendly discount. Next time, it might not be so affordable. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng smiled slightly, donned his clothes, and departed. Morong Shui watched his retreating figure, berating herself repeatedly. You shameless woman, how could you not resist? You haven't even confirmed whether he likes you. However, she felt that he had indeed changed, and last night. Could it be that he too had awakened some extraordinary abilities? And that scoundrel, truly lacking in tenderness, to have left me feeling a lingering discomfort. In the teaching building, Lu Feng's roommates immediately gathered around him as he arrived. Feng Gu, where were you last night? Did you stay at Teacher Morong's place? Oh, she got drunk, and I was worried she might get into trouble, so I stayed over. After all, she is my superior, and my living expenses depend on her. Wow, what is it like living with such a gorgeous teacher? You didn't secretly fantasize, did you? Ha ha ha, our Feng Gu is such an honest guy. Even if you gave him 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare. Lu Feng smiled slightly at their banter and said, All right, let's hurry to class. We're going to be late in class. Lu Feng struggled to focus, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of how to return. He realized that although his abilities remained intact, the system had vanished. When the class bell rang, he gathered his books and left the classroom with his roommates. Feng Gu, are you going to play basketball later? One roommate asked. Lu Feng shook his head. No, I have something else to do. You all go have fun. After bidding farewell to his roommates, Lu Feng headed straight for the market. As he walked, vivid images of last night with Morong Shui flooded his mind, stirring a complex mix of emotions within him. He knew that their relationship had undergone a profound transformation, yet in this unfamiliar realm, he was uncertain about the future. Upon reaching the market, he was greeted by a cacophony of sounds and a medley of aromas. Navigating through the stalls, he selected fresh ingredients, purchasing vegetables, tofu, steak, and a fish before leaving the market with satisfaction. Returning to Morong Shui's residence, Lu Feng quietly opened the door. The room was tranquil. It seemed that Morong Shui was still resting. He stepped into the kitchen and began to busy himself. Washing, chopping, and cooking, he approached each task with utmost diligence. Before long, the kitchen was filled with enticing aromas. Once the meal was prepared, Lu Feng approached the door of Morong Shui's room and gently knocked. Lu Feng, is that you? Morong Shui's voice was slightly hoarse. It's me, I've made some food. Please get up and eat a bit, he said softly. After a brief silence, Morong Shui replied, You can come in. Lu Feng opened the door to find Morong Shui sitting on the bed. Wrapped in a blanket, her complexion still a bit pale, he walked over and placed the food on the bedside table. Eat something. It will make you feel better and warm your stomach, Lu Feng suggested. Morong Shui looked at him, a flicker of complex emotions darting through her eyes. She nodded slightly, picked up her chopsticks, and tasted a bite of the food. It's quite good, she remarked. Lu Feng smiled. Then eat more. They ate in silence, the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Lu Feng wanted to break the tension but was at a loss for words. About last night. Morong Shui suddenly spoke. Lu Feng's heart tightened, uncertain of what she was about to say. Let us pretend last night never happened, she declared. Lu Feng paused, then chuckled. That won't do. You must hold me accountable now. I belong to you. Morong Shui smiled faintly. How shameless. Chapter 83. An impossible choice in the afternoon. After Lu Feng assisted Morong Shui with her work, he couldn't help but make advances again, only to be unceremoniously expelled by her. Standing outside the door, Lu Feng scratched his head in resignation, but he felt little regret. Rather, he found her anger endearingly charming. Since he had been dismissed, Lu Feng decided to visit the girls' dormitory to see what Lin Meijing and her friends were up to. As he walked, he reflected on the frenzy of last night with Morong Shui, a surge of complex emotions welling up within him. Though this realm was fraught with uncertainty and unknowns, it had also allowed him to experience the unexpected. After a while, Lu Feng arrived near the girls' dormitory. From a distance, he spotted Lin Meijing watering the flowers below. She wore an elegant long dress, her long hair cascading down her shoulders, her figure graceful. Like a beautiful painting, Lu Feng stood quietly, watching her focused on her task, feeling a profound sense of tranquility. Lin Meijing seemed to sense someone watching her. She looked up and met Lu Feng's gaze. Lu Feng, realizing he had been noticed, hurriedly turned to leave. "Why should I be afraid?" he murmured to himself. "She doesn't even recognize me. It's perfectly normal to admire a beauty." As he strolled down the street, he mused, "Perhaps I haven't quite figured out how to face them either. After all, this time I seem to have chosen Morong Shui." Time flew by, and soon Lu Feng was nearing graduation, left stupefied as he genuinely had no idea how to return. Moreover, after some time, Morong Shui had transformed into a gentle wife, having given up joining Longya. That night, soft moonlight streamed through the window and bathed the room. Lu Feng lay in bed with Morong Shui, who gazed at him tenderly, her eyes seemingly filled with boundless love and anticipation. "Once you graduate, let us get married," Morong Shui whispered, her voice soft yet resonating like a heavy blow to Lu Feng's heart. He felt as though struck by lightning, plunging into silence. His mind swirled with confusion, a tangle of thoughts intertwining. He had never anticipated facing such a choice in this realm, and he was unsure how to respond to Morong Shui's words. Seeing Lu Feng's silence, a sense of disappointment welled up within Morong Shui. She forced a smile and said, "Haha, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously." With that, she detached herself from Lu Feng's embrace. Lying back on the bed and closing her eyes. Yet, Lu Feng sensed her body trembling slightly, clearly indicating that her heart was not as at ease as she pretended. Filled with guilt, Lu Feng leaned down and kissed Morong Shui gently, murmuring, "I'm sorry, I need to step out for a bit. You should sleep early. Don't wait for me, I'll come by tomorrow to make you breakfast." With that, Lu Feng got up, dressed, and left the room. He took a taxi to the girls' dormitory, standing quietly before it, gazing at the flickering lights within. The building appeared particularly serene in the night, the warm glow seemingly narrating a multitude of stories. Lu Feng's emotions were in turmoil. He was unsure why he had come here, perhaps driven by an inner confusion seeking answers. He slowly approached the building, treading lightly as if afraid to disturb the tranquility. The door was tightly shut, but through the window, he could see shadows moving inside. He imagined the lives of Lin Meijing and her friends within, and an inexplicable sentiment washed over him. Standing before the building, he gazed up at the bright moon. The moonlight illuminated his face, revealing his bewildered expression. He was uncertain of his future and how to confront his feelings for Morong Shui. Taking a deep breath, he tried to calm himself. Just then, a gentle breeze blew by, bringing a hint of chill. Lu Feng shivered involuntarily, preparing to sink back into contemplation when the surrounding space suddenly warped. Startled, he realized something was amiss. Before he could react, he found himself dragged into a peculiar space by Qin Mingyao. This space was dim and silent, seemingly isolated from the outside world. Lu Feng cautiously surveyed his surroundings, contemplating his next move. At that moment, Li Yalan stepped out from the shadows, her gaze filled with suspicion and scrutiny as she appraised Lu Feng from head to toe. "Who are you? Why do you sneak around here every day?" Li Yalan questioned, her tone icy. Lu Feng smiled slightly, exuding an aura of righteousness. He stood tall, meeting her gaze with determination. "Yalan, defeat me, and I will tell you." Lu Feng's voice was laced with challenge. Li Yalan was taken aback. Lu Feng had addressed her as Yalan. This familiarity stirred a strange sense of recognition within her, but she brushed it aside. To her, defeating Lu Feng would naturally lead to the answers she sought. Without hesitation, she unleashed her ice powers. Instantly, the temperature plummeted, and a bone-chilling cold enveloped the AI art. Li Yalin's hands glimmered with blue light as icy energy coalesced in her palms. With a resolute gaze, she unleashed a palm strike towards Lu Feng. A stream of icy force shot towards him like a blade, freezing the air in its wake. Seeing this, Lu Feng did not dare to underestimate her. He quickly summoned his internal power, his figure flashing as he evaded the icy attack. The freezing energy struck the ground, leaving a deep frost mark in its wake. Steadying himself, Lu Feng clenched his fists. A surge of formidable power gathering at his knuckles. Not bad, Li Yalin scoffed, launching another assault. With a flourish of her hands, torrents of icy energy rained down upon Lu Feng like a storm. Lu Feng's gaze was unwavering, as he deftly evaded the frigid onslaught while seeking an opportunity to counterattack. When yet another surge of icy energy shot towards him, Lu Feng chose not to dodge. Instead, he met it head-on with his fist. His hand shimmered with a golden luminescence, colliding with the icy force. With a thunderous crash, the icy wave shattered against Lu Feng's fist, scattering countless shards across the ground. Lu Feng then approached Li Yalin, poised to strike, but was momentarily repelled by a sudden fluctuation as the icebound Wolf King emerged slowly. Is this a fair fight? Lu Feng remarked with a smile directed at Li Yalin. Had he not feared for Lu Lin's safety, he would have summoned her. Li Yalin's expression turned icy. Her hands commenced their dance once more, unleashing a torrent of frigid energy that surged towards Lu Feng. Sensing the overwhelming chill rushing at him, his eyes sharpened, reflecting a newfound intensity. He moved like lightning, weaving effortlessly through the icy barrage, continuously evading Li Yalin's attacks. Is this all you can muster? Lu Feng taunted provocatively. Li Yalin let out an annoyed huff, her hands clapping together with force, causing the surrounding icy energy to coalesce into a colossal ice sphere. With a powerful shove, the sphere rolled menacingly towards Lu Feng, freezing the ground beneath it as it passed. As the massive ice sphere approached, a surge of imminent danger washed over Lu Feng. Purple chi from the east, he bellowed, launching himself into the air with a powerful kick. His fist glowed with a violet radiance as it descended upon the ice sphere with tremendous force. With a resounding explosion, the ice sphere disintegrated into a myriad of icy fragments. Yet, before Lu Feng could touch down, Li Yalin appeared behind him, her hands waving as a chain of ice shot forth to ensnare him. Startled, Lu Feng swiftly turned to evade, but one of his feet was ensnared by the icy chain. With a forceful tug, Li Yalin hurled him violently towards the ground. Lu Feng rolled several times before stabilizing himself, his gaze narrowing at the icy chain binding his foot, a flicker of irritation crossing his features. He strained against the icy fetters, but they remained steadfast, unyielding. Don't waste your efforts. Just confess who you are, Li Yalin sneered coldly. Chapter 84. The battlefield transformed into Hell. Yalin, don't be too confident. Lu Feng's eyes narrowed as his inner strength surged, enveloping him in a rich purple aura, which shattered the icy chain binding his foot. Free from his restraints, Lu Feng did not hesitate to unleash the purple chi from the east once more. His fist radiated a brilliant violet light, illuminating the entire space. With an indomitable spirit, he struck forth, his formidable power radiating outward like a tidal wave. What? Li Yalin gasped, hastily preparing to defend herself, just as Lu Feng's force was about to collide with her. Qin Mingyao appeared urgently. Her expression grave, she swiftly gestured, channeling spatial energy to form a solid barrier before Li Yalin. When Lu Feng's attack met the barrier, it resonated with a heavy thud. The immense impact caused the very fabric of space to tremble, as the purple light clashed against the barrier in a stalemate. Qin Mingyao bit her lip, exerting all her strength to maintain the barrier. She sensed the overwhelming might of Lu Feng's strike and was internally astonished. For a moment, the entire unique space was enveloped by this powerful wave of energy. Li Yalin stood behind Qin Mingyao, her eyes filled with both surprise and vigilance as she observed the unfolding scene. Her curiosity about Lu Feng deepening. Crack! The space fragmented, returning to reality, where Lu Feng found himself encircled by Lin Meijing and Xia Yuyan. You lecher, there's no escape for you now, Xia Yuyan declared confidently. Hands on her hips. Is that so? From behind Xia Yuyan, a shadow clone emerged, ensnaring her and pushing her beside Lu Feng. Lu Feng embraced Xia Yuyan with a grin. Silly girl, don't boast when you can't even evade your own powers. Big sister, save me, Xia Yuyan exclaimed, her previous bravado evaporating as she cast a pitiful glance at Xia Yuyan. Who exactly are you? How do you not only know us but possess powers akin to Yuyan's? Xia Yuyan questioned, perplexed, seemingly indifferent to her sister's plight, recognizing that Lu Feng did not wish to engage in conflict with them. Do you believe me when I say I am your future husband? Lu Feng replied with a chuckle. Xia Yuyan smiled faintly. Oh, is that so? Take a look over there. She gestured to the side. Following her gaze, Lu Feng spotted Morong Shui, her eyes glistening with tears. Swear. Lu Feng was astonished. He had not anticipated Morong Shui would follow him. With tearful eyes, she gazed at Lu Feng, her voice choked. Is this the reason you refuse to marry me? You truly are a scoundrel, a heartless man. Xia Yuyan regarded Lu Feng with evident disdain. Faced with the gazes of the 6 women, Lu Feng was rendered speechless. This was not the scenario he had envisioned, but rather a descent into hell. Bastard, Lu Feng, master. Wake up, this king commands you. Lu Feng abruptly opened his eyes to find Hela before him, her expression one of fury. Where is this? Lu Feng questioned, confusion clouding his mind from the recent events. You idiot, you've been unconscious for 3 days. I brought you to the top, and you didn't help at all, nearly dragging me down with you. Hela glared at Lu Feng with disdain. Lu Feng slowly rose, still grappling with the emotional turmoil he had just experienced. Seeing Lu Feng in such a dazed state only fueled Hela's irritation. So, you were dumped by them, huh? You look like a dead fish. She shot him a withering look before ignoring him entirely, striding purposefully towards the altar at the center of the ancient tower, clutching the heart of the ocean. Her mind was solely focused on reviving Dragon Island and fulfilling her mission. Lu Feng, that scoundrel, had faltered at a critical moment, ensnared in inexplicable emotional entanglements, inciting Hela's ire. Hela soon reached the altar, ancient and enigmatic, adorned with intricate patterns and designs. She gazed at it, sensing the immense power it contained. Taking a deep breath, she extended her hand, placing the heart of the ocean upon the altar. The moment the heart made contact, a blinding light erupted, dazzling and seemingly capable of piercing through all. Lu Feng instinctively shielded his eyes, squinting against the brilliance. Within the light, a powerful wave of energy radiated outward, causing the entire Dragon Island to tremble. As the brilliance continued to unfold, the revival process of Dragon Island officially commenced. The once stone statues of dragons and dragonfolk began to transform under the radiant glow. Cracks appeared on their surfaces, faint light seeping through as if life surged within. A colossal stone dragon was the first to awaken. Its wings quivered slightly, shedding the stone that encased it to reveal glimmering metallic scales beneath. It opened its immense eyes, which shone with a regal light. One by one, the dragons and dragonfolk emerged from their stony slumber, stretching their wings and limbs as if awakening from an epoch-long hibernation. The sound of roars from dragons and calls from dragonfolk intertwined, creating a magnificent symphony. An overwhelming energy enveloped the air. Invoking an unparalleled sense of awe, Hela stood beside the altar, witnessing the revival of Dragon Island with a smile of satisfaction. She knew all her efforts were not in vain. Dragon Island had finally begun to flourish once more. However, just as Hela reveled in the resurgence, a thunderous roar shattered the moment. The sound seemed capable of piercing the heavens, infused with boundless rage and ferocity. Hela's expression shifted to one of grave concern as she fixated on the source of the noise. Spotting a massive shadow soaring into the sky, the black dragon's colossal form blotted out the sun, its scales gleaming with a dark luster akin to impenetrable armor. Its crimson eyes burned with a flame of vengeance. Locked onto Hela, gritting her teeth, Hela was overwhelmed by a sense of imminent peril. She recognized the black dragon's formidable strength. Should it choose to attack, the consequences would be dire. The black dragon has awakened. Hela cried out. The black dragon circled in the air, emitting furious roars. It spread its massive wings, summoning a violent storm. With the black dragon's emergence, the recently revived multitude of dragons felt an intense threat. Without hesitation, they roared defiantly, unfurling their wings and charging towards the black dragon with ferocity. The dragons, colossal in form and shimmering scales, exhibited an unstoppable momentum. Yet, after millennia of petrification, their bodies had yet to fully regain vitality, resulting in somewhat rigid movements. As the first dragon lunged at the black dragon, It swung its claws with all its might, aiming to strike a blow. The black dragon, however, merely sidestepped, evading the attack with ease. Swiftly, the black dragon lashed its tail, akin to a streak of black lightning, delivering a crushing blow to the attacking dragon. It howled in agony, sent flying into a mass of rocks. Several other dragons approached from various angles, unleashing torrents of fire, frost, and elemental powers. Yet the black dragon remained unfazed, opening its maw to unleash a wave of dark dragon breath. Wherever the dragon breath traveled, elemental forces were consumed, and the attacking dragons were forcefully repelled. Some dragons attempted to ram their bodies into the black dragon, only to be rebuffed by its tough scales, injuring themselves in the process. They spiraled through the air, teetering on the brink of collapse. Despite the valiant efforts of the dragons, they seemed utterly powerless against the formidable black dragon. At that moment, a radiant beam surged forth, repelling the black dragon. Chapter 85. The dragon-slaying sword and the Xinyuan sword. As the brilliance gradually dissipated, Hela, wielding the dragon-slaying sword, emerged slowly. She stood tall, resembling an unyielding mountain, exuding the majestic aura of a dragon king. That commanding presence seemed capable of compelling the very heavens and earth to submit. Hela's gaze was fixed intently upon the black dragon. The dragon-slaying sword in her hand shimmered with a chilling light, its blades' intricate patterns seemingly narrating ancient legends. Black dragon, do you still remember your king and the dragon-slaying sword? Hela moved slightly, and the sword emitted a crisp, resonant sound, as if proclaiming its might to the black dragon. The surrounding seawater surged at Hela's command, transforming into a formidable suit of armor that enveloped her. The armor glimmered with a cerulean hue, adorned with enigmatic runes. Each rune harbored immense power, providing Hela with additional protection. Feeling the surging strength within her, Hela was filled with confidence. Having undergone the trials of the ancient dragon tower, her soul was now complete. Though her power was not yet fully restored, she possessed the means to confront the black dragon. Let us settle old grievances and new enmities together. The black dragon, gazing at Hela, felt its hatred intensify. Sensing the threat emanating from her, it resolved to strike first. The black dragon unfurled its massive wings and unleashed a powerful tempest directed at Hela. The storm, laced with black dragon breath, sliced through the air like a blade, aiming to rend Hela apart. Upon witnessing this, Hela's expression sharpened. She swung the dragon-slaying sword, releasing a brilliant blue beam that collided with the dragon breath. A resounding explosion followed as light and breath clashed, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy. Hela staggered back slightly from the force, but quickly regained her footing. Now, witness the fury I have harbored for millennia. As the black dragon realized its attack had been effortlessly neutralized by Hela, its anger surged. With a ferocious roar, it opened its colossal maw, unleashing an even denser stream of black dragon breath. The breath surged forth like a dark torrent, hurtling towards Hela. Refusing to falter, Hela grasped the dragon-slaying sword with both hands, raising it high. The radiance of the sword intensified as she chanted incantations, seemingly summoning a mysterious force. As the black dragon breath neared, Hela swung the dragon-slaying sword with might, sending forth a massive blue sword aura. The sword aura met the dragon breath with a thunderous crash, causing the surrounding space to warp slightly from the force. Gritting her teeth, Hela exerted all her strength, striving to repel the black dragon's breath. After an intense struggle, the blue sword aura finally gained the upper hand. Pushing back the black breath gradually, I will make that old wretch realize that rejecting me as king was a grave mistake. How could the water dragon ever hope to rival my black dragon lineage? The black dragon's fury reached its zenith. It decided to unleash its full power, preparing for a decisive strike. The black dragon circled in the air before plunging downwards, charging at Hela with blinding speed. Akin to a bolt of black lightning, Hela had no time to evade. She could only raise the dragon-slaying sword to meet the black dragon's assault. The dragon's enormous claw crashed against the sword, creating a thunderous reverberation. The tremendous force left Hela's arms numb, nearly causing her to drop the dragon-slaying sword. She was thrust backward by the impact, landing heavily on the ground. Swiftly regaining her footing, Hela wiped the blood from her lips, her resolve unwavering. Once more, she raised the dragon-slaying sword and charged at the black dragon. The breath of the ocean, Hela swung the dragon-slaying sword, conjuring a colossal wave that surged towards the black dragon. Seeing the wave approach, the black dragon opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of black dragon breath in an attempt to counter the oncoming tide. However, the force of the wave proved insurmountable, overwhelming the black breath and driving the black dragon back relentlessly. Now, allow me to demonstrate the might of our water dragons within the ocean. Hela brandished the dragon-slaying sword once more, summoning a colossal water dragon that charged at the black dragon. The water dragon, fierce and imposing, appeared ready to rend the black dragon asunder. Sensing the threat posed by the water dragon, the black dragon hurriedly flapped its wings, attempting to evade the attack. Yet, the water dragon moved with incredible swiftness, closing the distance in an instant. Left with no choice, the black dragon exhaled another stream of black breath, colliding with the water dragon. The clash of the water dragon and the black breath erupted into a powerful wave of energy, causing both Hela and the black dragon to stagger backward from the shockwave. Hela's complexion paled slightly. She understood that her strength was waning. Meanwhile, although the black dragon had also been affected, its power remained formidable. Recognizing Hela's diminished strength, the black dragon seized the opportunity to launch a lethal strike. Descend into the abyss, black core pulse. The black core pulse unleashed by the black dragon surged forth like a torrent of annihilation. Imbued with boundless dark energy, Hela, her eyes narrowing, wasted no time in transforming into a massive water dragon. She opened her mouth wide, releasing the deep-sea dragon breath, a blue torrent infused with the ocean's deepest power. The deep-sea breath collided with the black core pulse, producing an earth-shattering roar. Yet, Hela soon realized she was no match for the black dragon. The relentless pressure of the black dragon's breath bore down upon her, nearly suffocating her. Desperately, she poured forth her strength, but the deep-sea breath was gradually compressed. Just as despair began to consume Hela, countless dragons soared into view. Sensing their king in peril, they rushed forth without hesitation to aid her. One by one, the dragons unleashed their own breath, creating a kaleidoscope of colors that coalesced against the black core pulse, resulting in a fierce confrontation. The collision of dragon breaths reverberated throughout the space, sending powerful energy waves cascading outward, as if seeking to obliterate everything in their path. Yet, despite the multitude of dragons joining forces, the black dragons might proved overwhelming, and the conflict descended into a stalemate. At that moment, Lu Feng suddenly appeared, radiating a rich purple aura, his gaze resolute. Without hesitation, Lu Feng unleashed the purple chi from the east, the violet light streaking forth like an arrow, piercing through the black dragon's breath. Under the overwhelming force of the purple chi, the black dragon's breath was finally repelled, unable to withstand the assault. With an enraged roar, the black dragon found itself unable to prevent its breath from being forced back several miles. Seizing the moment, Lu Feng approached Hela's side and said solemnly, "Hela, we must forge a pact if we are to resolve this crisis." Hela regarded Lu Feng and nodded, understanding that this was their only course of action. Together, they began to forge their covenant, enveloped in an ethereal glow, a powerful energy coursing between them. Ding! Contract signed with S-rank Dragon King Gue Sophia. Body enhanced with dragon blood. For 1,000 spirit coins, Xinyuan sword grows stronger with the wielder. Effective against non-human species, Lu Feng felt a surge of formidable power coursing through him, his body growing more resilient and his strength magnifying. The Xinyuan sword, gleaming with a golden radiance, materialized in his grasp. Chapter 86, Dragon Slaying, Transforming into a Ghost? The black annihilation beam surged forth like a deadly ray, slicing through the void, imbued with an ominous aura of destruction. Lu Feng unfurled his annihilation wings. His gaze sharp and swung the Xinyuan sword, creating a golden barrier to meet the terrifying black annihilation beam. The collision between the Xinyuan sword and the black beam erupted in a dazzling display of light and intense energy fluctuations. Lu Feng felt a tremendous impact reverberate through the sword, his arm tingling slightly, yet he gritted his teeth and held firm against the black beam's advance. Meanwhile, the black dragon, now in humanoid form, wielded the Annihilation War spear as it hovered in midair, towering and draped in a shroud of black mist. Its eyes radiated an unending coldness and murderous intent. The spear emanated a terrifying dark aura, seemingly capable of devouring all light. Seeing this, Hela rushed to Lu Feng's side without hesitation, brandishing the Dragon King's sword. Her gaze was unwavering and resolute, radiating a blue light that harmonized with Lu Feng's golden glow. Hela turned slightly, locking eyes with Lu Feng. No words were necessary, for they understood each other's intentions. Standing shoulder to shoulder, Lu Feng and Hela felt their combined might surge, resembling two indomitable peaks. The black dragon regarded them with a cruel smile. Taunting, "Do you truly believe that the two of you can stand against me? Such delusions are laughable. I have awaited this day for years." With that, the black dragon swung the Annihilation War spear, unleashing a black beam that shot forth like lightning towards Lu Feng and Hela. Both reacted swiftly. Lu Feng slashed the Xinyuan sword, sending forth a golden sword aura to clash with the black beam. Hela hurled the Dragon King's sword, piercing through the black light towards the black dragon, forcing it to evade. Again, Annihilation Tidal Wave. The black dragon swung the Annihilation War spear once more, launching an even more ferocious assault. The black light surged like a tide, enveloping Lu Feng and Hela within its grasp. Lu Feng and Hylar stood resolutely together, steadfastly resisting the onslaught of the black dragon. "Humph, do you truly believe this will deter me?" The black dragon bellowed, its dark mist thickening ominously. The surrounding space instantly warped under the pressure. Lu Feng and Hylar felt an overwhelming weight upon them, yet they remained composed. They exchanged a glance. Nodding in unison, Lu Feng raised the Xinyuan sword high, its golden radiance blinding like the sun. Purple chi from the east. A colossal purplish-golden sword aura surged forth like a lightning bolt, cleaving towards the black dragon. Hylar gripped her sword with both hands, the Dragon King's sword gathering the power of the water dragon before her, serene as the full moon. Breath of the ocean. A brilliant blue light shot forth like a meteor. Following closely behind the purplish-golden sword aura, aimed at the black dragon. Damn it. Even with the dark space, I cannot escape swiftly. I must brace myself. The black dragon, sensing the formidable might of the two attacks, dared not hesitate, swiftly wielding the Annihilation War glaive, invoking Annihilation Shield. The black light coalesced into a formidable wall, standing defiantly before him. The purplish-golden sword aura and the blue light clashed against the black glow. Emitting a deafening roar, powerful energy ripples spread outward, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Numerous dragon breaths surged forth, gradually overpowering the black light with golden and blue brilliance. The black dragon's expression darkened, astonished by the sheer power of Lu Feng and Hylar's assault. "No, I cannot fail again," it roared, its dark aura intensifying. Resolutely, it chose to go all in, unleashing forbidden power. Cursed vortex. The black dragon chanted incantations, igniting its essence. As the surrounding darkness surged chaotically, a black vortex emerged before it, exuding a terrifying aura of destruction. "Curses, you are wasting your efforts." Observing the black dragon conjuring the cursed vortex, Lu Feng unhesitatingly retrieved the spirit-calling talisman from his bosom. A flash of light illuminated the space, and Lin Meijing gracefully emerged from the void. "Next time, don't arrive so abruptly. I was just in the bath." Lin Meijing swept her enchanting gaze around, slightly furrowing her brow. As a radiant light emanated from her being, instantly manifesting the angelic domain. The sacred light poured forth like warm sunlight, illuminating the space around, causing the cursed vortex to diminish beneath the brilliance of the angelic domain. Simultaneously, 3 thunder talismans materialized before Lu Feng. Gazing at the talismans crackling with arcs of electricity, he lightly touched one, and instantly, robust thunderbolts surged forth like a roaring dragon towards the black dragon. Following swiftly, he activated the other 2 thunder talismans, unleashing 2 equally potent bolts of lightning that charged towards the black dragon. The black dragon, utterly engrossed in its spellcasting, was entirely unprepared for Lu Feng's rapid counterattack. The 3 bolts of lightning struck the black dragon in an instant, powerful currents coursing through its body, interrupting its incantation. The black dragon let out a pained roar, its dark aura spiraling into disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Meijing focused intently, invoking the enchanting eye. Her eyes sparkled with mysterious light, reminiscent of brilliant stars. As this radiance enveloped the black dragon, it was momentarily immobilized, frozen midair. Lu Feng and Hylar exchanged knowing glances. Aware that this was their prime opportunity, Lu Feng gripped the Xinyuan sword tightly, while Hylar held the Dragon King's sword with both hands. Their auras surged once more, channeling their entire strength into their blades. Lu Feng felt the immense power coursing through the Xianyuan sword, its golden glow flickering like a blazing flame. With a powerful throw, the Xianyuan sword shot forth like a golden meteor, propelled by an indomitable force towards the black dragon. Hylar, equally resolute, raised the Dragon King's sword high, blue light swirling around the blade like tumultuous ocean waves. With a fierce flick, the Dragon King's sword transformed into a streak of blue lightning, hurtling towards the black dragon. The two swords traced a magnificent arc through the air, their speed dazzling, as they neared the black dragon. A flicker of fear finally crossed its eyes. Yet, bound by the enchanting eye's control, it could not evade swiftly enough. The Xianyuan sword and the Dragon King's sword plunged into the black dragon's form in succession, erupting in a brilliant explosion of golden and blue light. The black dragon emitted a desperate roar, its body disintegrating amidst the radiance. The dark aura dissipated like smoke, and the surrounding space returned to tranquility. Lin Meijing turned, about to exchange pleasantries with Lu Feng, when suddenly, the corpse of the black dragon erupted with a formidable aura. Ding! You have slain the black dragon, earning 1 drop of dragon essence blood and 1,000 demon coins. Ding! S-level dragon ghost detected. Please evacuate immediately. Chapter 87. The choice of the ocean from the corpse of the black dragon. A terrifying dark aura surged forth like a tempest. The flowing shadow crystal seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, slowly making its way into Lu Feng's grasp. Subsequently, a black light shot skyward, and the black dragon re-emerged in a ghastly form. Its body, now even larger, shimmered with eerie black scales, infused with boundless vengeful power. Heaven is aiding me! The black dragon roared to the heavens, its voice reverberating across the ancient dragon island, causing it to tremble under the weight of its might. Empowered, the black dragon moved, instantly multiplying into numerous clones, each radiating an aura of annihilation, like dark clouds looming over the ancient dragon island. Each clone brandished its claws, poised to devour the entire island. Hylar observed this scene, her hands trembling involuntarily. She could distinctly sense the black dragon's newfound power, the annihilative aura instilling a sense of dread within her. Gripping the Dragon King's sword tightly, she attempted to steady her nerves, though her body continued to quiver slightly. Lu Feng hastily shielded Lin Meijing in his embrace, his gaze grave as he regarded the black dragon. He could feel the reality that this black dragon had transcended any enemy they had previously faced. Feng, should we summon Yalan and the others for assistance? Lin Meijing inquired, concern etched on her face. But Lu Feng shook his head, knowing that Li Yalan, still recuperating, would be of no use. The black dragon, clutching the flowing shadow crystal, sensed the power within and erupted in maniacal laughter. That laughter was filled with madness and pride, as if the entire world lay within its grasp. Just then, the ancient dragon tower erupted with blinding light, akin to a divine beam shooting skyward. The power of the heart of the ocean radiated from the ancient dragon tower, swiftly converging upon Hylar. Hylar's pink hair and dragon tail danced wildly with the surge of energy. The Dragon King's sword, enveloped by this power, shimmered with blue light, as if merging with Hylar herself. As Hylar felt the boundless power of the heart of the ocean flooding into her, her fear gradually transformed into unwavering resolve. She gripped the Dragon King's sword firmly, her gaze resolute. The black dragon, witnessing the transformation in Hylar, abruptly ceased its laughter, replaced by fury and wariness. Why? How dare you? It commanded its numerous clones to charge towards Hylar. The clones descended like dark clouds, brimming with destructive intent. With a fierce cry, Hylar dashed forth like a bolt of lightning. The Dragon King's sword traced a resplendent blue arc through the air, unleashing a powerful sword aura that sliced towards the foremost of the black dragon's clones. The sword aura cleaved through the air, emitting a piercing whistle. The clones attempted to evade, yet several were struck, dissipating into swirling clouds of black mist. However, the remaining clones showed no signs of retreat, continuing their relentless assault on Hylar. Undaunted, Hylar deftly wielded the Dragon King's sword, executing an array of intricate sword techniques. Each move contained immense power, repelling the advancing black dragon clones. Her form danced gracefully among them, like a butterfly fluttering amidst danger, yet bearing lethal intent. Frustrated by the futility of its clones, the black dragon roared in anger and charged directly at Hylar. It opened its massive maw, unleashing a torrent of black flames. The flames burned with an intensity so fierce that the surrounding air warped. In response, Hylar swiftly conjured a barrier of seawater. The black flames collided with the water shield, producing a thunderous roar. The barrier trembled violently but ultimately withstood the fiery assault. Seizing the moment of the black dragon's distraction, Hylar retaliated swiftly. She darted to the side of the black dragon, thrusting the Dragon King's sword powerfully towards its body. The blue glow upon the Dragon King's sword flickered, as if seeking to pierce the black dragon's very essence. The black dragon reacted with incredible speed, whipping its tail towards Hylar. Though she attempted to evade, she was still grazed by the tail's edge, sending her flying backward. Hylar performed several somersaults in the air before landing steadily on the ground. Wiping the blood from her lips, her resolve only intensified. She understood that this battle had only just begun. The black dragon, reveling in Hylar's injury, roared in triumph. It commanded its clones to unleash an even more ferocious assault upon her. Hylar took a deep breath. Regaining her composure, she channeled the power of the heart of the ocean to its fullest extent, her radiance becoming even more brilliant. The blue light on the Dragon King's sword surged dramatically, transforming into 9 colossal blue dragons that charged towards the black dragon and its clones. The 9 dragons roared ferociously, their presence overwhelming. They spiraled through the air, engaging in a fierce battle with the black dragon's clones. "Should we assist?" Lin Meijing asked Lu Feng, who shook his head. "Let us act as the situation dictates." The black dragon, sensing the tide turning against it, unleashed another torrent of black flames. This time, the might of the flames grew even more formidable. Enveloping 9 colossal dragons that emitted anguished roars, Hela gritted her teeth, continuously channeling her strength into the Dragon King's sword. Under her control, the 9 dragons valiantly resisted the onslaught of the black flames. At last, through Hela's unwavering perseverance, the dragons broke free from the encirclement of the black flames and surged towards the black dragon. The black dragon roared furiously, swinging its claws to engage in a fierce clash with the 9 dragons. Each collision resonated with a thunderous boom, causing the very ground beneath to quake and crack. In an instant, Hela vanished from sight, only to reappear above the black dragon's head. Wielding the Dragon King's sword, imbued with immense power, she struck down upon the black dragon's skull with ferocity. Sensing imminent danger, the black dragon attempted to evade, but it was too late. The Dragon King's sword struck mercilessly upon the black dragon's head. Producing a deafening sound, the black dragon let out a pained roar, its body trembling violently. "I shall not yield." Yet, the black dragon did not succumb. Its vitality was exceedingly tenacious. Even after sustaining such grievous wounds, it continued to fight back stubbornly. Hela felt a potent pressure bearing down upon her, as though she were ensnared by an invisible force, rendering her immobile. Seizing the opportunity, the black dragon launched an attack. Spreading its wings wide as it struck towards Hela, Lu Feng's soul-locking talisman erupted forth like a brilliant flash of light, summoning countless enchanted iron chains that seemed to possess a life of their own. Swiftly wrapping around the black dragon, these chains, imbued with mysterious power, ensnared the black dragon firmly, immobilizing it. Simultaneously, Hela transformed without hesitation into her dragon form. Her colossal figure radiated an aura of majesty, exhaling the breath of the ocean. Lu Feng, undeterred, raised the Xinyuan sword, channeling all his strength into its blade. A stream of purple energy surged forth, as if emerging from ancient times, carrying a grand momentum and unstoppable force. This purple energy, akin to a resplendent beam of light, shot directly towards the ensnared black dragon. Under the dual assault of the oceanic breath and the purple energy, the black dragon emitted a desperate roar. It struggled with all its might, yet was continuously hindered by Lin Meijing's enchanting eye, unable to break free. The oceanic breath crashed against its body, causing it to tremble incessantly, while the purple energy pierced through it like a blade. Ultimately, the black dragon's form began to disintegrate under this overwhelming barrage. Its massive body shattered into countless black fragments, gradually dissipating into the air. Ding, S. Fiend slain, rewarded with 1,000 spirit coins. Chapter 88, New World. A few days later, within the blood crystal hot springs of ancient Dragon Island, steam wafted upward, resembling a realm of dreams. Lu Feng and Lin Meijing cradled Xiao Lin, quietly savoring this fleeting moment of tranquility. Daddy, Auntie, this place is so comfortable. Xiao Lin nestled contentedly in their embrace, her adorable demeanor evoking affection. Lu Feng gazed at Xiao Lin, his heart overflowing with love as he slowly produced the dragon blood, which emanated a mysterious and potent aura. Mei Jing, this dragon blood can enhance physical strength. It might help Xiao Lin grow stronger more quickly. Shall we give it a try? Lu Feng spoke softly. Lin Mei Jing furrowed her brows slightly, her eyes filled with concern. But Xiao Lin is still so young. Can she truly withstand the power of this dragon blood? I'm afraid it may have adverse effects on her. Lu Feng, upon hearing this, fell into contemplation. He looked at the dragon blood in his hand, then at Xiao Lin's innocent visage, feeling a sense of hesitation. Xiao Lin grasped Lu Feng's hand, her face resolute. Daddy, I want to become strong quickly to protect you and Mommy and Aunties. Lu Feng met Xiao Lin's determined gaze, feeling both comforted and anxious. He gently stroked her head and said, Xiao Lin, this is no trivial matter. The power of the dragon blood is immense and may cause you great pain. However, Xiao Lin shook her head, her eyes shimmering with stubborn determination. Daddy, I'm not afraid. I want to be powerful, just like you and the Annies. Lin Meijing remained hesitant, tugging at Lu Feng's arm. Feng, we should think this over again. Xiao Lin is still so young. What if something goes wrong? Lu Feng, observing Xiao Lin's eager expression and Lin Meijing's worried face, felt a conflict within him. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and said, All right, Xiao Lin, since you are so resolute, we shall give it a try. But if you feel any discomfort, you must tell us immediately. Xiao Lin nodded excitedly, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Lu Feng carefully dripped the dragon blood into Xiao Lin's mouth. The dragon blood glowed with a mysterious radiance as it flowed slowly into her body. Initially, Xiao Lin showed no unusual reaction, merely closing her eyes as if to absorb the power of the dragon blood. However, it wasn't long before her body began to tremble slightly, her complexion turning pale. Xiao Lin. Lu Feng and Lin Meijing called her name with rising tension. Gritting her teeth, Xiao Lin managed to speak. Daddy, Auntie, I'm fine and I can endure. As time passed, Xiao Lin's tremors became more pronounced, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Lu Feng and Lin Meijing held her tightly, their hearts filled with worry. Just as they thought Xiao Lin could no longer hold on and prepared to remove the power, her body suddenly erupted with an overwhelming aura. Lu Feng and Lin Meijing stared in astonishment at Xiao Lin, who now radiated a faint glow, her previously pale complexion gradually regaining its rosy hue. Slowly, Xiao Lin opened her eyes, excitement gleaming within them. Daddy, Auntie, I feel like I've grown stronger. Lu Feng pinched Xiao Lin's cheek playfully. From now on, it's up to you to protect us, ma'am. Xiao Lin nodded innocently, feeling incredibly powerful. After Lu Feng, Xiao Lin, and Lin Meijing left the Blood Crystal Hot Springs, he ventured alone to the Dragon King Hall. Inside, Hela was diligently attending to her official duties, her expression serious and focused. She occasionally lowered her head to examine documents, at other times furrowing her brow in contemplation of future plans. Lu Feng entered with measured steps, casually taking a seat beside Hela, inquiring, What did you need me for? Hela set down her documents and lifted her gaze to Lu Feng, her eyes glimmering with a mysterious light. Lu Feng, I have significant news to share with you. The Dragon Island is slowly awakening and will re-emerge within 3 years. Lu Feng, upon hearing this, was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. What? The Dragon Island can still reappear? I always believed the ancient Dragon Island was a separate realm, never imagining it could manifest on Earth. Hela nodded slightly and continued, Earth is also undergoing transformations. A new world is on the horizon. 3 days later, Lu Feng and Lin Meijing returned to Kyoto. Checking his phone, he noted that Murong Shui still dutifully reported her safety every 3 days. Sigh. I hope she is doing well. I am also grateful for that illusion, which revealed to me why she likes me and allowed me to cherish a beautiful memory with her. Lu Feng put away his phone and gazed towards the ancient capital. Xia Yiyan suddenly rushed over, exclaiming, Bad teacher, you've made me worry for so long. You need to comfort me. Lu Feng placed his hand on Xia Yiyan's abdomen and slowly moved it upward. Then let me comfort you properly. In the vast expanse of a colossal mining site, the cacophony of machinery intertwined with the laboring sounds of workers. Sunlight poured down, illuminating the mountain-like piles of ore, reflecting a metallic cold gleam. Numerous workers donned coarse fabric uniforms and safety helmets, their faces glistening with sweat as they busied themselves. Some wielded pickaxes, striking the hard rock with fervor. Others pushed carts laden with or along rugged paths. Still others operated massive mining machinery, its mechanical arms moving rhythmically. However, tranquility was abruptly shattered by a sudden and violent tremor. 3 gigantic rock-armored pangolins erupted from the ground like ancient beasts, their massive forms resembling moving mountains. The rock armor upon their bodies gleamed coldly in the sunlight, sharp claws sinking deep into the earth with each step, causing the ground to tremble. Workers stared at these colossal creatures in terror, momentarily at a loss. What is that monster? But soon, fear was replaced by the instinct for survival. Shouts erupted as people fled in all directions, only to be swiftly pursued by the pangolins. 1 pangolin swung its claw violently, instantly sending a worker flying. The worker's body arced through the air like a tattered doll before crashing to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. Another pangolin opened its massive jaws, biting down on a worker's waist, and with a fierce toss, tore the worker in half, innards and blood spilling across the ground. The sounds of agony and pleas for help echoed throughout the mining site, yet under the rampage of the 3 enormous pangolins, they seemed utterly futile. The mining site was transformed into a hell on earth, or was sent tumbling in all directions, tools scattered across the ground. The areas trampled by the pangolins were left with deep indentations and bloodstains. Some workers attempted to arm themselves with tools to resist, but against the pangolins' impenetrable rock armor, their implements shattered instantly. Despair enveloped the entire mining site, the scent of death permeating the air, and what was once a vibrant locale now lay in ruin. In the stillness of the night, the cold moonlight bathed the earth, imparting a sense of mystery and oppression. Lu Feng arrived with a grave expression, and the dragon-toothed team swiftly sprang into action. Sealing off the area meticulously, Su Kai stood beside a patch of mottled bloodstains, furrowing his brow as he carefully examined the surroundings. No corpses were found at the scene, only these shocking pools of blood, indicating that the victim had likely been dragged into the cave. Su Kai analyzed calmly. Lu Feng nodded slightly, his gaze penetrating as he stared into the dark entrance of the mine. Let us first use the instruments to investigate the situation inside the cave. This matter may not be as simple as it appears. After speaking, he unhesitatingly joined Su Kai in expertly setting up various advanced detection instruments. Time passed slowly in the tense atmosphere, and soon the group gathered around the computer, anxiously examining the energy fluctuation images from within the mine. The data on the screen flickered continuously, revealing the presence of 5 rock-armored pangolins deep within the cave, their energy responses indicating they had sensed Lu Feng and his companions. Even more concerning was the presence of a mysterious unknown life form alongside the energy responses of the pangolins. Chapter 89. The cunning pangolin Lu Feng and Su Kai, clad in battlesuits and armed with firearms, cautiously ventured into the mine for exploration. At the entrance, the dim light was gradually swallowed by darkness, resembling a monstrous beast with its gaping maw, poised to engulf them entirely. Be careful, the electrical systems have been damaged. Lu Feng led the group at the forefront, gripping his weapon tightly, his eyes revealing determination and vigilance. Su Kai followed closely behind, remaining alert to the slightest sounds around them. The lights of their battle suits glimmered in the dark, resembling stars in the inky void, yet appearing so insignificant amidst the endless blackness. They treaded carefully, each step producing a faint crunch of gravel beneath their feet, which resonated with alarming clarity in the silence of the mine. As they ventured deeper, the temperature steadily dropped, and a damp, chilling draft enveloped them. Water droplets occasionally dripped from the cave walls, producing sharp echoes that sounded like the countdown to death, sending shivers down their spines. The passage of the mine twisted and turned, seemingly endless. Their footsteps echoed against the walls, as if countless specters were trailing behind them. Lu Feng's heartbeat quickened involuntarily, sensing an invisible pressure looming over them. The group's brows furrowed, aware that in this dark abyss, unknown dangers lay in wait. Suddenly, a faint noise emanated from ahead, prompting everyone to halt, tense and watchful. Lu Feng raised his firearm, signaling for everyone to remain vigilant. The sound grew closer, as if something was approaching. Their nerves were taut, prepared to confront any imminent threat. At that moment, a shadow darted overhead with such speed that there was no time to react. Startled, The group instinctively aimed their guns, but the shadow had already vanished into the darkness. Caution, it is a mutated pangolin. It has already departed. We do not know what its intentions are, Lu Feng remarked. Scanning the surroundings with his keen senses, puzzled as to why the rock-armored pangolin had not attacked. They pressed on, each step taken with utmost caution. The darkness of the cave seemed to come alive, continually pressing in around them. Strange glimmers flickered along the cave walls, resembling the eyes of demons, watching their every move. The rock-armored pangolin flitted about the cavern, toying with Lu Feng and the others. Its speed was astonishing, making it nearly impossible to aim. Lu Feng furrowed his brow, closing his eyes momentarily before suddenly opening them wide, the light of his enhanced vision flickering in the darkness. He swiftly pinpointed the location of the pangolin and shouted, "To the northeast." Instantly, the group's focus shifted towards Lu Feng's indicated direction. Without hesitation, Lu Feng hurled the cold iron binding rope, which slithered through the dark like a serpent. Simultaneously, Su Kai and the others responded quickly, raising their weapons to unleash a barrage of electric nets. The electric arcs intertwined in the dark, forming a dazzling and lethal web aimed at ensnaring the pangolin. Among them, the warriors with special abilities unleashed their powers, unleashing flames, frost, and gales that rampaged through the mine. The rock-armored pangolin, caught off guard by the sudden onslaught, panicked and attempted to flee, but the cold iron binding rope had firmly restrained its movements. The electric net continued to constrict, and the assaults from their abilities grew increasingly fierce. The pangolin emitted a series of howls, yet could not break free from the overwhelming encirclement, with the combined force of their attacks. The pangolin's vitality gradually waned. When its final struggles ceased, a brief silence enveloped the mine. "Remain vigilant. There are still 2 left," Lu Feng cautioned, to which the others nodded in agreement. After a fleeting moment of silence, their nerves tensed once more. They understood that the remaining 2 rock-armored pangolins would undoubtedly be even more cunning and unpredictable. Lu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, his enhanced vision sweeping the surrounding darkness once again. His expression grew grave as he contemplated the potential scenarios that might unfold. Su Kai held his weapon tightly, his gaze revealing determination and resolve. The others adjusted their stances, preparing to face the challenges that lay ahead. The air in the mine felt as though it had solidified, the damp and cold atmosphere becoming increasingly oppressive. The lights of their battle suits flickered in the darkness, seemingly on the verge of being devoured by the encroaching shadows. They cautiously advanced, each step imbued with heightened vigilance. Suddenly, a faint sound echoed from afar, causing the group to halt and strain their ears. The sound was faint, almost imperceptible, like a bait deliberately cast by the pangolins to lure them into a trap. Lu Feng frowned, signaling for everyone to remain silent and not to act rashly. After a while, the noise dissipated. The group exchanged glances, filled with uncertainty, when another, even subtler sound emerged from a different direction. This time, they were even more cautious. They understood that the rock-armored pangolins were exploiting the complex terrain and darkness of the mine to toy with them. Lu Feng activated his enhanced vision once more, attempting to locate the pangolins. However, the 2 pangolins seemed to sense his intentions, constantly shifting positions, making it difficult for him to pinpoint their exact whereabouts. "These creatures are too cunning. We cannot allow them to lead us around by the nose," Su Kai whispered. Lu Feng nodded in agreement, stating, "We must devise a plan to flush them out." The group began to brainstorm strategies. Some suggested setting traps to lure the pangolins, while others believed they should take the initiative to seek out the pangolins' trail. After much deliberation, they decided on a dual approach. Utilizing the rocks and electromagnetic mines within the cave, along with fragmentation grenades, they constructed some rudimentary traps. Though these traps were simplistic, they held the potential for unexpected effectiveness in the dark environment. However, time ticked by, and they still had not caught sight of the pangolins. Anxiety began to creep into their hearts. They were uncertain of the pangolins' whereabouts and when they might reappear. Just then, a sharp cry echoed from the depths of the mine. The group felt a tightening in their chests and immediately sprinted toward the source of the sound. Upon arrival, they found only bloodstains and scattered footprints on the ground. Lu Feng crouched down, meticulously examining the traces. He deduced that they belonged to an injured pangolin. "It seems our traps have had some effect," Su Kai remarked. Lu Feng nodded, replying, "But we must not let our guard down. These two pangolins will undoubtedly be more cautious. The monstrous entity seemed to sense the righteous aura emanating from Lu Feng, releasing a deep, thunderous roar that reverberated through the cavern. Its body shifted slightly, stirring up a cloud of debris and dust. At that moment, two rock-armored pangolins approached. Su Kai, you and the others handle the pangolins. I shall deal with this creature. Remember to conclude your battle swiftly to assist me. Lu Feng declared, taking a deep breath. Su Kai and the others nodded in agreement. Suddenly, the monster launched an attack, swinging a colossal arm crafted from animal bones toward Lu Feng. He swiftly sidestepped, and with a fluid motion of the Xinyuan sword, a golden blade of energy sliced toward the monster's arm. The blade struck true, producing a crisp sound, yet the monster's arm remained unscathed. Lu Feng was inwardly astonished. The power of the Luiying crystal had fortified its body to such an extent. The creature did not afford Lu Feng a moment's respite, attacking once more with an arm composed of human limbs, projecting a corrosive liquid toward him. Lu Feng hastily conjured a rock shield talisman, which shattered under the force, sending a powerful shockwave that pushed him back several steps. Regaining his footing, Lu Feng contemplated his strategy. He alternated between slashing at the monster's arm and thrusting at its body while deftly evading its onslaught. The creature grew increasingly disoriented by Lu Feng's relentless assaults, causing its own attacks to become more erratic. Meanwhile, Su Kai and his team were engaged in a fierce battle with the two rock-armored pangolins. But given their numerical advantage, they would likely conclude their skirmish shortly. The Xinyuan sword traced a beautiful arc through the air, unleashing a massive golden blade of energy toward the monster. Where the blade passed, the air was torn asunder, emitting a sharp sound. The monster sensed the formidable power of the blade and attempted to evade, but it was already too late. The golden energy struck the creature with tremendous force, cleaving its body in two and showering the area with dark blood. Yet, the monster did not succumb. Its body began to heal rapidly, the severed limbs rejoining seamlessly. With a furious roar, the monster absorbed nearby rocks. Growing larger and more powerful, Lu Feng marveled inwardly at the creature's fusion ability. It was extraordinarily formidable. It seemed imperative to first extract the Luiying crystal. Lu Feng summoned forth his psychic energy talisman and conjured 3 shadow clones. With his gaze fixed intently on the Luiying crystal embedded in the creature's chest, he devised a plan. As the 3 shadow clones dispersed and charged toward the monster from various angles. Lu Feng held the Xinyuan sword, poised for action. 1 shadow clone darted forward, drawing the creature's attention. The monster swung its enormous arm at the clone, which nimbly dodged the attack. Seizing the opportunity, another shadow clone crept around to the monster's rear. Preparing to strike at the Luiying crystal, the creature, sensing the impending threat from behind, spun around violently. In that instant, the 3rd shadow clone rushed in from the side, brandishing a dagger and plunging it toward the monster's body. Infuriated by this sudden assault, the monster thrashed wildly, attempting to obliterate the shadow clones. Lu Feng recognized the moment and charged toward the beast. With its focus diverted, the monster failed to notice Lu Feng's approach in time. Lu Feng leaped, aiming the tip of the Xinyuan sword at the Luiying crystal. Upon contact, a tremendous force rebounded, nearly sending Lu Feng flying. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his righteous energy into the sword, striving to forcibly extract the crystal from the creature's chest. The monster sensed the peril posed by the Luiying crystal and struggled fiercely to thwart Lu Feng's efforts. However, the shadow clones clung tenaciously to it. With their cooperation, Lu Feng successfully pried the Luiying crystal free. Instantly, the monster's power diminished significantly, its body becoming unstable, the reattached limbs showing signs of disintegration. At that moment, Su Kai and his team emerged victorious over the pangolins and rushed to Lu Feng's aid. Upon seeing that Lu Feng had secured the Luiying crystal, their hearts soared with joy. They quickly surrounded the monster to prevent its escape. With both hands gripping the Xinyuan sword, Lu Feng infused it with a continuous stream of righteous energy. The sword began to emanate a purple glow, intensifying until it illuminated the entire hollow. With a mighty shout, Lu Feng raised the sword high before bringing it down with tremendous force. A colossal purple blade of energy surged toward the monster. The power of this attack was immense, distorting the air in its wake. The creature, sensing its impending doom, let out a desperate roar. Yet, it could not evade this lethal strike. The purple energy struck the monster with devastating impact. Shattering its form into fragments, black blood splattered everywhere, releasing a foul stench. The monster's limbs convulsed on the ground before finally falling still. "Let us depart quickly. This place is about to collapse," Sukai urged urgently. The group nodded in unison and hastily made their escape. Chapter 91. The Heart Fox's Inheritance. At the end of the holiday, Lu Feng, accompanied by Xiao Lin, ventured to Baiyun village, with Xia Yuyan and Lin Meijing trailing behind. "This isn't a vacation. Why are you tagging along?" Lu Feng glanced at Xia Yuyan in the rearview mirror. Xia Yuyan, pouting while holding Xiao Lin, replied petulantly, "Mind your own business. I can go wherever I please." "I'm here to keep Xiao Lin company." Lu Feng chuckled awkwardly, contemplating whether Xia Yuyan's irritable mood was due to her menstrual cycle or perhaps the lingering effects of being bullied a few days prior. "Just don't cause any trouble." After navigating the winding roads for a while, they finally arrived at Baiyun village. The sight before them was breathtaking. The towering city walls radiated a majestic aura, while numerous high-tech electromagnetic towers shimmered mysteriously. Presenting their dragon tooth identification to the guards, they were granted smooth passage into the city. The atmosphere within the city was starkly different from the outside. Predominantly inhabited by spirits, they lived their lives as ordinary citizens, each engrossed in their own affairs. Lu Feng, cradling Xiao Lin, strolled down the streets, feeling as though he had stepped into an alternate reality, one that was completely transformed from his previous encounters. Before long, they reached Lin Qian's quaint courtyard. The serene and elegant environment welcomed them, and Lin Qian had already prepared tea, patiently awaiting their arrival. Lu Feng seated himself alongside Xiao Lin and Lin Meijing, while Xiao Lin curiously surveyed her surroundings with wide eyes. Meanwhile, Xia Yuyan remained vigilant, eyeing Lin Qian with suspicion, positioning herself closely beside Lu Feng. Her gaze was filled with wariness, perceiving Lin Qian as a potential threat. In contrast, Lu Feng appeared at ease, smiling gratefully at Lin Qian for her hospitality. "This is my daughter, Lu Lin. She belongs to the same species as you," Lu Feng introduced, presenting Xiao Lin to Lin Qian. "Hello, sister," Xiao Lin chimed in with a sweet, innocent voice. Lin Qian accepted Xiao Lin, sensing the power within her. "Did you give her something to drink?" Xiao Lin eagerly responded, "Sister, I drank the dragon's blood that Daddy gave me. And I'm even stronger now." Lin Qian pinched her cheek. "Ah, no wonder your physique is so robust." As Lin Qian returned Xiao Lin to Lu Feng with a gentle smile, she continued, "In truth, Xiao Lin and I are not the same. I am merely an ordinary nine-tailed spirit fox, while she is a heart-moon fox." Xia Yin gazed at Xiao Lin, perplexed. "Heart-moon fox? The 28 constellations?" Lin Qian nodded. "Follow me." With that, she rose and began to lead the way. Lu Feng and the others hurriedly followed. Soon, they arrived at the altar. Lu Feng, holding Xiao Lin, observed the heart-moon fox statue atop the altar and noted its striking resemblance to Xiao Lin's true form. "What brings us here? Isn't this the revival site of that woman from before?" Lin Qian slowly lifted her gaze to the statue of the heart-moon fox. This was once the place of inheritance for the heart-moon fox, but now it bears the vengeful spirit of the city's ghosts. Thus, the inheritance will be fraught with peril, which is why I insisted you bring Meijing along. I have another question. It seems you knew I could summon Xiao Lin all along. Or perhaps you intentionally gave me the Heart Fox Jade Pendant to facilitate her summoning." Lu Feng scrutinized Lin Qian, feeling a tinge of apprehension regarding her seemingly calculated foresight. Lin Qian turned to face Lu Feng. "As a devotee of the Heart Moon Fox, I possess the ability of foresight, but I too can err. This opportunity was originally meant for Li Yalan, yet your arrival has disrupted that." Xia Yin clung to Lu Feng's arm. Teacher seized Yalan's opportunity. It appears the teacher is a variable. Standing at the entrance to the inheritance site, Lin Qian swiftly formed intricate hand seals. Mysterious beams of light emanated from her fingertips, gradually coalescing into a shimmering portal radiating an extraordinary glow. Within the portal, myriad mysterious forces swirled, exuding an ancient and formidable aura. Lu Feng took a deep breath, exuding righteous energy. He held Xiao Lin tightly, her small form feeling particularly fragile in his embrace. The Xinyuan sword trembled slightly in his hand, as though sensing his resolve, glowing brilliantly. Stepping into the portal, Lu Feng felt as if he had entered a wholly different realm. Chilling atmosphere enveloped the surroundings, with countless specters formed from resentment flickering in and out of the darkness. These wraiths emanated a formidable negative energy that sent shivers down one's spine. Daddy Shaolin clung tightly to Lu Feng's neck, her eyes betraying a hint of fear, yet predominantly radiating trust in her father. Lu Feng gently patted the small of Shaolin's back, soothingly assuring her, "Do not be afraid, Daddy will protect you." Following closely behind, Lin Meijing also entered the Heart Fox space. Without hesitation, she activated her angelic domain, and a pure, radiant light instantly enveloped the surrounding area. Under the brilliance of the angelic domain, the resentful spirits appeared to have met their nemesis, beginning to struggle and contort incessantly. The passageway also began to slowly close, leaving Xia Yuyan on the outside. "What are you doing? I want to go in and help them," Xia Yuyan shouted at Lin Qian. "You will only complicate matters without the ability to restrain the vengeful spirits," Lin Qian replied, not even glancing at Xia Yuyan as she slowly sat down. Within the Heart Fox space, Lin Meijing moved her hands gracefully, guiding the power of the angelic domain to continuously purify the surrounding resentment. Lu Feng held the Xinyuan sword firmly, standing vigilant. He attentively observed the movements around him, ever ready to confront potential dangers. The Xinyuan sword emanated a powerful sword aura in his grasp, resembling an insurmountable barrier. The vengeful spirits began to advance towards them, emitting eerie howls. Lu Feng's gaze sharpened, and with a swing of the Xinyuan sword, a formidable sword aura sliced through the approaching spirits as the sword aura passed. The spirits dissipated, yet more surged forth almost immediately. "Go, Daddy." Shaolin watched her father fight bravely, filled with admiration and a sense of security. Lin Meijing continued her relentless effort to purify the resentment. Her angelic domain grew increasingly potent, its radiance becoming ever more dazzling. Through her endeavors, more and more resentment was cleansed. As time progressed, the synergy between Lu Feng and Lin Meijing deepened. One focused on combat while the other concentrated on purification, jointly fending off the spirits composed of resentment. Through their concerted efforts, the number of vengeful spirits in the Heart Fox space steadily diminished. Once all spirits were eradicated, the previously shrouded space gradually returned to tranquility and clarity. Lu Feng gently set Shaolin down, saying, "Dear daughter, inform me if you feel unwell." Shaolin nodded earnestly. At that moment, the light of the Heart Fox legacy began to slowly manifest, wrapping around Shaolin like a gossamer veil. She slightly closed her eyes, sensing this mysterious and powerful force. The legacy flowed into her body like a warm stream, cleansing every vein and soul within her. The brilliance intensified, and Shaolin's hair danced lightly in the luminous glow. As if caressed by a gentle breeze, her countenance was serene and focused, wholly immersed in the process of receiving the legacy. The power of the Heart Fox surged within her, bestowing her with newfound insights and abilities. As the legacy deepened, ethereal phantoms began to emerge around Shaolin, remnants of the Heart Fox's memories and experiences. She became an observer, witnessing the legendary tales of the Heart Fox, drawing wisdom and courage from them. Time appeared to stand still as Shaolin immersed herself in this world of inheritance, continuously growing and transforming. When the radiance finally began to recede, Shaolin slowly opened her eyes, a vivid red Heart Fox emblem adorning her forehead. "Daddy, Auntie, I have so many memories of a great fox in my mind now." Lu Feng knelt down gently, stroking Shaolin's head. Upon exiting the space, Li Yalan had been waiting patiently. "Mother, you have arrived." Shaolin dashed into Li Yalan's embrace. "Sweetheart, is there anywhere you feel unwell?" Li Yalan pinched Shaolin's chubby cheeks. Shaolin beamed, shaking her head repeatedly as she nestled closer to Li Yalan. Chapter 92. The overseas mission. With the holiday over, Lu Feng was assigned new teaching duties at the Ability Academy. Upon entering the classroom, Lu Feng was taken aback to see Shangguan Hanyue and Xia Yuyan seated in the front row. How could it be them again? And that silly Yuyan is hiding things from me." Shangguan Hanyue smiled gently at Lu Feng, winking playfully. Xia Yuyan wore a mischievous grin. Lu Feng sighed in resignation and approached the podium. Surveying the youthful, curious faces before him, he cleared his throat and began, "Hello, everyone, I am your teacher, Lu Feng. It is a pleasure to meet you all in this unique class. Since we will be learning and growing together, let us start by getting to know one another. I will introduce myself first. I was once a university professor and a member of the Dragon Tooth. I hope we can all progress together in the future. Lu Feng scanned the classroom before continuing. Now it's your turn to introduce yourselves. Shangguan Hanyue stood up first, stating, I am Shangguan Hanyue, and my ability is ice manipulation. Xiaoyan followed closely, declaring, I am Xiaoyan, and my ability is shadow manipulation. Lu Feng sighed as he regarded the two girls, cautioning the students behind them, do not emulate them. Please provide more detailed introductions. The first student to rise was a tall boy, who stood up shyly and said, Hello, everyone. My name is Zhao Yu, and my ability is strength enhancement, allowing me to significantly boost my strength for a short time. Next was a bespectacled girl who adjusted her glasses and softly spoke. I am Lin Yu, and my ability is telepathy, enabling me to sense others' emotions and thoughts. A handsome boy then stood confidently, proclaiming, I am Su Ran, and my ability is fire manipulation, allowing me to summon and control flames. As each student took their turn to introduce themselves, it became evident that their abilities were diverse. Once everyone had finished, Lu Feng spoke again, Excellent. Now that we have a better understanding of one another, in the days to come, we will explore the mysteries of our abilities and enhance our strengths together. I hope everyone can cooperate and grow together. At that moment, Lin Yu raised her hand, and Lu Feng gestured for her to speak. She quickly stood up and asked, Teacher, could you tell us about our course schedule? Lu Feng smiled and replied, Our curriculum will encompass both theoretical learning and practical training. Theoretical aspects will cover the principles, classifications, and optimal control and application of abilities. Practical training will involve simulated combat, task challenges, and other methods to enhance your combat skills. Observing the eager expressions of his students, Lu Feng had already devised a plan. Classmates, merely listening to introductions may not allow you to truly grasp the essence of combat with abilities. Now, let us proceed to the combat room, where you can witness the power of abilities firsthand. The students excitedly followed Lu Feng to the combat room. Inside the spacious facility, an array of protective equipment was readily available. Lu Feng stood at the center of the arena and addressed Shangguan Hanyue. Hanyue, unleash your abilities to attack me fully, so your classmates can experience the might of ice manipulation. Shangguan Hanyue nodded slightly, her gaze sharpening. She raised her hands, and the temperature around them plummeted, causing ice crystals to form in the air. With a commanding shout, countless ice spikes took shape, raining down upon Lu Feng like a tempest. Lu Feng maintained a calm demeanor, inhaling deeply and channeling his righteous energy. This energy formed an invisible shield. Flowing steadily around him as the ice spikes collided with the shield, they shattered into icy fragments. Seeing this, Shangguan Hanyue intensified her output, making the ice spikes sturdier and faster. Lu Feng remained unfazed, expertly controlling his righteous energy to firmly withstand the onslaught. Classmates, observe closely. Combat with abilities requires not only formidable offensive power but also flexible counter-strategies. While fending off Shangguan Hanyue's attacks, Lu Feng continued to explain to the students. Suddenly, Shangguan Hanyue waved her hands, causing a massive ice wall to rise from the ground and bear down upon Lu Feng. Lu Feng's eyes narrowed. He pushed off the ground powerfully, leaping high into the AI art in midair. He delivered a punch, unleashing a shockwave composed of righteous energy towards the ice wall. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated throughout the combat room as the ice wall was obliterated. Lu Feng and Shangguan Hanyue simultaneously ceased their actions. Lu Feng smiled at the students and said, This is the essence of combat with abilities. In your future studies, you two will continually strengthen your prowess and master more combat techniques. The students' eyes sparkled with excitement, filled with anticipation for their future learning. As dusk fell, Lu Feng strolled leisurely down the street with Xia Yuyan. Lu Feng glanced at Xia Yuyan beside him, saying, Why are you here at the Ability Academy? Your strength doesn't have much room for improvement in a place like this. Xia Yuyan linked her arm with Lu Feng's and smiled sweetly. Of course, I'm here to accompany you. Besides, we can't trust you. You flirtatious rascal. If we don't keep an eye on you, you might end up with more sisters. Lu Feng sighed at her words. I am already a father. Such frivolities are no longer on my mind. I don't believe it. When your old flame, Morong Shui, returns, I doubt you will be able to resist. Xia Yuyan pouted, looking unconvinced. Lu Feng awkwardly chuckled, holding Xia Yuyan's hand. All right, my little jealous pot, let's head back. As night descended, Lu Feng was exercising at home when Qin Mingyao and Xia Yuyan entered. Lu Feng, wiping the sweat from his brow as he removed his damp tank top, greeted them with a smile. Ming Yao Yin, what brings you here, rare guests? Hurry up and pack your bags. We are going abroad to travel with the sisters. Xia Yuyin said alluringly. Travel? Just the two of you? Lu Feng asked with a puzzled look. As their relationship had not yet reached the level where they could travel without Lin Meijing and the others. Qin Mingyao looked at Lu Feng with disdain. Don't think too much. We are merely on a mission, bringing you along to help you gain some experience in executing tasks abroad. Where to? Lu Feng placed the towel aside and picked up his phone to check if he had any unfinished work. Xia Yiyan approached Lu Feng, smiling as she said, We are heading to a sand country to rescue Professor Wu, an expert in exotic biological research from our country. I will explain the details on the plane, so hurry up and get ready. Lu Feng nodded in response, walked into the bathroom, and turned on the faucet, allowing the warm water to wash over him. His thoughts raced with a mixture of nervousness and anticipation about the impending trip to a sand country, as this would be his first journey abroad. After a quick shower, Lu Feng donned his combat gear and made his way to the garage. Lin Meijing and the others were already waiting there, and he gazed at them with tenderness and reluctance. Be careful, Daddy, Xiao Lin called out, her face filled with worry. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, nothing will go wrong. Lu Feng gently patted Xiao Lin's head with a smile. Xia Yuyin linked her arm with Lu Feng and looked at him with a hint of melancholy, saying, Don't be so arrogant. You know your life is not just yours, but also ours. Lu Feng smiled slightly and playfully patted Xia Yuyin's rear, assuring her, Don't worry. I wouldn't want you all to be widows. Xia Yuyin's face flushed as she playfully kicked Lu Feng, exclaiming, We are not married to you. It would be best if you died. I don't want to marry you. Li Yalan pinched Xia Yuyin, scolding, You foolish girl, don't say such things. It's very unlucky. I apologize. Xia Yuyin rose on her tiptoes and kissed Lu Feng lightly, saying, Stay safe. Chapter 93. Venomous sister-in-law in the ancient capital, Murong Shui sat gracefully atop the city wall, clad in her battle attire, as a gentle breeze tousled her hair. Her gaze was fixed intently on the dragon-tooth fighter jet speeding by, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Who could it be on a mission? Is Lu Feng among them? Memories flooded her mind, and Lu Feng's figure continuously emerged in her thoughts. The moments they had shared played like a film before her eyes. She let out a soft sigh, whispering to herself, Lu Feng, I wonder when we shall meet again. Just as she was lost in thought, a soldier rushed over. The soldier halted a short distance away, saluted respectfully, and announced loudly, Captain Murong, there is a situation in the northeast? Murong Shui's expression hardened instantly, and she momentarily set aside her longing for Lu Feng. She stood up, brushed off the dust from her battle attire, and asked seriously, What is the situation? Be clear. It's currently unclear, but the energy fluctuations are quite significant. Murong Shui furrowed her brow, contemplating before responding. Let us go take a look. Aboard the fighter jet, Qin Mingyao looked at Lu Feng and began to detail the mission. The professor we need to rescue is an important expert in the field of exotic biological research in our country. He was abducted by unidentified forces while engaging in academic exchanges in a sand country. Our mission is to locate him and safely return him to our homeland. According to the intelligence we have gathered so far, the forces behind Professor Wu's abduction may be linked to certain illegal organizations in the area, and their motives remain unclear. Xia Yuyin added, The current situation in a sand country is quite complex, and we must be extra cautious during our operation. Lu Feng listened attentively, silently devising strategies in his mind. He understood that this mission not only concerned Professor Wu's safety, but also related to the interests of the nation after a long journey. Lu Feng, Qin Mingyao, and Xia Yuyin arrived at the Indonesian defense base city in a sand country. As the fighter jet landed in the area, a stifling atmosphere enveloped them. The scene before them was chaotic, teeming with millions of people crowding together, shoulder to shoulder. The streets were narrow and disorderly, with dilapidated buildings closely packed together, as if supporting one another to avoid collapse. The air was permeated with a mix of foul odors, sweat, the stench of rotting garbage, and the acrid smell of insufficiently burnt fuel all intertwined. Weariness and helplessness were etched on the faces of the people, yet their eyes revealed a longing for survival and a sense of confusion about the future. On the streets, pedestrians hurried about, some pushing rickety carts piled high with their meager belongings, while others struggled under heavy burdens, weaving through the throng. Children played in the corners, their tattered clothes unable to mask the innocent smiles on their faces. Amidst the crowded environment, the sounds of quarrels and cries occasionally pierced through the din, adding to the already chaotic scene. Lu Feng and his companions did not linger in this turmoil. After presenting their credentials to the soldiers of a sand country, they swiftly boarded a worn-out off-road vehicle and set off towards Ganges City. As they approached Ganges City, the atmosphere of war grew increasingly palpable. In the distance, thick smoke billowed upward, as if the earth were gasping in pain. Occasionally, shells would soar through the sky, leaving behind dazzling trails. Upon entering Ganges City, they found themselves in a veritable hell of war. The streets were littered with ruins, remnants of former prosperity now starkly contrasted with the current devastation. Abandoned vehicles lay strewn about, some still smoldering, crackling ominously. Mutated creatures scuttled among the debris, their forms both eerie and terrifying. A colossal mutated spider emerged from a collapsed building, its eyes gleaming with a sinister red glow, its sharp claws carving deep grooves into the ground. The sounds of gunfire reverberated, ringing in their ears. Each explosion shook the earth, stirring up clouds of dust. Lu Feng and his companions navigated the off-road vehicle with utmost caution. Steering clear of areas that could explode at any moment, at a street corner, they spotted a group of soldiers from M country engaged in fierce combat with mutated creatures. The soldiers' faces were drenched in sweat and blood, their weapons unleashing torrents of fire as they attempted to fend off their terrifying foes. "Should we help?" Lu Feng glanced at Qin Mingyao. Qin Mingyao shook her head, stating, "They brought this upon themselves. Coming to another country to seize resources, they must pay the price." Xia Yuyan, glancing at the detector on her wrist, said earnestly, "The last signal from Dr. Wu was emitted from an underground air raid shelter near the Ganges. Let us head over there." Shortly thereafter, Lu Feng, Qin Mingyao, and Xia Yuyan arrived at the suspected air raid shelter. Abandoned vehicles were haphazardly parked around, appearing particularly forlorn under the dim light. Qin Mingyao stared cautiously at the entrance of the shelter, her eyes revealing a mix of caution and anticipation, slowly saying, "This should be the place. Let us go in and take a look." Lu Feng and Xia Yuyan nodded slightly. The three of them activated the lights on their battle attire, the faint glow flickering in the darkness, serving as their only reliance in this uncertain environment. They cautiously descended, each step taken with utmost care, vigilant for any sounds that might arise around them. However, halfway down, the ground suddenly began to tremble. Lu Feng's face changed instantly, his accumulated combat experience alerting him to the imminent danger. Without hesitation, he drew his Type 95 rifle and unleashed a barrage ahead. A hissing sound resonated as two giant mutated lizards, covered in slime, charged out from the shadows. The bullets struck the lizards but seemed to sink into the thick goo, unable to penetrate. Qin Mingyao reacted swiftly, grabbing Lu Feng and Xia Yuyan, shouting, "Run!" The three of them quickly turned and dashed outside. Just as they reached the entrance, a blazing fireball surged towards them. They swiftly dodged, their figures darting nimbly through the wreckage. Lu Feng wasted no time. Unfurling his oblivion wings, the black feathers slicing through the air with a sharp arc, he summoned the Xinyuan sword, its blade shimmering with mysterious light. Xia Yuyan hurriedly sprang into action, rapidly conjuring the oblivion scythe with her hands. Qin Mingyao altered her stance, and Yinling surged forward towards one of the giant lizards, moving with lightning speed. The lightning crackled around Yinling, emitting sharp sounds. Lu Feng swung the Xinyuan sword in midair, releasing powerful sword qi. The sword qi sliced through the air like razor-sharp blades aimed at the giant lizards. Despite their slimy protection, the lizards were forced to evade continuously. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Yuyan launched a side attack, her scythe striking one of the lizards. While it did not inflict fatal harm, it caused the creature immense pain. The lightning from Yinling relentlessly assaulted the giant lizards, causing them to convulse uncontrollably. Under the trio's relentless assault, the giant lizards gradually found themselves cornered. They roared in frustration, attempting to counterattack, but the trio's seamless coordination left them no openings. Purple energy surged forth. Lu Feng raised the Xinyuan sword high, channeling all his strength into the blade. The Ebon Soul Storm. Summer Yuyan also lifted her scythe, ready to complement Lu Feng's strike. Qin Mingyao controlled Yinling, drawing the lizard's attention. Lu Feng swung his sword fiercely, unleashing a massive wave of sword qi towards one of the giant lizards. Simultaneously, Xia Yuyan swung her scythe at another lizard. The combined force of the sword chi and scythe created a formidable wave of attack. The giant lizard was utterly unable to evade the onslaught. Struck by the wave of attacks, it emitted a pained roar, its body convulsing a few times before falling silent. Ding! A grade giant lizard slain x2, earning 400 Yugua coins. Lu Feng sheathed the Xinyuan sword and spoke slowly. The mutation intensity of the creatures here is significantly stronger than that back home. Xia Yiyan nodded slightly. Yes, let's proceed with caution and see what lies ahead. The three of them hurried downwards once more. Chapter 94. Assault of the M country soldiers. The trio cautiously entered the air raid shelter, the dim light casting an eerie and mysterious pall over the space. Surrounding them were countless giant lizard eggs, densely packed. Such formidable reproductive capabilities. We must eradicate them at the root. Without hesitation, Xia Yuyan unleashed the domain of death. A black aura surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping the giant lizard eggs in an instant. As the power of the death domain relentlessly eroded them, the eggs vanished one after another, as though they had never existed. After eliminating the giant lizard eggs, the trio found themselves before a slime-covered iron door. Lu Feng took a deep breath and shouted, "Is anyone there?" His voice echoed in the air raid shelter, but received no response. Qin Mingyao furrowed her brow slightly, closing her eyes to carefully sense her surroundings with her spatial abilities. Moments later, she opened her eyes and declared firmly, "There are people inside." Upon hearing this, Xia Yuyan's expression sharpened, and she swiftly conjured the annihilation scythe with both hands. With a powerful swing, the iron door shattered, revealing the scene within. Upon entering, they saw many people lying on the ground, their faces haggard and bodies frail, clearly on the brink of starvation. Xia Yuyan glanced at Lu Feng with concern, who promptly provided them with the prepared food and water. Lu Feng hurriedly retrieved provisions from his spatial ring, carefully feeding them as these individuals gradually regained some strength. Qin Mingyao spotted Professor Wu among the crowd. The wave of relief washed over her, as her previously anxious heart found some solace. Suddenly, the sound of vehicles echoed from outside. Qin Mingyao quickly made a decision. "Yuyan, stay here to protect them. Lu Feng, let's go check it out." Lu Feng nodded in agreement, pulling out an energy absorption talisman and a golden body talisman, which he handed to Xia Yuyan before following Qin Mingyao swiftly outside. The puppet Silver Bell led the way, its silver form glimmering with a cold light in the dimness, as they emerged from the cave. Silver Bell was immediately showered with countless bullets. The metallic clattering rang out incessantly, with bullets raining down upon Silver Bell, inflicting only minor damage. Qin Mingyao hastily employed her spatial abilities, forming an invisible barrier around Silver Bell to deflect some of the bullet attacks. "It's the soldiers from M country. It seems they intend to make us their enemies," Qin Mingyao remarked to Lu Feng. Lu Feng's expression hardened as he swiftly retrieved an energy talisman and a speed talisman from his cloak, handing them to Qin Mingyao. Let him witness the power of Silver Bell. Understanding his intent, Qin Mingyao utilized her spatial abilities to affix the energy and speed talismans onto Silver Bell's back. The moment the talismans adhered to Silver Bell, it erupted with formidable thunderous power. Blue arcs of electricity danced across its form, crackling with sound. Silver Bell's speed surged to its peak, darting toward the soldiers of M country like a bolt of lightning. "Open fire! Identify its weakness." Silver Bell weaved effortlessly among the soldiers, each strike claiming the lives of several. The soldiers gazed at Silver Bell in terror, their faces filled with despair. Yet, they did not yield. Retrieving rocket launchers and aiming at Silver Bell, rockets, trailing long flames, soared toward Silver Bell, but it adeptly evaded the attacks. Utilizing its speed and strength, it relentlessly slammed into the defenses of the M soldiers. Under the overwhelming assault from Silver Bell, the soldiers' lines began to crumble. However, just as Lu Feng thought victory was within reach, a deafening roar erupted, and a colossal three-headed hellhound lunged from the shadows. Towering over 3 meters, the hellhound exuded a terrifying aura. Its 3 heads displayed distinct colors. The red head breathed fire, the blue head radiated chilling air, and the black head emanated an aura of darkness. Upon its appearance, the hellhound charged at Silver Bell with thunderous force, knocking it back several steps. Silver Bell regained its footing, its thunderous power surging even more fiercely, glaring at the hellhound, ready to launch another attack. At that moment, A man clad in battle attire emerged from behind the soldiers. "Humph! How dare you injure so many of my subordinates? You pests, come forth!" The man was tall and imposing, his stern visage clad in a suit that shimmered with metallic luster. Radiating powerful energy waves, as he appeared, he commanded the soldiers of M Country to retaliate with an authoritative voice. "Remain calm, maintain formation, utilize heavy weaponry." His tone was filled with authority and confidence. "General," upon hearing his orders, the soldiers of M Country immediately rallied, adjusting their tactics. Some soldiers hoisted rocket launchers, aiming towards Silver Bell, poised to fire, while others readied heavy machine guns to target it. Inside the air raid shelter, Lu Feng felt the formidable pressure from outside, his gaze sharpening with resolve. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the Xinyuan sword, which emanated a righteous aura, enveloping the entire air raid shelter in this noble energy. "You handle the soldiers. Prioritize eliminating the one controlling the Hellhound. I will deal with the Hellhound," Lu Feng instructed Qin Mingyao, handing her several energy talismans. Qin Mingyao nodded, her eyes filled with determination. She clasped her hands together, beginning to coalesce a thunder spear. Powerful electrical energy radiated from her, causing the surrounding air to crackle. As her power intensified, a spear, shimmering with blue arcs of electricity, gradually took shape. "Be careful." Using the speed talisman, Qin Mengyao's form flickered and she shot out of the air raid shelter. Upon her emergence, she charged toward the soldiers of M Country like a flash of lightning. The soldiers, witnessing Qin Mengyao's approach, immediately opened fire. However, her speed was so extraordinary that their bullets could not hope to strike her. Wielding the thunder spear, she unleashed the electrical power with a bang. Arcs of electricity darted like serpents, obliterating the weapons in the soldiers' hands. Some soldiers, struck by the electric force, convulsed and collapsed to the ground. Qin Mingyao navigated the battlefield with astonishing ease, each strike claiming multiple soldiers' lives. Simultaneously, Lu Feng dashed out, his righteous aura continuously resisting the hail of bullets. The Hellhound, noticing Lu Feng's approach, roared with all three heads. The red head expelled a great fireball, the blue head unleashed a frigid gale, and the black head released a swirling darkness. Purple chi from the east, Lu Feng brandished the Xinyuan sword, the righteous aura clashing with the Hellhound's attacks. Flames, ice, and dark energy dissipated under the impact of his righteous force. In a flash, Lu Feng found himself before the Hellhound, swinging the Xinyuan sword down upon it. Sensing the sword's might, the Hellhound desperately attempted to evade. However, Lu Feng's speed was too great. It could not entirely escape. The Xinyuan sword carved a deep gash into the Hellhound's side. Black blood gushing forth. Roar! The Hellhound howled in fury, all three heads launching an assault. The red head unleashed a massive fireball, the blue head sent forth an icy tempest, and the black head released a vortex of darkness. Lu Feng quickly enveloped himself with the annihilation wings to withstand the onslaught. "Hellhound!" The man waved his hands, and the Hellhound immediately obeyed. Lunging toward Qin Mingyao, as the Hellhound charged at her, Qin Mingyao swiftly brandished the thunder spear in defense. However, the Hellhound's strength was overwhelming, and she was sent reeling backward. Seizing the opportunity, the man drew a laser gun from his attire, aiming at Qin Mingyao to fire. A powerful laser beam shot forth, striking Qin Mengyao's body in an instant. Hit by the beam, she felt an excruciating pain. Her body flung violently to the ground. Dream Yao. Chapter 95. Lu Feng's fury. In that moment, Lu Feng's fury ignited. He could not bear to see Qin Mingyao harmed. Lu Feng produced the Heart Fox Jade Pendant and energy talismans. The Heart Fox Jade Pendant radiated a mysterious glow, while the runes on the energy talismans began to shimmer. As their powers melded, Lu Feng's hair rapidly lengthened and turned white, cascading like a waterfall onto his shoulders. The white strands danced in the wind, seemingly imbued with life. Ancient patterns emerged upon Lu Feng's body, exuding a mysterious aura, while his eyes turned a fiery red, radiating a chilling light. Upon transforming, Lu Feng's aura surged dramatically, causing the sand beneath his feet to tremble as it struggled to withstand his immense power. "Have you decided how you will die?" Lu Feng glared at the Hellhound and the man in battle attire, his heart brimming with rage and murderous intent. The Hellhound sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from Lu Feng, and its three heads displayed expressions of terror. It involuntarily took a few steps back, seemingly wanting to flee from this formidable adversary. However, Lu Feng had no intention of granting it the opportunity to escape. Lu Feng's form flickered, and in an instant, he stood before the three-headed hellhound. He brandished the Xinyuan sword, its blade infused with the righteous energy of the heavens and the formidable power of beastly transformation, coalescing into an unstoppable force. With a fierce strike, Lu Feng cleaved towards the hellhound's body, the radiance of the Xinyuan sword flashing like a bolt of lightning, severing one of the beast's heads in a single stroke. The hellhound emitted a pained roar, its body quivering violently. Yet, Lu Feng did not cease his assault. He swung the Xinyuan sword once more, its brilliance intensifying. Lu Feng unleashed a flurry of attacks, dispatching the remaining two heads of the hellhound one after another. Deprived of its heads, the hellhound collapsed, its body twitching a few times before falling still. Ding! S-class beast slain. Awarded 600 Waigu coins. After vanquishing the hellhound, Lu Feng shifted his gaze to the man clad in battle attire. The man, witnessing Lu Feng's overwhelming strength, was filled with dread. He attempted to flee, only to find his body immobilized by the shadows beneath his feet. Lu Feng advanced step by step towards the man, causing the ground to tremble slightly with each movement. "I am a general of the M country. Killing me will bring you great trouble," the man exclaimed in terror, his face etched with despair. Lu Feng approached him, raising the Xinyuan sword, poised to deliver the final blow to that moment. Soldiers from M country opened fire, desperately trying to thwart Lu Feng. Without hesitation, Lu Feng unleashed a rebound talisman, deflecting all the bullets back. The soldiers of M country were struck down by their own projectiles, collapsing one by one. Lu Feng regarded the fallen soldiers without a shred of pity, knowing they were foes who had harmed countless innocents for their own gain. He lifted the Xinyuan sword and struck down upon the man in battle attire with great force. Once all was concluded, Lu Feng sheathed the Xinyuan sword and turned to leave, heading towards Qin Mingyao. His hair and the ancient patterns on his body gradually returned to normal before he fainted. Qin Mingyao hurriedly caught him, feigning strength. "It's just a minor injury." Ding! Qin Mingyao's affection level 5, after a while. Lu Feng slowly opened his eyes, discovering himself resting on Xia Yuyan's lap. Xia Yuyan smiled gently down at him. "You're awake." Lu Feng rubbed his head and gradually sat up, surveying his surroundings, realizing they were beneath an abandoned building. He turned to Xia Yuyan. "How long was I out?" Xia Yuyan, looking at him with a hint of reproach, replied, "The whole night. You were too impulsive, forcibly channeling so much power into your body." For Mingyao, "You are quite willing to risk everything. As long as anyone dares to harm you, I will make them pay," Lu Feng declared resolutely. Xia Yuyan chuckled. "Is that so? Big air conditioner, next time I'll get hurt too. Let us see how you react." Lu Feng's expression turned serious. "Please don't joke about your health." Xia Yuyan nodded with a smile. "All right, just a jest. Mingyao is up top modifying the signal tower with some professors. It is too dangerous for us to take them back with so many. Will the military from a San country come? This area has already been occupied by M country. If they come, they will surely face attacks from both M soldiers and beasts. Their strength has already been severely diminished. Would they truly take the risk?" Xia Yuyan shook her head, handing Lu Feng a bottle of water. "Our capabilities are limited. If the military does not come, we can only risk taking them to the nearest Rob defense base city. Whether they can survive the 200 kilometers journey depends on their fortune. Our task is simply to bring Professor Wu back to Huaxia." Lu Feng accepted the water with a slight nod. "The meteor shower will come at any moment. I hope it never descends upon Huaxia." Xia Yuyan opened the map on her watch. Currently, the ancient capital of Huaxia is at great risk, but other areas are relatively safe. Various regions have begun to frantically construct defense-based cities. Your parents have also been arranged by Yalan to the Shenzhou defense-based city. Ancient capital? Murong Shui. Lu Feng murmured, a twinge of worry for Murong Shui filling his heart. The two ascended slowly to the upper floors, their footsteps echoing softly on the somewhat dilapidated ground. Lu Feng and Xia Yuyan walked side by side, their figures appearing solemn under the sunlight streaming through the broken windows. As they approached Qin Mingyao, she glanced up at Lu Feng, her eyes revealing a complex mix of emotions, concern, anger, and a hint of barely perceptible tenderness. In an instant, Qin Mingyao averted her gaze, refocusing on the task at hand. At that moment, Professor Wu and several assistants were intently operating the communication equipment, persistently attempting to send a distress signal to the military of a sand country. Lu Feng observed the busy figures. A wave of unease washing over him, he furrowed his brow and asked, "What's the situation?" Qin Mingyao gently shook her head, her hair swaying in the breeze, her voice tinged with helplessness. "The signal has been sent, but there has been no response for quite a while. Given the current situation, it seems the military of a sand country has no intention of coming to our aid." Upon hearing this, Xia Yuyin let out a sigh, a trace of worry crossing her beautiful face. "Then it seems we must rely on ourselves. The fate of these people is now fraught with uncertainty. Whether they can survive is up to fate. Should we encounter a grave crisis, we may have no choice but to abandon them. After all, our abilities are limited. Our primary task is to ensure Professor Wu's safe return to Huaxia, and we cannot put ourselves in jeopardy because of them." Lu Feng remained silent. He was no savior. He only wished to protect those he loved. The people of a sand country were not his kin, and their ties with Huaxia were tenuous at best. So everything was left to fate. Nightfall descended quietly, the stars twinkling like brilliant jewels adorning the sky. Lu Feng, Qin Mingyao, and Xia Yuyin sat atop the building, gazing at the starry expanse. A gentle breeze swept through, bringing a chill. Their eyes occasionally wandered over to the many modified vehicles parked around the building. These vehicles represented their hope for the journey to the Rob Defense Base City on the morrow. Thoughts of the impending journey filled their hearts with trepidation. Half of the route lay in high-risk zones, fraught with unknown dangers, and they were uncertain of what they would encounter. Lu Feng tilted his head back, gazing at the endless sky, and spoke softly. "From Hyla, I learned that the last civilization ended due to a meteor collision. Will this civilization's end be brought about by these meteor showers?" Xia Yuyin sighed lightly. "Such matters are beyond our control. We must focus on living in the present. Mingyao is on the verge of a breakthrough. No one should dare provoke us without reason." The three fell into silence for a moment, the atmosphere growing heavy. Then Lu Feng broke the silence. "Meeting you all has been a blessing. It has made my life so much more vibrant." "Certainly it has. After all, how could it not be exciting to be with 5 beautiful spirits?" "Such a scoundrel," Xia Yuyin retorted playfully. Chapter 96. Escorting refugees. The next morning, as the sun cast its first rays upon this war-torn land, the convoy set off towards the Rob Defense Base City, the roar of engines reverberating in the air. The faces of all were marked with gravity and vigilance, fully aware that this journey would be fraught with peril. The convoy traversed the rugged terrain, kicking up clouds of dust. Just after departing from Ganges City and reaching a stone bridge over the water, the once tranquil surface suddenly erupted into massive ripples. An ominous premonition surged through the hearts of the group. Before they could react further, numerous mutated giant lizards leapt from the water like cannonballs. These colossal creatures, their scales shimmering with an eerie glow under the sun, bared their gaping maws filled with sharp teeth, as if intent on devouring the entire convoy. "This cursed place is teeming with giant lizards," Xia Yuyin exclaimed, her eyes narrowing as she swiftly invoked the death domain. Instantly, a dark aura enveloped the area, and countless ghostly claws emerged from the void, as if possessing their own consciousness, rapidly seizing the mutated lizards. The claws tightly bound the creatures, preventing them from easily approaching the convoy. Sweat beaded on Xia Yuyin's forehead as she focused intently on controlling the death domain, refusing to let her guard down for an instant. Meanwhile, Qin Mingyao reacted swiftly. She leaped onto the roof of a vehicle, her gaze radiating unwavering determination. "Quickly push through. Don't let them encircle us." Qin Mingyao first utilized her spatial abilities to carve out a safe passage ahead of the convoy, allowing it to advance swiftly. Without hesitation, she unleashed her lightning powers, bolts of electricity darting through the air like silver serpents, striking fiercely at the mutated lizards. The force of the lightning was immense, instantly incapacitating some of the lizards, causing them to convulse and fall to the ground. The convoy sped through the path Qin Mingyao had created, the drivers gripping the steering wheels tightly, their faces etched with tension. They understood that any misstep could result in an attack from the giant lizards. Qin Mingyao seamlessly alternated between her spatial and lightning abilities, her silhouette on the roof appearing resolute. Each bolt of lightning that struck served to hinder the lizards' assaults. However, the sheer number of mutated lizards was overwhelming, despite Xia Yuyin's and Qin Mengyao's best efforts. Some lizards managed to breach the defenses and lunged towards the convoy. Lu Feng, too, was not idle. Wielding the Xianyuan sword, he stood at the side of the convoy, striking down any lizard that dared to approach. Through the collaborative efforts of the three individuals, the convoy finally traversed the treacherous stone bridge over the water. As the last vehicle departed from the bridge, a collective sigh of relief resonated among the group. Xia Yuyin gazed at the receding realm of death, her complexion somewhat pallid. Qin Mingyao also leapt down from the roof of the vehicle, her eyes brimming with fatigue. They understood that this battle was merely the beginning. Further challenges awaited them on their journey to the robbed defense base city. As the convoy continued along the war-torn road, the swirling dust bore witness to their arduous expedition. Along the way, an increasing number of survivors were drawn to this seemingly hopeful convoy, eagerly joining their ranks. Those who had once felt isolated and helpless appeared to have found a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness. Closely following the convoy's pace, before long, the size of the convoy expanded rapidly, akin to a rolling snowball, reaching a staggering 100 vehicles. Ding, mission triggered. Array of hope and despair. Escort the refugees to the defense base city. Successful completion will yield 1,000 Yugibi and 1 transformation token, capable of transforming the dying into spirits. Lu Feng cast a glance back at the elongated convoy, letting out a soft sigh. His eyes filled with concern. He was acutely aware that such a massive formation would undoubtedly attract the attention of various factions in this perilous region. Xia Yuyin tightly clutched the map in her hands. Her gaze fixated on the route, worry etched across her face. The Tianluo Bridge, a necessary passage to the robbed defense base, loomed as the most dangerous point. Should they encounter an ambush by soldiers from M Nation, those unarmed would find themselves in dire straits. Her voice trembled slightly, revealing her trepidation towards the impending peril. Upon hearing her words, Qin Mingyao furrowed her brows and suggested after a moment of contemplation. Then let us seek an alternative route. Perhaps we can evade the dangers of Tianluo Bridge. However, Xia Yin resolutely shook her head, her tone heavy as she replied, "This is the nearest location. The Indonesian defense base city is far too distant, and traversing through Mozho City would not afford us the same ease as we have now as a trio. The dangers there may surpass those of Tianluo Bridge." Her eyes reflected a blend of resignation and determination. Lu Feng let out a deep sigh, understanding that their options were limited. He reluctantly stated, "Inform the vehicles behind us. Since they are following, they must bear the risks, and they are substantial." Thus, Xia Yuyin once more picked up the loudspeaker, meticulously relaying the imminent dangers to the vehicles trailing behind. Upon hearing the news, a brief silence enveloped the survivors within their vehicles. They were acutely aware of the substantial risks they faced. Yet in this world steeped in despair, they were loath to relinquish even a sliver of hope. Soon, they expressed their willingness to continue following the convoy, ready to confront the dangers ahead together. After hours of relentless travel and combat, they finally arrived on the opposite side of the bridge. Exhaustion etched on every face, yet determination gleamed in their eyes. Qin Mingyao, slightly breathless, raised her hand to summon her puppet. Silver Bell, go forth and scout the bridge for any dangers. Be exceedingly cautious." Silver Bell nodded slightly and darted towards the bridge. Time ticked by slowly as the group anxiously awaited Silver Bell's report. Hours later, Silver Bell returned to stand before Qin Mingyao, shaking her head to indicate that no threats had been detected. Qin Mingyao frowned slightly, contemplating before stating, although Silver Bell did not uncover any dangers. "We must remain vigilant. Everyone, stay alert and be prepared for any potential situations." The group nodded in agreement as the lengthy convoy gradually crossed the bridge. A sudden roar erupted from the skies. The crowd looked up in shock to witness several bombers and massive warplanes from the island nation hurtling towards them. Fear and confusion permeated the air. Why were the island nation's bombers here? There was no trace of Lingyian crystal in the vicinity. Lu Feng's heart raced as he gripped the summoning talisman. Realizing that trouble was imminent, he shouted urgently, "Everyone, hurry across the bridge. Increase your speed." The people in the convoy panicked and hastened their pace, wheels churning and dust swirling in their wake. Qin Mingyao quickly regained her composure. Nimbly leaping onto an elevated surface, her expression resolute and calm. She concentrated, prepared to employ her spatial powers for defense at any moment. The air around them seemed to solidify, the tense atmosphere nearly suffocating. Qin Mingyao narrowed her eyes, intently watching the enemy aircraft above, mentally devising her strategy. Inside one of the warplanes, a middle-aged man clad in a lab coat, holding a box containing Lingian crystals, gazed at the convoy with palpable excitement. Destroy the bridge. I wish to conduct experiments here to observe the effects of the Lingian crystals, he declared with a feverish glint in his eyes. Dr. Sato, they are merely unarmed civilians. Do we really need to proceed with this? A soldier timidly inquired. The doctor, upon hearing this, erupted in fury. Baka, are you instructing me on how to do my job? I am in charge here. Do you wish to join them? The soldier dared not utter another word. Countless missiles rained down from the aircraft like a torrential downpour, carrying the scent of death towards the bridge and the convoy. The air was instantly thick with a terrifying pressure, and the group gazed skyward in horror as despair enveloped their hearts. Observing the scene, Lu Feng hesitated not a moment, swiftly unfurling his annihilation wings. At the same time, he quickly activated the summoning talisman, a flash of light revealing Li Yalan emerging from the spatial realm. Yalan, it's up to you, he exclaimed, tossing her a spiritual energy talisman. Upon receiving Lu Feng's talisman, Li Yalan's expression transformed into one of unwavering determination. A powerful icy force erupted from her, and the chilling aura spread rapidly. With a brilliant ice-blue glow, Li Yalan exerted all her strength to gradually encase the entire bridge in ice. The solid ice swiftly spread, adorning the bridge with an impenetrable armor. The frigid air emanated a biting cold, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Chapter 97. The madness of Dr. Sato Lu Feng and Qin Mingyao were not idle either. They tirelessly intercepted the missiles soaring through the air. Lu Feng wielded his Xinyuan sword, its blade shimmering with light. With each swing, he accurately struck down a missile, detonating it mid-air. Qin Mingyao harnessed her spatial lightning powers to obliterate missiles directly. The explosions echoed in succession, flames and smoke engulfing the sky. Lu Feng and Qin Mingyao navigated through the inferno, their faces resolute and unwavering. They knew that failure was not an option. The lives of those in the convoy depended on their success. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, each second fraught with tension and danger. Li Yalan's freezing power intensified, the ice on the bridge thickening with each passing moment. Through their combined efforts, the majority of the missiles were successfully intercepted or destroyed. Although the bridge sustained some impact from the explosions, it remained steadfast thanks to Li Yalan's icy protection. The convoy understood they could not betray Lu Feng's efforts and swiftly made their way across the bridge. Upon witnessing the convoy's unscathed passage, Dr. Sato's face flushed with anger. Baka, I will capture them all for experimentation. Activate Plan B. In the sky, the smoke from the missiles had yet to clear, but the tension escalated once more. The doors of the warplanes slowly opened, and 4 mutated giant eagles, shackled with chains around their necks, emerged like demons descending from the heavens, flapping their enormous wings. These colossal eagles cast an ominous shadow, their feathers a grotesque dark red, as if stained with blood. Their sharp claws glimmered with a deadly sheen, akin to blades forged of steel. The eyes of the giant eagles burned with a frenzied crimson light, a manifestation of their drug-induced madness and bloodlust. Their piercing cries seemed capable of penetrating the very soul, instilling terror in all who heard them. Soon as the mutated eagles appeared, they surged towards the bridge with a tempestuous fury. Their objective clear: to demolish the bridge and thwart the convoy's passage. The chains around their necks rattled violently with their movements, resonating like the tolling of a death knell. These lunatics have actually engineered such monstrosities, Lu Feng thought, his gaze sharpening as he radiated righteous energy. The annihilation wings trembled, and without hesitation, he charged towards the 4 mutated eagles. Facing these 4 frenzied creatures, Lu Feng felt no fear, only unwavering conviction and indomitable courage. As he approached the mutated eagles, he could distinctly sense the chaotic energy emanating from them. These beasts, having consumed excessive amounts of drugs, had lost their rationality, driven solely by an insatiable desire for destruction. They flapped their wings violently, generating powerful gusts of wind. Lu Feng steadied himself, swinging the Xinyuan sword, unleashing a formidable blade of energy towards one of the mutated eagles. The creature sensed the threat and emitted a shrill cry, attempting to evade the blow. However, Lu Feng's speed was unparalleled. The blade of energy left a deep gash on its wing. The wounded eagle became even more enraged, opening its massive beak to unleash a torrent of black flames. Akin to a ferocious dragon launching an assault, Lu Feng remained composed, swiftly deploying the rock shield talisman. The black flames collided with the shield, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Seizing the moment of the eagle's attack, Lu Feng swiftly maneuvered behind another eagle, thrusting the Xianyuan sword directly into its back. Caught off guard, the second eagle let out a pained cry. The other two mutated eagles, alerted by their companions' distress, immediately lunged toward Lu Feng. Undeterred, he unfurled his annihilation wings and ascended into the sky with remarkable speed. The mutated giant eagle pursued relentlessly, incessantly attacking Lu Feng from the skies. Lu Feng adeptly evaded the onslaught. Simultaneously seeking opportunities to counterattack, he observed that although the giant eagles were ferocious, their methods of attack were rather simplistic. Notably, the shackles around their necks caught Lu Feng's attention. At that moment, one of the mutated giant eagles dove toward Lu Feng with full force. A faint smile curled at the corners of Lu Feng's mouth. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. As the giant eagle approached, he transformed into a shadow, evading the attack, before swinging the Xianyuan sword towards the eagle's neck. This strike was executed with remarkable speed, leaving the eagle no time to evade. The Xianyuan sword severed the chain binding the eagle's neck, and without the shackles, the creature became even more frenzied. Yet lost its control. Seizing the moment, Lu Feng transformed into multiple shadows, launching a series of relentless attacks that forced the giant eagle into retreat. Witnessing the plight of their comrade, the other giant eagles screeched in fury and charged at Lu Feng once more. As they approached, a resolute glint flashed in Lu Feng's eyes. He swiftly retrieved the cold iron binding ghost rope, casting it with force. The rope, akin to a sinuous black serpent, traced an elegant arc through the air, ensnaring another mutated giant eagle with precision. The captured eagle thrashed wildly, attempting to break free, but to no avail. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Feng turned his gaze toward the strongest of the mutated eagles. He reached for the blood shadow token he had acquired earlier, murmuring an incantation. The token emitted an eerie light, a crimson beam shooting directly at the mightiest of the mutated eagles. Upon contact with the light, the eagle's body trembled slightly, a hint of confusion flickering in its gaze. Lu Feng seized the opportunity to guide the eagle toward Dr. Sato's massive warplane. The warplane, sensing the imminent threat, unleashed a barrage of missiles that rained down upon Lu Feng like a torrential storm. Lu Feng's expression turned grave. He was acutely aware of the missile's formidable power. He quickly produced a speed rune from his possession, calling out, "Come forth." He affixed the rune to the mutated eagled eye in an instant. A radiant light enveloped the eagle, which then surged forth with incredible velocity. Lu Feng grasped the eagle's feathers tightly, soaring through the air as they navigated at breakneck speed. The missiles pursued closely behind them, but Lu Feng skillfully directed the eagle to evade the attacks. The homing missiles were cleverly led to strike the bomber itself. A series of thunderous explosions echoed as the bomber erupted into flames. Plummeting from the sky, the mutated eagle dashed toward the massive warplane like a bolt of lightning. Though the warplane's doors were tightly shut, the eagle showed no fear, crashing its immense body against the aircraft. The warplane shook violently under the impact, as if on the verge of disintegration. Lu Feng seized this moment to leap from the eagle and dive into the warplane. Inside, the soldiers of the island nation, upon seeing Lu Feng's intrusion, raised their guns and opened fire. Lu Feng, imbued with righteous energy, formed an invisible shield that deflected their bullets. He wielded the Xianyuan sword, its blade flashing as each strike found its mark. Taking down a sole Dr. Sato, filled with fear and fury, could hardly believe that his battle armor could be so effortlessly dismantled by these two individuals, despite possessing the power of the crystal. "Do not celebrate too soon," he bellowed, pressing another button on his armor. Instantly, a powerful gust of air erupted from the suit, sending Lu Feng and Qin Mingyao tumbling away. Steadying themselves, they charged at Dr. Sato once more, understanding that this was a crucial moment that allowed no respite for him. Lu Feng unleashed the Azure Lotus Sword technique, its force akin to a tempest as it surged towards Dr. Sato. Meanwhile, Qin Mingyao incessantly unleashed bolts of lightning to disrupt Dr. Sato's movements, creating opportunities for Lu Feng to attack. Through their seamless cooperation, Dr. Sato's armor finally succumbed to the relentless assault and collapsed entirely. The flowing crystal also fell from the armor, extinguished of its brilliance. Dr. Sato gazed in terror at the destruction of his armor, his heart swelling with despair. He realized he had no chance left. "Stay away from me," Dr. Sato trembled as he spoke. Yet, Lu Feng's Xianyuan sword had already pierced through his body. Chapter 99. The Abyss of Emotions. Ding. Task completed. Gained 1,000 Yuhui coins. Ghost Command Order X1. Late at night, the convoy finally arrived at the robbed defense base city, successfully entering the lower district after verifying their identities. The lower district of the robbed defense base city was incredibly congested. With countless vehicles and pedestrians filling the streets, the cacophony of honks blending into a chaotic clamor, in the dimly lit streets, people hurried along, their faces etched with fatigue and anxiety. Thanks to Li Yalan's connections, Lu Feng and his companions were allowed access to the upper district. They navigated the congested thoroughfares with difficulty, eventually reaching the heart of the base city, the upper district. Here, a stark contrast emerged. As if they had stepped into two different worlds, the grand and imposing buildings in the center radiated an air of mystery and authority, a serene and tidy area standing in sharp relief to the chaos of the lower district. They were escorted to their assigned small units. Though modest in size, it provided a temporary refuge in this tense environment. Professor Wu was arranged by Qin Mingyao to stay in a small single room, while the others shared a compact space with Lu Feng. "All right, sit still. Let me help you heal," Xia Yuyan promptly urged, pressing Lu Feng down on the bed and sitting on his lap, peeling back his clothing to tend to his wounds. Her eyes brimmed with concern and tenderness as her fingers delicately traced over Lu Feng's injuries. "Ouch. Is this really healing? It was almost healed, and now it's going to reopen," Lu Feng complained, wrapping his arms around Xia Yuyan's slender waist. Xia Yuyan retrieved a scalpel, glaring at Lu Feng with irritation. "I am a doctor. Just listen to me. All right. We need to release the bruised blood from this wound. Bear with it. You've already got me here, so no more complaints." Li Yalan and Qin Mingyao sat on the sofa opposite them. Li Yalan had her hands clasped in front of her, her brow slightly furrowed as if lost in thought. Qin Mingyao appeared more relaxed, glancing occasionally at Lu Feng and Xia Yuyan, a faint smile gracing her lips as though she found solace in their intimacy. The atmosphere in the room was subtly charged, a mix of tension and concern from the injuries, intertwined with care and understanding between them. In this perilous and uncertain base city, this small room held a flicker of warmth and tranquility. Qin Mingyao gazed at the monitor on her arm and spoke softly. "Tomorrow morning, we will head to the Indonesia defense base city. Once we arrive, the Huaxia army will take Professor Wu, and then we can proceed to Goron City." Lu Feng, puzzled, replied, "Goron City? Aren't we going back? We need specific environmental factors to break through, just like last time in Tianshan. I must visit the Shadow Lightning Mountain in Goron City. If you don't want to come, you can return first," Qin Mingyao explained. Lu Feng smiled slightly. "I'd rather accompany you. I certainly don't wish to be on edge every day." Ding. Qin Mengyao's favorability 5. Xia Yuyan playfully pinched Lu Feng. "Uve finally come to your senses, little brother. Here's a small reward for you." In the early hours, Lu Feng hesitated before taking out his phone, ultimately deciding to inquire about Murong Shue's current situation. "Shuer, what are you up to?" After a long wait, a reply came. On patrol. "What is up?" "Nothing much, just a bit worried about you." "Don't worry, I'm fine. Everything is going well. Can you come back? I've heard about the situation in the ancient capital. I don't want you to take risks. Wouldn't it be better to just focus on being your director?" "Sorry, I can't agree to that. And don't waste your thoughts on me. Just treat them well. Can't you not say that?" After an extended silence, Murong Shue did not reply. "If you run into trouble, make sure to tell me. I'll come to help you at the first opportunity." Summer Yuyan, lying nearby, leaned over, sounding weary. "Who are you chatting with so late, little brother?" Lu Feng did not hide it. "Murong Shue. She's in the ancient capital, and I'm a bit worried." Upon hearing this, Xia Yuyan pinned Lu Feng down, squeezing his face and lamented, "You little brother, sharing a bed with 3 beauties yet thinking of another woman." Lu Feng looked at Xia Yuyan with guilt. "I'm sorry. I can't ignore matters concerning her. Forget it. I can understand that it's quite unfortunate for Murong Shue to be involved with a fickle-hearted man like you." Xia Yuyan smiled slightly and turned to sleep. On the ancient city walls, Murong Shue donned a fitted outfit, her long hair fluttering in the night breeze. Gripping her phone tightly, her eyes reflected profound sorrow. She stared blankly at Lu Feng's message, a wave of heartache surging within her. If only Lin Meijing and the others hadn't been there. If she could muster a bit more courage, perhaps she could truly be living happily with Lu Feng now. attending school together, watching the youthful faces of students in the classroom, sharing meals, and enjoying the little joys of life, falling asleep in each other's warm embrace. Yet now, all of this remained but a fantasy. She tilted her head slightly, gazing at the elusive moon in the night sky, as if seeking solace in its cold glow. Tomorrow, she would venture into the ancient city beneath the ancient capital. She was unaware of the dangers that awaited or if she would return. The mere thought filled her heart with dread and unease, but she knew she could not waver. For the sake of the ancient capital's citizens and to protect this land, she had to confront the unknown dangers with bravery. Morong Shui sighed softly, pressing her phone tightly against her chest. She wished time could rewind, allowing her to make different choices. Yet she also understood that life has no what-ifs, and she could only resolutely move forward. She cast one final glance at Lu Feng's message, silently wishing, "Lu Feng, may we both remain safe, if I can return alive, perhaps." She did not continue her thoughts, for she was uncertain of what the future held. Taking a deep breath, she stepped down from the city wall with unwavering determination, ready to face the challenges of the morrow. The next day, the morning sun cast a serene and peaceful glow over the upper district of the Rob Defense Base city. Lu Feng and his companions had prepared everything early, escorting Professor Wu onto an off-road vehicle bound for the Indonesia Defense Base city. Qin Mingyao gazed quietly out the window, her thoughts seemingly drifting far away. The vehicle slowly started, traversing the streets of the upper district towards the city's exit. Lu Feng gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Li Yalan remained vigilant, on the lookout for any suspicious signs. Meanwhile, Xia Yuyin engaged Professor Wu in conversation, attempting to alleviate his nervousness. They discussed lighthearted topics such as scenery, cuisine, and culture. Professor Wu gradually relaxed, sharing some of his experiences and stories. As time passed, the off-road vehicle drew closer to the Indonesia Defense Base city. Chapter 100, Brahmanism. After a long journey, the off-road vehicle arrived at the Indonesia Defense Base city. In the distance, the towering city walls of the base exuded a sense of solidity and authority. Lu Feng and the others disembarked, conducting a handover with the Huaxia soldiers who had come to greet them. Under the escort of the crowd, Professor Wu slowly approached the ranks of the Huaxia army. He turned back, casting a grateful glance at Lu Feng and the others, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Lu Feng and the others solemnly returned the gesture, watching as he was safely escorted into the base city by the Huaxia soldiers. After completing their mission, Lu Feng and his companions wasted no time, boarding the off-road vehicle once more, heading towards their next destination, Gorin City. Lu Feng glanced at Li Yalan. "How are you feeling now? We had no choice but to summon you this time, and it caused you considerable strain." Li Yalan shook her head. "Don't worry. I've long since recovered. Call on me if you encounter danger in the future." Lu Feng smiled slightly, sensing that his bond with Li Yalan had become inseparable. After a while, they arrived at the Shadow Lightning Mountain in Gorin City. As they approached, an eerie and terrifying aura enveloped them. The sky seemed to dim, dark clouds hanging low over the mountain peak, creating a heavy feeling of oppression. The densely packed crucifixes on the mountain appeared particularly sinister in the dim light. The crucifixes, some of which are weathered and decayed, display a mottled blackened wood, as if they are lamenting the tragic fates of countless sinners from the past. Others appear to have been recently erected. Emanating a chilling solemnity, the wind whispers softly, producing a mournful wail, reminiscent of the sorrowful cries of those who have been punished. The crucifixes sway gently in the breeze, casting distorted shadows akin to clawing phantoms. Lu Feng and Li Yalan stand at the foot of the mountain, gazing at this eerie spectacle, a shiver coursing through their hearts. The surrounding air seems to have solidified, the silence so profound that they can hear the rhythm of their own heartbeats. Li Yalan gazes at the raging lightning in the sky and slowly remarks, "This was once a place where the Brahmins punished wrongdoers, where the sins and resentments of countless souls converge." Qin Mingyao produces 2 flowing shadow crystals, her face tinged with concern. "When I break through, it may awaken the vengeful spirits. At that time, I shall rely on you." Taking a deep breath, Qin Mingyao clutches the 2 crystals tightly, gently closing her eyes as she begins to summon the power within her for the breakthrough. Li Yalan, focused, dances her hands, an unceasing flow of icy energy enveloping Qin Mingyao in a translucent sphere of frost. The ice radiates a chilling aura, providing both protection for Qin Mingyao and adding a sharpness to the grim atmosphere. As Qin Mingyao initiates her breakthrough, the Thunder Mountain indeed begins to transform as anticipated. The clouds above grow increasingly ominous, seemingly pressing down upon the summit. The howling wind causes the crucifixes to tremble violently, emitting terrifying creaks. The malevolent energy from the mountain thickens, creating an atmosphere akin to the underworld. Lu Feng's expression turns grave as he summons the Xianyuan sword without hesitation. The blade shimmers with golden light, exuding a formidable presence. He unfurls his annihilation wings and soars into the air. Surveying the unusual happenings around him, from his aerial vantage, the entirety of Thunder Mountain unfolds beneath him, the numerous crucifixes swaying in the tempest like a bizarre forest. Lu Feng scans each corner vigilantly, missing not a single suspicious sign. Xia Yuyan dares not relax her guard, gripping the annihilation scythe tightly, channeling her strength into its blade. She stands alongside Li Yalan and the frost-encased Qin Mingyao, braced for any imminent danger. The atmosphere around them is tense to the extreme, every nerve taut as they await the unknown challenge. Suddenly, the ground begins to tremble slightly. Initially, it is a mere quiver, a casual tremor of the earth, but soon the vibrations intensify, becoming more frequent. Accompanying the tremors, chilling roars emanate from beneath, as if from the depths of hell, filled with anger and resentment. Cracks begin to form in the ground. Black mists rising from the fissures. They are coming. The crevices widen rapidly, and malevolent spirits claw their way out from the earth. These spirits vary in form, some with green faces and sharp fangs, others drenched in blood, and some towering like giants. Their eyes flicker with a blood-red glow, exuding an aura of evil, vengeance. As the spirits emerge, they charge towards Qin Mingyao and Li Yalan. They claw and roar in terror, as if intent on tearing everyone to shreds. Observing this, Lu Feng does not hesitate to hurl the soul-subduing banner from the sky. The banner strikes like a bolt of lightning, instantly embedding itself upon Thunder Mountain. A powerful spiritual pressure radiates outward, like invisible waves spreading in all directions. Where the pressure reaches, the spirit's movements noticeably slow, overwhelmed by an immense force. The once ferocious spirits find their strength significantly diminished under the influence of the spiritual pressure. An unceasing flow of icy energy continues to pour from Li Yalan, reinforcing the frost sphere surrounding Qin Mingyao. The sphere releases a bone-chilling aura, instantly freezing any spirits that approach. Lu Feng gathers the righteous energy in the Xianyuan sword, its golden brilliance shining like the sun. With each swing of his sword, he unleashes formidable sword energy that cleaves the advancing spirits in twain. Xia Yuyan wields the annihilation scythe, commanding the domain of death. Engaging in fierce combat with the approaching spirits, the scythe seems to come alive in her hands, moving with agility, each swing claiming the life of a spirit. Despite their overwhelming numbers, the spirits appear feeble against the formidable prowess of Lu Feng and his companions. They coordinate seamlessly, deftly countering the spirit's onslaught. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of lightning slices through the sky. The bolt strikes like a blade, cleaving the darkened heavens and crashing down upon the highest crucifix of Thunder Mountain. The crucifix shudders violently under the impact, with splintering. Almost immediately, a powerful malevolent aura surges forth from the crucifix, reminiscent of an ancient demon, filled with a sense of oppression and destructive force. Moments later, a figure gradually materializes beneath the crucifix. Ding! S-class malevolent spirit Salen detected. Clad in a Brahmin robe, the garment is deep and mysterious, adorned with ancient and intricate patterns that emanate a mystical power. He wields a massive lizard staff, pitch black and intricately carved with lifelike lizard designs, its eyes glowing red as if poised to spring to life. Atop the staff lies a massive black gem, radiating a dim, ominous light. The appearance of Salen casts an even darker shadow over Thunder Mountain. He stands there quietly, exuding a powerful aura that declares him the sovereign of this land. The wind howls around him, seemingly bowing in submission. He slightly raises the lizard staff, and a beam of black light instantly shoots forth. Li Yalan hastily conjures a solid ice barrier to defend. Lu Feng swiftly swings his sword,